Maple Forest Hotel. In a certain double room, Jiang Chen awoke from his drunken stupor, his head pounding fiercely. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and then fixated on a dark stain on the pristine white sheets, momentarily lost in contemplation. Speaking of yesterday, hadn't he just been heartlessly rejected by that Shanxi? What on earth was happening? Jiang Chen. All I desire is a stable future. A woman's prime years are but a fleeting few. I cannot afford to waste them. I refuse to live a life where every meal at a fine dining establishment requires meticulous budgeting due to mortgage and car loans. Jiang Chen, I do not disdain you. It is merely that Kuing Ge has treated me exceedingly well, gifting me an Hermes bag upon our first meeting on a bustling street. Shanxi had summoned Jiang Chen yesterday and expressed such sentiments. Huh, if you think I'm poor, just say it outright. There is no need for such pretenses. Fresh from work, Jiang Chen had readily acquiesced to the breakup. Shanxi was renowned as the campus beauty at Shanxi University, the dream girl of countless boys. Yet she was vain and subtly disparaging towards Jiang Chen. Their relationship lasted less than a month, a clear mismatch in values. They parted ways right after graduation. Jiang Chen felt no lingering affection and opted to go out for drinks with a few friends that evening. On his way back, somewhat inebriated, he unexpectedly encountered a stunning woman, equally intoxicated. They chatted for a while, seemingly enjoying each other's company, and somehow, in their hazy state, they ended up renting a room together. As Jiang Chen recalled the events, he scratched his head. What the predicament? So, did they both just succumb to this fate? Regarding the enchanting woman from last night, he held little impression, though he would recognize her if they met again, only remembering her astonishing figure and captivating beauty. From the scant memories of the previous night, he surmised she was the type who appeared gentle, yet possessed a wild spirit, akin to a little wild cat. Yet, astonishingly, she had vanished without a trace. Had she left first? Never mind. Youth is meant for indulgence. It was merely a serendipitous encounter, best regarded as a beautiful dream. As for the future, he resolutely resolved to strive diligently to earn money. He crafted a financial plan. For the next 3 years, no romantic entanglements, but rather to achieve a few modest goals. Yes, thus, he cheerfully made that decision. Jiang Chen shook his head in self-deprecation, gathered himself, and rose from bed. There was no choice. It was time to go to work again, another vibrant day as a wage slave. He hailed from an ordinary family. His mother was a civil servant, a minor leader in her department, while his father was a technician at a factory. Though they were not wealthy, their home was warm and harmonious. Being the only son, his parents doted on him, and while he had endured his fair share of hardships during childhood, including singles and mixed doubles, he had grown resilient. Approximately 3 years ago, he had bound himself to a legendary system, but it remained dormant. Only through daily diligence could he activate it officially. He had perused a plethora of online novels, and upon realizing the implications of the system, he envisioned a life of extraordinary fortune, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of existence. As the saying goes, with the system in hand, the world is mine. Thus, Jiang Chen diligently signed in every single day without fail. However, to his utter dismay, after nearly 3 years of unwavering dedication, the wretched system showed no signs of activation. How utterly frustrating! 9 months later, on the day he received his salary, his former dorm mates, drawn by the aroma of food, came knocking. What else could it be but to indulge in a feast? They were all good friends. It was rare for them to remain in the same city after graduation, so they often took turns treating one another. Therefore, he didn't mind at all and promptly sought out a fine establishment to dine. Wow, is that Su Qingsheng? No one could deny that she was the most captivating goddess of Shanxi University, truly a beauty beyond compare. Yet, it seemed he hadn't heard from the goddess lately. Indeed, it had been a year since she was rumored to have resigned or perhaps gone abroad as a visiting scholar. Those photographs appeared to be taken a year prior. What a pity. One couldn't help but wonder who would ultimately win the heart of such a goddess. Not long into their meal, his dorm mates, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. They had stumbled upon photos of the goddess from a school event a year ago on their phones. The three of them gathered around, engrossed in admiration. Jiang Chen had heard of this goddess before. She was reputed to be an exemplary student at Shanxi University, returning from years of study abroad to teach, becoming a renowned instructor. Yet, he had never met her. Although Su Qingcheng was indeed beautiful, upon closer inspection, he thought she was just passable. Cough, unexpectedly more stunning. He found himself glancing again at her photograph. Previously, he had only heard tales of her beauty that captivated all. But now, as he scrutinized her every expression, he realized he had never encountered anyone so enchanting in his life. Moreover, there was something vaguely familiar about her. Suddenly, he recalled the striking woman from Fenglinwen Hotel. Could it be that the one with whom he shared that fateful night was none other than the goddess? No way, no way. As his friends had mentioned, the goddess had long since left her position or gone abroad as a visiting scholar. What was he even thinking as a mere office worker? Ding! The host is lost in thought. After 1,000 days of sign-in, activation conditions have been triggered. Chapter 2. If my son behaves like this, I shall not hesitate to discipline him. Ding! The system is officially activated. A system? Activated? Upon hearing a series of mechanical notifications in his mind, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. After 1,000 days of anticipation, the blasted system had finally come to life. However, before he could delve into its features, the door of the private room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Jiang Chen, is that you? What on earth happened? You didn't answer your calls or messages, making me search high and low for you. At that moment, the class monitor, Yuan Yin, burst into the room, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, startling everyone present. What does the class monitor need Jiang Chen for? Lu Wei and the others inquired, as Yuan Yin had learned of Jiang Chen's whereabouts through Lu Wei after failing to reach him. Spotting him not far away, she rushed over. Jiang Chen, realizing the situation, quickly pulled out his phone only to find it had been on silent. I'm so sorry, class monitor. My phone was on silent. But what is so urgent that you need me right away? Of course, it's a matter of utmost importance. Yuan Yin wiped the sweat from her forehead and, catching her breath, continued, Jiang Chen, you must come with me immediately. Su teacher is about to give birth. Upon hearing Yuan Yin's words, Jiang Chen was left dumbfounded. Wait, class monitor, Su teacher is giving birth? Which Su teacher? Is it the goddess senior, Su Qingcheng? But why does that concern me? Jiang Chen inquired. Yes, it is teacher Su Qingcheng. What do you mean why? Because the child she is bearing is yours. Enough, Jiang Chen. Stop dawdling and come with me. Without waiting for a response, Yuan Yin seized Jiang Chen's arm and hurriedly pulled him out. Inside the private room, Lu Wei, Zheng Chong, and Wu Hao exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying a mix of shock and disbelief. Jiang Chen, keeping silent, was suddenly about to become a father, and the mother of his child was none other than the goddess of Shanxi University? This was beyond comprehension. Am I dreaming? Su Qingcheng. She was the goddess of Shanxi University, her figure, beauty, and grace far surpassing that of any mere campus flower. And now, she was expecting a child with Jiang Chen? When did this happen? Shanxi, pinch me. Ouch. Why'd you pinch so hard? But it does hurt, so I'm clearly not dreaming. Clearly, this was no fantasy, though Jiang Chen was indeed handsome and could match Su Qingcheng in looks. The crucial point remained. They barely knew each other. Most likely, Jiang Chen was merely spinning tales, boasting to the class monitor and pulling a prank on them. Exactly. This is utter nonsense. Who can't boast? I could claim that the class flower gifted me imported candies. I could say that the girl I secretly admire winked at me last night and coyly invited me to drink sweet soup. I could even claim I married a celestial sister, or that I wed a heavenly mother. On the roadside, a middle-aged woman hurriedly approached an old Volkswagen, conversing on her phone with a sense of urgency and distress. What are you saying, Xiaoqian? Su Qingqing's water has broken? She is about to give birth? This is so sudden. I'm still at work, just wait a moment. I'll be there right away. The woman's name is Songmei. She had just received a call from her niece, Sun Xian, who is an obstetrician at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, informing her that Su Qingqing's water had broken, and she was about to deliver. Su Qingqing was expecting triplets, necessitating a cesarean section for the delivery. Thus, after attending to her current affairs, Songmei rushed toward the hospital. She and Su Qingqing were close friends, having met during yoga classes. Despite the age difference, They quickly became inseparable confidants. Regarding Su Qingqing's unexpected pregnancy, Song Mei felt a mixture of sympathy and indignation towards the man responsible. At the same time, she felt somewhat helpless as, despite their close bond, Su Qingqing had not shared any details about her unexpected condition, keeping it entirely to herself. Carrying triplets is a far greater challenge than a single pregnancy. The hardships and tribulations of carrying them for 10 months are immense. With her parents absent, Su Qingqing had struggled alone for 5 or 6 months before finally confiding in Song Mei, seeking her support. Thus, Song Mei could only speculate that her dear friend had been wronged by a heartless scoundrel. Those scoundrels! They are so callous, turning their backs without a second thought. Truly despicable. To put it bluntly, they're like dogs abandoned by their mother's aunt. There's no need to worry too much. The patient is currently stable in the hospital, but she will need a cesarean section, and the man has yet to arrive. What? That scoundrel hasn't he shown up? Song Mei could not help but feel a wave of indignation. Does this man possess any conscience? After enduring 10 months of pregnancy without bothering him, now that she is about to give birth, he still hasn't come to see her. Thank goodness he is not my son. If he were, I would certainly teach him a lesson. Chapter 3. Oh no, it's actually my mother's best friend. At the Four Seas City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Su Qingqiang lay upon the hospital bed, her countenance weary and worn. Yet, despite her exhaustion, her magnificent figure and exquisite beauty remained undeniable. At that moment, she gently caressed her abdomen, letting out a quiet sigh. Earlier, she had reluctantly reached out to someone she knew, Yuan Yin, to contact a certain individual. However, her knowledge of this person was limited to their name and appearance, lacking any means of direct communication. Would that person actually arrive? She herself was uncertain. After a while, the obstetrician, Sun Qian, approached her once more, lifting the bedclothes to glance at Su Qingqing's condition below. The time was drawing near, yet the family members of the expectant mother had yet to arrive. Given the circumstances of triplets and the fact that this was her first pregnancy, a cesarean section was undoubtedly necessary. However, surgery entails risks, and with triplets, it was imperative that family members be present to bear the surgical risks. Yes, I understand. Su Qingqing Nadif. If it comes to that, I am willing to bear the risks myself. Seeing Su Qingqing's distressing state, Sun Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of compassion. Her knowledge of Su Qingqing was scant. She only knew that she was a good friend of her aunt and that this unfortunate predicament stemmed from a scoundrel, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. Su Qingqing was undeniably a stunning beauty, possessing a visage and figure that rivaled even the most celebrated starlets, especially her proud physique, which would ensure that even if the children were born as triplets, they would not suffer from want. Yet, beauty aside, her intellect seemed stubbornly lacking. Otherwise, it was unlikely she would have encountered such a rogue. Even now, despite carrying the child of the scoundrel, she insisted on bringing it to term, subjecting herself to endless suffering. Alas, could she be one of those fabled beauties who are both stunning and foolish? Since the family has yet to arrive, let's wait a little longer. If they do not come, we shall reassess the situation, Sun Qian remarked, proceeding to conduct a thorough examination of Su Qingqing. Subsequently, she made a phone call to explain the situation to Song Mei. Aunt, when you arrive, please help the expectant mother by purchasing some essentials: maternity pads, towels, breast pads, as well as diapers, wet wipes, and bottles for the baby. Of course, I will take care of it right away, Song Mei responded. Having just arrived at the hospital, upon hearing Sun Qian's request, she immediately went to the hospital store to procure the necessary items. After all, she had recently been through this herself, just over 200 months prior, and was quite familiar with these essentials. Meanwhile, on Jiang Chen's side, he found it hard to believe the situation as described by Yuan Yin. After leaving the restaurant, she conveyed the details to him. Jiang Chen was taken aback, realizing that the one who had pursued the goddess, Su, was none other than himself. How could this be? He felt like a beast. And now, he had become a father so soon? Was there truly a child on the way? However, I am still quite young. Deep down, I often feel like a child. Jiang Chen, my flight to the beautiful country is about to depart. You should head to the hospital. The specific address is the Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. All right, Thank you, class monitor. Yuan Yin originally had urgent matters to attend to. She was set to study abroad and had booked a flight for today. As time was running short, she quickly briefed Jiang Chen and headed straight to the airport. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude and hailed a taxi, heading directly to the maternal and child health hospital. His heart raced with urgency, eager to ascertain the situation at the hospital. However, mere anxiety would not suffice. The distance was considerable, and traffic congestion along the way caused the taxi to crawl at a snail's pace. Approximately an hour later, he finally arrived at the hospital. Jiang Chen rushed to the 5th floor, the very ward Yuan Yin had mentioned over the phone. To his astonishment, he spotted his mother. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Song Mei, having just lugged a pile of essentials upstairs, turned upon hearing her son's voice and replied, "Oh, don't mention it. I'm helping a friend out. Here, help me carry this." The elevator was packed, and I climbed the stairs, utterly exhausted. She handed him the items, taking a moment to catch her breath before realizing, "Wait a minute, this is a maternal and child health hospital. Why on earth are you here? You're not?" Her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You little rascal, confess at once. Did you get some girl pregnant? Look at you getting bold." In today's society, young couples are quite straightforward, prioritizing enjoyment. What mischief wouldn't they engage in? It seems like every few days, there's news about it. Song Mei was well aware of the current social climate. As she spoke, she playfully gave her son a light jab and followed it up with a swift kick to his rear. The movements were fluid and practiced, a result of years of experience. Mom, Jiang Chen, having received a motherly reprimand, felt somewhat helpless. He mused to himself, "How old am I now to still be getting hit? The last time was 10 years ago, or perhaps it was merely half a month ago, Mom. It's not what you think." "What? You think you can fool me? Coming to a place like this can't be for anything good. Lucky for you I'm busy today. Otherwise, I'd give you a proper talking to." Song Mei shot him a glare before leading the way into the ward, with Jiang Chen trailing behind. Just as he was about to enter, he glanced at the ward number and felt a wave of dread wash over him. It was indeed the same ward number as Yuan Yin had mentioned. Could it be that these two matters had collided? Jiang Chen felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Upon entering, he found, to his relief, that it was indeed Su Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, this is my son Jiang Chen. I happened to run into him outside, so I asked him to come help you with anything you might need." Song Mei did not notice Jiang Chen's peculiar demeanor and naturally introduced him to Su Qingcheng. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng, who lay on the hospital bed, cast a glance towards Jiang Chen, her delicate face instantly transforming, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, upon seeing Su Qingcheng and hearing his mother's words, Jiang Chen comprehended the situation entirely. So it turns out that his mother's close friend is none other than Su Qingcheng. This goodness gracious. Chapter 4. The triplets are about to be born. Beep. Detecting host status. The host has encountered his destined partner and is on the verge of welcoming his own flesh and blood. Beep. The host is faced with the following choices. Choice 1. Consider the child a burden, believing he has not yet enjoyed life to the fullest. It would be splendid to gallivant alone. Reward: a novice gift pack and a cash prize of 1 million yuan. Choice 2. Regard the child as a treasure, willing to sacrifice everything to ensure his upbringing. Reward: a novice gift pack and a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Two choices. Choice 1 perceives the child as a hindrance, yearning for a carefree life. Choice 2 values the child as a gem, determined to nurture him at any cost. Is there truly a choice here? What does 1 million yuan matter? The only option must be choice 2. Otherwise, how could one differ from a scoundrel? Jiang Chen quickly formed his own judgment. Regardless of others' opinions, he was resolute in his belief. Though bewildered and feeling quite youthful, there was no possibility he would abandon his child. "Son, this is my dear friend Su Qingcheng, a few years your senior. A once-acclaimed scholar who returned to teach at Shanxi University after graduating from a prestigious foreign institution. She is, in fact, your senior." Song Mei was oblivious to the expressions exchanged between Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, continuing her monologue. "Yet, one must admit, this senior of yours has had some misfortune. Now pregnant and on the cusp of giving birth, the father of her child has yet to make an appearance. Utterly neglectful. Truly a cad. I must tell you, You cannot behave like this. Enough. I want to elaborate further. You should tend to your own matters. But remember what your mother has said. No matter the circumstance, you must take responsibility for the girl. If all else fails, marry her. Above all, do not be a scoundrel, understand? Song Mei imparted her wisdom, earnestly educating her son. This boy, as he grows, seems to disregard his mother's counsel. He had come to this maternal and child healthcare hospital undoubtedly due to the predicament he had caused, and, as his mother, she needed a moment to digest this information. Though she felt anger, it was tempered by the reality that her son had grown up, spread his wings, and was now a university graduate. Were it not for Su Qingcheng's commitments, she would have genuinely wished to see what the girl looked like. Perhaps she would be suitable. Of course, she wouldn't mind becoming a grandmother a few years earlier. While Song Mei chattered incessantly, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng exchanged glances, instantly recalling the fateful encounter at Fenglin in about 10 months prior. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It turned out to be you. The information was overwhelming. One had not anticipated that the enchanting woman he had encountered would be his mother's dear friend. The other had not fathomed that the young man she had met would be the son of her closest companion. My heavens! A flush of color surged to Su Qingcheng's pale cheeks, causing her to shy away from Jiang Chen. Although they shared the relationship of senior and junior in the same university, this was undeniably too embarrassing. Mother, allow me to share something with you. In an effort to avoid a thorough reprimand, Jiang Chen carefully crafted his words. What is it? Speak up. Well, actually, I'm the scoundrel you mentioned. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's confession, Song Mei, who had just taken a sip of water while climbing the stairs, nearly choked, her expression one of astonishment. What did you say? I am indeed the scoundrel you spoke of. Su Qingcheng is pregnant with my child. Jiang Chen mustered the courage to repeat himself. Song Mei was instantly taken aback. How could it be? The scoundrel she had berated so vehemently turned out to be her own son. Was it truly possible? After all her efforts in raising him, could he truly be so despicable? She turned her gaze towards Su Qingcheng, noticing the questioning look from Song Mei. Su Qingcheng's face flushed with embarrassment, and she eventually nodded reluctantly. Sister Mei, he speaks the truth. The child in my womb is indeed your son's. These revelations left Song Mei utterly astonished. It was indeed true. Her son was the very scoundrel she had condemned repeatedly. Oh my heavens! How could I have given birth to such a son? What a misfortune! Yet a thought struck her. Did this mean she was destined to become a grandmother? Would she finally cradle the long-anticipated grandchild? Such joyous news. However, the thought of her son's heartlessness infuriated her. How could he behave so poorly? She had devoted herself to his upbringing. He had harmed her dear friend without a second thought. Su Qingcheng was in her 3rd trimester, yet he hadn't even inquired about her well-being. Now, as she prepared for a cesarean section, he had only arrived after much delay. Had he lost all sense of decency? Just as her anger surged, she raised her foot to kick Jiang Chen. Has the family of the expectant mother arrived? At that moment, Sun Qian entered and, upon seeing Jiang Chen, expressed her surprise. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Then, noticing the expressions on both Jiang Chen and Song Mei's faces, she found it hard to believe. No way, Xiao Chen, are you the family of the expectant mother? Having narrowly escaped a crisis, Jiang Chen only then realized that his cousin from his aunt's side was currently employed at the Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. When his cousin posed the question, he awkwardly nodded with a wry smile. Yes, that's me. Sun Qian was taken aback. It turned out the scoundrel was her little aunt's son, and the child Su Qingcheng carried was indeed Xiao Chen's. How utterly absurd! Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Mei seized Jiang Chen by the ear. You've done a terrible thing and still have the audacity to smile? I'll make you pay for that. She twisted his ear. Mom, could you not be so rough? Jiang Chen protested, taken off guard. You want me to be gentler? Fine. Song Mei retorted, exerting more force. Mom, indeed. You are my mother. All right, dear aunt, let us discuss this later. The expectant mother is about to undergo a cesarean section. Sun Qian, witnessing the scene, gently persuaded Song Mei, her astonishment mingling with amusement as she covered her mouth and chuckled. Turning to Jiang Chen, she remarked, who would have thought, Xiao Chen? You've just graduated and now you're about to become father. Quite impressive. Your partner is carrying the rarest of triplets. and now that her amniotic fluid has ruptured, an operation is imperative. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast another glance at Jiang Chen, reflecting on her cousin. Handsome indeed, yet undeniably reckless, showing a hint of irresponsibility as he seemed reluctant to acknowledge his own offspring. What? Triplets? Jiang Chen's mind erupted at his cousin's words, recalling that fateful night when not only had he experienced a moment of passion, but had culminated in a remarkable threefold outcome. This. Ding. Whoa. 2 choices await you. Which will you select? Speak up. Why the silence after all this time? Jiang Chen. Damn. Is the system really that impatient? I choose option 2. Ding. Acknowledged. Ding. The host has made a choice. Congratulations on receiving a reward. A novice gift pack containing 100,000 yuan in cash. The reward is legitimate. Please use it with confidence. Ding. Novice gift pack dispatched. Mastery of agricultural techniques. 50,000 yuan in cash. Beyond the initial 100,000 yuan, an additional 50,000 yuan has been granted. Quite splendid indeed. Chapter 5. Stop running, you little rascal. As Jiang Chen arrived, the surgery was about to commence promptly. Song Mei accompanied Jiang Chen as they escorted Su Qingsheng into the operating room. As the door of the surgery closed, Song Mei and her son exchanged bewildered glances. Mom, listen to me. I'm not trying to argue. No, let me explain. Jiang Chen, sensing the precarious situation, hurriedly attempted to placate her. However, Song Mei was unyielding, tugging at Jiang Chen's arm and dragging him into the corridor. Come here, speak. I want to hear how you little rascal, will wriggle your way out of this. Fueled by anger, Song Mei's grip was quite firm. Jiang Chen thought to himself, is this really my mother? Surely, she must be a promotional gimmick. Sighing, Jiang Chen reluctantly conveyed everything he knew to his mother, of course omitting what should not be said. Whether he expressed himself accurately was uncertain, but he rambled on for quite some time. Meanwhile, Song Mei's brows knitted in concern. She silently lamented the recklessness of today's youth, reflecting on how they could engage so intimately with someone they barely knew. That little brat. In our day, we were much more reserved. For instance, when I first met your father. Ugh, your father wasn't exactly a saint either. After just a brief acquaintance, he had the audacity to try to hold my hand after a few drinks, incessantly pulling me toward the woods. So, you didn't know it was Su Qingsheng that night? Indeed, mother, I swear. Had I known she was your dear friend, I wouldn't have dared. But you still did dare. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the predatory glint in his mother's eyes, he anticipated an inevitable reprimand. Thus, he decided to flee. This was his mother after all. He turned and ran. Song Mei chased after him, filled with indignation. After berating the scoundrel for half a year, she discovered that the scoundrel was her own son. Was there ever a more infuriating situation? You little rascal. Don't you dare run. I swear I'll teach you a lesson. In a fit of anger, she snatched a broom from the hands of a cleaning lady nearby and swung it in his direction. The cleaning lady stood in bewilderment. Although Song Mei was furious, she had no intention of truly harming him. After all, he was her son. Just for show, she thought. Apologies. She quickly returned the broom. No harm done. It's all right, it's all right. The cleaning lady, clearly unperturbed, calmly accepted the broom back. If the son-in-law is not worthy, then he deserves a good beating. Otherwise, he might think he can bully his family, leaving his daughter to suffer. No, actually, he is my son. Your son. The cleaning lady exclaimed in surprise. Why would you hit him then? A few hours later, suddenly, the door to the operating room swung open. A nurse emerged, pushing a baby carriage, calling out, Family of Su Qingsheng, congratulations. You have a new arrival. Mom, we have a baby. It's here. Jiang Chen hastily reminded her mother. But little did she know that her mother was even quicker, calling out from a distance. Here I come. I am a family member of Su Qingsheng. Song Mei immediately hurried to the door of the operating room, taking 2 steps at a time. All right, your family has triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy. All are safe. The nurse cast a glance at the hurried Song Mei before continuing her introduction. Outside the operating room, numerous anxious family members of expectant mothers occupied the rows of seats. Upon hearing the nurse's announcement, a wave of excitement surged through them as they eagerly gathered around to inquire. What? Triplets? 2 girls and 1 boy. My goodness. This family has it all. 1 son and 2 daughters. It is already a rarity to have twins. And here we have a set of dragon and phoenix triplets. How enviable for this mother. Upon seeing the 3 little babies, Song Mei's eyes sparkled with joy, overwhelmed with happiness. Amidst the envious gazes of those around her, she gently cradled one of the infants in her arms. The anger she had felt towards Jiang Chen moments ago was eclipsed by her delight in holding the tiny child, her eyes radiating affection. It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Here I am, Song Mei, at the age of 48, unexpectedly a grandmother. And to have 3 grandchildren at once, no less, for my dear best friend. One must admit, such a plot would be too far-fetched for a drama series, wouldn't it? Oh, my dear son, you have truly made your mother proud. Chapter 6. Maternal Kindness and Filial Piety. Song Mei was overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Chen felt the same. However, upon glancing at the 3 little infants, their expressions turned slightly astonished. Why do they look so wrinkled and flushed? Clearly, they're nothing like the tender and adorable babies one imagines. Mom, are the children all right? Why do they look like this? Jiang Chen inquired. What do you know? They look like this right after birth. They'll improve in a few days. Besides, when you were born prematurely, you were even less appealing than these little ones. You resembled a tiny mouse. Observing the 3 babies softened Song Mei's demeanor, and her irritation towards Jiang Chen diminished considerably. Mom, I also want to hold one. Seeing Song Mei cradle the 3 infants with the utmost care, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of envy and yearned to hold them too. Yet, they were so small and fragile that he momentarily felt unsure of how to proceed. Wait a moment, let me show you. Supporting the infant's neck with one hand and their bottom with the other, yes, just like that, hold them at a slight angle in your arms. It was only natural for Song Mei to guide Jiang Chen in holding his own child. Soon, Jiang Chen got the hang of it. Cradling one of the little ones in his arms, he gazed at the tiny face and the barely opened dark eyes, still finding it hard to believe. Is this truly my child? Am I a father now? He was momentarily enchanted and subsequently held all 3 infants, planting gentle kisses upon their heads. Song Mei noticed and was not pleased. Hey, you little rascal, you have germs in your mouth. What if you harm my grandchildren? I know, I was kissing their hair. Moreover, while they are indeed your grandchildren, they are also my daughter and son. Ding! The host has kissed all 3 of his children. Congratulations on receiving a reward, a random lottery draw. A reward for kissing a child? Not bad. System, initiate the lottery. Jiang Chen immediately directed his thoughts. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for winning. 30,000 yuan and a comprehensive parenting skill set. The 30,000 yuan was credited to his bank account. Meanwhile, the parenting skill set flooded into his mind like a torrent of knowledge, rapidly assimilating into his memory and instincts. Jiang Chen was now aptly described as a top-tier parenting expert. Qing Cheng, how are you? Shortly thereafter, the operating room door swung open again, and Su Qing Cheng was wheeled out. Song Mei hurriedly approached with concern. I'm fine, really. Su Qing Cheng lay on the bed, her complexion pale and a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Thank goodness. I'm so relieved, Song Mei repeated, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her lips. Although she was utterly enamored with her 3 grandchildren, her thoughts were also persistently with her dear friend. Teacher Su, you've worked hard. Jiang Chen also stepped forward, expressing his concern. Su Qingcheng felt inexplicably anxious upon seeing Jiang Chen. Although she intended to reassure him that she was not struggling, the words that escaped her lips were, "Never mind, let's discuss it later." Song Mei shot a knowing glance at Jiang Chen, who immediately understood her silent cue. Subsequently, Jiang Chen pushed Su Qingcheng's bed while Song Mei maneuvered the stroller carrying the 3 infants, and they all returned to the hospital room together. Son, now, in front of Qingcheng, you must declare your intentions for the future. Qingcheng endured a 10-month pregnancy, and due to her health issues compounded by carrying triplets, she could not bring herself to terminate the pregnancies. However, this decision had led to a rift with her family. During her pregnancy, her parents were absent, leaving her to face immense hardships alone. All because of you, my boy. One must possess a conscience. Let me tell you, son, Qingsheng is my dearest friend. If you dare to act heartlessly, I will not spare you. In the hospital room, Songmei questioned Jiang Chen with a serious demeanor. Her words laced with both threat and intimidation. Over the past few months, she witnessed the arduous situation Su Qingsheng faced, living alone in a rented space, calling out to the heavens and the earth for help, struggling to manage her pregnancy, cooking for herself, attending checkups, and once, she even fell and was unable to rise for quite some time. Songmei empathized deeply and did her utmost to support her dear friend. Yet, she was filled with indignation, pondering which heartless scoundrel had abandoned her friend. Little did she expect that the scoundrel would turn out to be her own beloved son, but her son could not be allowed to act like a cad. This was a matter of principle, and she was resolute in her determination to advocate for her dear friend. Of course, I will take responsibility. I genuinely did not know before. It was not intentional. Jiang Chen scratched his head, voicing his thoughts in the face of his mother's inquisition. Now that the children are born, what else can be done? We must raise them. After all, they are my children. In any case, I have no issues on my end, but Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingsheng and hesitated to continue. But what? Speak up, Songmei urged, feeling exasperated by her son's incomplete thoughts. Just then, Su Qingsheng suddenly called out, interrupting her inquiry. Mei Jie, could you please push the stroller a bit closer? I want to see the babies. Oh, certainly, Songmei replied, rising to move the stroller nearer to Su Qingsheng's bedside. As the effects of the anesthesia began to wane, Su Qingsheng gradually felt the pain from her wounds. Yet she propped herself up to gaze at the three little ones, her eyes filled with affection. Jiang Chen watched beside her, captivated by the sight. Even in her somewhat haggard state, with a pale complexion, her beauty remained breathtaking, enchanting enough to steal one's breath away. Come out here, you little rascal. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in admiration, Songmei suddenly approached him, lowering her voice and tugging at his arm to pull him aside. Jiang Chen thought to himself, isn't my mother past the menopausal stage? Why is her temper so volatile? You little rascal, how is it that, in your opinion, my dear friend, who is both beautiful and intelligent, a professor at university, is somehow unworthy of you? Are you suggesting that you should be responsible for her, and that it is you who feels wronged? Songmei tugged at Jiang Chen, leading him outside amidst a flurry of inquiries. Mom, could you please be a bit gentler? Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. I never said she was unworthy of me, nor did I claim to be irresponsible towards her. Then what do you mean? When I said not yet, I meant that I am still unaware of Su Qingsheng's feelings. This is a matter between two individuals. I cannot be the only one fervently pursuing it. Ah, indeed, Songmei nodded, finally loosening her grip. It would not bode well if she convinced her son only for Qingsheng to disagree. Nevertheless, she genuinely believed that having her dear friend as a daughter-in-law would be quite splendid. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly produced a bank card and handed it to Jiang Chen. Here is 30,000 yuan. Use it to settle the hospital fees and take care of Qingsheng's admission procedures. 30,000? But Mom, didn't you say you were out of money? Rest assured, this is not an indulgence. It is the entirety of my allowances and bonuses for this year. This is all that remains. Oh, but Mom, there's no need for that. I have money, Jiang Chen protested, recalling the substantial sum he had just received. In terms of finances, he was not lacking at the moment. Do you think I am unaware of your circumstances? Where would a fresh graduate like you procure such funds? Take it, I insist. Ding. Current status detected. Host has triggered options. Option 1. Acknowledge the hardships of my mother and resolutely refuse her money. Option 2. Embrace filial piety and accept my mother's money. Jiang Chen. There is an option? Since the system has decided to intervene, what is there to ponder? Naturally, I shall choose the second option. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and take it. Very well, thank you, Mom. Jiang Chen smiled broadly as he accepted the bank card, relaxing his arm. Filial piety, indeed, it seems. In the face of her mother's well-meaning intentions, Jiang Chen, albeit somewhat ungraciously, accepted the money. The bond of maternal love is not merely a phrase. However, Considering the hardships endured by his mother to earn that money, he thought that he could always repay her double in the future. Ding! The host has made a choice. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a fully equipped BMW X7. The vehicle's registration and documentation are complete, parked in the underground parking lot of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital on the first floor. The host may use it with confidence. A BMW X7 as a reward? The system has certainly been generous this time. It is worth noting that the base model of such a high-end BMW X7 is nearly $2 million. Buzz. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the beautiful class monitor. Yuan Yin. Hello, Jiang Chen. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Yuan Yin laughed over the phone. Congratulations. Thank you, class monitor. But speaking of which, aren't you in the Magic City? How did you find out about Teacher Sue? Jiang Chen inquired. Well, as I said, Teacher Sue didn't have your contact information. I'm the class monitor, and since I previously participated in an event with Teacher Sue, we exchanged phone numbers. Teacher Sue must have had no other choice but to contact you through me. Ah, I see. To be honest, Jiang Chen, you're quite impressive to have Teacher Sue bear your child. By the way, how many children did she have for you? 3 little ones, 2 girls and 1 boy. They are triplets. Wow. Yuan Yin exclaimed in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Before continuing, Jiang Chen, you've really hit the jackpot getting Teacher Sue. Well, you're astonishing. Not bad, he. Jiang Chen humbly replied. In the hospital room, with no outsiders present, Song Mei began to earnestly advise her dear friend. After all, her son had created quite a mess, and as his mother, it was her duty to help him out. But Sister Mei, how can we even try? My relationship with your son was purely an accident. We hardly know each other. Besides, I am quite a bit older than him. It just feels inappropriate. In response to Song Mei's persuasion, Su Qingqing's first reaction was to disagree, voicing her concerns. Sister Mei, to be honest, I willingly chose to have these children. I'm already very grateful that your son is here. I will take care of all 3 kids by myself. Your son is still young and should pursue his own life. What are you saying? Song Mei retorted, my son is still young? He just graduated from university at 22. Let me tell you, if he dares to neglect you and the children, I, as his mother, will be the first to object. Regardless, he is still his child. How can he be so heartless? I must break his legs. As for your age difference, it is not as significant as you think. He is 22 this year, while you're 28, merely 6 years apart. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man is like a precious treasure. A woman 30 is worth a kingdom. A woman 300 years old is akin to a celestial elixir. And a woman 3,000 years old is worthy of a place among the immortals. In your case, being 6 years older equates to just 2 pieces of gold. Nothing extravagant. However, Sister Mei, Su Qingqing still hesitated. There is no however. Song Mei continued resolutely, Qingqing, as someone who has been through this, trust me, being a single mother is no easy feat. And besides, you wouldn't want your child to be born without a father, would you? This moment silenced Su Qingqing, leaving her with pursed lips and no words. Qingqing, I understand your concerns. You and my son are strangers, without any prior emotional connection. But what does that matter? Take my relationship with Jiang Chen's father as an example. We met through arranged introductions, and now we live quite well together. Relationships require nurturing. With time and effort, feelings will blossom unexpectedly. Take it slow, no need to rush. Seeing her opportunity, Song Mei seized the moment and referenced her own experience with Jiang Chen's father. Truthfully, they had started with no feelings, and he, a rather forward man, sought to hold her hand shortly after they met. Initially, she resisted, but after a stroll in a secluded grove, they inexplicably grew close and soon married, welcoming Jiang Chen into their lives. Thus, when it comes to matters of the heart, nurturing is often unnecessary. Sometimes it happens in a single leap. But Sister Mei, Su Qingqing attempted to protest once more. Her previous concerns had been deftly countered by Song Mei, leaving her with no better excuse. She could only display a troubled expression and say, if, in the future, I end up with your son, hypothetically speaking, what would we call each other? We have always referred to each other as sisters, yet he is your son. If it comes down to it, wouldn't he have to call me Annie? At this, Song Mei burst into laughter. Finally, I've convinced you. It was worth her efforts as a mother, tirelessly worried about her son's future. Is the title really a problem? It's a trivial matter. At worst, we can each refer to one another in our own way. Ching. You can still call me Sister May, the rascal can call me Mom, and he can refer to you as wife. That solves everything. Su Ching found herself at a loss for words after Song May's encouragement. Just then, Jiang Chen's cousin, Sun Qian, entered the hospital room, having taken a break from her duties in the delivery room. Auntie, how is the mother? Is she doing well? Sun Qian inquired of Song May, as she was not familiar with Su Ching and was unsure of how to address her. Depending on Song May's perspective, she should call her auntie. But from Jiang Chen's side, she ought to call her sister-in-law. It was quite absurd. Therefore, she often resorted to asking Song May for updates. She's doing well. Quite spirited. Song May, brimming with joy, reveled in the fact that she now had 3 grandchildren and had just welcomed a daughter-in-law into the family. What a delightful turn of events. With a smile, Song May nodded and approached Su Ching, conducting a thorough examination and imparting a few essential instructions. Following a cesarean section, the initial 6 hours required fasting, prohibiting any food intake. Once 6 hours had passed and gas was expelled, she could sip some water and consume light, liquid nourishment. All right, thank you, Doctor, Su Ching replied. There's no need for thanks. We are family now, Sun Qian remarked with a hint of implication. Upon hearing this, Su Ching's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. After exchanging a few words with Su Ching, Sun Qian moved to the baby carriage. Gazing at the 3 little ones, she couldn't help but be amused. Wow, they are truly adorable. Do you know who I am? I am your aunt. She chuckled, and I must say, they each resemble their father quite closely. After a moment of playful banter, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Su Ching. By the way, have you begun lactating? Lactating? Su Ching responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not yet, Song May answered, realizing she had been so focused on conversing with Su Ching that she had overlooked this important matter. Not yet. You must start. Sun Qian insisted. Colostrum is packed with beneficial nutrients for newborns, particularly lactoferrin and immunoglobulins. The sooner you begin, the better it is for the little ones. Since they are triplets, they are somewhat lighter than usual and truly need the nourishment right now. As she spoke, Sun Qian picked up one of the babies and brought it to Su Ching. What are you doing? I don't have milk. Su Ching's face turned awkward, momentarily forgetting her role as a mother. Don't worry, it's common for new mothers initially. Just let the baby latch on, and it will come. Sun Qian reassured her with a knowing smile. Okay. Su Ching hesitated for a moment, but seeing that there was no one else around, particularly that Jiang Chen was not present in the room, she unfastened her blouse. Sun Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Song May's gaze was equally astonished. Having been close friends for many years, it was her first time witnessing such a sight. Well then, my 3 grandchildren are certainly in for a treat. Chapter 8. The little couple's troubles. Su Ching cradled a small infant in her arms. Her face flushed as she attempted to nurse for a considerable time. After trying both sides to no avail, the baby began to wail, clearly hungry. Observing this, Su Ching felt a pang of embarrassment. Surely, it couldn't be that she was incapable. It was normal for there to be no milk initially. Many women only begin to produce milk after 24 hours. Sun Qian reassured her, suggesting that the baby should continue to suckle, as this would encourage milk production. Indeed, she recalled that when her own son was born, it took her 3 days to begin lactating. Song May, sharing her experiences from years past, turned her attention to the 2 crying infants. Are you little ones hungry? Grandma will prepare some formula for you, all right? She then fetched a bottle and some powdered formula, ready to mix it. Mom, let me handle the formula, Jiang Chen said as he returned and noticed Song May preparing the milk. Meanwhile, Su Ching hurriedly attempted to cover herself, but with one baby vigorously suckling, she found it impossible to conceal entirely. Jiang Chen's gaze inadvertently fell on her, momentarily causing him to lose focus. The sun outside is rather intense. Isn't it? It's blinding, Su Ching remarked, trying to divert attention. Can you make formula? Song May asked, oblivious to Jiang Chen's expression. Well, who can't? It's just mixing formula, Jiang Chen replied, taking the bottle and powder from her, beginning to prepare the milk. The parenting skills rewarded by the system were not to be underestimated. He moved with remarkable proficiency, swiftly sterilizing each bottle, filling them with warm water, and then adding the formula. In no time, he completed the task of preparing milk for the 3 infants. Song Mei watched in astonishment. Impressive. I didn't expect you to actually know how to do this. Of course, your son is quite clever. You already know that, Jiang Chen retorted casually. Humph. You little rascal, so lacking in modesty. Song Mei teased, before joining Jiang Chen in feeding the babies. Soon enough, the infants were content and full. The baby that had been suckling from Su Qingcheng initially resisted releasing her nipple, tugging insistently, which caused her some discomfort. Yet, as soon as the nipple of the bottle was placed in its mouth, the baby ceased its fussing and began to drink eagerly, a look of satisfaction washing over its tiny face. Wow, I didn't realize you could not only make formula, but also know how to burp them. You truly have the makings of father, Sun Qian remarked, unable to contain her admiration. Quite right, Song Mei replied, beaming with pride. Her son had proven himself worthy of the care he had received. Su Qingcheng, observing this, found her impression of Jiang Chen shifting. Perhaps he was not as unreliable as she had initially thought. However, the thought of her changed perception made her sneer internally. Bah, Jiang Chen is still a big oaf. Well, I've done a bit of research beforehand, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Just a smattering of knowledge, you say? Sun Qian was skeptical. Indeed, it is merely a trifling amount. Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor. Having mastered a comprehensive array of parenting skills, his understanding of how to care for a child was, after all, just a smattering. Ding! The host prepared formula for the child. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Chapter 9. A mother truly is a mother. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Divine massage skill and a chance for a free lottery draw. Divine massage skill? A free lottery opportunity? Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen couldn't help but suppress a sarcastic remark. Pondering the absurdity of his unanticipated willingness to assist the esteemed goddess Su, despite their lack of familiarity. What would she think of him from now on? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Chen resolutely accepted the reward. After all, the divine massage skill seemed rather impressive. In less than a second, Jiang Chen mastered the divine massage skill, becoming proficient in various techniques, each yielding unexpectedly beneficial results. System, initiate the lottery. Beep. Lottery draw successful. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have won 30,000 yuan. Just 30,000 yuan? Jiang Chen had anticipated something more substantial. Nonetheless, he resigned himself to the whims of the system. Meanwhile, Su Qingcheng, still feeling shy, turned her head away only after her cheeks had cooled from the initial flush. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Chen, an unexplainable sense of panic surged within her. How could she not feel this way, considering the vulnerability she had exposed? The sense of embarrassment she felt now was undoubtedly more intense than that of the night they had both experienced such a tumultuous ordeal. Sun Qian stifled a giggle before regaining her composure. After exchanging a few words with Song Mei, she offered some advice to Su Qingcheng before taking her leave. Eventually, Su Qingcheng grew weary to the point of drifting into slumber. Son, I am going to prepare a meal for Qingcheng. You stay here and take good care of her and the child. As mealtime approached, Song Mei addressed Jiang Chen, having already inquired about postpartum meal services available nearby. Eating out might pose nutritional concerns, but the issue of hygiene was far more pressing. Understood, Mom, Jiang Chen replied. Just as Song Mei was about to step outside, she glanced back at her son and suddenly pulled him aside. Mom, can't you speak to me properly? Jiang Chen lamented. I'm speaking to you just fine. It's you who doesn't seem to learn. Song Mei glanced at the sleeping Su Qingcheng before turning back to Jiang Chen, stating, Earlier, I spoke with Qingcheng, and by the end of our conversation, she agreed to give you a chance at a relationship. A chance? Yes, it means she is willing to date you. Oh, what is this? Are you dissatisfied or what? Song Mei observed Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, her irritation mounting. You rascal, you've already taken advantage of her. She is laid bare before you, and you fathered 3 children together. What more do you want? Is there no sense of responsibility within you? Rest assured, I am responsible and will take care of her, Jiang Chen assured, patting his chest. That's good to hear. Song Mei shot him a disapproving look. Let me make myself clear. Qing Cheng is my closest friend, akin to a sister. She has now given me 3 grandchildren. And if you dare to be fickle or treat her poorly, you better watch out. Do you understand? I understand, Mom. Please don't fuss. I assure you I will treat her well. Am I being too talkative? What else should I be? Song Mei, exasperated, reached out to pinch Jiang Chen's ear, but he deftly sidestepped, evading her grasp. Can't reach your ear? Can I kick your backside instead? She retorted, attempting a playful kick at her son's rear, only to miss once again. Very clever, you little rascal. Just wait. I'll settle the score later. With a sharp glare at Jiang Chen, Song Mei hurriedly departed. For the mealtime had arrived, and with many cooks in the kitchen, any delay might result in a queue. Jiang Chen returned to the hospital room and, upon seeing Su Qingcheng still peacefully asleep, found himself gazing at her longer than intended. It felt surreal. Having just graduated and recently broken up, now he was faced with the astonishing reality of the renowned goddess of Four Seas University and beautiful teacher, having given birth to 3 children. The sensation was overwhelmingly unreal. Suddenly, a faint, unusual odor wafted through the room, jolting Jiang Chen back to reality. His gaze shifted to the 3 little ones. It was evident that at least one of them had soiled their diaper. He promptly began checking their diapers and discovered that 2 had indeed made a mess, while one had simply urinated. As discomfort settled in, the 3 little ones began to squirm and whimper. Don't worry, Daddy will change your diapers right away. Jiang Chen softly reassured them, skillfully attending to their needs. Why are the little ones' foreheads pulsing? Su Qingcheng, who had been asleep, suddenly noticed the rhythmic movement on the baby's foreheads. Each of them was exhibiting this peculiar phenomenon. Her surprise quickly turned to concern. Could there be a developmental issue with the 3 infants? In truth, Su Qingcheng had awakened when Jiang Chen entered the room. The pain in her body, the unfamiliar surroundings, and her instinctive maternal vigilance kept her from sleeping soundly despite her exhaustion. Feeling awkward in the presence of Jiang Chen, she had chosen to feign sleep until she inadvertently noticed the peculiar pulsing on the baby's heads. It's all right. This is a normal occurrence. The area on a baby's head is called the fontanelle. At birth, the skull bones are not fully fused, leading to this pulsing effect. The anterior fontanelle typically closes between 12 to 18 months, while the posterior fontanelle tends to close much more quickly, usually within about 3 months. Jiang Chen explained as he continued his task. Oh, I see. Su Qingqing nodded, visibly relieved. You seem quite adept at caring for children. Well, I've done a bit of research online regarding childcare knowledge, so I understand some things. They exchanged a few casual remarks, their conversation flowing easily. An hour later, Su Qingcheng had finally passed gas, and at that moment, Song Mei returned with a delightful array of postpartum cuisine: carp soup, brown sugar water, and millet porridge. Qingcheng, you must be famished. Come, it's time to eat, Song Mei exclaimed with genuine concern, eagerly presenting the food containers before Qingcheng. I hope this suits your palate. I'm not sure what you prefer, but postpartum meals tend to be rather light and focus on nutritional balance. That will suffice. Thank you, Sister Mei. Su Qingcheng replied softly, relieved that she could now indulge in some sustenance. What are you thanking me for? This is only natural, Song Mei said, placing a small dining table on the bed. One by one, she opened the food containers and set them in front of Su Qingcheng. Go on, Qingcheng. Eat while it's warm. As mealtime approached, Jiang Chen found himself quite hungry, his stomach audibly growling. Witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Mom, did you forget to bring me food? I haven't eaten yet. You haven't eaten either, Song Mei exclaimed, smacking her forehead. I was so focused on Qingcheng that I completely overlooked you. Well, perhaps you should go downstairs to eat. Great, truly a caring mother, Jiang Chen thought, shaking his head in disbelief at having been forgotten. He resignedly made his way downstairs for a meal, recalling that the maternal and child health hospital had a cafeteria located on the basement level of the inpatient building, which he had noticed upon his arrival. However, just as he reached the cafeteria, he had not yet managed to get his meal when a surprised voice called out from behind him. Jiang Chen, is that really you? Chapter 10. Embarrassment and an unexpected encounter with first love. As Jiang Chen listened to the familiar voice, he turned around and, indeed, recognized an old acquaintance, Wang Bingbing, his middle school classmate. Wang Bingbing was the belle of the class and his first love. It had been 7 or 8 years since they last met after graduating from middle school. She appeared just as he remembered, tall and graceful, with delicate features and a charming smile that revealed her small canine teeth. However, she had matured further over the years and was now clad in a nurse's uniform, clearly employed at this maternal and child health hospital. Jiang Chen, I saw you from a distance, and I couldn't believe it was really you when I got closer. It's been such a long time. Wang Bingbing greeted him. Her face lit up with a sweet smile reminiscent of their youth. Yes, it has been quite a while, Jiang Chen replied, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his demeanor. The memory of their breakup lingered painfully in his mind. He had been heartbroken, desperately trying to win her back. He had even gone so far as to write a letter of despair, threatening to leap from a rooftop, and had once attempted to elope with her under the cover of night, which had frightened her to the point of keeping her distance. Despite his myriad efforts, nothing had changed. For a long time afterward, he had ruminated on their past, envisioning countless scenarios of their reunion. Yet now, as he stood before the embodiment of his once-cherished ideal, he felt an unexpected calm, overshadowed by the lingering embarrassment. So, Jiang Chen, how have you been all these years? She inquired. I'm doing well. And you? I'm also well. By the way, what brings you here? This is a maternal and child health hospital. Well, I just had a child, he confessed. A child? Wang Bingbing exclaimed in surprise, but upon taking a closer look at him, she quickly dismissed the thought. That can't be right. Given the timeline, you've just graduated from university. It must be your relative's child at that moment, a colleague called out to her, prompting Wang Bingbing to respond quickly. She waved goodbye to Jiang Chen, saying, I can't chat any longer. Let us talk again when we have a chance. She hurried off. All right, no problem. Jiang Chen continued his meal in the cafeteria, inevitably reflecting on the past. He sought to recapture the youthful feelings of their earlier days, but found nothing but awkwardness. He still felt that he had been overly dramatic and foolish back then. Ah, what a trivial matter it was. Merely a youthful passion that led him to the brink of despair. Son, I must head back now. As a small manager at my workplace, I have a mountain of tasks awaiting my attention. It's getting late, so I'll take care of everything and return tomorrow morning. And you, take care tonight. As the evening approached, Song Mei, who was no longer young, felt fatigued and decided to return home to rest. Before departing, she issued yet another warning to Jiang Chen, a gesture he had grown accustomed to over time. Despite her frequent scolding and stern demeanor towards him, he is acutely aware that his mother possesses a heart of gold beneath her sharp tongue. Her incessant nagging is merely a reflection of her deep affection for him, often surpassing that which she has for his father. Rest assured, Mother, should I fail in my duties, feel free to break my legs. He jested, fully aware of her concern. Song Mei cast her son a playful glare, then turned to Su Qingsheng with a gentle tone. Qingsheng, I will return home tonight and come back tomorrow morning. If this little rascal dares to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. Also, should you require anything, do not hesitate to enlist his assistance. He is young and does not shy away from dirt or toil. Jiang Chen, overwhelmed, thought to himself, I do not shy away from dirt or toil. Who told you that? Su Qingsheng stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Understood, Sister Mei. Well then, I shall take my leave. Content with her instructions, Song Mei then turned to her son. Take good care of my grandchildren, or else. At this, Jiang Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. I understand, Mother. Please, no need to remind me. They are your grandchildren, but they are also mine. If I do not treat them well, I shall not forgive myself. Without further ado, he ushered Song Mei out. Chapter 11. A Successful Nursing Journey. 3 little babies are no longer hungry. You and your mother share quite an amusing dynamic, Su Qingsheng remarked to Jiang Chen upon his return to the hospital room, marking her first initiative in conversing with him. Yes, we are quite accustomed to this, Jiang Chen replied, feeling a tinge of awkwardness in their interaction, as, in terms of seniority, he should formally address her as Auntie. So this is the norm for you two? Su Qingsheng responded, a hint of amusement in her voice. It's quite entertaining, but the bond you share is genuinely strong. It's evident that you're indeed her biological child, She added, her tone devoid of envy. Do you also perceive me as her biological child? Jiang Chen inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him regarding this matter. Of course, if you weren't her biological child, do you think she would treat you in such a manner? Imagine if she were overly polite, excessively concerned, and cautious in her interactions with you, maintaining a certain distance. You would be overwhelmed with anxiety, she explained. That is true, Jiang Chen replied, lightly tapping his forehead in realization. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the atmosphere between them became significantly less foreign. Thanks to Su Qingqing's exceptional talent and Jiang Chen's assistance, the nursing process was successfully initiated shortly thereafter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting his wife in nursing. You have been rewarded with a fully furnished apartment in BU residence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Constitution 10 points. Upon completing the nursing task, Jiang Chen was rewarded with a fully furnished apartment in BU residence and an additional boost to his constitution by 10 points. Quite impressive. Jiang Chen mused in the bathroom as he absorbed the benefits of his newfound constitution. A surge of immense strength coursed through his limbs, only to be followed by a wave of excruciating pain as his muscles and bones transformed under this newfound power. In less than a minute, the pain subsided, leaving him drenched in sweat. Seizing the opportunity, he took a shower. When he gazed into the mirror, he was astonished to see a physique reminiscent of a marble sculpture, defined muscles, a chiseled eight-pack, and an alluring physique that seemed even more striking. Well then, impressive indeed. With just a 10 boost to my constitution, I could achieve such a transformation. What if it were 100 points? I dare not even imagine. Qingsheng, are you hungry? I brought you breakfast. The following morning, shortly after 6, Sangmei arrived with great enthusiasm. By this time, Su Qingsheng had already awakened, keeping a watchful eye on the little one, while Jiang Chen seized the moment to catch some much-needed rest, despite his constitution boost. Sangmei had prepared an abundant breakfast for Su Qingsheng, featuring century egg and lean meat congee, vegetable corn cakes, toasted bread, steamed egg custard, and fresh milk. Understanding the significance of nourishing the child, Su Qingsheng wasted no time in indulging in a meal. Thank you, Sister Mei, she expressed gratefully. Oh, there's no need for formalities, Sangmei replied, passing food to Su Qingsheng while inquiring about the events of the previous night. So how was it, Qingsheng? Everything went well? Yes, it was fine, Su Qingsheng responded. Su Qingsheng took a small sip of the century egg and lean meat congee. What about that scoundrel? How does he treat you? Does he bully you? Sangmei inquired further. Him? No, not at all. Su Qingsheng recalled the events of the previous night, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She then cast a glance at Jiang Chen, her heart suddenly skipping a beat. She thought to herself, this rascal, how could he be so handsome? Meanwhile, over there, Jiang Chen, who had just awakened and was busy changing diapers for the 3 little ones, reacted somewhat displeased to his mother's words. Mom, why would I bully anyone for no reason? All right, as long as you understand. Sangmei chuckled. Come now, my son, here is your breakfast. Make sure to eat it while it's hot. She was quite pleased with Jiang Chen's demeanor. A harmonious relationship between the couple and the health of their 3 little treasures was her greatest wish at present. After visiting Su Qingsheng and her grandchildren, Sangmei hurried off to work. With recent activities at the office, it was important for her, as a junior leader, to set an example, making it difficult to request leave. Son, take good care of Qingsheng and the children. Got it, Mom. No need to nag. Once Sangmei departed, the ward quieted down considerably. Soon after, the duty nurse entered for the morning rounds, and upon seeing Jiang Chen, she exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Chapter 12, A Narrow Path of Rivals. The nurse, tall and graceful, possessed a striking beauty. It was none other than Wang Bingbing, whom Jiang Chen had fortuitously encountered the previous night. She was indeed his first love from years past. Wang Bingbing worked as a maternity nurse at the Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. On this day, it was serendipitously her shift change. Last night, when they unexpectedly met during dinner, it stirred a wave of excitement within her, having not seen each other for 7 or 8 years. However, she had been preoccupied with matters at hand and did not manage to exchange contact information. Little did she expect that on her next day of duty, fate would bring them together once more. What a coincidence! Who would have thought they would cross paths again in a hospital setting? Wang Bingbing hurried towards Jiang Chen, her eyes sparkling with joy as she beheld his sun-kissed, handsome face, marked by defined features and a radiant smile. To this day, she vividly remembered the kindness he had shown her in their youthful days, back when they were navigating the innocent waters of young love. The adolescent Jiang Chen would buy her breakfast, purchase books and snacks, even write her homework, his attentiveness reminiscent of a devoted caretaker. Their eventual breakup stemmed from their immaturity. They were too young to comprehend the weight of their emotions. She, too, had been swept along by the whims of fashion, treating their relationship as a playful dalliance. Ironically, Jiang Chen had taken it to heart. After she broke up with him, he fell into a state of despair, writing farewell letters and even threatening to leap from great heights. Wang Bingbing was fully aware of the turmoil surrounding those events. As for her feelings, they were a blend of nostalgia, amusement, and a hint of trepidation. For during that time, Jiang Chen, in his youthful desperation, had once climbed through her third-floor window in the dead of night, imploring her to reconsider their separation. With youthful naivety, he proposed that if her family disapproved, they could elope together, even if it meant wandering the world as vagrants. He assured her that as long as they were together, they could survive by scavenging, even if it meant rummaging through refuse. When she inquired if their elopement would include the luxury of KFC, Jiang Chen pondered and replied that such indulgences were unlikely in a life of wandering and foraging. However, if she truly craved it, he could save up for a week to treat her to McDonald's. Thus, she decisively rejected the notion. While the idea of wandering the ends of the earth had its allure, the absence of KFC made it a non-starter. Surely, he could not be her Prince Charming if he could not even offer her a taste of fried chicken. Now, 7 or 8 years later, the once naive and youthful Jiang Chen had transformed into a strikingly handsome man, possessing a commanding presence that seemed to surpass his former self. Upon catching sight of him, Wang Bingbing felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. It appeared that, after all this time, she still had a fondness for his type. Thus, seeing Jiang Chen now filled her with a mix of excitement and surprise, as she mused that her youthful beau had truly matured. It is often said that first loves and first experiences leave an indelible mark on one's heart, never to be forgotten. Given Jiang Chen's profound affection for her back then, she was certain he had not erased her from his memory. But if he were to rekindle those old flames and pursue her once more, she would, of course, consider it and undoubtedly grant him a chance. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had just finished changing the diapers of 3 little ones and was now seated, savoring a refreshing glass of water. Upon noticing Jiang Chen, the nurse Wang Bingbing could not help but exclaim in surprise. With great enthusiasm and delight, she approached Jiang Chen, even attempting to grasp his arm as she had done in the past. Observing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of unease. Fate truly had a way of placing adversaries in close proximity. Thus, he subtly sidestepped, deftly evading Wang Bingbing's outstretched hand. Chapter 13. Hey, are you on duty today? Jiang Chen inquired, lifting his gaze. Yes, we had a meeting yesterday, so it's my turn to take the shift today. Noticing Jiang Chen's avoidance of her hand, Wang Bingbing felt a slight surprise. Oh, look at you, acting all proud, she thought. Yet, she dismissed it. After all, she had caused him considerable pain in the past, and it was only natural for him to exhibit a bit of temper now. However, she mused that with just a little coaxing, he might very well come rushing back to her, much like the boy he used to be. With a casual glance, Wang Bingbing spotted 3 little children beside Jiang Chen. Wow, triplets! Jiang Chen, whose kids are these? They are absolutely adorable. Her tone was filled with genuine delight, as she hadn't even considered the possibility of them being Jiang Chen's children. Scratching his head, Jiang Chen replied, "These 3 are my children." What? All 3 of them are yours? Wang Bingbing was taken aback, her voice filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen, are you married? Nope, not married. Yet you have children? Wang Bingbing's astonishment grew as she scrutinized Jiang Chen before breaking into laughter. Oh, I get it, you're joking, right? They must be your relatives' kids. I can't believe that after all these years, you still enjoy joking around. No, you misunderstand. They are indeed my children, my own flesh and blood, Jiang Chen clarified, laying the truth bare. What? Wang Bingbing's expression shifted dramatically, her shock palpable. Jiang Chen, this can't be true. According to the timeline, you just graduated from university? How could you possibly have children already? There is nothing impossible about it. There are students who have children before graduation, and I have already graduated. Jiang Chen stated calmly, offering Wang Bingbing a response that left no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Wang Bingbing's heart sank in despair. My heavens, it's true. But back then, you were so desperate for me, threatening to jump off buildings, writing farewell letters, even climbing through my window in the dead of night, asking if I wanted to wander the world with you. Didn't you say you would save up a week's worth of money from collecting trash just to take me to McDonald's? Have you forgotten all that? Why didn't you wait for me? How could you have 3 children without telling me? Wang Bingbing's mind raced, filled with regret. Yet, realizing she was no longer a child, she quickly composed herself and recognized certain truths from Jiang Chen's words and demeanor. He was not married. The children were a result of an unexpected pregnancy, and since it was unplanned, the future remained uncertain. In other words, she still had a chance. After all, she was the former class belle, the dream girl of countless boys. If she took the initiative, surely, Jiang Chen could not be immune to her charm. With this thought, Wang Bingbing straightened her posture, adorned her face with what she considered her most enchanting smile, and approached the rival lying in the hospital bed. However, in the next moment, her smile froze in place, because that rival is truly exquisite, with beauty that could sink fish and make wild geese fall. Eclipsing the moon and shaming the flowers, just a single glance from her can stir the hearts of all women. In comparison, I feel like nothing more than a simple village girl. However, what astonishes me even more is her vast and generous spirit. It is immense. Indeed, it is overwhelmingly vast. As I glance down at myself, a wave of profound inferiority washes over me. Alas, compared to her, I clearly fall short. Chapter 14. I command you to love and wander the world. Wang Bingbing initially brimmed with confidence, believing that she was once Jiang Chen's first love, the dream goddess of countless boys. After all, Jiang Chen had once been utterly infatuated with her, showering her with affection and devotion. However, when compared to Jiang Chen's current partner, she felt utterly disheartened. The woman had recently given birth and was in a rather delicate state, yet her beauty, features, and poise were leagues beyond what Wang Bingbing, a mere village girl, could ever hope to attain. Particularly striking was her figure. The woman's generous curves left Wang Bingbing feeling utterly inadequate, as if she were reduced to mere dust. In every aspect, beauty, grace, physique, she was overwhelmed. Consequently, the exhilaration of encountering Jiang Chen and the high and mighty goddess mentality she had hoped to embrace evaporated in an instant. Not only did it vanish, but she also felt as if she had consumed 3 pounds of lemons, her heart sour with disappointment. She had once harbored dreams of rekindling their past romance, but alas, she realized it was merely her own folly and overthinking. Fortunately, there was little else to occupy her thoughts. After inquiring about Su Qingsheng and the baby, and finding everything in order, she hastily departed. She felt that if she lingered even a moment longer, she would transform into a veritable embodiment of sourness, ready to explode. Once Wang Bingbing had left, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, grateful that no trouble had arisen. He pondered the consequences had Wang Bingbing caught a glimpse of the situation. He would surely have faced a barrage of criticism. However, turning back, he found Su Qingsheng nursing and felt a twinge of confusion. Had not the baby just been fed? Not long ago. It has been half an hour, he thought. I'm merely concerned the child might be hungry. Su Qingsheng lightly replied, fully aware that the baby had indeed been fed recently, yet she felt compelled to nurse, especially in front of Wang Bingbing. Upon Wang Bingbing's entrance, she had sensed the familiarity in their conversation, suspecting a past connection. This realization made her restless. Seizing the moment while they spoke, she cradled the baby and began to nurse. And surprisingly, despite having just eaten, the little one eagerly accepted the nourishment. The effect on Wang Bingbing was unmistakable. Her expression spoke volumes of the impact it had. Concerned about the baby's hunger, Jiang Chen, oblivious to Su Qingsheng's subtle intentions, cautioned, "Do be careful. Overfeeding can lead to indigestion." Yet, As he spoke, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the scene before him. Indeed, it was quite astonishing. Hearing Jiang Chen's concern about overfeeding, Su Qingxing reflected on it and decided to cease nursing, placing the baby gently in a nearby crib. "If you're tired, rest for a while. I will keep an eye on the child," she offered. "Not at all. I'm not tired," came the baby's response. Last night, Jiang Chen scarcely slept. However, due to a boost in his vitality, he managed to doze off for a short while and no longer felt excessively fatigued. In the afternoon, Song Mei hurried to the hospital. After completing her tasks at work, she was unable to shake off her worries about the hospital and thus requested leave from her superior. Understanding Song Mei's usual dedication to her job, her superior granted her request. She carried a large bag filled with an assortment of fruits and nourishing supplements for new mothers. Just as she was about to enter the ward, she heard someone calling from behind. "Annie." Turning around, her expression shifted as she recognized Wang Bingbing. Clad in a nurse's uniform, she was no stranger to Wang Bingbing, having known her from years ago when she was dating Jiang Chen and had visited Song Mei's home on several occasions. Although their relationship had ended amicably, it had not been without its share of drama. Jiang Chen had vehemently opposed the breakup, declaring his undying love for Wang Bingbing, vowing to traverse the world with her. Song Mei had been infuriated, thinking to herself that this foolish boy knew nothing of love or the concept of eternity. With indignation, she confronted Jiang Chen, delivering a stern reprimand. After enduring a good scolding, Jiang Chen, undeterred, threatened to go on a hunger strike, prompting his father to intervene. In a moment of exasperation, his father had taken action, effectively curbing Jiang Chen's rebellious spirit. Eventually, Jiang Chen relented, succumbing to hunger and obediently went to eat, albeit with diminished enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he managed to recover and successfully gained admission to university. Though he still exhibited a degree of irresponsibility, he had inadvertently won over one of her closest friends and had blessed her with 3 grandchildren. As a mother, Song Mei observed these developments with a sense of contentment. Thus, upon unexpectedly encountering Wang Bingbing once more, a pang of concern gripped her heart. Was this troublesome young man up to mischief again? Chapter 15. Father draws out the 7 wolves. As Song Mei contemplated this, she maintained a demeanor of warmth and politeness befitting her status as an elder. "Bingbing, is it you? So, you're working at the maternal and child health hospital now?" "Yes, I'm currently employed as a nurse here." Upon witnessing Song Mei's gentle attitude, Wang Bingbing, who had previously been feeling disheartened, found a flicker of hope arising within her. She eagerly inquired, "Annie, what brings you here?" "Oh, just the usual. My daughter-in-law has given birth, so I brought her some fruits and supplements." As Song Mei spoke, she briefly showed Wang Bingbing the bag she was carrying. Daughter-in-law, bringing her fruits and supplements? At this revelation, Wang Bingbing felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The slightest glimmer of hope was abruptly extinguished. Previously overshadowed by Jiang Chen's partner in every aspect, she felt inadequate, like a village girl, and had hoped to find a semblance of validation in her aunt. However, it turned out that her aunt had already embraced the other woman as a daughter-in-law. Wang Bingbing glanced into the open bag and saw it brimming with an array of luxurious fruits and nourishing supplements, which made her heart ache with bitterness. "You bought so much? It seems you are quite attentive to your daughter-in-law." "Well, she is my daughter-in-law after all, and she has given me 3 grandchildren. It's only fitting to treat her well," Song Mei replied with a beaming smile. Wang Bingbing, feeling increasingly despondent, left without uttering another word, her heart fully resigned. After entering the hospital room to conduct her routine checks and relay some precautions, she hurriedly departed, even politely declining Song Mei's invitation to sit and have a drink. Once Wang Bingbing had left, Song Mei turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. "You and that Wang Bingbing haven't been up to anything behind my back, have you?" Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. "Mom, I already have children. What could I possibly be doing behind your back?" "Let us hope that's the case," Song Mei warned. "I'm telling you, you're not a child anymore. If you dare to be unfaithful to Qing Cheng or engage in any clandestine activities, beware of my wrath. Beware of you breaking my legs and skinning me alive, right?" Jiang Chen replied, exasperated, completing his mother's thought for her. Songmei chuckled lightly. You little rascal, it's good that you know. After teasing him, she turned to Su Qingcheng and said, Qingcheng, if Jiang Chen treats you poorly, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll take care of him. Got it? Meijia, Su Qingcheng replied with a smile, having just witnessed the amusing exchange between the two. She found the duo utterly delightful. Come here, Qingcheng. Here are some fruits and supplements for you. You've worked hard giving birth. Song Mei placed the bag at the bedside, carefully handing items to Su Qingcheng. Thank you, Meijia. Thank you for what? We are family now. Family doesn't need to stand on ceremony. As Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of the bag, he was pleasantly surprised to find it contained his favorite lychees. Tentatively, he asked, Mom, may I have some lychees? Alas, the shadow of his mother's reprimands lingered in his mind. Of course, the lychees are meant for you. Ah, thank you, Mom. You truly are my dear mother. You little rascal, I am not your biological mother. Who then is your true mother? Mom, there is actually something significant we need to discuss. Pregnant women should not consume an excessive amount of lychees. After sharing some with Su Qingcheng, Jiang Chen decided to place the remaining heap of lychees before himself, indulging in them while addressing Song Mei. What significant matter could there possibly be? Isn't it obvious? It's about Dad. He should be unaware of my situation at the moment. Right? Your father? Perhaps it would be wise to wait. Why? Jiang Chen inquired. Your father has just undergone an appendectomy and is currently recuperating. If he discovers that you have caused my friend to become pregnant out of wedlock, resulting in triplets, what do you suppose his reaction would be? What chaos might ensue? Song Mei cast a knowing glance at Jiang Chen, her tone gentle yet firm. Well, Jiang Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. His father's quick temper and impulsive nature could lead to unforeseen consequences should he learn that his son had entangled himself with his mother's friend. What difference did it make that he had just had surgery? Regardless of his recovery, nothing could prevent him from unleashing his fury. Never mind. For the sake of my father's health, and especially for my own well-being, it would be prudent to postpone this matter. Just then, as though fate had intervened, his phone rang. It was his father's call. Chapter 16. You are professionals at trapping your son. Mom, it's Dad calling. Jiang Chen felt a sudden wave of panic as he handed his phone to Song Mei. She glanced at it, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Her demeanor calm. It's for you. Why are you showing it to me? Answer it. Jiang Chen had no choice but to pick up the call. Hello, Dad. You called me? What's this? Can't I call you anymore? From afar, Jiang Chen could sense the explosive tone of his father's voice, and even without the speakerphone, his mother could hear every word clearly. You rascal, have you been up to no good lately? What mischief could I possibly be involved in? I work diligently every day, striving to earn a living. When would I have time for wrongdoing? Jiang Chen protested vehemently. I doubt you possess the audacity, his father. Jiang Dapeng continued. Funny thing, your aunt called me out of the blue this morning, claiming you've caused trouble for your mother as friend, resulting in her having 3 children for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dapeng felt it was sheer nonsense and simply refused to believe it. This is absurd. My son is so outstanding, an honest individual, a model student in school, and an exemplary graduate. Such ridiculousness is clearly beyond his character. Besides triplets, what are the odds? He just graduated. It's inconceivable. Not allowing her to finish, he hung up the phone, exasperated. Lying and slandering my son is not something to take lightly, especially since I just had surgery and am recovering. Getting riled up over this is hardly worth it. Listening to his father rant on the phone, Jiang Chen felt a wave of guilt wash over him. From the tone of his father's voice, he understood that his mother was indeed right. It was best not to disclose the truth to his father at this moment. Dad, you did the right thing by hanging up on Andy. Just as she said, those absurd and nonsensical claims. My son is too exceptional to ever do such a thing. Jiang Chen asserted into the phone. Song Mei rolled her eyes at his side. Thankfully, since he was outside the door, Su Qingcheng inside likely couldn't hear anything. Of course, I know my son well, Jiang Dapeng replied, a hint of pride in his voice. However, son, the societal climate nowadays is troubling. There are all sorts of vile creatures out there. You must not follow their lead. Like your aunt claimed, to have caused trouble for your mother as friend? That is utterly ridiculous, don't you think? Remember, you must address her as Annie, there's an age and generational gap to consider. Of course, if you're feeling adventurous, you may certainly try. Much like his mother, his father's call concluded with a veiled threat. Jiang Chen felt both guilty and a bead of sweat form. Truly, they were seasoned partners in parenting, having raised him together. Okay, Dad, I understand. Well then, I'll hang up now. After the call ended, Jiang Chen turned to Songmei. Mom, what should we do next? What else can we do? Just let it be. Songmei pondered before adding, what is done is done. The rice is cooked. What more can your father do to you? When the time comes, you can place the 3 little ones before him and watch whether he embraces his grandchildren first or takes a swing at you. Upon his mother's reminder, Jiang Chen experienced an enlightening moment. Although he had indeed engaged in foolish and nonsensical behavior, the crux of the matter was that he had bestowed upon his father 3 grandchildren. As his mother had predicted, when he presented the little ones to his father, it was hard to believe that his father would not rush to embrace his grandchildren first. Thus it was decided. Jiang Chen sighed in relief. His mother truly had a way of dealing with his father. However, Songmei glanced at Jiang Chen and suddenly smiled slyly. But son, while your father will undoubtedly embrace his grandchildren, I foresee that he will also deliver a good thrashing to you, and you won't escape that. Jiang Chen. Well, it is no surprise that you and my father are a couple. You excel at setting traps for your son. Songmei spent the afternoon in the hospital room. She observed Jiang Chen tending to Su Qingsheng and caring for the 3 little ones. Whether it was changing the bedding, disposing of waste, changing diapers, or feeding, he performed each task with remarkable proficiency, seemingly even better than she, the mother. Though she said nothing, she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Moreover, she noticed that Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng were gradually becoming more familiar with each other through their interactions, resembling a loving couple. This brought her genuine joy. One was her son, and the other was her dear friend, now that they both had children. If they could eventually come together and attain happiness, it would be something she could only wish for. In the evening, Songmei prepared a meal for the 2 and brought it over before returning home. After all, there was still someone at home. If she did not cook for that person, he would rather go hungry than cook for himself, and even when he did, it resembled swill that only he could stomach. Your mother's cooking is quite good, Su Qingqing remarked as she enjoyed the dishes on the table. Although they were merely postpartum meals and home-cooked dishes, like stewed pig's trotters with yellow beans, stir-fried meat, homemade tofu, clear-braised tilapia, and seaweed egg soup, the flavors were genuinely delightful, rivaling the grandeur of any state banquet she had ever attended. Is it tasty? If so, do indulge more, Jiang Chen replied, accustomed to his mother's cooking. He felt it was just average, but upon hearing Su Qingqing's praise, he promptly served her a piece of fish. Only after placing the food did he realize it was with his own chopsticks. He quickly explained, I apologize. I used my chopsticks to serve you. It's perfectly fine. I don't mind, Su Qingqing replied, and to prove her point, she immediately ate the piece of fish. However, afterward, she felt an inexplicable flush on her face. Once the 2 adults finished their meal, it was time for the 3 little ones to eat as well. Wah wah, they cried in unison with resounding voices, expressing their strong desire for food. Little ones, don't worry. Your meal is on its way. Jiang Chen cheerfully prepared warm water and, after cleaning, began to feed the little ones, starting with 2 at a time before attending to the last baby. Having gone through this process multiple times, Su Qingsheng had grown accustomed to it. To be precise, she had become somewhat numb to it. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, having become accustomed to the extraordinary, his heart is undeniably serene. After dutifully feeding the 3 little ones, Jiang Chen gently patted their backs to help them burp, lulling them into slumber. Due to the sweltering heat and the fear of heat rashes, he tenderly bathed their small bodies once more. Before becoming a parent, he admired the fair, delicate children of others, finding them utterly adorable. He naively assumed that raising a child would be a simple affair, dressing them, feeding them, playfully engaging with them. How delightful it must be. However, upon having children of his own, he realized that such notions were merely a misapprehension, treating children as if they were pets. In reality, parenting is far from simple. It demands considerable vigilance. One must worry about them getting cold, yet also fear they might overheat, concern arises over insufficient nourishment, yet one must also be wary of overindulgence. Fortunately, Jiang Chen possesses a comprehensive repertoire of parenting skills, augmented by an additional 10 points in resilience, rendering the demands of childcare effortlessly manageable for him. Chapter 17. Will I be discharged tomorrow? Afterwards, the two had nothing to occupy themselves with, and the night passed until dawn. Song Mei arrived early once again, bringing a plethora of items including breakfast and fruits. Jiang Chen, due to his resilient constitution, had no trouble sleeping lightly and was already awake. He nibbled on some fruit while his mind was preoccupied with a rather unsettling matter: how to explain to his father the unexpected encounter with his mother's close friend, which had resulted in the birth of triplets. It was all his cousin's fault. Had she not carelessly mentioned this to his aunt would never have known. And consequently, this scandal would have reached his father's ears, thus shattering his meticulously laid plans. No, he must confront her for an explanation. That morning, Sun Qian finally arrived. Upon entering the hospital room, she conducted a thorough examination of Su Qingqing. Aunt Qingqing's recovery is progressing quite well. The condition of her wounds and her bodily functions are all within normal ranges. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, she could be discharged tomorrow. Discharged tomorrow? Song Mei exclaimed, astonished. Given her age and the myriad responsibilities at work, she had been quite worried about Jiang Chen. Juggling between the hospital, her job, and home had left her utterly exhausted. Yes, Aunt. Qingcheng is recovering well in every aspect and can be discharged tomorrow, Sun Qian reassured her. That is splendid news. Song Mei rejoiced. Su Qingcheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she appreciated the care she received from Jiang Chen and Song Mei, the hospital could never compare to the comfort of home, where many conveniences were lacking. Once Sun Qian finished her examination, she prepared to leave. Jiang Chen immediately called out to her, "Cousin, did you tell my aunt about my situation?" "No, not at all," Sun Qian instinctively denied, noticing the accusatory expression on Jiang Chen's face. "Not at all." Jiang Chen was unconvinced. "If you didn't tell my aunt, how would she know? Not only does she know, but she even called my father about it." Sun Qian remained silent, realizing her mother had indeed blurted it out to her uncle. However, it was understandable. Faced with such an outrageous scenario, who could possibly keep it to themselves? After all, it was absurd that her cousin had an affair with his mother's close friend, resulting in triplets. Fortunately, she had managed to maintain her composure, only informing her mother. As Jiang Chen's cousin, she was well aware of her uncle's temperament, fiery and impulsive. Once he got riled up, it would take 10 stubborn mules to rein him in. Sun Qian glanced at Jiang Chen with pity. Yet, despite her sympathy, she could not acknowledge it. Seeing Jiang Chen's unwavering determination to seek an explanation, she decided to play the emotional card. "Xiao Chen, don't you think your cousin has always treated you well? Do I care for you?" "Not too bad," Jiang Chen replied. To speak candidly, his cousin was indeed quite generous during their childhood. Whenever he visited her home, she would present him with an array of delectable treats and engaging toys. However, she could also be quite fierce when angered, snatching away his lollipops and playfully flicking his forehead until he cried. "So, in those youthful days, did you enjoy playing with your cousin?" "It was tolerable." "Would you like to know if it was your cousin who divulged your secrets to your father?" "You say I did not." "I would never." "Do not make baseless accusations." With a flurry of denials, Sun Qian seized the opportunity while Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned and made her escape. Alas, although this incident could be attributed to her, it was a burden she truly could not bear. Jiang Chen thought, "Is this truly the cousin who cherished and cared for me since childhood?" Initially, he intended to confront her and compel her to devise a strategy for him. Yet, she proved to be more unreliable than he anticipated. He sighed, resigning himself to the belief that he was, after all, his father's own flesh and blood. Surely, his father would consider their familial ties and not be too harsh on him. Ding! Current status detected. Triggering random task. Within 3 days. Call your father and confess everything. Jiang Chen. Chapter 18. Alas, the great pig's hoof. Should I call my father and confess everything? This is absurd. Isn't the system essentially pushing itself into the fire? System. Am I permitted to refuse the task? Ding. The task is mandatory. Should the host decline, the system will self-destruct. Goodness. The system threatens to self-destruct at any moment. Is this acceptable? If you wish to self-destruct, then by all means. Forget it. There's no point in reasoning with the system. Jiang Chen reluctantly accepted the task. Fortunate that he did not have to confess to his father immediately, but rather within 3 days, thus granting him a brief reprieve. Qingcheng, heed your sister's advice. You should live together. This child has just been born, and you are in confinement. Although my son can be rather clumsy, he is honest and well-behaved, and he is the father of the children. I see how attentive he is to both you and the baby. Moreover, living together could help nurture your bond. Ultimately, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Given that Su Qingcheng was to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, Song Mei naturally advised her dear friend to decisively cohabit with her son. However, Mei Jie, Su Qingcheng's tone was hesitant. In truth, she acknowledged the validity of Song Mei's reasoning. However, moving out of the hospital meant cohabitating with a man, which, to put it simply, equated to living together. Psychologically, this was somewhat unsettling, especially considering this man was the son of her close friend. Here we go again. Isn't it? Seeing Su Qingcheng's indecisive expression, Song Mei couldn't help but chuckle. Her dear friend was admirable in every aspect, appearance, physique, demeanor, yet her shyness often held her back. Qingcheng, you've had the baby. Isn't it only natural to live together after being discharged? If you're still worried, I can visit often post-discharge. If my son treats you poorly, I shall handle him on the spot. But that would be embarrassing. Su Qingcheng's face flushed with heat. What is embarrassing about that? After all, I am a children's grandmother. Visiting my grandchildren and tidying up after my son is entirely normal. Well, if you say so. Seeing Su Qingcheng finally relent, Song Mei's face lit up with joy. Su Qingcheng also silently breathed a sigh of relief. She understood the hardships of being pregnant alone, and she did not wish to endure the struggles of raising a child as a single mother again. At this moment, her close friend's assurance brought her considerable comfort. Furthermore, that man, now that I think about it, he isn't bad at all, rather handsome and of good character. After spending a few days together, he has indeed taken good care of both her and the child. However, she suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her, casting a reproachful glance at Song Mei. Do you truly believe your son is honest and well-behaved? In truth, he is not at all. While he has been attentive in caring for her and the child, his demeanor towards her is. She examined herself from head to toe. Alas, he is not a lecher, but rather a great pig's hoof. Meanwhile, Song Mei remained blissfully unaware, reveling in her happiness. Where did you notice Su Qingcheng's subtle intentions? Having just succeeded in her role as a good friend, she enthusiastically approached Jiang Chen. Son, after Qingcheng is discharged, you should live together to take care of them. Live? Together? Yes, is that not appropriate? To be frank, Jiang Chen was taken aback. His mother suggested they cohabitate, which meant he would be living with this goddess Su from then on. How could that be inappropriate? Seeing her son hesitate to agree, Song Mei felt a flicker of displeasure. What do you mean by that? Is it not agreeable for you to live with my dear friend? No. I mean, what does Qingcheng think? Does she agree? Of course she does. That is why I mentioned it. Oh, well, if that is the case. Song Mei, sensing her son's reluctance, was irked. Hey, you little rascal. Do you think I'm begging you for this arrangement? As she spoke, she prepared to employ her signature ear-twisting technique. No, Mom. You're misunderstanding. I'm more than willing. Jiang Chen exclaimed in a flurry, drenched in sweat. You always resort to force. No wonder Dad calls you a tyrant, a mother tiger. He muttered the latter part under his breath. But with Song Mei nearby, she caught every word. What? Am I a tyrant? A mother tiger? Song Mei was instantly enraged. How dare you? She rushed towards Jiang Chen. Sensing impending doom, he swiftly fled outside. Mom, I'm just stepping out for a moment to buy some fruit. Though Song Mei couldn't catch up to him, she was left laughing in frustration, shaking her head as she returned to the hospital room. Su Qingcheng, witnessing the scene, covered her mouth and chuckled. Realizing she might have overstepped, Song Mei sheepishly remarked, Was I too strict with my son just now? Su Qingshang smiled. A bit, yes. Song Mei, feeling awkward, conceded. All right. Jiang Chen returned downstairs with some fruit. Upon re-entering the hospital room, his mother didn't confront him, as it wouldn't be fitting for her to scold her son in front of her friend and future daughter-in-law. However, Song Mei had not entirely let him off the hook. She assigned him a task, moving. Jiang Chen thought it over. Since he would be cohabitating with the goddess Su after her discharge, it was only natural they should merge their homes. He readily agreed. Besides moving, there was another matter at hand, resigning from his job. After graduation, Jiang Chen had obtained a job with a decent atmosphere and acceptable pay, but it paled in comparison to the stable government job his mother had held for decades. Thus, a few days prior, she had returned to her workplace to handle urgent matters. Jiang Chen had taken a leave of absence that extended until now. This time, he decided to forego the leave and resign outright. After all, he was now a man of fortune. As long as he lived with his wife and child, various rewards would flow in abundantly. Even becoming a wealthy magnate in the future was within reach. Continuing in his previous job seemed unnecessary. Jiang Chen arrived at the underground parking lot of the maternal and child health hospital. Upon locating the BMW X7, a reward from the system, he retrieved the key from his pocket, unlocked the vehicle, and settled into the driver's seat. On the passenger side lay the purchase contract, license plates, documents, and receipts, all meticulously organized and undoubtedly legitimate. Truly, it was a high-end luxury vehicle worth nearly $2 million. It far surpassed the aged Volkswagen that his mother had driven for a decade. Jiang Chen adjusted the seat, ignited the engine, and pressed down on the accelerator. The car roared to life, surging forward with a powerful growl. As he drove out of the hospital, a sudden thirst struck him. Considering the time was still early, he decided to stop by a convenience store for a bottle of water. However, upon exiting the store, he was startled to see a familiar figure ahead. It was none other than his former girlfriend, the belle of the campus, Shanxi. As she turned around, her eyes met Jiang Chen's. Chapter 19, Sister Yang. I too have given birth. Jiang Chen, do you find it amusing to follow me? We have already parted ways. Do you understand? I now have a new boyfriend who treats me exceptionally well. Your actions only serve to deepen my disdain for you. Upon discovering that it was Jiang Chen, Shanxi immediately expressed her displeasure with a barrage of words. At that moment, she had transformed from the innocent school beauty into a figure adorned with heavy makeup. Dressed in an ultra-short skirt, carrying a small bag in one hand while linking arms with a portly man. Jiang Chen, which of your eyes perceives me as stalking you? Seeing Jiang Chen still clad in his usual modest attire, Shanxi couldn't help but scoff, her expression brimming with contempt. Previously, I was blind, enamored by your looks. But in this society, can good looks provide sustenance? Wealth is of paramount importance. Look at my new boyfriend. He drives a luxurious BMW X5 worth $1 million. On our first day together, he bought me an entire ensemble from Louis Vuitton, including this small bag, which altogether amounts to 50 or 60,000. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the man's arm, her face radiating pride. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. He thought to himself, we should part amicably, having once shared a bond. If you prefer wealth and vanity, believing I lack money and prospects, that is human nature. To be frank, I, too, appreciate affluence. However, after our breakup, to slander me out of misplaced affection and look down upon me, presenting your face provocatively, then do not blame me for being unyielding. I shall never be a saint. That is entirely out of the question. TSK. 50 or 60,000 has bought your loyalty. How cheap you truly are. Yet, it is somewhat acceptable, just slightly more expensive than the women at the club. Upon hearing this, Shanxi nearly exploded. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? You dare to call me cheap and insult me as a woman from a club? Simultaneously, she found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen, who had always treated her with utmost kindness and tolerance, would utter such words. It seems someone is aware of the truth. No need for me to reiterate. Jiang Chen then glanced at the portly man. And this is your new boyfriend? Quite impressive. I must say, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought he was your father. Having delivered his remarks with a nonchalant air, he turned and walked away. This time, not only did Shanxi lose her temper, but the overweight man also could no longer contain himself. Is this your ex-boyfriend? He is truly insufferable. How dare he hold a grudge for being poor? If he weren't worried about a physical confrontation, he would have certainly wanted to confront Jiang Chen and teach him a lesson. Shanxi's face turned an even darker shade as she shouted after the departing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you worthless pauper. You deserve to be alone for the rest of your life. I was blind to have ever liked you. After venting her frustrations about Jiang Chen, Shanxi turned to her hefty boyfriend, saying, Come on, darling, didn't you promise to buy me a phone today? There is no need for us to be upset over a poor loser. Let us go. My dear will buy me a phone. The portly man smiled warmly at Shanxi. But you promised me that tonight you would definitely fulfill your part of the bargain. Rest assured, I always keep my promises. Shanxi remarked with a smile, linking her arm with that of the portly man, happily striding towards a BMW X5 parked by the roadside. However, upon glancing ahead, her expression abruptly shifted, her face reflecting sheer disbelief. For just a short distance away, Jiang Chen was seen entering a brand new BMW X7, taking the driver's seat, and then speeding away down the road. What? Jiang Chen was actually driving a BMW X7. How could this be possible? Jiang Chen, who was undeniably impoverished, had once required a week's worth of savings just to indulge in a fine steak dinner, and his birthday gifts to himself had never exceeded 1,000. The rotund man had evidently noticed as well, his expression mirroring the same astonishment. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be destitute? How is he now behind the wheel of a BMW X7? This is absurd. The top-tier version of the X7 costs nearly $2 million, a significant step above my X5, and considerably more expensive. Jiang Chen, piloting the BMW X7, sped down the road. Having recently encountered Shanxi, left him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Thankfully, he had made the decisive choice to part ways. Otherwise, he would have been nauseated for a lifetime. He then drove to his workplace. This company was his first job after graduation, boasting a pleasant atmosphere. Although he had only been there for a few days and was still in his probationary period, Jiang Chen had established a harmonious rapport with his colleagues. Upon his arrival, his co-workers greeted him warmly. Ah, Jiang Chen has returned. We thought you had quit after taking several days off. Is that Jiang Chen? Let me see if you've become more handsome in these few days. What do you mean become more handsome? He has always been quite dashing. Wait, it does seem he has become even more handsome. Indeed, he truly deserves the title of the company's most handsome man. Jiang Chen, we have cake and mushroom sandwiches. Would you like some? If you do, can I be your girlfriend for a day? I want to be too. Listening to the playful banter of his colleagues, Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, but took it in stride, as such a light-hearted atmosphere was typical of the workplace. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this company to begin with. However, it must be said that he had indeed improved in appearance compared to before. After all, the dedication to enhancing his physique had yielded notable results, with improvements in his looks, stamina, and muscle tone. Before long, Jiang Chen arrived at the office belonging to his department. The department head, Sister Yang, was sipping water while discussing work matters with two female colleagues. Upon noticing Jiang Chen, she greeted him with a smile. Jiang Chen, I thought you weren't coming back. The two women, seeing Jiang Chen, quickly approached him, their enthusiasm palpable, as they shared a close bond owing to their simultaneous entry into the company. Brother Chen is back. Welcome, welcome. After a few days away, it feels like an eternity. Jiang Chen, your return is perfectly timed. Our department is in dire straits, lacking experienced hands just as the busy season is upon us, Sister Yang remarked with a grin. Jiang Chen glanced back, and indeed, there was a sea of empty seats. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Where had everyone gone? What about Sister Zhang? She had unexpectedly become pregnant, being a high-risk mother, and had gone home to rest. And Brotherly? He was attending to his wife and newborn child. Then there was Sister Sue. She had already given birth to her second child, so why was she absent as well? Speaking of her, I was just about to mention that she might have a predisposition to conceive easily. Despite her assertions of not wanting any more children, she recently found herself expecting a third time, and this time it was twins. Sister Yang could only shake her head in disbelief. Our department has been unusually prolific lately. It seems like a baby boom has occurred. With such a small number of us, everyone is having children all at once. Fortunately, we had recruited 3 new members in advance, Otherwise, I shudder to think how we would manage during the upcoming peak season. Jiang Chen, overwhelmed by the situation, could only sigh in resignation. Truly, they all seem to have converged. However, after a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to say, Sister Yang, actually, I have also given birth. Upon hearing this, Sister Yang promptly sprayed her drink everywhere. Chapter 20. Appearing innocent, yet deeply deceptive. What? You have a child too. Sister Yang was taken aback. The two girls, Shanxi and Suna, were equally astonished. Jiang Chen realized his slip of the tongue and hurriedly clarified, No, it's not me who gave birth, it's my wife. I have become a father. However, this revelation only startled Sister Yang and the two girls further. His wife gave birth? He has become a father? This is all happening far too quickly. Did I hear you correctly, Jiang Chen? You have a wife, and she has borne you a child? You are a father now? Sister Yang gasped, her expression akin to having seen a ghost. Well, another one in the department is having a baby. This year truly seems to be overflowing with newborns. Yes, that's right, Jiang Chen nodded. After the initial shock, Shanxi and Suna were overwhelmed with disappointment. Their dismay stemmed not from the loss of a capable colleague, but from the shocking revelation that Jiang Chen had a wife who had given him a child. What was he thinking? At such a young age, he already had a wife and child. He is a young man with a family. Ah, so you'll also be taking leave? Sister Yang, having seen her fair share of life, quickly regained her composure. No, I'm here to resign, Jiang Chen replied. Resign? Sister Yang was once again taken aback. The company is not denying your leave. You could tend to your wife and return to work afterward. Besides, you don't have a fortune at home, do you? How will you support your wife and child if you don't work? I don't have a fortune, but I am in need of money, Jiang Chen admitted candidly. Most importantly, my wife just gave birth to triplets, and I want to be there for them. What? Triplets? Sister Yang was left speechless, as were Shanxi and Suna. They were momentarily stunned into silence. Sister Yang forced a smile. Triplets. Another capable colleague lost. Yet, seeing Jiang Chen's resolute determination, she approved his resignation, arranged for his salary settlement, and confirmed that he would be paid as usual next month. After a brief handover of his duties, Jiang Chen bid farewell and departed. Goodbye, Sister Yang. Goodbye, Jian Na. Goodbye, Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, do visit the company when you have the time. Absolutely. After Jiang Chen left, Sister Yang stared blankly at the now empty office, suddenly feeling anxious as she glanced at her remaining two capable employees, Shanxi and Suna. I hope you two aren't planning to have children as well? Upon hearing this, Shanxi and Suna quickly shook their heads. No, that's impossible. We don't even have boyfriends. How can we have children? However, Sister Yang pointed out, but Jiang Chen didn't seem to have a girlfriend either, and now he suddenly has a child. Sister Yang, we are different. You know that the two of us have always been fond of Brother Chen's type since we joined the company. His sudden marriage and fatherhood feel like a heartbreak for us. We can hardly feel anything else. Indeed, Sister Yang, I feel a sense of loss. As if I have experienced a breakup. I no longer have any dreams of love. I wonder what Brother Chen is thinking. At such a tender age, one unexpectedly finds themselves a parent. Well, it is what it is. Upon hearing the words of Shanxi and Suna, Sister Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, the government has not introduced any measures to encourage childbirth. The flurry of babies being born in our department must be mere coincidence. However, it is truly a pity for Jiang Chen. The young man is not only handsome but also capable, and at such a young age he is open to accepting children from others. Alas! Had I known earlier, I would have acted sooner. As Sister Yang spoke, her face was etched with regret. Shanxi and Suna, upon hearing this, were left utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? Had you known earlier, you would have acted sooner. Sister Yang, you have concealed this quite well. Meanwhile, in his BMW X7, Jiang Chen was suddenly struck by an inexplicably fierce sneeze. Afterward, he felt a slight ache in his head. Who on earth is cursing me? After resigning, the next task at hand was moving. Jiang Chen first drove to the place where Su Qingsheng was residing. He swiftly packed and organized her belongings for easier transport. Afterward, he went to his own rented place, and once he had finished packing everything, he called a moving company. Considering there might be a shortage of hands, He also made a shout-out in the WeChat group 303. He thought that since everyone had their own commitments, some preparing for exams, others at work, if even one could come, it would be a blessing. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei, Jiang Chen, and Wu Hao all arrived in a rush. The exam takers abandoned their studies, and those working took leave. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the three rushed over, delivering a barrage of playful punches. Jiang Chen, are you still human? You let the goddess Su bear you 3 children. Just broke up with the campus belle, and now you've got a goddess. What a twist. I didn't realize you were so seemingly innocent, yet rather sly. Moreover, haven't you all noticed? This lad is moving in to cohabit with the goddess Su. Is there no justice left? Hit him. Get to him good. As the banter escalated, they unleashed a rather fierce beating. Of course, after a while, Jiang Chen remained unscathed. They had all been dorm mates during their university years, their camaraderie allowing for such playful antics. Thus, after a bit of fun, the group earnestly helped Jiang Chen with the move. During the process, they quickly noticed his BMW X7 and naturally assumed it could not belong to him. After 4 years of university, they were well aware of each other's circumstances. Jiang Chen's family was comfortably middle class, with his mother driving an old Volkswagen for a decade. Jiang Chen, did you rent this BMW X7? Quite impressive. Renting a BMW X7 to impress the goddess Su. By the way, the top model of this BMW X7 costs nearly $2 million, and the rental fee is no trifling sum. What do you know? One must invest to reap rewards. The goddess Su has borne children for Jiang Chen. Such a small expense is well worth it. Jiang Chen remained silent, not immediately offering a rebuttal. Could it be that I should confess to them that I have indeed been indulging in a bit of good fortune? Not only do I possess this BMW X7, but I also own a residence in the esteemed Bishuju community, where I can effortlessly earn tens of thousands of yuan in a single day. Such assertions seem utterly ludicrous. Lu Wei, Jiang Chen, and the others interpreted Jiang Chen's silence as tacit agreement. However, they paid little heed to it. After all, renting a BMW X7 for a few thousand yuan a day pales in comparison to the allure of a beautiful goddess like Su. It was a no-brainer. Yet, their composure shattered upon discovering that their destination was indeed Bishuju. Bishuju is the pinnacle of luxury living in Shanxi City, where even the most modest units command prices in the range of 5 to 6 million yuan. Renting an apartment here would surely cost no less than 10,000 yuan a month. If I were to assert that I do not rent, but rather possess my own property within the confines of this community, would you believe me? Jiang Chen decided to lay his cards on the table. Believe it or not, we think you're just spinning tales, exclaimed Lu Wei, Jiang Chen, and Wu Hao in disbelief. Stop with the nonsense, will you? This Bishuju community is the most exclusive in all of Shanxi City, with properties worth millions. Even if your monthly salary is a mere 20,000, it would hardly suffice for the rent. Indeed, Jiang Chen, spare us the charade. We are classmates, well acquainted with one another. There's no need to put on airs in front of friends. Pretending to be something you're not invites misfortune. As they fervently urged Jiang Chen to abandon his pretense, he suddenly placed his hand on the fingerprint lock, and to everyone's astonishment, the security door swung open. Chapter 21. Confession of Ill-Gotten Gains. What? You truly have a residence at Bishi Residence? Unbelievable. Lu Wei, Jiang Chen, and Wu Hao stared in disbelief. Upon entering Jiang Chen's exquisitely decorated apartment, their jaws dropped in astonishment. The layout featured 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with an exceptionally spacious ambience. The design was airy and bathed in sunlight, showcasing high-end renovations. Crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, and Persian carpets left them utterly speechless. Once they regained their composure, they began to bombard Jiang Chen with questions. The opulence of such a property could not be understated. It was undoubtedly worth over 10 million. Renting such a place would also command a substantial sum, far beyond the means of a recent college graduate. Wow, Jiang Chen, have you suddenly struck it rich? Struck it rich? I suspect it's due to your connection with the goddess Su. But she is merely a university lecturer. How much could her salary possibly be? They pressed. Come clean. Where did the money come from? Is it ill-gotten gains? Don't tell us you have a wealthy grandfather abroad who left you a substantial inheritance. which includes this apartment at Bishi residence. After being playfully assaulted with questions, Jiang Chen wore an expression of utter disbelief. Come on, this money is genuinely earned. Wow, you truly have struck it rich. The group's demeanor shifted instantly, and they began to massage Jiang Chen's shoulders, eager to curry favor. Jiang Chen, how did you acquire your wealth? Brother Jiang, share some wisdom. Having known these fellows for 4 years, Jiang Chen understood their playful nature well, fond of fun, mischief, and humor. They were utterly devoid of decorum. Thus, he decided to play along. All right, my sons, when I'm in a good mood, I'll share some secrets to wealth in a few days. Cut it out. Get lost. Lu Wei and the others retorted with laughter, fully aware it was all in jest. After all, regardless of wealth, it belonged to Jiang Chen, and among friends, discussions of money were best avoided to preserve their camaraderie. However, amidst the light-hearted banter, Zheng Chong and Wu Hao suddenly harbored some less than pure thoughts. Brother Jiang, I'm not interested in wealth secrets. Could you impart some wisdom on wooing women instead? Yes. Brother Jiang, please share your tips on romance. I've been single for over 20 years and have yet to experience the feeling of having a girlfriend. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Lu Wei intervened, unable to bear it any longer. He glanced at the two, one standing just under 7 meters tall, the other with an acne-ridden face, and sighed, forget it. You two. I believe it's more practical for Brother Jiang to share some wealth secrets with you. After moving, Jiang Chen returned to the hospital that evening. Song Mei had prepared a sumptuous dinner for Su Qingcheng, of course including a portion for Jiang Chen. Su Qingcheng had already finished her meal and was resting on the bed. The two women were dining at a table near the door. As Song Mei ate, she inquired about Jiang Chen's new residence. My own home, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Your own home? Song Mei expressed her disdain, remarking, with that rental abode of yours. A place akin to a doghouse. How can you dare to call it home? At least you are living with Qing Cheng. You ought to have secured a better residence. I have moved, Jiang Chen replied. Ah, it is indeed better to have made a change. Song Mei nodded in approval. As 2 adults with 3 children, your living space should not be cramped, and the conditions must be adequate. By the way, have you exhausted that 30,000 yuan? Without further ado, she produced a card from her possession and handed it to Jiang Chen. Chapter 22. Who is your wife? Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Mom, there's no need for that. I have money now. Money? What money do you have? You just graduated. Where would you get any money? Raising children is incredibly expensive. And now you have 3 to care for. Besides, Qing Cheng is my dear friend. You ought to treat her well, she insisted, handing him the money. But Mom, I really do have money. I wouldn't lie to you. I received 30,000 from you last time, and I can't accept anything this time. Are you sure you have money? Absolutely. The 30,000 you gave me before is still untouched. Well, all right then. Song Mei finally took back the bank card but remained uneasy. She added, Son, I didn't mention it before, but Qing Cheng has suffered greatly bearing your triplets. From now on, you must take good care of her and the children, compensating her as best as you can. Money is not an issue if you run out. Just ask me, understood? Understood, Mom. Jiang Chen felt a warm current flow through him. How wonderful it was to have such a caring mother. Truly, no one is as dear as a mother. However, he reassured her, don't worry, Mom. I've grown up now. I won't be asking you for money anymore. I will be the one to support you. In truth, he intended to share his circumstances with her, especially regarding his house and car. Yet, knowing his mother's impulsive nature, he feared that upon learning he suddenly possessed property worth over 10 million and a nearly 2 million BMW X7. Her first reaction would be to suspect he was involved in something illicit. The worst possible scenarios would unfold. She might think he had engaged in some nefarious activities, leading to an interrogation he would rather avoid. Best to take things slowly. After all, he had just been moved by his mother's affection. It was only right to treat her well in return. Qing Cheng, these are sunlight rose grapes, sweet, crisp, and juicy. They are great for new mothers. After finishing her meal, Song Mei washed a bunch of grapes for Su Qingcheng and placed them on a plate. Jiang Chen, seeing this, desired some fruit as well. Mom, I also want to eat grapes. I bought these specifically for Qingcheng. They are quite expensive for just a small bunch, so if you want some, buy your own. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. His own mother? Well, the warmth he felt moments ago dissipated in an instant. After tidying up, Sangmei left after giving a few parting words. Once she was gone, Su Qingxiang smiled at Jiang Chen, holding the plate of grapes, and beckoned him over. Cool, mate. Let us share. I can't finish them all anyway. Sometimes, I even wonder if she is my real mother. Jiang Chen walked over, feeling somewhat helpless. Don't worry. She is definitely your real mother. Su Qingxiang giggled, just for what your mom said to you earlier. I can tell there is no one in this world who cares for you more than she does. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingxiang. You heard everything I said to my mom, didn't you? Indeed, I heard that aside from worrying about your financial situation, she also urged you to treat me with greater kindness. Yes, she has asked me to be more considerate towards you and the child. So, what are your thoughts on this? What thoughts? I mean, your mother has asked you to be kinder to me and the child. Is there really a need for contemplation? Jiang Chen retorted with a hint of playful mockery. Of course, I must cherish my own wife and child. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's delicate face flushed crimson. Who is your wife, anyway? Chapter 23. Let them handle the little matters. After the recent events, Su Qingxiang felt somewhat fatigued. Upon returning to the hospital room, she found herself yawning repeatedly, struggling to keep her eyes open. After rubbing her eyes and exchanging a few words with Jiang Chen, she lay down and succumbed to sleep. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, continued his routine, alternating between playing on his phone and keeping an eye on the children. His physical constitution had been fortified, allowing him to thrive on merely 3 to 4 hours of sleep per day. Thus, it was still quite early for him. He spent some time enjoying amusing videos and engaging in games, periodically checking on the 3 little ones. Eventually, he grew tired as the night wore on. Ding! The host has meticulously cared for his wife and 3 little ones until their impending discharge, demonstrating unwavering dedication and attention to detail. Congratulations on receiving a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Ding! The host has triggered a special reward. Congratulations on acquiring a fully furnished apartment by Swan Lake. The following morning, still somewhat dazed, Jiang Chen heard the system's notifications in his mind. How delightful! He had been rewarded with 100,000 yuan and a beautifully decorated apartment by Swan Lake. The system was indeed generous once more. After assisting Su Qingxiang with her concerns the previous night, the 3 little ones had stirred again, requiring him to change diapers, clean them, feed them, and soothe them to sleep. Once he completed these tasks, dawn was nearly upon him. However, due to his robust constitution, he managed to doze off briefly in a chair, but was now completely awake. Today was the day of discharge, but a multitude of matters awaited him. Not long after Jiang Chen awoke, his mother arrived, bringing not only an array of fruits, but also a sumptuous breakfast, small steamed buns, tea, eggs, 8 treasure porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and his favorite chive and lamb dumplings. Mom, I'm not hungry today. You all enjoy, Jiang Chen stated. Under normal circumstances, seeing his mother bring such an abundance of food would have compelled him to partake. But this morning, he truly felt no appetite. What is wrong with you, you rascal? I've gone through the trouble to bring you breakfast, and even included your beloved chive and lamb dumplings, yet you refuse to eat? Song Mei exclaimed, astonished. Just a few days prior, her son had complained about her not bringing him breakfast. Mom, why would I lie to you? I genuinely am not hungry, Jiang Chen replied, reluctantly picking up a bun and taking a half-hearted bite. Song Mei retorted, if you want to eat, then I'll have it with Qingxiang. With her son now having a wife and children, she no longer indulged him. Seeing Jiang Chen's disinterest, she piled the breakfast in front of Su Qingxiang. Qingxiang, come. Let us share this. Su Qingxiang nodded in agreement. Right, Mom. You and Qingxiang enjoy it. She must be quite hungry, Jiang Chen added. Su Qingxiang blushed, shooting Jiang Chen a glare. Is that all you can say? Song Mei was not oblivious. Observing the interaction between the two, she suspected they were up to something. Perhaps a matter not meant for public eyes. Yet, given that Su Qingxiang had just undergone a cesarean section, Jiang Chen, no matter how eager, could not be overly reckless. Nevertheless, she decided to let it be. Let them handle the matter regarding the small issue. Why indulge in fruitless speculation? On another note, Su Qingxiang indeed felt hunger. She consumed nearly double her usual portion, and upon finishing, she rested her hand upon her belly, feeling a twinge of regret. Thus, she remarked to Song Mei, Mei Jia, having eaten so much, I fear I shall gain weight. Upon hearing this, Song Mei smiled warmly as she assessed Su Qingsheng. Do not worry, Qingsheng. With your constitution, no amount of food could possibly cause you to gain weight. Furthermore, you must nourish yourself well, for you're feeding 3 little ones. Only with ample nourishment can you ensure that the babies are well fed and content. Chapter 24. Miracles Through Strength? Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. She initially intended to emphasize the notion that overeating leads to weight gain. However, unexpectedly, Song Mei diverted the conversation to a different topic. Mei Jia, you are unaware, but with my current talents, ensuring that the 3 little ones are well-fed poses no challenge whatsoever. Su Qingsheng sighed inwardly. Just as breakfast was concluded, the 3 small ones began to wail, flailing their tiny arms and kicking their little legs. In the span of just a few days, their appearance had transformed entirely from their wrinkled newborn selves. Their skin had become smooth and delicately fair, exuding an irresistible cuteness that compelled one to draw near. Are you hungry? No worries. Grandma will hold you and feed you right away. Upon seeing the 3 little ones, Song Mei's face brightened with a smile, her demeanor instantly rejuvenated by a decade. With a beaming expression, she assisted Jiang Chen in changing their diapers before bringing them over to Su Qingsheng. Su Qingsheng, feeling indifferent, received the little ones and began to feed them one by one. Song Mei and Jiang Chen stood nearby. Out of habit, Song Mei subconsciously wished to send Jiang Chen away, thinking to herself that it was unnecessary for a young man to linger while her best friend nursed the children. However, she quickly recalled that her son was not an outsider, but indeed the father of Su Qingsheng's children. If today's checkup goes well, you can be discharged, she announced. You should start packing up. Not long after finishing feeding the children, Jiang Chen's cousin, Sun Qian, entered with her equipment and several nurses to conduct a comprehensive pre-discharge examination on Su Qingsheng. How is it, Xiao Qian? Song Mei inquired promptly, being both Su Qingsheng's close friend and prospective mother-in-law. Sun Qian assessed Su Qingsheng's wound recovery and various test results, nodding in approval. Recovery looks quite good. You could be discharged today. That's wonderful, Song Mei exclaimed joyfully. Su Qingsheng felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although the hospital conditions were tolerable and both Song Mei and Jiang Chen had cared for her and the children quite well, living in a hospital was inherently inconvenient. Naturally, she yearned for an early discharge. Post-discharge, she was advised to monitor her wound healing, avoid strenuous activities, refrain from water exposure, and maintain hygiene. The recovery period following a cesarean section lasts 42 days, after which a follow-up visit to the hospital is necessary to assess uterine recovery. Additionally, during the recovery phase, one must exercise restraint and avoid intimate contact. Of course, while 42 days is a general guideline, individual circumstances may vary, and one should rely on personal feelings. If discomfort arises, extending beyond 42 days is unadvisable. Conversely, if no pain is felt, one may cautiously attempt intimacy before the 42-day mark. However, engaging in vigorous activities is strictly prohibited. Sun Qian meticulously outlined all the post-discharge precautions, leaving no detail unaddressed. Upon hearing suggestions regarding intimate matters, Su Qingsheng found herself blushing profusely. It was undoubtedly a peculiar form of enlightenment, albeit odd. Apparently, a span of 42 days was deemed necessary. There was no rush. How absurd to suggest otherwise. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, nearly choked in disbelief. He mused to himself that his cousin must be teasing her. Song Mei, as a seasoned individual, merely smiled at Sun Qian's comments, glancing at her son and his close friend without taking it to heart. They were both married, after all, with 3 children. It was entirely natural for them to harbor such thoughts and desires. After Sun Qian had finished her explanations, she spent some time conversing with Su Qingsheng. Meanwhile, Song Mei and Jiang Chen were preoccupied with a myriad of tasks associated with discharge from the hospital, organizing belongings, and completing paperwork. Suddenly, Song Mei's phone rang, and she received a call. After the conversation, her expression turned grave as she observed Jiang Chen's rather unusual demeanor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but inquire, Mom. Who was it? It was your father. He said he wanted to come see you. What? My dad wants to visit me? Didn't he just undergo an appendectomy? Surely he needs to be on N4 for the next few days? Indeed, he is currently receiving 4 treatment, but he expressed a peculiar feeling that something was amiss. So he removed the needle and hurried over here to the maternal and child health hospital. Oh no, what should we do? Jiang Chen felt an immediate surge of panic. The thought of his father's notorious temper sent shivers down his spine. Son, please try to remain calm. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned. Mom, what is it? Your father should have already arrived at the hospital. I just sent him the room number. Chapter 25. A spectacle unfolds upon hearing his mother's words. Jiang Chen was momentarily rendered speechless. He had just returned home. First, she advised him not to panic, only to inform him that his father was already at the hospital, and he had even sent the room number to him. Great. Are you two conspiring against me? It's not like I have a choice. You know how your father is. When he insists on coming, he will inquire about my whereabouts. I couldn't just refuse him, and besides, I couldn't keep this from him indefinitely. Song Mei also felt it was somewhat excessive and chimed in to defend herself. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Meanwhile, Sun Qian and Su Qingxing were engaged in conversation, and after a few days of interaction, they had grown increasingly familiar with each other. Upon hearing Jiang Chen and Song Mei's exchange, Sun Qian couldn't help but chuckle, and Su Qingxing nearly burst into laughter. Typically, she was a person of a reserved demeanor, rarely smiling unless unable to contain herself. Her dear friend was simply hilarious, effortlessly finding ways to ensnare her son. Yet it was well-deserved. After all, this big oaf had acted terribly. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted them. Could it be his father? Jiang Chen felt a jolt of anxiety. Go see. What difference does it make if your father is here? You've graduated from university. Is he going to devour you, or what? Song Mei replied calmly. At most, he'll just give you a good thrashing. Jiang Chen retorted. It's easy for you to say. I'm the one who'll be on the receiving end, not you. Wait, would his father dare to strike his mother? No, he wouldn't have the audacity. In front of his mother, a veritable fierce tigress, even his father, despite his temper, had to behave like a docile kitten. A dragon must coil, a tiger must lie. But when it came to him, his father was exceedingly strict. He recalled his mischievous childhood vividly. When he had torn up his homework out of sheer playfulness, his father had personally yanked him by the ear and marched him to school. After being scolded for not focusing on his assignments, he had sought revenge by pouring 3 bottles of his father's cherished Maotai down the drain, which inevitably led to a heartfelt reprimand from his father. All the brooms in the house had been broken in the process. Of course, his mother had not been absent either. It was a one-on-one battle for the men, one for the women, and a mixed doubles match. As the saying goes, a loving mother's hand wields a sword, striking her wandering child. When the father sees the son in scathe, he draws forth the 7 wolves. Beep. System notification. The task of confessing to your father within 3 days is nearing its deadline. Please seize the opportunity to confess, especially now. Such chances are fleeting. Special reminder. The reward for this task are contingent on its completion. Specifically, the extent of the beating you receive from your father is directly correlated to the rewards. What? The rewards are tied to the severity of the beating? Could it mean that the lighter the beating, the greater the reward? Jiang Chen inquired. Beep. No, the heavier the beating you receive, the more substantial the rewards. Jiang Chen. Damn it, this absurd system thrives on chaos. Ugh. Although it seemed like a protracted exchange with the system, it transpired in mere moments. With a resigned shake of his head, he approached the door. Upon opening it, he found, indeed, his father standing there. Cough, cough, father, what brings you here? If you had informed me in advance, I could have come to fetch you. Jiang Chen greeted his father hurriedly. Jiang Daopeng, however, wore a sullen expression. After casting a glance at Jiang Chen, he remained silent and proceeded directly into the hospital room. Observing his father's reticence, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Dad, please listen to me. This incident was truly an accident. I had consumed too much and was rather disoriented, resulting in some foolish mistakes. But rest assured, I will take full responsibility. I promise to become a man of integrity, just like you. Jiang Chen frantically offered explanations, or rather, a confession. Yet, Jiang Dapeng remained mute. Upon entering, he scanned the room and noticed Su Qingcheng and Sun Qian, nodding amicably to them before making his way to the crib. There, Song Mei was playfully interacting with a small child in her arms. Jiang Dapeng was taken aback. 3, indeed? What did you expect? Song Mei replied. Well, let me hold one. Jiang Dapeng, filled with excitement, extended his arms to embrace the child. After a brief glance at his wife, Song Mei handed over the little one. Jiang Dapeng gingerly cradled the infant, his affection evident as he cherished the child as if it were a precious gem. One was not enough, and he proceeded to hold the other 2 little ones in turn, his eyes brimming with the tender love of a grandfather for his grandchildren. This actually looks quite delightful. Why do they say Jiang Chen is in for a beating? Su Qingcheng whispered to Sun Qian. This is merely the calm before the storm. Sun Qian elucidated. Let me provide an example. When my cousin was in elementary school, he felt wronged by my uncle's scolding and secretly poured all of my uncle's treasured moutai down the drain. Once the deed was revealed, he dashed outside. My uncle spent an entire day tracking him down, only to find him filthy and starving. He allowed him to bathe and prepared a feast for him. After he had eaten his fill, my uncle picked up a broom and chased him around the house, finally breaking 2 or 3 brooms to conclude the matter. Oh dear! Su Qingcheng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for the reckless youth. Despite his lack of decorum, he was, after all, the children's father. As expected, after a moment of indulgence in holding the children, Jiang Dapeng finally turned his attention to Jiang Chen. Come here, he said in a low voice, his demeanor growing darker as he rose and walked towards the door. Jiang Chen thought to himself, here it comes. Uncle, it's not that Xiao Chen did anything wrong. He is old enough now, Sun Qian interjected urgently, attempting to soothe Jiang Dapeng. Song Mei interjected gently, indeed. Xiao Qian is right. Your son has graduated from university. It is about time for you to let go. Well, uncle, Jiang Chen did not mean any harm. He is actually quite decent, Su Qingcheng added, unable to hold back. It's all right. I will exercise restraint, Jiang Dapeng replied amiably, though as he spoke. He drew a belt from his pocket. The onlookers fell silent. Realizing their attempts to persuade him were futile, they ceased their efforts. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen followed Jiang Dapeng outside. Noticing that the adjacent hospital room was unoccupied, Jiang Dapeng ushered Jiang Chen inside. At that moment, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to feel anything but nervous. After all, he had been terrified after receiving a beating in his childhood, and seeing his father now felt akin to a mouse encountering a cat. However, it was too late for regrets. What could he do but brace himself for the inevitable scolding? After all, he had given Jiang Dapeng 3 grandchildren. Surely, his father would not go so far as to disown him. Upon entering, Jiang Dapeng wore a stern expression, scrutinizing Jiang Chen intently, which made Jiang Chen's heart race with trepidation. Just as he sensed the tension mounting and anticipated an impending reprimand, Jiang Dapeng unexpectedly retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to him. Here, take this. Jiang Chen, perplexed, asked Dad, what is this for? What do you mean? What for? You little rascal. You've certainly made a name for yourself. This card holds 800,000. It is the fruit of your mother and my labor over the years. Use it to buy a house. Chapter 26. Oh dear. Father, are you truly going to wield the belt? I had braced myself for a thorough thrashing. Yet instead of delivering punishment, my father unexpectedly presented me with an 800,000 yuan bank card, instructing me to purchase a house. Has my father undergone a transformation? Jiang Chen was momentarily bewildered. Father, what does this mean? Hey, you little rascal. What else could it mean? It's simply an instruction to buy a house. Jiang Dapeng's expression softened as he adopted a more earnest demeanor. Initially, when your aunt informed me that you had caused trouble for your mother as friend, resulting in her giving birth to triplets, my first reaction was disbelief. After all, this friend is of a different generation. You ought to call her auntie. Moreover, the odds of triplets are exceedingly slim, perhaps 1 in hundreds of thousands. How could it possibly be you who struck the lottery? However, upon further reflection, something fell amiss. Your aunt wouldn't fabricate such a tale without cause. I called your mother multiple times. At first, she denied it, but eventually, exasperated by my inquiries, She confessed and revealed the location to me. Jiang Chen scratched his head. So, you were in the midst of a transfusion and rushed over. Of course. With such a significant issue at hand, how could I possibly remain seated? Jiang Dapeng continued. However, my son, making mistakes is not the end of the world. What truly matters is that a man must be courageous enough to admit his faults and take responsibility. Do you understand? You are no longer a child. Given the circumstances, you must treat that woman and her children with kindness and assume your responsibilities. This 800,000 was originally set aside for your future home and marriage. Now, take it and purchase a house to provide them with a stable place to stay. It will also serve as a reassurance to the girl, demonstrating that we are serious about this. Next, you should obtain a marriage certificate and arrange the wedding promptly, granting her a proper title. This way, they won't face judgment from others when they are out in public. As Jiang Dapeng spoke, he once again thrust the bank card into Jiang Chen's hands. Father, there's no need for that. I have money and a house. Jiang Chen hurriedly protested. You have no such thing as money or a house. Jiang Dapeng retorted sharply, realizing his son was reluctant to accept the card. I know you just graduated. Just take it. Why are you arguing with me? Without further ado, he pressed the bank card into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen thought to himself, fine, I'll find an opportunity to return it later. After cursing lightly, Jiang Dapeng noticed his son no longer attempted to push the card back and smiled with satisfaction. Tell me honestly, were you genuinely worried I would give you a beating this time? What do you think? You've instilled fear in me. Jiang Chen glanced at the belt still in Jiang Dapeng's hand, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Jiang Dapeng chuckled, patting his head in embarrassment. But you must admit, when you were a child, you were quite the troublemaker, weren't you? Did you not deserve a good spanking? While still in elementary school, I often disturbed you while doing homework, causing you to harbor resentment. In your frustration, you poured 3 treasured bottles of Feiqian Maodai down the drain. To this day, the thought of it makes my mouth water. When I reached middle school, I lost interest in studying and began associating with unsavory characters, even staying out all night and dyeing my hair yellow. You were so furious that you brought me back home in the dead of night. During high school, I experienced my first taste of romance, which ended in heartbreak. I was so distraught that I contemplated eloping with that girl, wandering to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, you were engrossed in a company project, and when you heard my mother's account of my behavior, you were understandably infuriated. After you and my mother gave me a stern talking to, you even threatened me with a belt if I continued down the wrong path. However, looking back, I ponder whether the severity of those moments was truly warranted. Each time I faced your and mother's wrath, I would cry out in pain. Yet I seemed to recover quickly, returning to my daily life without a hitch. Father, are you implying that all these years, you were genuinely concerned for me and hesitant to discipline me too harshly? Of course, you are my only son. What would happen if I truly harmed you? Reflecting on it, you and my mother were indeed terrified on 2 occasions. Once during my middle school years when I was skipping classes and mingling with delinquents, dyeing my hair, smoking, drinking, and fighting. You both feared I would go astray. The second instance was during my high school romance when, after a breakup, I threatened to jump off a building. That moment truly made your hearts race, and you both spent sleepless nights anxiously observing my behavior, terrified that I might act impulsively. Fortunately, I managed to pull through, successfully entering and graduating from university, allowing you both to breathe a sigh of relief. Although I have stumbled again, you playfully punched my shoulder and exclaimed joyfully about the 3 grandchildren I have given you, remarking that I have surpassed your achievements in my youth. I'm just being modest, I replied. Yet, your words genuinely touched me. How heart-wrenching it is for every parent. I had always thought of you as a rough individual with a short temper, quick to resort to violence. But in reality, you are meticulous and have cared for me in silence. In my recollection, that tall and imposing figure, once capable of anything and adept at persuading others with logic, has now aged somewhat. His back has begun to hunch, his hair has turned slightly gray, and the wrinkles on his face have multiplied, slowly revealing the signs of becoming an old man. Time indeed takes its toll. Thank you, Dad, for all these years. Jiang Chen felt a lump in his throat. You little rascal, why are you thanking me? Who told you I'm your father? I owe you this life. Jiang Dapeng replied warmly, his eyes crinkling with a smile. As long as you live well in the future, and don't forget about your mother and me, we will be content. Jiang Chen was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. He had not realized how deeply his father and mother cared for him. Oh, how he wished to throw himself into his father's embrace and weep like he did in his childhood. However, just as Jiang Chen was moved, reflecting on the love and sacrifices of his parents, he suddenly noticed the belt that Jiang Dapeng had been holding began to move. Yes, it seemed to be in motion. As if it were about to strike him, Jiang Chen was startled. "Dad, what are you doing? Are you really going to hit me with that belt?" Jiang Dapeng nodded, chuckling. "Didn't I warn you before? If you misbehave again, I'll use this belt on you." "You would want me to go back on my word, would you?" "No way, Dad. You can't be serious." "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I want to actually hit you. It's just for show, to maintain my authority in this household. Your mother needs to understand that I, as the man of the house, must uphold my dominance." Jiang Chen hesitated. "Well, all right then, just go easy on me. Rest assured." Crack. "Ouch. Dad, are you really hitting me with the belt?" "Huh. Are you all right, son?" "Of course, I'm fine. It's just this chair. You can see for yourself. It's almost falling apart from your beating." Ding. The host has completed the task of confessing to his father and was given a beating with the belt. Task evaluation, a unique achievement. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Chapter 27, The Majesty of Masculine Authority. Congratulations on winning a cash prize of 1 million, along with a chance to enter the lottery. 1 million in cash. How impressive. Finally, it is not just a few tens of thousands or a mere 100,000. The lottery. Jiang Chen communicated his thoughts once more. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring supreme culinary skills. At this moment, little Chen was in serious trouble. Given his uncle's fiery temper, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Alas, Sister May, it must be said that Jiang Chen was not at fault. It was merely an accident. Would you kindly persuade Uncle not to be angry and let Jiang Chen off the hook? After Jiang Dapeng took Jiang Chen away, Sun Qian and Su Qingqing were left in a state of worry. Sun Qian felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for her mother alerting Jiang Dapeng, he would not have rushed over so hastily. Being a relative, she was well aware of Jiang Dapeng's temperament. Inevitably, Jiang Chen would receive a scolding this time. Su Qingqing found herself in a somewhat awkward position. After all, she was older than Jiang Chen. The incident had indeed arisen from an accident, and after spending some days together, she felt that the oaf was not entirely insufferable. Thus, she found herself speaking on Jiang Chen's behalf. Yet, it was rather peculiar that she addressed Sister May and referred to Jiang Dapeng as uncle. On Sister May's end, she initially harbored some concern. However, after listening for a while and hearing no signs of violence, she understood Jiang Dapeng's intentions, being a couple for many years. She reassured herself, saying, "It's all right. Jiang Dapeng claims he knows how to handle it, and so he shall." "Are you saying that uncle won't hit little Chen?" Sun Qian inquired. Su Qingqing glanced at Sister May at her words. "Absolutely not." Sister May waved her hand, her tone resolute. "Have you not seen how old little Chen is now? He has graduated from university and is even a father, with 3 grandchildren to boot. If Jiang Dapeng were to discipline him as he did in his youth, what kind of absurdity would that be? Moreover, little Chen is no small fry. In a scuffle, it's uncertain who would prevail." "Ah, indeed." Sun Qian and Su Qingqiang exchanged awkward glances. The notion of a son striking his father seemed quite improper. Nonetheless, both women found Sister May's assertion agreeable, believing that Jiang Dapeng would not lay a hand on Jiang Chen. However, unexpectedly, the next moment, a loud crack echoed from within, followed by Jiang Chen's anguished cry. Sun Qian and Su Qingqing. Sister May was momentarily stunned before her anger flared. That old fool. He truly struck him. She stormed towards the room. But before she could push the door open, it creaked ajar, revealing Jiang Dapeng, belt in hand, emerging with an air of authority, followed closely by a visibly chastised Jiang Chen. Sister May was taken aback initially, then incredulously asked, "Jiang Dapeng, you actually hit our son? Why should I not discipline him for his mistakes? As a father, it is my duty to correct him. Besides, recognizing one's faults and amending them is the hallmark of a true man of the Jiang family. Jiang Dapeng asserted with unwavering confidence. Song Mei turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "Son, did your father just hit you?" Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Dapeng and nodded slightly. "Ah," Song Mei exclaimed in surprise. "Does it hurt, my child?" "How could it not?" Jiang Chen replied. "This time he used a belt to teach me a lesson." Standing at a height of 6 feet and with a robust build, Jiang Dapeng placed his hand on his hip, towering over Song Mei as he stated, "It was necessary." Song Mei retorted furiously, "You old fool. How dare you strike our son with a belt? He has grown now. Yes, he has made mistakes. But do you think you can just hit him? After all, he is going to give you 3 grandchildren, and you strike him so harshly with a belt. Jiang Dapeng, you've truly gone too far. What of it?" Jiang Dapeng shot back defiantly. "It's my duty to discipline him. Why must you meddle, woman?" "Meddle? Huh." In a fit of rage, Song Mei rose on her toes to grasp Jiang Dapeng's ear. However, he was prepared and dodged her attempt with ease. As he was about to gloat, Song Mei struck again. This time, Jiang Dapeng was unable to evade her grasp. With a sharp twist, she seized his ear. The once boisterous Jiang Dapeng, now subdued, cried out in pain, "Ouch! Dear wife, what are you doing? Can you please be gentle?" A stunned silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone, including the previously rambunctious toddlers, in awe, gazing in the direction of the commotion. Sun Qian was taken aback. She had only heard of her uncle's temper, known for his violent tendencies towards Jiang Chen. It was said that when angered, he could rival a tempest, but who would have thought that before her aunt? The robust uncle would turn into a meek kitten, while her aunt was the true tiger. Moreover, Su Qingcheng, observing Song Mei's fluid motions, recognized that her friend had practiced this before. One couldn't help but admire her friend's formidable fighting spirit, seemingly transforming her petite stature into that of a giant. Jiang Chen buried his face in his hands. The concept of familial authority, the male dominance, the decision-maker in the household. Oh, father, why must you endure this? Not only had the aura of dominance been shattered, but it had also been thoroughly trampled by mother. "Humph, you old fool, using a belt to strike your son, and you think you're formidable? After all these years, you raise him just to hit him? If you must discipline him, at least choose an appropriate method instead of resorting to a belt. What makes you so imposing?" As Song Mei spoke, she tightened her grip. "Ouch! Ouch!" Jiang Dapeng cried out repeatedly, as if his very life depended on her grasp. He quickly confessed, "Dear, please let go. I didn't hit our son. I merely intended to frighten him, to reason with him. I never struck him with a belt." Turning to Jiang Chen, Song Mei asked, "Son, did your father hit you?" Well," Jiang Chen scratched his head and confessed, "My father indeed persuades with reason, imparting a plethora of grand principles. But he has never resorted to striking me with a belt." "Then what was that sound of slapping just now, accompanied by the cries of pain?" Song Mei inquired further. "That was my father striking a chair. And as for the cries, I was merely playing along with him, claiming it was for his familial dominion." Jiang Chen explained, urging Mom, "Please let go. Indeed, we have but one son. Your heart aches for him, and mine does as well," Jiang Dapeng chimed in. "Your father truly did not hit you?" Song Mei remained skeptical. "Not at all. The belt was used on a chair. If you doubt me, go have a look. The chair is nearly falling apart from the blows," Jiang Chen replied. Song Mei entered the room and indeed discovered a chair on the verge of disintegration. Relieved, she finally released her grip, declaring, "You do have some sense. Jiang Dapeng, should you have truly harmed my son, I would demand compensation." "How could that be?" Jiang Dapeng chuckled nervously. "If I damaged your son, I would be in quite the predicament, considering I have only this one child, right?" Song Mei shot him an exasperated glare before turning to Sun Qian, instructing, "Little Qian, ensure your uncle compensates for this chair. He has deliberately damaged hospital property, and let him pay accordingly. Don't forget." "Yes, Aunt," Sun Qian promptly responded. Jiang Dapeng was left speechless. Goodness, what a formidable mother. Even for a damaged chair, she won't let me off the hook. This week's allowance for cigarettes is gone. Alas, farewell to my familial dominion and the dignity of manly authority. Chapter 28. You youngsters are full of vigor, however. For Jiang Dapeng, a seasoned veteran accustomed to the trials of life, such matters were of little concern. What did family status mean? What significance did the masculine dignity of dominance hold? Truth be told, it had never truly mattered to him. Thus, he remained unfazed. Besides, women, with their lengthy tresses, often lacked insight. Why should a man of his stature stoop to squabble with someone of limited understanding? That would only serve to diminish his own dignity. Once afforded freedom, Jiang Dapeng did not pause even for a moment. He promptly made his way to his 3 grandchildren. Gazing upon the 3 cherubic, delicate beings, he was overwhelmed with joy, unable to take his eyes off them, and found himself wanting to embrace them endlessly. At 50 years of age, becoming a grandfather was quite the revelation. Mom, my dad is actually quite good to me. Just now, he had no intention of reprimanding me. Instead, he shared a myriad of thoughts. It was then that I realized he and you truly care for me, and I was deeply moved. Moreover, my dad gave me this bank card, which contains 800,000 yuan, urging me to buy a house. Seeing that his mother was still somewhat displeased, Jiang Chen stepped in to defend his father, producing the bank card. Upon seeing it, Song Mei's expression changed immediately. Where on earth did Jiang Dapeng find this card? I had hidden it so well, yet he managed to uncover it? No wonder. It seems this old man has amassed quite a stash of private funds. He can even afford to smoke the premium brand. Jiang Chen thought. I hadn't anticipated that my father would take such liberties with this bank card. Nevertheless, since it is thus, it should be returned. I truly have no need for it. I possess a home and a car, and after being disciplined by my father with a belt, I was rewarded with 1 million from the system. Mom, you should keep this card. Why should I take it? It was given to you by your father, so you should keep it. The money is meant for you to purchase a home and marry. Without hesitation, Song Mei pressed the bank card back into Jiang Chen's hands. She then cast a sly glance at Su Qingsheng and remarked, Qingsheng, don't you agree? Oh dear, Mei Jia, please don't use me for your amusement. Su Qingsheng replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. She understood that her dear friend was wholly intent on considering her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Years of camaraderie had transformed her best friend into her mother-in-law, while her best friend's eldest son had become her husband. How delightful! Seeing Su Qingsheng's reaction, Song Mei felt greatly satisfied. A daughter-in-law like her dear friend, well-versed and cultured, possessing a fine figure and the potential for motherhood, was indeed a rare gem to find. After exchanging a few words, Song Mei's thoughts turned to the crib. Although she had held a newborn countless times before, witnessing Jiang Dapeng cradling their grandchildren, especially in the crib, with one arm around each baby, stirred a yearning within her. Unable to resist, she longed to draw close to her dear grandchildren. Gulmei, let me hold you. Song Mei approached, arms outstretched. Isn't there one left? You can hold that one. I too wish to embrace 2 at once, just like you. No way. Jiang Dapeng immediately rejected the notion without a moment's thought, exclaiming, You've already held them countless times. I have only just begun. What are you competing with me for? Jiang Chen, overhearing this, could only shake his head in disbelief. He thought to himself, Are these 3 little babies not enough for both of you to hold? Just as he was about to intervene, their mother suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my! Jiang Dapeng, why is there blood here? Jiang Dapeng, who had been happily cradling 2 infants, was momentarily taken aback by Song Mei's words. He glanced down in the direction she pointed and was indeed startled to find blood, a considerable amount of it. Let me see. Sun Qian, upon hearing this, hurried over to inspect the situation. Uncle, what happened to you? The wound has opened. After examining him, Sun Qian remarked. It was unclear whether Jiang Dapeng was overly joyful, lost in his own triumph, or for some other reason, but the incision from his appendectomy had indeed begun to split open, though it was not actively bleeding. Huh? The wound has opened? Yes, uncle, but as an obstetrician, I believe you need to see a surgeon for this matter, Sun Qian said with a serious expression. Jiang Dapeng glanced at the 4 to 5 centimeter long wound and the blood that had seeped out. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious. I won't die from it. He continued to beam, wrapping his arms around the 2 little ones in the crib, even contemplating cradling a 3rd. How can a man of your age act like a child? You've just had an appendectomy. Don't you have any awareness of your own condition? Shong Mei, seeing this, felt a surge of anger. Are you going to see a doctor or not? I'm not going. I refuse to go. Jiang Dapeng, engrossed in entertaining the children, was loath to leave them even for a moment. You refuse to go? If you wish to die. I certainly do not wish to become a widow. Song Mei, on her tiptoes, took matters into her own hands. Ouch, dear wife. Could you please be gentler? Fine. I'll go. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have no idea why you're being so stubborn. Song Mei, tugging at Jiang Dapeng's ear, unceremoniously led the reluctant Jiang Dapeng away to see a doctor. Meanwhile, others averted their eyes. It's all right, we saw nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling a momentary pang of sympathy for his father. Alas, my father is somewhat henpecked. After Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei left, Jiang Chen helplessly remarked to Su Qingqing. Indeed, it is quite apparent. Su Qingqing chuckled. So, if we were to be together in the future, would you want me to be the same? I'm not sure, but I prefer to live freely. Managing so many things seems too troublesome, and I can't be bothered, he replied. I have 800,000 in my account. My parents want me to buy a house. However, in Shanxi City, 800,000 might not buy a very good place. What do you think? That's fine. I have no high demands. No high demands? Jiang Chen teased. So if I live in a doghouse, would you join me? Humph. Su Qingqing let out a soft huff and cast a charmingly disdainful glance at Jiang Chen. Firstly, where you reside is not a necessity for me to follow. And secondly, if you truly live in a hovel, I certainly won't accompany you. Adults can endure some hardships, but it's imperative that children are spared any such indignities. Indeed, Jiang Chen chuckled heartily. Rest assured, I will make every effort to ensure neither you nor the children find yourselves in a wretched dwelling. Nearby, Sun Qian, who had not yet departed and was casually checking the children's jaundice, overheard their exchange and felt a pang of envy that was almost toothache-inducing. Were the young couple just now engaging in playful banter? TSK. One must admit, they are quite a compatible pair. All right then, today you're being discharged. It is time to tidy up and complete the necessary paperwork. There are numerous matters to attend to. By the way, Xiao Chun, have you remembered the post-discharge precautions for the mother? Of course. Avoid strenuous activities, maintain hygiene, and prevent the wound from getting wet. And what else? Oh yes. Regarding intimacy, there is a recovery period of 42 days. Any close contact should be approached with the utmost consideration for the woman's comfort, ensuring she does not experience pain or discomfort. Jiang Chen interjected. I understand, cousin. You've already made that quite clear. By the way, you weren't being intentional about this, were you? How could that be? Sun Qian vehemently denied, her eyes wide with innocence. I am an obstetrician. This is merely medical advice for you both. Besides, I am only concerned that you young ones, brimming with vitality, might find it difficult to exercise restraint. Chapter 29, 3 seconds. No, 3 minutes. My husband at this moment, Jiang Chen, was busy packing his belongings and completing the discharge formalities. His mother called, informing him that his father's condition had taken a slight turn for the worse. After cleaning the wound, he would need intravenous fluids. Ultimately, if he wished to be discharged in the morning, he would have to manage it on his own. During the call, Song Mei also expressed her grievances, lamenting her helplessness and suggesting that her presence only complicated matters. Jiang Dapeng could only accompany her with a smile. Fortunately, there wasn't much to pack, and it didn't take long for Jiang Chen to organize his things and nearly finalize the hospitalization procedures. At that moment, Sun Qian arrived, bringing with her a cash gift and a specialized stroller for triplets. Xiao Chun, Qingcheng, this is my contribution for you. I hope you won't find it lacking. Upon seeing the cash gift of 5,000 yuan and the stroller, which looked quite valuable, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at his cousin's generosity. Su Qingcheng also felt that the gift was rather substantial. Cousin, isn't this a bit too much? After spending a few days with Sun Qian, she found her to be quite amiable and thus referred to her as cousin alongside Jiang Chen. Where are you two in your journey? Sun Qian chuckled. Next time, I shall bring you something even grander. Next time? Su Qingqing inquired, puzzled. Of course. Would you and Xiao Chen have children without getting married? You can't just board the train without purchasing a ticket. Qingcheng, let us accept it, Jiang Chen said with a smile. As for the money, the merrier. This stroller is exactly what we need, so there is no reason not to accept it. After all, This is my cousin's heartfelt gesture. Besides, given her financial capacity, this amount is merely a trifle for her, just a few days' salary. Sun Qian interjected. What do you mean by financial capacity? My monthly salary is only a few thousand, barely exceeding 10,000 with bonuses. This is merely a token of my affection as your cousin. Alas, this ungrateful cousin of mine, failing to recognize kindness, was spoiled as a child. Thank you, cousin. Su Qingsheng replied. We're family, no need for formality. Sun Qian laughed. It's nice to hear you speak so kindly, sister-in-law. Due to other engagements, Sun Qian excused herself to attend to work, promising to return when Jiang Chen was about to depart. At this moment, Su Qingsheng was able to stand and walk independently for a bit. Together with Jiang Chen, they placed the 3 little babies into the stroller, played with them for a while, and ensured they were well fed. After tidying up, they were ready to set off. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived, Wang Bingbing. She too had come to present a gift. Jiang Chen, the arrival of a child is a significant event in life. As an old classmate, I cannot let this occasion pass without offering my congratulations. She gifted him 1,000 yuan in cash, a fruit basket, and several sets of clothing for the children. Previously, Wang Bingbing was completely overshadowed by Su Qingsheng, whose beauty, grace, and physique were unparalleled. Moreover, she felt neglected and overlooked by Jiang Chen. The situation was exacerbated by Song Mei, who, in her capacity as a prospective mother-in-law, officially acknowledged Su Qingsheng as the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. All these circumstances left Wang Bingbing disheartened. She had little hope of rekindling Jiang Chen's affections and receiving the same tender care she once enjoyed from him. To avoid awkwardness, she even switched shifts with colleagues to deliberately steer clear of the area where Su Qingsheng's hospital room was located. As for the matter of sending a gift, it was, after all, a reunion with a former classmate. Encountering the old classmate's new baby without any acknowledgement would be rather impolite. Thus, when she learned that Jiang Chen would soon be discharged, she hastened to visit. Of course, she harbored no ulterior motives. It was simply impossible. After all, Jiang Chen had once treated her with utmost kindness, willing to give everything for her, even his very life. Although some of his actions had seemed foolish and amusing in retrospect, they were undeniably heartfelt. In the past, she had failed to recognize and cherish that love. Over the years, amidst various encounters with other young men, she still found herself drawn to someone like Jiang Chen, who exuded sunny charm and handsomeness. How foolish she had been to let him slip away. While she could not compare herself to Su Qingsheng's generosity, preferences varied among individuals. Who knew if Jiang Chen might also hold a fondness for her? Hope, after all, should not be dismissed. What if it came to fruition? After all, she was his first love, and he had once been so devoted to her. It was this lingering thought, this final attempt, this regret for past negligence, that compelled Wang Bingbing to seize the opportunity to visit Jiang Chen once more, under the pretense of offering a gift. However, upon her arrival, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him, uncertain how to navigate the situation. Rejecting the gift would seem ungrateful, especially since it was offered with goodwill by an old classmate. Yet, accepting it might cause discomfort for Su Qingsheng. Despite her outwardly confident demeanor, she was rather possessive. Indeed, the best exes often appear as though they have passed from this world. And he had not even been an ex in the traditional sense, merely a devoted admirer who had ended up with nothing. Darling, since it is a gesture from your old classmate, you should accept it, Su Qingsheng interjected calmly, surprising Jiang Chen with her choice of words. Darling, he thought, rather pleased by the sound of it. Thank you, old classmate. I will accept the gift, Jiang Chen quickly replied to Wang Bingbing. That's quite all right. It was the least I could do, Wang Bingbing responded politely, though her heart ached. Su Qingsheng had already begun calling Jiang Chen darling. The feeling pierced through her like 1,000 needles. Yet, the sensation of being pricked would only intensify in the moments to come. As Su Qingsheng gracefully approached Jiang Chen, she naturally linked her arm with his, saying, "We're being discharged today. Since you're an old classmate of my husband, you are welcome to visit our home anytime." Just then, a large car light intimately pressed against Jiang Chen's arm. Simultaneously, he instinctively wrapped his hand around Su Qingqing's delicate waist. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bingbing felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. So, are they cohabiting after their discharge? One entwined their arms while the other embraced a slim waist. Was this a public display of affection? Moreover, it seemed that men were indeed visual creatures, drawn to the voluptuous. Wang Bingbing felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing her heart. Well, she had come here seeking torment. How foolish of her. I shouldn't be here. I ought to be beneath the car. All right, thank you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After exchanging a few polite words, Wang Bingbing hastily exited, fearing that if she lingered even a moment longer, she might burst into tears. Did you just call me husband? After Wang Bingbing departed, Jiang Chen turned to Su Qingqing, finding the term delightful. Let us continue with that. How absurd. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed involuntarily as she pushed Jiang Chen's arm away from her waist, thinking that it was merely a few minutes of him being her husband. Couldn't he expect her to continue addressing him as such? Dream on. Wait, so I was only your husband for a few minutes? May I inquire how many minutes? Exactly? Jiang Chen teased with a sly grin. Su Qingqing momentarily failed to grasp his insinuation. However, upon processing his words, she jested. Let me calculate. From the moment your old classmate entered until he left, it was probably around 3 minutes, give or take. Oh, just 3 minutes? Not bad. Better than 3 seconds. Now, even Su Qingqing, usually oblivious, understood Jiang Chen's meaning. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Get lost. She shot him a fierce glare. Your thoughts are truly perverse. I shall not speak with you anymore. Jiang Chen erupted into laughter. After a fit of mirth, he found himself pondering how to handle the gift from Wang Bingbing. He glanced at Su Qingqing, seeking her opinion. Su Qingqing instantly grasped his intent. Since we've accepted it, we might as well keep it. It's the thought that counts from an old classmate. 1,000 yuan can purchase quite a bit, and this fruit gift box would be too wasteful to discard. Su Qingqing quickly regained her composure and offered her suggestion. Indeed, let us keep it all then, Jiang Chen agreed. With Su Qingqing's endorsement, he felt no further concern. The children's clothing set appeared exquisite and was certainly not inexpensive. It would look lovely on their 3 little ones. Jiang Chen intended to put away the children's clothing set gifted by Wang Bingbing along with Su Qingqing's items, but was halted by Su Qingqing. Let us skip the children's clothing. Our little darling, of course, must on the garments we have purchased. The clothing gifted by your old classmate is indeed of commendable quality, perfectly suited to serve as diapers for our 3 little ones. Jiang Chen remarked, well, as I always say, our girl is indeed grand in every aspect, though her heart may be a touch small. Following that, it was time for discharge. Sun Qian, having completed her tasks, joined to assist, pushing the stroller containing our 3 infants. Although Su Qingqing was capable of walking, she could not do so for extended periods. Jiang Chen procured a wheelchair for her to sit in as they descended. Upon reaching the ground floor, he lifted her to the entrance of the hospital. Sun Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, while Su Qingqing, not unexpectedly, sensed a familiar discomfort. It was, without question, the mobile phone nestled within Jiang Chen's pocket. Thus, she was not taken aback. However, moments later, when Su Qingqing unexpectedly noticed that Jiang Chen held his phone in hand rather than tucked away in his pocket, a wave of panic washed over her. Chapter 30. The Joyful Ball of the Wealthy, oh dear. Su Qingqing exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she attempted to extricate herself from Jiang Chen's embrace. What is the matter? Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed. Nothing much. I encountered a rogue. Su Qingqing replied, her tone evasive. Encountered a rogue while in my arms? Jiang Chen was momentarily bewildered. How could such a situation arise? When he pressed her for more information, Su Qingqing resolutely refused to elaborate, insisting on walking away by herself, albeit at a leisurely pace. Jiang Chen, feeling a sense of helplessness, decided to acquiesce to her wishes and gently set her down. Once on her own, Su Qingqing ambled slowly, inadvertently casting a glance at a certain part of Jiang Chen, which sent a thrill through her, causing her cheeks to warm further. Ding! Host embraces his wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 80,000 yuan. A reward for simply embracing a wife? The system proves to be quite advantageous. Xiao Chun, how's my uncle doing? My dad is receiving an infusion, and my mom is keeping him company. However, considering the time, it should be wrapping up soon. Did you inquire about his condition? Is it serious? I did ask, but he keeps insisting that he'll be fine. Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian could not help but laugh. That truly sounds like my uncle. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Chen about their return and whether they needed a taxi, a sudden creak interrupted her. It was Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei returning in their 10-year-old Volkswagen, a reliable steed that had served them faithfully. Son, come on, I'll drive you back. Jiang Dapeng called out enthusiastically from his seat. It turned out that Jiang Dapeng had reopened his wound and needed to see a doctor. Although the maternal and child health hospital had a surgical department capable of treating adult males, Song Mei, upon seeing the long queue, opted to take Jiang Dapeng to another hospital instead. Upon arrival, the doctor scrutinized Jiang Dapeng's injury and admonished him for his negligence. After all, he had just undergone surgery, and this was no ordinary wound. Jiang Dapeng remained unfazed, dismissively stating, I want to die. The doctor was left both amused and exasperated. At Song Mei's insistence, Jiang Dapeng reluctantly agreed to have his wound treated and received another infusion. Even then, Song Mei remained vigilant, fearing that this old rascal might, as before, attempt to remove the four and leave prematurely. After the infusion, Jiang Dapeng insisted on driving, eager to personally escort his 3 grandchildren home. The doctor assured him that driving would pose no issue. It was only then that the seasoned driver, Song Mei, shot Jiang Dapeng a disapproving look and directed him to take the wheel. Son, don't look down on your old man-esque car. Though maybe a bit aged, it's now being driven by your mother. But you must know, it has served our family well over the years without major faults. Jiang Dapeng cheerfully explained to Jiang Chen. Ever since learning he had 3 grandchildren, he was overjoyed, feeling as if he had been bestowed with the sweetest honey. Everything around him appeared brighter, and life suddenly seemed to blossom anew. Dad, that's unnecessary. I have my own car. What? You have a car? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and approached a BMW X7 parked not far from the roadside. With a press of the car key, the headlights illuminated instantly. The BMW X7? Goodness. Not only Jiang Dapeng, but also Song Mei, Sun Qian, and the others were utterly astonished. Son, is this truly your vehicle? Indeed, Jiang Chen replied. But this is a BMW X7. It must cost around 2 million. Jiang Dapeng's expression was one of disbelief. His first reaction was skepticism. After all, he had never driven such an exquisite car. Why should his son be the first to have one? This is a BMW X7. You didn't steal or rent it, did you? What if I claimed I bought it with money from robbing a bank? Would you believe me? Get lost. Just tell me the truth. Is this your car? Of course. It is. But this car is worth 2 million. You just graduated. How could you possibly afford that? It's just over 2 million, not a big deal. Besides, isn't it normal for a fresh graduate to have a luxury car? Jiang Dapeng. Well, this little rascal is really showing off, isn't he? Despite their astonishment, Song Mei and the others were bursting with questions. However, as they were about to leave the hospital, approaching Jiang Chen with inquiries seemed inappropriate. Thus, they all moved forward, loading the 3 little babies, the stroller, and various items into the car. The backseat of Jiang Chen's BMW X7 had been modified to accommodate child seats, allowing the 3 little ones to lie comfortably on the rear seats. Song Mei noticed that the interior of her son's car was still spacious, so she joined them inside. Consequently, Jiang Dapeng's car would only be left empty aside from himself. Then came the journey home. As for the destination, according to Song Mei's thoughts, where else could it be? It must be Jiang Chen's rental apartment. However, half an hour later, the car unexpectedly arrived at the entrance of the Baishui Ju community, which greatly surprised Song Mei, for Baishui Ju was the most prestigious neighborhood in the entire Sihai city. Any apartment there would cost over 10 million. Even for renting, the monthly rent would be at least 20,000. Son, do you live here? Yes, but this is Baishui Ju. Renting must cost a fortune, right? I'm not renting. I own a property here. Jiang Chen's car drove directly into Baishui Ju. After greeting the security guard at the entrance, Jiang Dapeng's car followed suit. Once inside, They arrived at Jiang Chen's luxurious apartment. The elderly couple was left in a state of shock and bewilderment. They had just learned that their son bought a 2 million yuan car, and now they discovered he owned a property worth over 10 million. They were merely an ordinary working-class family. Such cars and homes were beyond their reach, likely requiring decades of frugality to afford. But their son, had he truly hit the jackpot? Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei strolled about, examining Jiang Chen's residence. Upon completion, their spirits were not lifted. Rather, they discreetly pulled Jiang Chen aside to inquire. Their faces were etched with deep concern. "Son, confess honestly, have you taken up with some wealthy woman? Otherwise, where do you obtain such considerable funds? Indeed, my son, you are still youthful. Do not solely contemplate living off others or seeking shortcuts. Moreover, what is there to gain from such shortcuts, like associating with wealthy women? Aside from their wealth and penchant for indulgence, all they offer is fleeting pleasure." As Jiang Dapeng spoke, his expression was one of profound anguish. Chapter 31. In this lifetime, gambling and drugs are incompatible. What is a wealthy woman's happy ball? Song Mei inquired, perplexed. Well, it refers to a steel wool ball, Jiang Dapeng explained, his tone somewhat forced. A steel wool ball? Song Mei's expression became even more bewildered. "Ah, you can just look it up yourself," Jiang Dapeng replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Song Mei promptly searched for the term. After reading the explanation, her cheeks flushed slightly. She shot Jiang Dapeng a fierce glare, exclaiming, "How inappropriate! You seem to know quite a bit, don't you? Just wait until we get home." Jiang Dapeng's lips twitched involuntarily. Subsequently, the couple united against their son, pressing Jiang Chen about whether he had been involved with any wealthy women. "No way. How could our son engage in such activities?" Jiang Chen replied, exasperated. "While it is true that many young people tend to seek shortcuts, who are we? A model student with excellent character. It is absolutely impossible, cough. Even if I wanted to, there wouldn't be an opportunity, right? Since that is not the case. Have you engaged in any illegal activities?" Song Mei pressed further. "Indeed, the methods for quickly earning large sums of money are all explicitly listed in the criminal code. You must not do anything foolish," Jiang Dapeng added, focusing intently on Jiang Chen. "For instance, have you been selling rock candy recently?" "Selling rock candy?" Song Mei echoed, confused. "It's a euphemism for selling drugs, disguising them as rock candy," Jiang Dapeng clarified. "Ah," Song Mei exclaimed in surprise, turning anxiously to Jiang Chen, her voice trembling. "Son, please tell me you're not involved in that money-making scheme. That could lead to severe consequences." Jiang Dapeng merely asked Jiang Chen if he was selling rock candy. But upon seeing Song Mei's reaction, he too was taken aback and began to worry about Jiang Chen. Surely this mischievous boy wouldn't actually know way meanwhile. Jiang Chen observed his parents' sudden seriousness and anxious expressions, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "What on earth are you two thinking? Selling rock candy? What a joke. I have resolutely distanced myself from gambling and drugs in this lifetime." However, reflecting on it, it was understandable. With such an unexpected turn of fortune, having just graduated and suddenly possessing luxury cars and houses, along with assets worth millions, who wouldn't be incredulous? Naturally, his parents were no exception. To alleviate their concerns, Jiang Chen retrieved his property deed, car purchase contract, and other documents to demonstrate that the car and house belonged to him. He then showed them his phone and bank account, explaining that all his rewards were legitimate and lawful. Thus, even with his purchases, there was a legitimate source of funds, stemming from stock trading and cryptocurrency investments. Each transaction was meticulously documented. Both Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng, well-educated individuals, scrutinized Jiang Chen's various income sources for quite some time. They found everything to be compliant with the law, with clear origins, and not derived from illicit activities or payments from any wealthy woman. They were entirely convinced and relieved. Who would have thought their son was so remarkable? Well, it seems he has surpassed even their expectations. Earning money is far more impressive. Jiang Dapeng couldn't help but smile broadly. His son is remarkable. As a mere worker, he also benefits from his son's success, doesn't he? When his son enjoys the fruits of his labor, he too can savor the broth. Song Mei felt an immense sense of pride. That little rascal wasn't raised in vain. Having just graduated, he could afford cars and houses worth millions. Not to mention his bank account boasting over $1 million in cash. He has certainly outshone his parents, regardless of how one views it. With a daughter-in-law and 3 grandchildren, and with his son thriving in his career, life had reached a fulfilling pinnacle. As she pondered this, Song Mei felt her heart blossom with joy. Just as she was reveling in happiness, she suddenly slapped Jiang Chen. "You little rascal. How can you earn all this money and still take advantage of your mother?" Her expression tinged with anger. Jiang Chen. Initially, seeing his parents so jubilant filled him with a sense of accomplishment, but being suddenly slapped by Song Mei left him bewildered. What had he done now? Hadn't he merely won over her dear friend? After all, hadn't he given her 3 grandchildren? Was there no end to this? Surely, it couldn't be an early onset of menopause. "Mom, how have I wronged you?" "Have I really?" Song Mei, relentless, retorted. "Are you trying to play tricks on me? You first took 30,000 from my bonuses and subsidies, and then you took 800,000, which is all your father and I saved up over a lifetime. You call that not taking advantage?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Dapeng realized the gravity of the situation. They could overlook the 30,000, but that 800,000 truly represented years of their labor. "Indeed, son, your mother is right. Given your wealth, why do you still covet our money? Consider the 30,000 a gift. But that 800,000 was meant to help you buy a house, yet you already own a luxurious mansion worth millions. Isn't it a bit excessive to still want that 800,000? A barrage of questions followed. Jiang Dapeng, a technician earning an average of 8,000 a month, had only recently seen a modest increase in his salary, just enough to make ends meet. Song Mei, although appearing to work in a stable position, earned only 6,000 a month, and after supporting Jiang Chen through school and managing household expenses, they had little left over. The 800,000 was, to put it bluntly, the essence of their hard work accumulated over the years. Jiang Chen understood his parents' feelings. Chuckling awkwardly, he retrieved the 2 cards and handed them back. "Mom and Dad, I was merely holding on to them temporarily. How can that be considered taking advantage? Besides, you were the ones who insisted I take them." "True, we did insist. But how could you actually accept them?" "Well, at least you could have shown some humility. I graciously yielded, stating my affluence, yet you all remained skeptical. Should I refrain from further engagement? I fear you might resort to violence against me." In that moment, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng shared a thought. Recalling how the impudent young man, despite his evident need for funds, was obstinately stubborn, they truly wished to persuade him with reason. "Father, mother, you have endured much over the years, tirelessly supporting my university education. Now that you possess a bit of financial comfort, allow me to present you with a gift on this occasion," Jiang Chen earnestly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng's immediate reaction was one of refusal. "A gift for us? No. We, in our old age, require no such presents. Pray tell, you haven't entangled yourself with some young lady, have you? Are we to expect a brood of grandchildren? You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" "What do you mean nonsense? Our son has inherited my handsome genes, charming several young women, and if something ensued, is that not entirely natural? Oh, dear wife, must he be so rough? Not a chance. Let me be clear. If our son dares to be trifling with the likes of Qingsheng, he shall be met with my wrath. Indeed, should he dare, I shall break his legs myself." Chapter 32. What a touch of filial piety. Upon witnessing his mother apprehending his father, Jiang Chen could only facepalm in disbelief. He thought to himself, when did Dad become such a goofball? Whatever happened to that irascible old relic, the formidable man with an air of dominance? Well, after a fleeting moment of sympathy for his father, he decided to spend the remaining 99 seconds simply laughing. "Ha ha ha, Mom and Dad, please do not misconstrue my intentions. The gift I present to you is a house," Jiang Chen declared earnestly as he produced the property deed and keys. "What? You're gifting us a house?" Song Mei and her husband gasped in astonishment, their immediate response being vehement opposition. "You foolish boy, even if you were wealthy, why would you choose to give us a house? It's not as if we lack a place to live. We were even considering purchasing a house for you. With the 800,000 we have, buying your house is out of the question, but there are plenty of reasonably priced neighborhoods. A smaller one would suffice, and paying in full would be nearly achievable. Even for the relatively upscale Swan Lake community, a down payment would be easily manageable. Indeed, son, we appreciate your heartfelt gesture, but you should keep the house for yourself. Oh, by the way, son, which neighborhood did you say you bought for us? The Swan Lake community. What? The Swan Lake community. Goodness, while it may not compare to Bishui residence, a house that would still cost around 2 to 3 million. Why would you, dear child, spend so much money on such an extravagant gift for us? Exactly, it's unnecessary. You can neither eat nor drink from it. It's merely a waste of money. You've only just begun your career, and you're already spending lavishly. Developing such habits can be detrimental. Song Mei and her husband chastised Jiang Chen for his extravagant spending, resolutely refusing to accept the house. Among them, Jiang Daping's disapproval was particularly pronounced. He lamented Jiang Chen's reckless expenditure. Nevertheless, they quietly took possession of the property deed and keys, rationalizing that their son acted out of genuine filial piety and goodwill. After all, one cannot let their son feel disheartened. Jiang Chen observed this interaction with a heart full of joy. After all, they were his parents. They had toiled tirelessly for him over the years, saving scrupulously throughout their lives. It was only fitting that he afforded them a taste of the good life. No matter how he chose to treat them, it could never be deemed excessive. Giving them a house was merely a modest gesture. Is this truly your house? As Jiang Chen addressed his parents' concerns, he emerged only to encounter Su Qingcheng, who was meandering about the room. The three little ones were soundly asleep, providing her a chance to view the new residence they were about to inhabit. Jiang Chen was not someone she knew well. Based on her close friend Song Mei, she understood that his family background was quite ordinary. He lacked any illustrious lineage or background. Jiang Chen himself was merely a freshly graduated university student. Yet he had already acquired a BMW X7 and a residence in Bishui, leaving her, despite her worldly experiences, utterly astonished. The BMW X7 alone was valued at 2 million. The most notable characteristic of the residence at Baiyuju is its exorbitant price. The properties that are soon to be occupied are priced no less than 10 million. For a freshly graduated university student, this level of asset is undeniably excessive. Of course, it's mine, Jiang Chen chuckled. So what do you think, Teacher Su? Not too shabby, right? Indeed, it is quite impressive, Su Qingqing nodded, her gaze toward Jiang Chen taking on a peculiar quality. I had assumed you were merely a penniless student, yet it appears you possess numerous admirable qualities, even being a hidden, affluent individual. Well, it seems Teacher Su will have her hands full, Jiang Chen replied playfully. I'm brimming with virtues, just waiting for you to discover them one by one. Huh, who would go about discovering them? Su Qingcheng retorted, her face inexplicably warming at his insinuation, her heart stirring with emotion, though her words remained dismissive. Steadying herself, she suddenly proposed, by the way, may I make a request? What request? Speak freely. Could you refrain from calling me Teacher Su in the future? Huh? How should I address you then? Wife? Partner? Absolutely not. How about kids, mother? Get lost. Then how should I refer to you? Simply using your name seems disrespectful. Perhaps I could call you Annie? Why would you do that? Because calling you Auntie is quite fitting. Su Qingcheng immediately flushed with embarrassment, feeling the urge to retaliate. She nearly exclaimed, Auntie? Have you ever seen someone who's given birth to several children being called Annie? Jiang Chen, noticing her speechlessness, felt an unexpected thrill. You truly are easy to tease. Ha ha. Su Qingcheng, now annoyed, turned away with a deliberately cold expression. After a moment, she suddenly remembered something and asked Jiang Chen, did you just gift your parents a property at Swan Lake? You heard that? Given how loudly your parents spoke, it would be surprising if I hadn't. True enough, I did gift them a property at Swan Lake. What? Are you already feeling reluctant about it? What do you mean reluctant? It's not my property. I simply think it's commendable that you're so filial. Sister May and your father are fortunate to have a son like you. Indeed, filial piety is a cherished virtue in our Chinese culture. I have always embodied that, willing to offer my best to my parents. Jiang Chen patted his chest, indulging in self-praise. Su Qingcheng, blinking in surprise, asked, The properties at Bayuju are much more expensive than those at Swan Lake. Since you are so filial, why don't you let Sister May and your father live at Bayuju? Ah well. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head. Auntie Sue, your question is quite unkind. Why would you say, since I am so filial, why not let my parents live at Bayuju? If I did that, wouldn't it be considering their comfort while ensuring my own living standards are met? As the saying goes, filial piety is paramount. It's the intent that matters, not the actions. Seeing Jiang Chen at a disadvantage, Su Qingchang couldn't help but smile. A suppressed giggle escaped my lips. Ah, I see. So this is your way of showing filial piety. Well, there is a hint of it, but not much. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen and Su Qingchang playfully teased each other, while simultaneously, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng were not idle. After cheerfully accepting the keys to the property gifted by their son, they hurried over to their 3 grandchildren. The little ones were fast asleep, but the sudden commotion stirred them awake, and they began to squirm and wail incessantly. Upon inspection, Song Mei discovered that it was time for a diaper change. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Dapeng volunteered to assist with the diaper change. Can you manage that? Song Mei inquired. What do you mean, can I manage? It's just a diaper change. After all, I've changed that mischievous boy's diapers before, Jiang Dapeng replied with confidence, proceeding to change his grandson's diaper. Look, how difficult can it be? Just unfasten the diaper, clean up my dear grandson's bottom, remove the old diaper, and replace it with a new one. Simple, exceedingly simple. Suddenly, a surprised exclamation escaped him. Oh dear. Ugh, ugh, ugh. You little rascal, while I'm helping you with your diaper change, you have the audacity to wet your grandfather. Such filial piety. Truly remarkable. Chapter 33. Even cows would stare for 3 seconds. Jiang Dapeng volunteered to change the diapers of the 3 little ones. As he was engaged in this task, he boasted to Song Mei about how simple it was to change a diaper. However, just as he was in the midst of changing the first grandchild's diaper, the little one unexpectedly urinated, and by sheer coincidence, some of it splashed onto Jiang Dapeng's face. Observing this, Song Mei erupted into laughter. Well, isn't this delightful? Changing a diaper and getting a mouthful of pee from your grandchild. You truly are a talent. Let us see if you still want to show off. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain their amusement. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, poured a glass of water for his father. Jiang Dapeng, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. He spat a couple of times and didn't even drink the water offered by Jiang Chen. Instead, he remained undeterred, cheerfully declaring, "It's my first time changing a diaper for my grandchild, and I got a mouthful of pee. This only shows how close we are. And besides, what do you all know? This is just child's urine. It's good for the body." He maintained an air of nonchalance. The others, upon hearing this, fell silent. Ding! Host's father received a mouthful of urine from his grandchild. With a bond of grandfather and grandson, congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 30,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's notification in his mind. His grandson urinated on his grandfather, and yet he could earn a reward? What kind of absurd logic is this? Ding! The logic is the bond of grandfather and grandson. Ding! The system has issued a random task, encouraging the host's father to continue changing diapers for the grandchild. Achieving the goal of grandfatherly affection or paternal affection will yield additional rewards. The host may refuse, with no penalties or rewards for refusal. Jiang Chen. Grandfatherly affection? Paternal affection? Is this random task issued by the system something a person should do? No way, absolutely not. Jiang Chen resolved to persuade his father, "Dad, why don't you let Mom handle this diaper change instead?" "What do you mean, let it go? I've lived a long life, and the phrase let it go has never existed in my dictionary." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Dapeng immediately puffed out his cheeks in defiance. "I do not believe it. I can change a diaper for my grandchild just fine. You just watch and see how beautifully I can change this diaper for the little one." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and resumed his task. However, no sooner had he begun than a loud noise erupted. The onlookers were astonished to see Jiang Dapeng's hand, due to excessive force, had inadvertently grasped a handful of the baby's excrement. Ding! Host's father has grasped a handful of excrement, achieving the task goal. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50,000 yuan. Jiang Chen. Ding. Hostess' father, feeling indignant, successfully grasped a second handful of excrement, dirtying his sleeves and nearly wishing to sever his hand in disgust, thus achieving the task goal. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000 yuan. Jiang Chen. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. As the excitement of Song Mei and Jiang Daping gradually waned, their stomachs began to grumble. Qingsheng, what would you like for lunch? I shall prepare something delicious for you, Song Mei inquired, taking the initiative to ask Su Qingsheng for her preferences. Previously, she had always asked Jiang Daping what he desired, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to this change. However, he quickly adjusted, realizing that Su Qingsheng, being both a close friend and daughter-in-law, naturally took precedence. The weight of family hierarchy seems to have diminished once again. I'm fine with anything, Su Qingsheng replied nonchalantly. All right then, since today marks your first day post-discharge, I shall make something casual for you. Song Mei chuckled, fully aware of her longtime friend's straightforward nature. When Su Qingsheng claimed she was indifferent, she truly meant it. Yet, as a mother-in-law, Song Mei could not simply be indifferent in her culinary endeavors. Downstairs, the community boasted a fresh produce supermarket. After Jiang Chen procured the necessary ingredients and brought them upstairs, Song Mei immediately set to work in the kitchen. Jiang Daping, eager to assist, was swiftly dismissed by Song Mei without a second thought. Jiang Chen, joining in, was equally disinclined to let his father interfere with the cooking. Faced with the resolute opposition from his wife and son, a resigned Jiang Daping could only shake his head and glance down at his hands, ultimately conceding defeat. Mom, how about I give it a try for lunch? Jiang Chen suddenly recalled his culinary prowess, which had yet to be showcased, and wished to seize this opportunity to impress. You cooking? Are you sure you can manage? Song Mei expressed her skepticism, recalling past experiences where anything less than burnt offerings could be deemed a significant accomplishment. As for the flavor, it was best left unmentioned. Son, I'm not trying to discourage you, but perhaps it's best if you refrain from cooking. You've attempted it before, and let me tell you, the taste was such that even dogs would turn their noses up at it. Jiang Daping chimed in, surprisingly aligning with his wife. At Jiang Daping's remark, both Song Mei and Su Qingsheng erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen could only facepalm in disbelief. Dad, your words are truly something. My cooking was simply too exquisite, the flavors delightful and robust. The dog would leap 3 feet high in excitement and scamper off in joy after tasting it. Mom, please let me have just one chance. If I truly fail, you can continue cooking, Jiang Chen urged Song Mei once more. Very well, I shall supervise, she conceded, albeit with lingering doubts about Jiang Chen's culinary skills. The primary purpose of this meal is for Qingsheng, so our preferences are secondary. She's currently in confinement and must nourish herself adequately while caring for 3 children, she reminded him. Understood, Mom, Jiang Chen replied, his hands already busy. His first dish was a simple stir-fried pork. After thoroughly cleansing the pork belly, it was sliced into delicate pieces, while garlic and ginger were cut into slices, and the green onions were chopped into sections. Enhanced by his remarkable culinary skills, he not only possessed extraordinary experience and techniques in cooking, but also displayed incredible speed in chopping. His movements were swift enough to leave behind an ephemeral shadow. Meanwhile, Song Mei was busy chattering away, preparing a side dish of radish stir-fried with pig liver. On the other hand, Jiang Chen had already heated the pan and added oil, tossing in the pork belly slices to stir-fry until they were cooked through and fragrant. In no time, a delightful home-cooked stir-fried pork dish was ready to be served. Son, Qingsheng is my close friend, so I want to dwell on that. She has given birth to 3 children for our Jiang family. That alone is no small feat, and she has made significant contributions to our family. We ought to treat her well, otherwise it would be truly ungrateful. While Song Mei continued her monologue, she placed the prepared side dishes over to Jiang Chen. However, upon lifting her gaze, she was astonished to find that Jiang Chen had already completed his stir-fried pork and had even prepared a smashed cucumber on the side. Have you finished so quickly? Song Mei exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Mom, give it a try, Jiang Chen said, offering her a pair of chopsticks. As she accepted the chopsticks, and took a bite of the stir-fried pork. Disbelief washed over her. The flavor was astonishingly delicious, beyond description, in one phrase. She had never tasted such exquisite stir-fried pork in her several decades of life. Then, she sampled the smashed cucumber, and the flavor was equally incredible. A dish so simple, yet it imparted a divine taste. How on earth did this rascal manage to do that? Mom, what do you think? Is it delicious? Seeing his mother savoring the dish in silence, Jiang Chen began to doubt his own remarkable culinary prowess. Song Mei hurriedly grabbed another piece of smashed cucumber, and finally, she mumbled, "Delicious. It's exceptionally good. Son, how has your cooking improved so much?" "Well, I've recently become self-taught," he replied. "Self-taught? Oh, please. You're just putting on a show." Song Mei laughed and scolded him lightly. "Son, your cooking is impressive. I'll take this smashed cucumber over for your dad to try." "All right," Jiang Chen responded, continuing to prepare dishes such as radish stir-fried with pig liver, steamed perch, braised beef brisket with tomatoes, and poached shrimp, each dish more delectable than the last. Just as he was engrossed in cooking, Song Mei hurried over. "Son, could you smash another cucumber? Your dad has devoured the first one before we even officially started the meal." "Oh, really?" Jiang Chen chuckled, noting how Jiang Daping seemed to be increasingly carefree with age. "If I had done that as a child, I would have received a good scolding from him." "No worries. I'll smash another one right away. By the way, Mom, what did Dad think of the dishes I prepared?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Your dad said this. The dishes you made before were ones even dogs would turn their noses up at, but now, the dishes you prepare are so good that even a cow would be left speechless for 3 seconds." Chapter 34. Steamed perch and tomato braised beef brisket. With the birth of their child, Qin was discharged from the hospital, and they moved into their new home. It was indeed a time of great joy. Under the guidance, or rather, the watchful eye of Song Mei, Jiang Chen prepared an extravagant feast. The table was adorned with a variety of dishes: home-style stir-fried pork, radish stir-fried with pig liver, steamed perch, tomato braised beef brisket, poached shrimp, yellow bean stewed pig trotters, scrambled eggs with black fungus, stir-fried spinach, seaweed egg soup, and 2 plates of smashed cucumber. Jiang Daping's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the spread. Had it not been for Song Mei's watchful presence, he would have already dived into the meal. "Qin, today marks our family's first meal together," Song Mei said, smiling at Su Qin. "All these dishes were prepared by Xiao Chun. You must try them. I assure you, you will crave more." Earlier, while Jiang Chen was cooking, Su Qin had taken a brief rest in the bedroom. Upon returning and witnessing the magnificent array of dishes created by Jiang Chen, she turned to him in astonishment. "Wow, you made all of this?" Each dish looked incredibly appetizing, and just at a glance, one could tell they would be delicious. "Of course, do give them a try," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "All right." Su Qin nodded, picking up her chopsticks to taste the spinach. The moment it touched her palate, she was overwhelmed by its richness and flavor. Saliva instantly filled her mouth. She couldn't help but sample the radish stir-fried with pig liver, steamed perch, and tomato braised beef brisket. Each dish was bursting with deliciousness, igniting a delightful explosion of flavors. They were so delectable that she felt as if she might swallow her own tongue. Delicious, truly exquisite. Su Qin, normally not one to indulge, found herself inexplicably enchanted by Jiang Chen's cooking. Within a short span, she had devoured several bites. Even then, she could not put down her chopsticks. "Jiang Chen, I never expected your culinary skills to be this remarkable. You've certainly gained my admiration." Su Qin couldn't help but praise him. Jiang Chen, without a hint of modesty, replied, "I've always said, I have no flaws, only virtues." "Qin, if it's delicious, please eat more. We are family, so don't hold back." Jiang Daping chimed in. "Indeed, Qin, it's rare for you to enjoy the dishes made by this little rascal, so indulge yourself." To be honest, the meals he made before were so unpalatable even a dog would turn its nose up at them. But now, they're truly something even a cow would pause to appreciate. "Come, try this shrimp." Although simply poached, its flavor is unparalleled. Seeing Su Qin relishing the food, Song Mei and Jiang Daping were all smiles, eagerly serving her more dishes, quickly filling her plate. Thank you. If you keep adding, I want to be able to finish," Su Qin said, struggling to keep up with the bounty of deliciousness before her. In the past, she would have been overwhelmed. But now she estimated that not only could she finish the plate, but perhaps she could even manage a second, or maybe even a third. Meanwhile, while Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng kept piling food on his Su Qingqing's plate, they themselves were thoroughly enjoying the meal, with Jiang Dapeng even indulging in 2 plates of smashed cucumber, savoring every bite. There was no way around it. This was the most delectable cucumber dish he had ever tasted in his life. It felt as though he had squandered decades prior. As a chef, Jiang Chen experienced a profound sense of accomplishment witnessing a family relish the meal he had prepared, devouring it with fervor. Naturally, his own chopsticks were not idle. After a busy morning, he was indeed feeling somewhat famished. He decided to sample a piece of the steamed perch. Ah, delightful. The dishes he crafted were simply exquisite. Suddenly, as the family was engrossed in their meal, Su Qingqiang called out, clutching her chest and furrowing her brow. "What is it?" Jiang Chen inquired. "It's nothing," Su Qingqiang replied as she stood up, gesturing toward Jiang Chen and then pointing to the 3 little ones in their crib, hastily making her way to the bedroom. Jiang Chen instantly grasped her implication, yet disbelief lingered in his heart. Could it be? Such talent was truly remarkable. Jiang Dapeng, absorbed in his meal, noticed Su Qingqing's sudden exclamation and her subsequent retreat to the bedroom. Jiang Chen also rose, wheeling the crib into the bedroom, feeling a sense of perplexity. What was the matter with Qingqing? Had something occurred? Before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Song Mei. "Focus on your meal. What does this have to do with you?" "Oh," Jiang Dapeng acknowledged, realizing it was a matter he ought not to concern himself with. Thus, he resumed his meal with determination. Chapter 35. I consider you a close friend, yet you aspire to be my mother. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqiang emerged from the bedroom, accompanied by 3 little ones who were sound asleep after being well fed. The trio lay side by side in the crib, each adopting an adorably surrendering posture, captivating Song Mei at first glance. This scene affirmed her speculation that Su Qingqiang had indeed gone to the bedroom to tend to the children. "Qingqiang, please come and eat. The food is still warm," Song Mei warmly invited, having reserved a grand spread of dishes for Su Qingqiang since the latter had entered the bedroom with Jiang Chen. Aside from 2 plates of cucumber salad that Jiang Dapeng had devoured, she had meticulously preserved the rest, even warming them in the microwave. Su Qingqiang felt a slight flush on her cheeks as she nodded and took a seat. Admittedly, after the earlier events in the bedroom, she found herself quite hungry, famished. In fact, coupled with Jiang Chen's culinary skills that were hard to resist, she sat down without hesitation and began to eat heartily. As Su Qingqiang settled in to enjoy her meal, Jiang Dapeng finally received the green light from the mother tiger to once again wield his chopsticks and indulge in dishes beyond just the cucumber salad. However, noticing that Jiang Chen hadn't touched his food since coming out, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "Son, why aren't you eating? There's so much food." Song Mei echoed his astonishment. "Yes, dear, you're a grown man. Food is essential for survival. How can you not eat?" "I'm really not hungry. You all enjoy." Jiang Chen offered a vague explanation. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his reasoning. Yet, they soon dismissed their confusion, their appetites for the delectable spread overpowering any further inquiry. They resumed their meal, fully engrossed in their dining experience. Unbeknownst to them, as Su Qingqiang busily ate, her cheeks burned with an undeniable heat. If it weren't for her hunger, she would have wished to vanish into a crack in the ground, or at the very least, hide in the bedroom and never come out again. As for Jiang Chen, that big oaf, alas, her life had truly fallen into his hands. Ding! Host's family reunion, harmonious couple, to enhance the host's blissful life. Congratulations on receiving a special reward. Golden Kidneys, Lottery Gift Pack X1. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Another reward? Really? Golden Kidneys, Lottery Gift Pack X1. Well then, with such a remarkable wife, how could he, as her husband, appear weak? With that thought, Jiang Chen promptly claimed the reward of golden kidneys. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. All right, the system is impressive. Time for the lottery. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, The host has 3 bottles of Matai liquor and a commercial message. A commercial message, indeed. Once upon a time, the system. Is this the next step in paving the way for 1's own commercial empire? By the way, son, have you thought of names for the 3 grandchildren yet? At the dinner table, as they were heartily enjoying their meal, Jiang Dapeng suddenly recalled this query. Upon hearing this, Song Mei also turned her attention with interest. Not yet. I haven't thought of good names, so I've set it aside for the time being, Jiang Chen replied, asserting that there was no rush, as names could be settled within a month. How could there be no urgency? Naming a child is a significant matter. After all, they will carry it for a lifetime. Jiang Dapeng tapped his head and suggested, how about this? I shall not concern myself with the formal names, but I can assist you in choosing the children's nicknames. Just you? Song Mei immediately expressed her dissent, questioning what sort of ridiculous names you could come up with. Well, what of it? I am, after all, an intellectual, Jiang Dapeng retorted, somewhat sheepishly. In truth, he had indeed intended to propose names. But since the formidable matriarch had preemptively cautioned him, he had to think of alternatives. The firstborn is a boy. How about we call him Shurtu, which signifies strength? He has been robust since childhood. The second and third are girls. Many years ago, aside from Xiao Chun, their grandmother had longed for another granddaughter, but alas, it did not come to pass for various reasons. Now, with 2 granddaughters at once, their wish has finally been fulfilled. How about naming the second and third? One as Shanxi and the other as Nian? Jiang Dapeng set down his chopsticks and earnestly presented his suggestions. The eldest shall be called Shurtu, the second Shanxi, and the third Nian. I find these names quite agreeable. Song Mei pondered carefully and added, what do you think of Xiao Chun and Qing Cheng? Not bad at all. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, these nicknames are delightful. Su Qing Cheng chimed in, seeing that everyone unanimously approved of the nicknames he proposed. Jiang Dapeng was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together and continuing. Now that the nicknames are settled, it is time for you to exercise your creativity in naming the children formally. Regarding the names of the 3 little ones, Jiang Chen and Su Qing Cheng had contemplated many times, yet none had been satisfactory. Today, since father has assisted with the nicknames, they could no longer procrastinate on the formal names. Thus, Jiang Chen took out a large dictionary and began to peruse it with Su Qing Cheng, while Song Mei also joined in, eager to lend her enthusiasm. After flipping through for quite some time, the brows of the 3 remained furrowed. After further searching, Jiang Chen finally had a glimmer of inspiration. For the eldest boy, how about we take Bai Juyi's courtesy name and call him Jiang Letian? Jiang Chen proposed. For the second and third girls, perhaps we could use the idiom Yi Xiao Yin Ran, naming the second Jiang Yi Xiao and the third Jiang Yin Ran. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Su Qing Cheng, who had been frowning in deep thought, echoed his suggestions. The eldest will be Jiang Letian, the second Jiang Yi Xiao, the third Jiang Yin Ran. Excellent, Song Mei exclaimed, clapping her thigh in approval. With the matriarch's praise, Jiang Dapeng also voiced his approval. And indeed, these 3 names seemed truly remarkable. After a unanimous decision by the family, the names of the 3 little ones were finally settled. Son, do we have any liquor? With so many joyous occasions at home today, how can we not celebrate? Jiang Dapeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Liquor? Yes, Jiang Chen replied. The system has just rewarded us with 3 bottles of Matai. He went to the bedroom to retrieve the 3 bottles and place them on the table. Upon seeing them, Jiang Dapeng's eyes sparkled. Matai 80? This is a fine product, worth several tens of thousands per bottle. Where did you get this, my son? Just bought it, Jiang Chen replied. Just bought it? Jiang Dapeng was taken aback, momentarily wondering if it might be counterfeit. But a glance at the lavishly decorated living room quelled his doubts. Buy counterfeit? Nonsense. With his son's wealth, a car worth 2 million, a house worth over 10 million, and a bank balance in the millions, drinking Matai 80, priced in the tens of thousands per bottle, was indeed a trivial matter. Jiang Dapeng, who had always enjoyed fine wines, could hardly contain his excitement at the sight of 3 bottles of Matai 80 and was eager to uncork one. However, he was immediately stopped by Song Mei. You just had surgery and received an infusion this morning. How can you drink alcohol? Ah, this. Jiang Dapeng suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing the truth of her words. Dear, how about just a small taste of this Matai? unable to resist the temptation. He implored his tiger mother once more. Unsurprisingly, she firmly refused. Not even a sip. You want to die? While I have no intention of becoming a widow. Jiang Dapeng was left speechless. Su Qingsheng nearly burst into laughter at the scene, while Jiang Chen, accustomed to these familial dynamics, quickly interjected. Dad, just let it go this time. You genuinely cannot drink. We'll just have plain water this time, and next time, I promise we'll drink to our heart's content. Well, all right then, Jiang Dapeng said reluctantly, casting a wistful glance at the 3 bottles of Matai. Thus, he and Jiang Chen resorted to plain water, raising their glasses to one another while stealing glances at the Matai. Song Mei observed them for a while, ensuring that Jiang Dapeng had no opportunity to sneak a drink, before feeling at ease to leave and check on the 3 little babies in the crib. Su Qingsheng, having finished her meal, joined her at that moment. The two engaged in playful banter with the children while whispering to each other. Sister Mei, how about I start calling you Aunt from now on? Su Qingcheng sadendi sig yistiv. Call me Aunt? Why? Song Mei replied in surprise. We've been good friends for years. Haven't you always been Sister Mei to me? It's awkward. Su Qingcheng said, her demeanor shy. Think about it. You are Jiang Chen's mother. I call you Sister Mei, and then I call Jiang Chen's father-uncle. It just feels off. Upon hearing this, Song Mei laughed heartily. Yet, upon reflection, she too realized the peculiar nature of their titles. It was indeed odd for a couple to be addressed in such a manner, with one being called sister and the other uncle. It's nothing, Qingsheng, Song Mei said with a smile, offering comfort. You can change how you address me whenever you wish, but only when you marry Xiaochen. When I marry Jiang Chen. Indeed, I do not wish to be called auntie by you. I long to hear you call me mom. Song Mei laughed softly, unable to contain her amusement. Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes in exasperation. Great, I consider you a close friend, and you want to be my mother. Sigh, it's all that big clumsy oaf's fault. Song Mei chuckled quietly, contemplating the future when the young couple would embark on their own lives together. As the prospective mother-in-law, there were some matters she felt necessary to address. Qingsheng, I am thoroughly satisfied with you being together with my son. However, I must admit, since you are older, there are certain things you should teach him. Teach him? Su Qingsheng was momentarily taken aback. Sister Mei, what exactly do you mean? Cough, cough. Song Mei felt a bit shy, but, for the sake of their harmonious life, mustered the courage to remind her. What else could it be? Just the marital matters. Of course. Su Qingsheng's face flushed instantly. I thought it was something else. But teaching that big clumsy oaf? Ha! Sister Mei, you may not know. I am older than your son, yet when it comes to that aspect, he knows far more than I do. Upon hearing Su Qingsheng's words, Song Mei immediately understood. Indeed, the younger generation today is far more knowledgeable than they ever were. What do they not understand? With all the outrageous news out there, her son is certainly no naive child. Otherwise, how did she end up with 3 grandchildren? Forget it, let them be. Song Mei felt her concerns were unwarranted. Looking at Su Qingsheng, a wave of guilt washed over her. Honestly, that boy must have saved the galaxy in his past life to deserve such a wonderful daughter-in-law. After dinner, the family chatted for a while, but soon Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng were preparing to leave. After finishing his drink, Jiang Dapeng picked up his grandchildren, reluctant to let go, until Song Mei urged him to depart. He still felt unsatisfied, wishing to spend more time with them. Why leave so soon? I haven't seen enough of my grandchildren, Jiang Dapeng lamented. What do you mean? Do you intend to be a third wheel here? Song Mei retorted, reminding him that if he wanted to see them, he could always come back another time. A third wheel? Jiang Dapeng looked puzzled, glancing at Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng. And then it dawned on him. I see. This young couple needs their space. Got it. Jiang Dapeng quickly tidied up, preparing to head home, momentarily forgetting what a third wheel entailed, while also recalling that he indeed had a tigress of a wife. Son, I have little to take back with me. Just pack those 3 bottles of Matai, 80 for me. After all, you owe me 3 bottles from years ago, Jiang Dapeng said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled, sure. No problem. However, Dad, do you still remember when I poured those 3 bottles of your Matai down the drain all those years ago? Of course. That incident is etched in my memory for a lifetime. I often find myself regretting it, Jiang Dapeng replied. Regretting? Regretting what? Jiang Chen inquired. Surely, It's not about regretting that you didn't hit me harder. How could that be? If I had hit you harder, I might have genuinely feared breaking you. My regret lies in not having consumed those 3 bottles sooner instead of hiding them away, Jiang Dapeng admitted. Jiang Chen carefully packaged the 3 bottles of Matai 80 and handed them over. The recipient was, of course, Jiang Dapeng's wife, Song Mei. After accepting the bottles, she turned to Jiang Dapeng and said, "You cannot drink now. This Matai 80 shall be kept safe with me." "It's Matai 80, not 800. Jiang Dapeng corrected her. "Everything is fine, dear. My current health condition does not permit me to drink. I had intended to entrust this liquor to your care anyway," he added. "Good. At least you understand," she replied. Soon after, the elderly couple prepared to leave. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng accompanied them downstairs. Before departing, Song Mei shared a few whispered words with Su Qingsheng. She then pulled Jiang Chen aside, imparting earnest advice. "Son, as you begin this life with Qingsheng, remember to be accommodating. As a man, it is essential to be considerate. Women can be a bit temperamental, so avoid being overly meticulous. And remember, Qingsheng is in her confinement period. Take your time and be attentive to her feelings. Never bully her." "I understand, Mom. If you keep talking, my ears will develop calluses," he replied. Chapter 36. Practice the trumpet. Don't even think about it, Mother. How is it that your words elude my understanding? Can't comprehend. Can you? Just wait a moment. Do you grasp it now? Oh dear, must you be so rough? Could you ease up a bit? Now, do you understand? I do. I comprehend it, though the pain was negligible. Jiang Chen feigned rubbing his ear, a cold sweat breaking out within him. Is this woman truly my mother? I've graduated from university, for goodness sake. No wonder my father secretly refers to you as a tigress. Indeed, a formidable tigress, quick to action. Always reasoning with force at least, they managed to see his parents off in the car. Just as Jiang Chen was about to turn back, he noticed Su Qingsheng standing behind him, laughing heartily. What is so amusing? It's just that what happened was quite funny. Is it because my mother just twisted my ear? What else could it be? Ha ha. By the way, you had your moments too. Ha ha ha. As Su Qingsheng spoke, she couldn't contain her laughter, bursting forth uncontrollably. Jiang Chen thought to himself, what else with this silly girl? Why is she so delighted that my mother twisted my ear? Just wait. There will come a time when you'll shed tears. Meanwhile, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng were driving away. Upon exiting the Bisui residence community, Jiang Dapeng was eager to return home to stash away 3 bottles of Matai. Though the tigress currently forbade drinking, merely witnessing it brought him immense satisfaction. If he could also show off to his old buddies, that would be even more splendid. However, Song Mei, steering their decade-old Volkswagen, clearly had other intentions. Dear, if we're not heading home, where are we going? Where else? To the Swan Lake community, of course. The Swan Lake community? Upon hearing this, Jiang Dapeng quickly connected the dots. Indeed, their son had gifted them a property in Swan Lake. If it didn't go take a look now, when would they? Both had long heard of the Swan Lake community, renowned for its prime location and excellent layout. They had originally intended to purchase a wedding house for Jiang Chen there. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves residing in the home gifted by their son. Song Mei drove straight to Swan Lake. Upon entering the community, they were immediately astonished by the lush greenery and public amenities. Though it couldn't quite compare to Bisui residence, it was a remarkable improvement over their dilapidated abode of over a decade. With verdant trees, vibrant flowers, fountains, a crescent lake, and fitness areas, it had everything one could desire. Upon entering the property, the couple marveled at the interior. The decor rivaled that of Jiang Chen's residence in Bisui. Am I dreaming? We had saved for half a lifetime to buy our son a wedding house here. And now he has gifted us a complete home. Our son has truly succeeded. He has grown up. Yes, it seems our love for him was not in vain. Love for him? Indeed. You, as a mother, are quick to resort to physical reprimands. It's one thing to take your frustrations out on me. I have endured your bullying for decades and have grown accustomed to it. But to twist our son's ear right after he gifted us a house is truly disheartening. Do you not understand? Am I truly so lacking in decorum? I merely intended to frighten him a little. I would never genuinely harm him. He is our only son, and I cherish him dearly. If you possess such restraint, then why do you choose to act against me? Because I am different to you. Hitting is affection. and scolding his love. Oh, should I then also express my affection for you through similar means? Go ahead. I would lend you tenfold courage to try. As the couple exchanged playful banter, they enthusiastically explored their new home, moving from the living room to the kitchen and bedroom. They discovered that the furnishings and appliances were complete, making it a ready-to-move-in abode. Their hearts swelled with genuine delight at the sight. Quite impressive. Upon entering the master bedroom, which was warmly decorated with a comfortable mattress, Jiang Daping's gaze drifted toward Song Mei, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. To be fair, Song Mei herself was quite attractive and took care of her appearance. Otherwise, she would not have given birth to such a handsome son as Jiang Chen, nor would she have been able to maintain a close friendship with Su Qingcheng. Darling, do you remember when you mentioned us practicing for another child? I do. But that was said in a moment of frustration. The little rascal was so unruly at the time, causing all sorts of trouble. I was so exasperated that I didn't want to deal with it anymore, and I truly wish for another child now. There's no need for frustration. Come, my dear, let's put that into practice. What a shameless thought. What are you even suggesting? You haven't fully recovered yet. It's nothing serious, really. Get out of here. You shameless one. The idea of practicing for another child is utterly out of the question. At Baishueju, shortly after Su Qingcheng returned home, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and went directly to the bedroom for a nap. Part of her exhaustion stemmed from the adjustment of cohabitating with a man from now on. Although this man was the father of her 3 adorable babies, they were still unfamiliar with one another, especially since he was the son of her dear friend. Su Qingcheng slept soundly from the afternoon until evening, only to be awakened by the cries of her little ones. She promptly arose and rushed to the living room, where she found Jiang Chen tending to the infants, soothing them while preparing formula. Are they hungry? Su Qingcheng inquired. Yes, they had a meal earlier this afternoon, but they finished the stored breast milk. So now they must have formula, Jiang Chen replied. Why didn't you call for me? Su Qingcheng asked, her tone slightly reproachful, as breast milk was still preferable over formula at this stage. I wanted to, but you were in such a deep sleep that calling you elicited no response. Jiang Chen explained. Su Qingcheng's cheeks flushed, and she chose not to respond further. Immediately taking the 2 infants from Jiang Chen's hands, she cradled them in her arms, unfastened her clothing, and began to nurse one. Jiang Chen, having grown accustomed to such scenes, assisted her unobtrusively. Before long, all 3 little ones had been fed. Jiang Chen gently placed each baby into the crib before rising to his feet. As dinner time approached, he inquired, What would you like to eat? Anything will do, she replied nonchalantly. Anything? Really? Jiang Chen teased. Shall we order takeout then? Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes in silence. I am nursing, you know. If you're willing to let your child go hungry, ordering takeout is fine. Exactly. You are still in confinement. It is better to be a bit discerning. Jiang Chen declared generously. Now, tell me what you desire. I shall prepare it myself. Having showcased his culinary prowess at lunch, Jiang Chen's cooking was undeniably exquisite, surpassing even that of the chefs at state banquets in Su Qingcheng's memory. Thus, upon hearing that he would personally cook, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Moreover, she was indeed feeling peckish. Lately, I have been craving fish. Let's have sweet and sour fish. Just sweet and sour fish? Is that insufficient? Perhaps we should add garlic shrimp? Just garlic shrimp then? 2 dishes might not suffice. Let's add a seafood soup. That should suffice. 2 dishes and a soup. Any more would be too much for me. Su Qingcheng hurriedly explained, concerned about Jiang Chen wasting food. Then, realizing she had only inquired about her own preferences and not asked Jiang Chen what he wanted, she quickly turned to him. What about you? What will you have for dinner? However, as soon as she asked, she regretted it, thinking to herself, what does a big oaf like him care about dinner? He is not even hungry. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did not dwell on such matters. He was simply amazed that this earnest wife of his had initially ordered just 1 dish for dinner, and only under his prompting did she add another dish and a soup. Was she worried he might not be able to provide for her? As their pantry was nearly bare, Jiang Chen went downstairs to buy some more ingredients. Upon seeing him return with numerous bags, Su Qingcheng questioned, Why did you buy so much? Are you planning to cook an elaborate meal? This isn't just for tonight. Just eat a little less tonight. Let's keep it simple, he replied. Once he had procured the ingredients, Jiang Chen set about preparing the meal. Thanks to his exceptional culinary skills, he worked at lightning speed. And after a little over an hour, dinner was ready. Dinner is served. When Su Qingcheng approached the dining table, she was taken aback by the lavish spread before her. In addition to the sweet and sour fish, garlic shrimp, and seafood soup she had ordered, there were dishes such as stewed lean meat with daylily, stir-fried pork with asparagus, steamed egg with minced meat, chicken with mushrooms, and sauteed egg greens. Nearly 7 or 8 dishes in total. Is this your idea of eating less and keeping it simple? Su Qingchang exclaimed, astonished by the array of dishes before her. Clearly, Jiang Chen had misconstrued the meaning of simplicity. My mother advised that since you are in confinement, I should treat you better, he replied nonchalantly. This is merely a few dishes. It's no trouble at all. As Su Qingchang gazed upon the array of dishes laid out before her, each one tantalizingly appealing, her appetite surged, prompting her to pick up her chopsticks without hesitation. However, after savoring a few bites, a pressing thought suddenly crossed her mind. Aren't you going to eat? Of course. I will prepare 2 cups of honey coconut juice and join you shortly. Oh, splendid. With that, Su Qingchang exhaled a sigh of relief. Having briefly feared that he might forego dinner again, leaving his stomach empty. After their meal, the 3 little ones were soon in need of nourishment as well. Infants typically follow a simple routine. Eat, sleep, and repeat, with precious little time awake until they grow older and begin to explore their surroundings. The trio of babies seemed synchronized in their cries. Whenever one let out a wail, the others followed suit, as if they had conspired together. In no time, a chorus of resounding cries filled the air. Many are indifferent to the sound of a baby's wailing, even finding it irksome and bothersome. Yet, for Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, the cries of their little ones at mealtime resonated like a symphony. After all, what child isn't a treasure in the eyes of their parents? Shoo, no more tears. We'll have your meal ready shortly. Jiang Chen was the first to approach the crib, gently wheeling it over to Su Qingcheng. The two worked in harmony, swiftly ensuring that the 3 little darlings were fed. As the heat persisted, they considered giving the babies a bath afterward. Yes, it's time for a good wash. Due to their delicate digestive systems, the infants could not be bathed immediately after eating. Thus, Jiang Chen strolled with the stroller around the living room and balcony for a while. Once he felt it was appropriate, he finally took them for their bath. After settling the 3 little bundles of joy and lulling them to sleep, it was time for the couple to rest for the evening. Due to her recent cesarean section, Su Qingcheng was unable to bathe herself for the time being. However, the heat made her feel sticky and uncomfortable, so she requested Jiang Chen to assist her with a sponge bath. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen agreed to her request. Previously, he had only been able to clean her partial areas in the hospital, but now it was a different matter entirely. As Jiang Chen quickly transitioned into his caregiving role, Su Qingcheng felt a sudden wave of shyness wash over her, momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. Maybe you should close your eyes. Are you suggesting that I close my eyes while helping you wash? Yes, exactly. All right, no problem. Jiang Chen responded without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 37. Perhaps this is fate. Su Qingcheng, feeling somewhat bashful in front of Jiang Chen, decided to reveal her bare form and requested him to close his eyes to assist her in cleaning. Jiang Chen readily agreed, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, standing before Jiang Chen completely unclothed was quite the ordeal. Having him close his eyes, though it made the task a tad more challenging, alleviated some of the awkwardness. However, she found it exceedingly strange that despite his eyes being shut, Jiang Chen performed the task with remarkable ease, without any hindrance. Curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, "Are you really keeping your eyes closed?" "Of course. I am," he replied. "If you don't believe me, take a look. But, if your eyes are closed, how do you know where to clean?" "Naturally. I can feel it. It's all about touch. I instinctively know what I'm dealing with." Su Qingcheng initially froze at his words, but quickly comprehended the implication. His ability to discern through touch was indeed accurate. A light blush crept onto her cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, she chose to remain silent, closing her eyes and lying back, surrendering herself to Jiang Chen's ministrations. Their dwelling, a spacious 4-room, 2-hall layout, included 3 additional bedrooms apart from the master suite. all equipped with bedding and linens. However, due to the need to care for 3 little ones, Jiang Chen opted to sleep in the master bedroom at night, albeit at the foot of the bed, which was predominantly occupied by Su Qingqing. Consequently, he often found himself dozing at the bed's edge. Given his current vitality, a brief nap sufficed far better than the hours of sleep he once required. "Why don't you come sleep up here?" As night deepened, Su Qingqing found herself tossing and turning in bed, struggling to drift off. Adjusting to cohabitation was proving to be a challenge. In her subconscious, it felt as though just yesterday she was an innocent, carefree girl, and suddenly, she had transformed into a wife with 3 children. Unable to sleep, Su Qingqing decided to open her eyes and was surprised to find Jiang Chen resting at the foot of the bed. Her heart softened, and she gently called out to him. "Okay." Jiang Chen, who was not truly asleep, responded and shifted to the head of the bed. The space there was ample, and Su Qingqing shifted over to create room for him. "So you weren't asleep either?" "Yes, I don't need much sleep, since we're both awake. Shall we converse for a while?" "Certainly, but what should we discuss?" "Anything. Perhaps share about you and your parents," Su Qingqing suggested, feeling a sudden urge to laugh. Jiang Chen, sensing her amusement, responded with a hint of resignation. "Me and my parents? Fine, my father has a rather fiery temper, while my mother possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart. As a child, I was notoriously mischievous, often receiving various forms of discipline from them, be it singular, dual, or a combination of both. At the time, I resented their methods, as they would often resort to reasoned arguments with me. However, I understand now that their intentions were not truly punitive. They were merely trying to guide me, fearful I might stray onto the wrong path." "Indeed," Su Qingqing nodded. "While your father may possess a rather irritable temperament, it is your mother who is more prone to resorting to physical actions. Moreover, there exists a stark distinction between your mother striking you and her striking your father. Have you noticed this difference?" "What difference?" "Simply put, when your mother strikes you, it is merely for show, while her actions toward your father are often quite genuine and severe." "Oh, I had assumed it was all merely for effect." Jiang Chen was taken aback, yet upon Su Qingqing's reminder and further contemplation, he realized there was indeed some truth to her words. His mother was invariably harsh with his father. "Do you have any idea why?" Su Qingqing inquired with a light chuckle, covering her mouth. "Not really," Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head in confusion. "Do you?" "Somewhat," she said, "though your mother has never explicitly stated it. The essence is that you are her only son, irreplaceable and non-returnable. Thus she cannot afford to truly harm you. If resentment were to arise, who would care for her in her old age? However, a husband is different. Should he misbehave, he can be dealt with, and, if necessary, he can be replaced." Jiang Chen was left speechless. So this was his mother-esque perspective. It was no wonder. He couldn't help but feel a fleeting pang of sympathy for his father for a brief moment, before returning to his own thoughts. Meanwhile, in their new home by Swan Lake, Jiang Dapeng lay blissfully on the mattress, comfortably embracing his wife as they slumbered. Just as he was enjoying a peaceful sleep, he was abruptly roused by a nightmarish dream. Relieved to find his wife still beside him, he reached out to touch her. To his surprise, her response was, smack, a resounding slap without hesitation. "By the way, how did you come to know my mother?" Jiang Chen asked, intrigued by Su Qingqing's familiarity with her. "That was several years ago. We met in a yoga class," Su Qingqing replied candidly. "Our personalities resonated, and we connected easily, eventually becoming good friends. Several years ago, I must have still been in middle school at that time." "Indeed, you were probably just a child then." "Oh, so I was still quite the little rascal?" "Quite so." As Su Qingshang reminisced, she recalled the early days of her friendship with Song Mei, appreciating her straightforward nature and the time she had stepped in to assist her. She felt fortunate to have made such a good friend. Little did she anticipate that years later, she would become entangled with her dear friend's son, inadvertently planting seeds that would blossom into something profound. Reflecting on their initial acquaintance, Jiang Chen truly was just a child back then. Perhaps this is fate. What you perceive as reality may have been quietly set in motion long ago, sowing the seeds of cause and effect. After a moment of silence, Su Qingchang began to feel drowsy. She closed her eyes, attempting to drift off, but after a while, sleep eluded her. Reluctantly, she nudged Jiang Chen with her arm. "Let us talk a little longer." "About what?" Due to the enhancement of his physical constitution, Jiang Chen felt no fatigue whatsoever. He was open to anything. Having shared about my parents, it is now your turn to share about yours. There isn't much to say about my parents, but I can certainly elaborate on my personality and interests, allowing you to gain a deeper understanding of me. Well, I would describe my character as quite cheerful. I prefer tranquility over commotion and am not particularly fond of crowded places. My interests are rather simple as well. For instance, I enjoy taking solitary walks, listening to music, reading books, meditating in a quiet corner of the park, and, of course, playing the flute. Chapter 38. Should I perhaps give him a little sweetness? What? Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Gong Difa. It is said that the renowned goddess professor of Shanxi University is exceptionally talented, and she even knows how to do this. But for heaven's sake, you are the ethereal goddess. Surely not? Initially, Su Qingcheng maintained her composure, but Jiang Chen's reaction startled her. She quickly understood the misunderstanding. After all, they were both adults, while she had never been in a romantic relationship. One doesn't need to have direct experience to possess a basic understanding of certain matters. It's not what you think. It's a wind instrument. Realizing she had been misinterpreted, and to such an extent, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she hurried to clarify. Ahem, you should have said so earlier. I thought. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Exactly. After all, she is the renowned goddess professor of Shanxi University. So how could she be associated with that? This incident left Su Qingcheng feeling quite embarrassed, her cheeks burning with heat. Thankfully, it was dark enough that visibility was limited. In an effort to divert her attention, she quickly posed a question to Jiang Chen. However, as soon as she asked, she regretted it. Do you play? No, I don't. I can only whistle. Oh. An awkward silence ensued. Su Qingcheng never imagined she would find herself in such an embarrassing situation, discussing such matters in front of man, although she had no intention of thinking in that direction. The term itself had become so tainted that it was almost unbearable to confront. Her lack of discretion in this regard was also inappropriate. But, truly, what a pig. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but shoot Jiang Chen an annoyed glance, wondering what filthy thoughts he entertained. Yet, to be fair, even in the dim light, the handsome features of this pig were striking, defined and full of character, compelling one to steal another glance. To speak candidly, he might be the most dashing young man she had ever encountered. Reflecting on the care he had shown her and her child over recent days, an unfamiliar feeling welled up within her. Perhaps I should give him a little sweetness? Suddenly, certain unspeakable, blush-inducing images flashed through her mind. When she realized her alarming thoughts, she was taken aback. When did I become so lewd? Her cheeks flushed once more. Well, even if I were to entrust everything to this pig, and even assist him in that regard, it would certainly not be now, but rather a matter for the distant future. Forget it. For the time being, I shall resolutely avoid this pig to keep my thoughts from becoming a jumbled mess. Just then, from the nearby crib, the baby suddenly began to cry. As night descended, it was Jiang Chen who consistently attended to the children. Yet Su Qingcheng, still awake, felt compelled to keep watch. Just as she prepared to rise, Jiang Chen swiftly approached the crib. The baby was likely hungry again. Having just been born, infants often require nighttime feedings, a routine Jiang Chen had become accustomed to. After changing the diaper, he gently touched the baby's lips with his finger, prompting an immediate instinctive sucking motion. Ah, still hungry, Jiang Chen mused with a tender smile. Su Qingcheng, having felt a twinge of embarrassment towards Jiang Chen moments earlier, deliberately chose to remain silent. Instead, she leaned over, cradled one of the infants, and began to feed. The baby, upon receiving nourishment, ceased its cries. Is the little one perhaps upset? Jiang Chen noted, shaking his head with an amused smile. Opting for silence. In the ensuing awkward stillness, the two seamlessly continued their familiar routine, ensuring all three infants were well fed. After satisfying the babies, Jiang Chen proceeded to handle the aftermath, gently patting each one to burp and soothe them to sleep. Ding! The host and his wife have cohabited for a day. A perfect and unforgettable experience. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 cash and a lottery gift package. In the early morning, Jiang Chen was roused by the sound of the system. Having stayed up late into the night, even with enhanced vitality, he awoke later than usual. Upon hearing the System S announcement, he couldn't help but scoff. Perfect? That term was reserved for a wedding night. As for unforgettable, it was indeed memorable. Lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a luck card. A luck card? A splendid prize. Jiang Chen then rose, checked on the three little ones, and proceeded to wash up and prepare breakfast. After all, the mother of the children was still in her confinement period, and it was only right for him to take the initiative. With his divine culinary skills, whipping up breakfast was a breeze. It's time for breakfast, he called out as he entered the bedroom. Got it, Jiang replied, just waking up. Given the events of the previous night, it was impossible for her to feel truly rested. After a yawn, she readied herself to wash up, her stomach growling with hunger. Since tasting Jiang Chen's cooking the day before, she eagerly anticipated his breakfast. Yet, as for Jiang Chen himself, she felt a pang of reluctance. It was hard to face him given the multitude of recent events that made her want to crawl into a hole. After washing up, Jiang arrived at the dining table. There, she found scallion pancakes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, fried eggs, and vegetable porridge. One glance was enough to convey that the meal was exquisite and appetizing. Just as she was about to dig in, she suddenly realized the portion was rather small, seemingly prepared just for her. Have you had breakfast? She inquired with concern. Go ahead and eat. I've already had breakfast, Jiang Chen replied with a gentle smile, pushing the stroller toward the balcony to let the three little ones bask in the sunlight. Newly born infants are prone to jaundice, and sunlight is beneficial for alleviating it. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang. Chapter 39. The depths of the senior's waters are beyond your grasp. As Jiang Chen glanced at his phone, he noticed it was a call from his classmate, Zheng Chang. Hey Chang, what is the matter? Jiang Chen. Something has happened. Zheng Chang exclaimed urgently upon answering the call. What happened? It's Lu Wei. He is heartbroken. Heartbroken? I don't think he's ever been in a relationship. How can he be heartbroken? Oh, it's all because of you. Because of me? Yeah, never mind. Just check the WeChat group. Jiang Chen then ended the call and opened WeChat. The 303 group chat was flooded with over 99 messages. As he skimmed through them, he quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that Lu Wei had dared to pursue Feng Rongrong. Feng Rongrong was a senior, renowned for her striking beauty and figure, often regarded as one of the campus flowers. Over her 4 years in university, countless suitors had sought her affection. Publicly, she had cycled through 7 or 8 boyfriends, and the number of those she hadn't acknowledged privately was rumored to be similarly substantial. As for the admirers lurking in the shadows, there were even more. Regrettably, Lu Wei was merely one of those infatuated admirers. Over the past few years, he had squandered an inordinate amount of time, energy, and, of course, money on Feng Rongrong. He was perpetually at her beck and call, coming and going at her whim. He had even engaged in the absurdity of washing her boyfriend's socks. And what had he gained in return? Perhaps a mere smile from the goddess or a shared meal, but never anything more intimate. Holding hands was an unattainable dream. As for anything further, even the thought of it was beyond his reach. After countless disappointments, Lu Wei had finally experienced a moment of clarity, awakening from the delusion of being a devoted admirer. Yet, inexplicably, he recently fell back into the same pattern, spending lavishly and boldly confessing his feelings in public. The outcome was, unsurprisingly, disastrous. The carefully prepared gifts worth thousands were cast aside by Feng Rongrong, discarded without a glance. As she hopped into the luxury car of a middle-aged man right before his eyes. Unable to contain himself, Lu Wei was left despondent, grappling with his emotions. His friends, concerned for him, questioned why he would put himself through this. Yet he defended his actions passionately, stating he couldn't bear to give up after so many years of affection. Moreover, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. With Jiang Chen's past success as an example, he was no longer seeking any mentorship. He simply wished to be audacious enough to let the senior take a break from her responsibilities. A perfectly reasonable request, right? Was it a reasonable request? Perhaps it was a bit audacious. Jiang Chen, after understanding the situation, couldn't help but facepalm and mutter a few words of disbelief. In the 303 WeChat group, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao continually urged Lu Wei to reconsider. Wei Zi, you need to stop. Feng Rongrong is clearly just toying with you. To put it bluntly, with the number of boyfriends she is akin to a public bus. Why would you choose to fall for someone like that? Your heart must be quite large. Jiang Chen also chimed in, Wei Zi, try to see things more clearly. That senior sister Feng Rongrong is far too complex for you to comprehend. Indeed, Wei Zi, the waters are too deep for you to navigate. The waters are too deep. You cannot grasp them. Faced with the counsel of his friends, Lu Wei felt a twinge of reluctance. In truth, he didn't wish for this predicament. But over the past few days, Feng Rongrong had taken the initiative to invite him out, providing various subtle hints, smiling at him, and even taking his hand. To confess something rather embarrassing, he had never experienced such warmth from a girl before, nor had he ever held a girl's hand. Thus, he found himself utterly bewildered, believing she had genuine feelings for him. To his dismay, within a mere day, she discarded him like an old rag, climbing into a middle-aged man's car. Alas, Wei Zi, that Feng Rongrong was merely using you as a pawn to attract the attention of her true interest. What makes you think she has feelings for you? Frankly speaking, Wei Zi, she is just toying with you. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao expressed their indignation, momentarily transported back to their university days. They were indeed good friends from the same dormitory, their bond forged in iron. Jiang Chen then offered his own advice. Wei Zi, do you know the fundamental difference between you and Feng Rongrong's boyfriends? It's not about looks, it's about wealth. Therefore, your utmost priority should be to uplift yourself and become prosperous. Brother Chen is right. Wei Zi, just imagine, if you were wealthy, given Feng Rongrong's demeanor. She'd likely come crawling into your bed at midnight, begging for your attention. Yes, Wei Zi, rise up. I too aspire to be wealthy, but the problem lies in my lack of opportunities. Have you asked Brother Chen for guidance? Yes. Why not consult Brother Chen? Brother Chen, please don't keep your secrets to yourself. You've already won over the goddess Su, settled down with a wife and children. Now, reveal your secrets to wealth. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao clamored enthusiastically. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily speechless. It must be noted that he indeed possessed a secret to wealth. Lying there doing nothing, he could rake in tens of thousands effortlessly. However, that was thanks to the system's advantages. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and conceived a genuine method to achieve wealth. Previously, the system had rewarded him with a business insight. At first, he thought it was an opportunity, only to discover it was a divine-level barbecue technique. In fact, his current culinary skills were sufficient to create delightful barbecued dishes, rivaling even the best. Yet, when compared, this divine barbecue technique was more professional, more commercialized, and remarkably suited for large-scale business applications. Jiang Chen now had to care for his wife and child, leaving him little time. It was just the right moment for them to try their hand at something new. However, before Jiang Chen could say anything, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao had already begun to bicker over this so-called secret to wealth. Gentlemen, I'm in such dire straits, and yet you still wish to contest this with me? Have a heart. Ahem, Wei Zi, we too aspire to emulate Chen Ge, to amass wealth overnight, to marry a beautiful and affluent woman, and to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Moreover, your plight is merely a matter of circumstance. It is not as though you have ever achieved success in your pursuits with the goddess. Indeed, your past failures are well known. Right, in truth, your situation is most unfortunate, as you have merely assisted the goddess's boyfriend in washing his socks. To be candid, I too have partaken in such endeavors. What the heck? Chang, you with your prominent brows and expressive eyes, you too have engaged in this? No, have you actually licked? How tragic. Do you all think that helping the goddess wash socks is the most lamentable fate? Incorrect. Allow me to share a secret. I have even lent a hand in laundering the boyfriend's underwear. Lu Wei's final revelation left the mischievous Zheng Chang and Wu Hao utterly dumbfounded, rendering them momentarily speechless. What the heck? You have actually washed the goddess's boyfriend's underwear. All right, you are indeed the most unfortunate, and you are truly remarkable. Chapter 40. Delectable Delights That Ignite the Palate. To speak candidly, when Lu Wei uttered those words, it left not only Zheng Chang and Wu Hao in a state of astonishment, but even Jiang Chen was rendered speechless. No, indeed. Such a matter would leave even a cow dumbfounded for 3 seconds. Jiang Chen had previously thought that aiding the girlfriend of a friend by washing socks was already absurd. But now, the revelation of washing underwear was even more ludicrous, especially since it was not mere boasting but rather a truth involving a close friend from the same dormitory. Poor Wei Zi. What a tragic situation. Jiang Chen recognized Lu Wei's genuine and simple nature, devoid of malice. Upon learning of his dire predicament, he could not help but shake his head and sigh for 3 seconds before sharing the secrets of wealth accumulation. Lu Wei readily agreed. All right then, Brother Chen. I shall visit your home when I can. I've come to realize that money is a man's courage. I vow to earn money, to amass great wealth. One day, I shall make that Feng Rongrong understand that when I was disregarded, she showed no interest, but now, I am beyond her reach. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. 30 years of fortune in the East, 30 years in the West. Wait, Wei Zi, do not speak too soon. Jiang Chen quickly interjected. Come over first and see if you truly wish to pursue this. After finalizing plans with Lu Wei, Jiang Chen prepared to engage in some barbecuing. Descending to procure ingredients, he also gathered the necessary supplies for grilling, as his kitchen was equipped with barbecue apparatus, an excellent convenience. Since this culinary endeavor emphasized commercial application, speed and efficiency were paramount. Thus, there was no need for the meticulous crafting that seeks to attain the pinnacle of flavor. Yet, of course, the resulting taste and texture were equally unparalleled. The secret lay entirely in the specially crafted barbecue dipping sauce. Oh, are you barbecuing? Su Qingcheng, who was in the living room tending to the child, had long since caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. She had passed by the kitchen door several times, but when the grilling reached its apex, the rich fragrance enveloped the space, and she could no longer contain herself. It was akin to a kitten catching the scent of fish and seeing it before her. She felt an irresistible urge to pounce and indulge. Come, try this. It's my first time barbecuing. Let us see how it tastes. Jiang Chen exclaimed upon noticing Su Qingcheng's arrival, promptly offering her a perfectly grilled skewer. Su Qingcheng, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted the skewer and, disregarding its heat, took a small bite. In that instant, she was momentarily stunned, her mind clouded by the overwhelming delight of the flavors. So exquisite, so delectable. She could swear that she had never tasted such extraordinary barbecue in her life. Consequently, she swiftly devoured the generously portioned skewer. I have a few more. Su Qingcheng felt a tad embarrassed by her earlier display, worried that onlookers might think she was starved, despite having consumed a fair amount during breakfast. Of course, eat as many as you wish, Jiang Chen, having just grilled a skewer himself, fully understood the ravenous cravings of Su Qingcheng at that moment. With an outstretched hand, she presented a generous handful of freshly grilled skewers, totaling over a dozen. Why don't you take a seat in the living room to enjoy these? The kitchen is filled with smoke. Su Qingcheng accepted the skewers, her excitement palpable as she intended to head to the living room. Suddenly, she paused, realizing, I've taken all the skewers. How will you eat? Not to worry. Take them. I'm still grilling more. Besides, whether you eat or I eat, it's all the same, Jiang Chen replied with a continuous smile. It's all the same? Su Qingcheng, catching the undertone in his words, couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully. She then, no longer hesitating, took the skewers and pushed the stroller into the living room. At that moment, Song Mei initiated a video call. It was perfect timing, as she could chat with her close friend while savoring the delectable barbecue. Initially, Song Mei's intent was to check on her grandchildren, but upon seeing Su Qingcheng relishing the skewers, she found it quite amusing. As her good friend, she knew Su Qingcheng was not one to indulge excessively in food and typically had no particular preferences. Moreover, the skewers appeared incredibly tempting, freshly grilled to a golden hue. Sizzling with oil, just watching on the screen made her swallow in anticipation. Qingcheng, are you enjoying barbecue? It looks delicious. Indeed, it's my son who grilled it. Would you like to try some? Your son grilled it? That sounds delightful. I must come over to taste it sometime. Absolutely. After exchanging pleasantries and amusing the children via video, Song Mei shifted the conversation to inquire about Su Qingcheng's recent day and night. So, Qingqing, how did my son behave? Did he give you any trouble? It was manageable, Su Qingqing replied. However, she reflected on the previous day and night, recalling that the big brute did seem to behave quite well, though he occasionally indulged excessively at mealtimes. Manageable? Well, that's good, Song Mei exclaimed. I was genuinely concerned that the little rascal might be inconsiderate, suddenly living with you. By the way, how are you feeling? How's your recovery? Song Mei pressed further. Overall, I'm recovering well. The wound isn't as painful anymore. Su Qingsheng responded sincerely, but as she rubbed her belly, she added with a hint of complaint, however. Your son's cooking is so delightful that in such a short time, I feel I've gained weight. As she voiced her complaint, she continued to indulge in the skewers. Song Mei chuckled at the sight. A little weight gain is good. It signifies ample nourishment. Only with sufficient nourishment can one produce enough milk. It seems the three little ones will certainly not go hungry hearing this. Su Qingqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Oh, it's not just ample nourishment and milk for me. I feel as if I've been eating more and more. I might just turn into a pig at this rate. What am I to do? With these thoughts, a wave of guilt washed over her. Thus, she hurriedly devoured a few more skewers to quell her unease. After finishing the call with Song Mei, Su Qingsheng had consumed nearly all of her skewers, still feeling a lingering desire for more. However, she could eat no more, her stomach feeling uncomfortably full. So soon have they all been devoured? Jiang Chen, having prepared another batch, entered the living room only to find a pile of bare skewers before Su Qingsheng. He couldn't help but express his astonishment. There were over 10 skewers in total. How could she consume them all so swiftly? Was her stomach able to endure such indulgence? This remark struck a chord with Su Qingsheng. Yet, one must admit that the skewers were truly delectable. After savoring the first one, it became impossible to cease, as if one were ensnared by an irresistible craving. My stomach feels a bit unsettled. Would you mind giving a gentle rub? Certainly, but do exercise caution next time and refrain from overindulging all at once. Understood. I shall be more mindful next time. Chapter 41. This barbecue dip is delicious enough to coat your shoe soles. In the afternoon, Lu Wei arrived, carrying a bag of fruits and a handbell for the child. Jiang Chen opened the door to welcome him in. Why bring something? Lu Wei replied, oh, it's hardly worth much. This handbell is specifically for kids. Upon entering, he placed the fruits and the handbell on the table and greeted Su Qingsheng, sister-in-law. Good to see you. After playfully teasing the child, he eagerly followed Jiang Chen into the kitchen. Brother Chen, what is your secret to wealth? Thoughts of future prosperity and marrying a beautiful heiress made Lu Wei almost impatient. However, upon entering the kitchen and seeing the barbecue ingredients, sauces, and already grilled skewers, he was somewhat taken aback. Wait, are you teaching me how to barbecue? Indeed, it's all about barbecue, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. What the? Lu Wei's expression turned awkward. So this whole time, the secret to wealth is barbecuing? Brother Chen, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Pulling your leg? Don't underestimate barbecue. If done well, it guarantees a lifetime of delicious food. Jiang Chen said, handing Lu Wei a skewer. Just taste it before you judge. Taste it? Yes. With skepticism, Lu Wei accepted the skewer. It had been cooked for a while and was somewhat cool, leading him to believe it would taste remarkable. He had previously worked in a barbecue restaurant and thought that skewers were just average, lacking anything extraordinary. As he pondered, he took a bite of the skewer. Upon chewing, he was suddenly jolted. What? This flavor is too delicious. His eyes widened in disbelief. In just a few bites, he finished the skewer and, still unsatisfied, turned his attention to the skewers on the plate, lunging forward to grab more. Suddenly, he remembered to ask, Brother Chen, can I have more? Of course. They were left for you, Jiang Chen replied. During their 4 years at university, the camaraderie among the dorm mates was strong, especially with Lu Wei. When Jiang Chen faced trouble on the basketball court with a group of towering adversaries, Lu Wei fearlessly stepped in front of him. On a day when Jiang Chen missed class due to a personal matter, the teacher happened to be particularly strict. After 2 absences, one would lose eligibility for the exam, and Jiang Chen had already missed 1 class. Thus, Lu Wei forfeited his own chance to help Jiang Chen maintain his exam eligibility. Given these instances, Jiang Chen had every reason to lend a hand to his brother. Of course, Lu Wei's situation was rather unfortunate. Not only was he a devoted admirer, but he also found himself washing his goddess's boyfriend's underwear. Such a predicament was truly rare in its unfortunate nature. In essence, Lu Wei was simply a food enthusiast. Upon encountering delectable food, one's eyes light up and movement becomes cumbersome. At this moment, hearing Jiang Chen mention that all of it was reserved for him, Lu Wei decided to devour every last skewer on the plate in one go. Finally, wiping the grease from his lips, he felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delicious. These skewers are beyond incredible, Lu Wei exclaimed in a flurry of praise. Now do you understand why the secret to wealth lies in this? I get it, but Brother Chun, have you cast a spell on these skewers? Or is there some divine technique at play? How can they taste so exquisite? I finished them and felt like crying from the deliciousness. That might be a bit of an exaggeration, Jiang Chen replied. The taste of skewers relies on the ingredients, grilling method, and control of heat. However, the secret lies in this special barbecue dipping sauce. Barbecue dipping sauce? Lu Wei inquired. Yes, this is a family recipe. With this dipping sauce, even the sole of your shoe would taste delightful. Afterward, Jiang Chen demonstrated the essential elements of his unparalleled grilling technique, including ingredient selection, grilling methods, and heat control. To Lu Wei, these concepts were quite straightforward. Most individuals would grasp them after just a couple of views. Moreover, Lu Wei had previously worked in a barbecue restaurant, making it easy for him to learn. As for the crucial dipping sauce, Jiang Chen insisted on preparing it himself, not out of a desire to withhold knowledge, but because it required advanced culinary skills that Lu Wei would struggle to master. Brother Wei, tell me, how do you find this barbecue? Is there potential for profit? It's phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. The potential for profit is immense, Lu Wei exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Once this barbecue is launched with this flavor, I assure you, Brother Chun, even deities would struggle to resist. It will undoubtedly become a sensation throughout the city, appealing to people of all ages. Having previously worked in a barbecue restaurant, Lu Wei was well aware of the flavors, and compared to Jiang Chen's creation, the others were utterly inferior. Once this barbecue is introduced, there is no doubt it will become a hit. Just considering lamb skewers, priced at 4 yuan each, selling 1,000 in a single day would yield 4,000 yuan. Over 1 million a year, selling 10,000 in a day would generate 40,000, surpassing 10 million a year. As he envisioned the wealth he could amass, Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement and eagerness. Once I have money, the first thing I will do is confront Feng Rongrong, throwing it in her face, scolding her, making her kneel and cry in regret, perhaps for 3 days and nights, before even contemplating whether to forgive her. Thank you, Brother Chun. I recently had a falling out with that woman, Feng Rongrong, which has left me feeling down, and I even lost my job. Lately, I feel as though there is no path forward in life. What are you thanking me for? We are classmates and good friends. You needn't be so formal. Let us not dwell on uncertainties. First, set up the barbecue stall. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Lu Wei. Upon returning, he found the child peacefully asleep, and there was nothing amiss. He then ventured into the kitchen to prepare some delectable dishes, fragrant little lobsters, stir-fried clams, fish wrapped in foil, and garlic-baked oysters, among others. This time, it was not an experimental endeavor, but rather a pure indulgence to satisfy his cravings. To be frank, the dishes he prepared were simply delightful. While Jiang Chen busied himself with the culinary delights, Su Qingcheng, drawn by the enticing aromas, soon returned. Naturally, she sampled a bit of everything, and before long, she found herself quite full. Why do you insist on eating so much every time? Overindulging only leads to me having to rub your stomach. Can't you exercise some self-restraint? Jiang Chen lamented. Isn't it your fault? You claim to have nothing to do, yet you prepare so many delicious dishes. First skewers, now lobsters, oysters, and clams. You make it impossible for one to resist. Is it a crime to be skilled in cooking delicious food? Very well. Next time I shall prepare something haphazard. Wait. I was merely jesting. Just continue to showcase your culinary talents, as you normally would. After exchanging playful banter, Su Qingchang suddenly appeared bashful, her face flushing as she fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Chen, causing him to feel uneasy. Noticing her demeanor, Jiang Chen inquired. What is wrong? Did I apply too much pressure? Are you uncomfortable? Not all. But why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Could it be that my gaze is a result of your improper massage technique? What? Jiang Chen glanced down and realized the truth of her words. Ahem. I was merely accustomed to it. Please don't take offense. I shall rectify it at once. Chapter 42. A taste of success upon returning from Jiang Chen's residence. Lu Wei embarked on his journey towards prosperity. He procured a set of second-hand barbecue equipment and a used tricycle, and after experimenting with Jiang Chen's barbecue dipping sauce, he found the flavors satisfactory, prompting him to contemplate setting up a stall. Lacking the funds to open a store, he decided to establish a barbecue stand instead. Meanwhile, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were intrigued by the secret to Lu Wei's newfound wealth. After a search along a bustling food street, they were astonished to discover Lu Wei operating a barbecue stall by the roadside. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Lu Wei, didn't you acquire the secret to wealth from Jiang Chen? Why are you setting up a stall instead? Please don't tell me the secret to prosperity is merely running a stall. Lu Wei shot them a disgruntled glance. What's wrong with setting up a stall? Is it impossible to become wealthy this way? His retort confirmed Zheng Chang and Wu Hao's suspicions that the secret to Lu Wei's success was indeed running a stall. Unbelievable. Wei Zi, is this truly the secret to your fortune? Surely Jiang Chen must have misled you. Though they were skeptical, they acknowledged that in every profession, there are those who excel. Perhaps Lu Wei could indeed ascend to great heights and even marry a wealthy beauty through a stall. Unfazed by Zheng Chang and Wu Hao's teasing, Lu Wei, having known them for 4 years, was well aware of their personalities. He proceeded to prepare the skewers. With the divine barbecue dipping sauce at his disposal, the skewers sizzled on the grill, releasing an enticing aroma that left Zheng Chang and Wu Hao salivating. However, as Lu Wei was a newcomer, despite the bustling crowd on the street, no one paused at his stall to purchase or sample his offerings. Even those drawn in by the delightful scent hesitated and walked away after glancing at Lu Wei's setup. Wei Zi, it seems no one is buying your barbecue. How about letting us have a taste? Zheng Chang suggested eagerly. Yes. We can also provide some feedback. All right. Lu Wei, being inexperienced at stall operations, felt uncertain as he observed the throngs of people on the food street, where other stalls were buzzing with customers while he remained stagnant. Doubt crept in, making him question the quality of his skewers. You can each have a taste, but no more than 2 skewers each. I am still in business here. Understood. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao agreed readily. However, upon tasting the skewers, their taste buds exploded with delight, prompting them to exclaim in astonishment. They were unable to stop eating. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, anxious about his lack of customers, turned around only to discover that a significant portion of the skewers had vanished. Enraged, he exclaimed, "What the hell? You 2 gluttons, you've devoured everything. How am I supposed to run my business now? Wei Zi, your skewers are unbelievably delicious. My brother and I simply cannot endure it any longer." Suddenly, a group of 4 or 5 elegantly dressed young women arrived at the barbecue stall. Excuse me, do you sell skewers? How much for each? These young ladies were university students from a nearby dance academy, strolling together when they stumbled upon this new stall offering grilled skewers, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. After a brief moment of hesitation, they decided to approach the stall. Lu Wei was still pretending to hit Zheng Chang. Upon seeing the group of young women approach with inquiries, he immediately donned a broad smile. Yes, each lamb skewer is 4 yuan, the leading girl replied. Then please give me 5 skewers. Certainly. Lu Wei promptly sprang into action. Although he had pre-cooked some skewers to attract customers with their delightful fragrance and reduce cooking time, seeing that the first order had finally arrived, he decided to grill them anew out of respect for the occasion. Sizzle, sizzle. The 5 lamb skewers quickly began to glisten with oil, their golden hue and enticing aroma filling the air. Here are your 5 skewers. Enjoy. The leading girl accepted the skewers, distributing 1 to each of her companions. Unable to resist the mouth-watering temptation, they took a bite without a second thought. Their astonished and delighted expressions were unanimous. This is absolutely delicious. Boss, give us 5 more skewers. No, make it 5 each. Of course. Lu Wei was overjoyed. It seemed that the first order had indeed struck a chord. With the arrival of the first order and being surrounded by such appealing young women, more customers soon followed, eager to purchase and savor the skewers. Each person who tasted the skewers wore a look of astonishment and showered praise upon their exquisite flavor. Lu Wei found himself busily occupied. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao instinctively pitched in to help. In just a couple of hours, Lu Wei managed to sell out all the skewers. After accounting for costs, he netted over 800 yuan. Wow! In just 2 or 3 hours, a profit of over 800. This is far superior to a regular job. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao exclaimed in astonishment, while Lu Wei was filled with uncontainable joy, thinking to himself that he was one step closer to using this money to impress Feng Rongrong. He then called Jiang Chen to report, "Brother Chen, today's venture was a resounding success. I sold out all the skewers in less than 3 hours, earning over 800. We'll split it evenly, and I'll transfer the money to you right away." "Very good," Jiang Chen replied over the phone. "However, let us forget about the money for now. You've only just begun. This is hard-earned money. Besides, can you really expect me to be concerned about a few hundred yuan?" Lu Wei pondered and realized Jiang Chen had a point. After all, the car Jiang Chen was currently driving was worth nearly 2 million. A few hundred yuan truly seemed insignificant. "All right then, Brother Chen, I'll keep a record of this money for now. When the time comes, we can discuss a fair profit-sharing ratio. It wouldn't be right for you to bear all the losses." Meanwhile, at Bai Shui's home, Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng were sitting together in the living room, watching television. They had just heard Lu Wei's call, and Su Qingsheng had been listening attentively. "Your classmate seems to be doing well, relying on your recipe to sell barbecue, and even knowing how to share the profits with you," Su Qingsheng remarked. "Judging by your tone, it seems you intend to make a bold move in the culinary industry?" "Pretty much," Jiang Chen replied. "Really? You actually have such plans?" Su Qingsheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What scale do you anticipate for the future?" She held a certain admiration for Jiang Chen's ability to generate income, as it was indeed rare for someone fresh out of university to achieve what he had. Thus, she found his entrepreneurial aspirations quite fascinating. "Perhaps several trillion," he mused. "Several trillion? That's preposterous." Su Qingsheng was utterly skeptical. In truth, Jiang Chen himself did not genuinely believe it. He merely spoke off the cuff. Regarding the barbecue venture, his current intention was to enlist a few good friends since he lacked the time himself, while also wishing to test the waters to observe market reactions. Should he decide to proceed, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Possessing exceptional barbecue skills, and with the advantages of a system, the prospect of establishing thousands, or even tens of thousands, of thriving barbecue restaurants seemed quite feasible. However, for the time being, he was merely entertaining thoughts. Currently, he spent his days preparing delightful meals, caring for his wife and child, and enjoying a comfortable life with ample income flowing in effortlessly. The idea of laboriously engaging in entrepreneurship did not particularly excite him. Chapter 43, Shall I Let You Hold Me as We Sleep? The weather forecast had predicted rain for the evening. Sure enough, around 8 or 9 o'clock, a tremendous flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that resonated through the night. The storm rolled in, with booming thunder and flickering lightning, as heavy rain began to pour down. After days of sweltering heat, the rain was a rare delight. After Jiang Chen had lulled the 3 little ones to sleep, he settled comfortably to watch videos. Su Qingsheng, however, remained awake, engrossed in a book. Just as she was deeply absorbed, she suddenly coughed, feeling an itch in her throat, which escalated into a fit of violent coughing that took her some time to recover from. "Why are you coughing so intensely? Is it a sign of heatiness?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Perhaps," Su Qingsheng replied, taking a sip of water to soothe her throat. The coughing had begun unexpectedly, and now her throat felt both itchy and slightly painful. "Open your mouth, please." Jiang Chen approached her. "What are you doing?" Su Qingsheng asked, puzzled by Jiang Chen's sudden request, suspecting there might be ulterior motives behind it. "I want to check your throat to see if it is indeed heatiness," he said, noticing her wariness, which made him want to chuckle. "Oh, you should have said so earlier," Su Qingsheng muttered, hesitating momentarily. It felt somewhat intimate to open her mouth in front of a man, especially one as infuriating as Jiang Chen. "Open wider," Otherwise, I won't be able to see. With Jiang Chen's insistence, Su Qingcheng reluctantly opened her mouth wider, her delicate tongue unconsciously extending slightly. Jiang Chen shone a small flashlight inside, performing the examination with an air of seriousness. After a moment, he lowered the flashlight. Indeed, there is heatiness. Your throat is inflamed, but thankfully, it's not too severe. I will prepare some special honey pear water for you. I guarantee that after you drink it, you will stop coughing. Jiang Chen possessed the skills of a childcare expert, primarily aimed at infants, yet he was also adept at addressing minor health issues. Of course, if Su Qingqing's cough were to worsen, a visit to the doctor would be inevitable. I didn't expect you to know so much, Su Qingcheng complimented, observing Jiang Chen's confident demeanor. Of course. Who says I'm not multi-talented? Jiang Chen replied without a hint of modesty. He continued, by the way, heatiness often results from the foods we consume. Lately, you have been rather indiscriminate with your diet, eating a bit of everything, which is likely the cause of your discomfort. You must be more cautious in the future, as heatiness can be passed on to the baby through breastfeeding. I know. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed, thinking how this infuriating man, despite his youth, seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. That's good to hear, Jiang Chen smiled, preparing to head to the kitchen to make the honey pear water. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard a series of coughs emanating from the crib. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen approached to investigate and found all three little ones coughing, clearly exhibiting the same symptoms as Su Qingqing. They too were experiencing heatiness. Do you see? It is precisely as foretold, Jiang Chen remarked to Su Qingqing. Suddenly, Su Qingqing's face flushed red. An even more pressing question struck her, and she blurted out, well, it seems you eat more than the 3 children combined. Why haven't you developed a cough? Upon uttering the question, her face burned, and she regretted asking it. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback by her inquiry. What do you mean, I eat more than 3 children? I am an upstanding individual. Please do not tarnish my reputation. He continued, the reason is quite simple. I am an adult. Jiang Chen prepared a concoction of honey and pear water. He generously offered some to Su Qingqing, and its effects were immediate, greatly alleviating her throat irritation. He then diluted it further with water and served it to the 3 little ones in turn. They soon stopped coughing and drifted off into a peaceful slumber. This honey pear water was meticulously brewed according to the recipe provided by the system. As for why it worked so remarkably well, he could not quite explain. It was simply a divine skill. Indeed, you possess quite the talent, Su Qingcheng praised, and she took the initiative to peel an apple for Jiang Chen. After all my efforts, my reward is merely an apple? What else do you wish for? Surely something more substantial. Jiang Chen chuckled, playfully tapping his cheek with his finger. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed again as she retorted, perhaps you should dream about it. Everything exists in dreams. At that moment, a buzzing sound interrupted them. It was Su Qingqing's phone. She picked it up, and her expression changed. Looking up at Jiang Chen, she said, it's my mother calling. Your mother? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. After spending time together, he had almost forgotten that Su Qingcheng had parents, as she had not been in contact with them during their time together. Noticing her troubled expression, he thought there might be matters between mother and daughter that he should not overhear. You should take the call. I'll go take a shower, he suggested, preparing to rise. There's no need. It's fine for you to listen, Su Qingcheng insisted, pulling him back into his seat before answering the call. Mom. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged woman's voice, filled with concern, greeted her. Qingcheng, how have you and the children been? Are you all well? Is money still sufficient? Yes, we are all well, and finances are not a problem, Su Qingcheng responded. That's good to hear, but you know, you and your father are both quite stubborn, neither willing to yield. Now your father is at home, sulking and sighing. He cares for you deeply, though he refuses to admit it. And here you are, bearing the burden of raising the children alone. If it weren't for your father's poor health and all the responsibilities of the company, I would come to see you. Mom, there's no need for that. If Dad finds out, he will surely be upset. Besides, I'm managing well. There's no cause for concern. Though words may be spoken, who among us does not worry when their daughter bears a child alone? By the way, how does that person treat you? Does his family harbor any disdain for you? No, they have been quite kind to me. Su Qingcheng cast a glance at Jiang Chen. As long as they treat you well, Very well, Qing Cheng, I won't keep you long. If anything arises, contact me through WeChat. I'm calling you secretly, behind your father's back. Once I manage to convince him, we shall visit Sihai together to see you and the child all right, mother. Su Qing Cheng ended the call, glancing at Jiang Chen, contemplating whether to share her thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Jiang Chen, too, harbored many questions, particularly regarding the dynamics between her and her parents. Yet, since she was unwilling to divulge at the moment, he chose not to press her. Before they knew it, the clock struck midnight. Su Qingcheng lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind occupied with various thoughts, unable to find sleep. In the enveloping darkness, she turned toward Jiang Chen, attempting to gently call out, "Jiang Chen." She had not anticipated a response. To her surprise, Jiang Chen replied promptly, "Oh, you're still awake? Aren't you? I can't seem to sleep due to that phone call earlier. What about you? I cannot sleep because my heart aches." "Aches? Indeed, my heart aches for you, and thus I find myself unable to rest." At his words, Su Qingcheng let out a soft laugh. "Oh, you." She lightly punched Jiang Chen, feigning annoyance. Yet her heart swelled with inexplicable joy. It was nice to know he cared. Perhaps I should reciprocate. How would you like to show your appreciation? How about I let you hold me while we sleep? Chapter 44. The swollen mouth was due to a dog bite. What? You want me to hold you while you sleep? Jiang Chen was taken aback, pondering when this little girl had become so audacious, taking the initiative. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing's face was ablaze with embarrassment. Truth be told, this was indeed her first time being so bold and overt, and after uttering those words, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. Fortunately, it was dark, obscuring her expression. Otherwise, she would have truly felt mortified. "Let me hold you while you sleep?" "Certainly." For the little creature finally willing to throw herself into his arms, he would not be polite, readily embracing Su Qingqing. She trembled slightly, as if frozen, her body stiffened, daring not to move. After a considerable time, she gradually began to relax. Subsequently, the two feigned sleep. Yet in such a state, how could they truly rest? "Let's chat a bit," Su Qingcheng suggested first. "What shall we talk about?" Jiang Chen replied. "Oh, anything really. Like what your dreams were when you were a child." "My childhood dreams, huh? That's quite simple. I recall in elementary school, during class, many children, when asked by the teacher what they wanted to be when they grew up, some said they wanted to be doctors or scientists, while others aspired to be generals or martyrs. When it was my turn, I declared my desire to become a swordsman capable of scaling walls and leaping eaves, which caused the entire class to erupt in laughter. The teacher remarked that I should believe in science, for there were no such swordsmen in the world. I insisted vehemently that there were, but they simply had not been discovered. Strangely enough, for quite some time afterward, I genuinely believed that the world was vast and full of wonders, that martial arts and mystical practices surely existed, and I naively thought that one day I would have an adventure, and some reclusive master would impart to me all his skills. For no matter how one looks at it, being a swordsman is undeniably impressive. The tales of roaming the world with a sword, plucking flowers and leaves to kill, or slaying one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, one simply brushes off their clothes and vanishes, concealing oneself and their name. Su Qingcheng listened intently, unable to resist interjecting, "Yes, that's the essence of it, to uphold justice and help those in need." "Is there nothing else aside from upholding justice?" Su Qingcheng inquired further. "Indeed, while wandering the world, it would be even better if a female swordswoman accompanied me." Jiang Chen replied. "Ah, you certainly have a vivid imagination." Su Qingcheng chuckled. "So what about now? Do you still wish to roam the world as a swordsman?" "Certainly not," Jiang Chen replied. "Even if I wanted to, such a path does not exist in this world." He glanced at Su Qingcheng in his arms, adding, "As for now, I simply wish to earn a bit of money, support my wife, raise some children, and live a life of tranquility." Upon hearing Jiang Chen mention supporting his wife, Su Qingqing's delicate face flushed again, yet she complimented him. "Well, that's commendable. You still have a sense of responsibility. That is essential, otherwise. My mother would certainly help me with it." "Jiang Chen, tell me, how is it that I came to meet you?" After a moment of silence, Su Qingcheng suddenly spoke softly. "Perhaps this is fate." Jiang Chen scratched his head and replied, "So, will you treat me well in the future?" "Of course. Who else would I treat well if not my own wife? Besides, with my mother around, if I dare to mistreat you, she will be the first to deal with me." He continued, "By the way, we will be living together now. Do you have any thoughts or requests?" "I have no particular demands. Just that you bully me less," she replied. "Bully less? Does that mean I can occasionally tease you?" Jiang Chen said playfully. "Go away." Su Qingsheng understood his implication. It was not the kind of bullying he imagined. "Besides, in my current state, how could you possibly bully me?" She shot him a glance filled with a hint of melancholy. That look, reminiscent of a little wife, made Jiang Chen momentarily falter. It was simply irresistible. "Well then, if I don't bully you, can I at least steal a kiss?" This time, Su Qingsheng remained silent, her cheeks secretly flushing as she closed her eyes. The room fell into a serene silence, where one could almost hear the sound of their heartbeats. After a moment, Su Qingsheng, noticing the lack of movement from him, grew a bit anxious and disappointed. "Oh, this silly boy. Why is he so dense? When I close my eyes and say nothing, it means I am giving my consent." Just as she felt a tinge of disappointment, suddenly a warm breath enveloped her. The next day, Su Qingsheng slept soundly until dawn and awoke around 9 o'clock. "Awake? Go wash up and have breakfast," Jiang Chen said, glancing at her while playing with the children. Su Qingsheng nodded. As she prepared to get up and wash up, she noticed Jiang Chen staring at her with a puzzled expression, asking, "Why is your mouth swollen after just one sleep?" Su Qingsheng checked the mirror and saw that indeed it was swollen. Upon realizing the reason, she shot him a resentful glance. "What do you think?" "It's swollen because I was kissed by a dog," Jiang Chen, who had just grasped the situation, said. All right. He had indeed been somewhat tempted, but one must admit, this situation wasn't entirely his fault. Just after finishing breakfast, a video call from Song Mei came in. However, before she could even catch a glimpse of her grandchildren, she was suddenly captivated by Su Qingsheng's appearance. "Qingsheng, what happened to your mouth? It looks like you have two little sausages hanging from it." My mouth is swollen because I was bitten by a dog," Su Qingsheng casually replied. Song Mei was taken aback. "Bitten by a dog? But that rascal doesn't even have a dog at home." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind, and she thought of a possibility that made her expression light up as if she had discovered a new continent. Could it be that rascal? "Oh," Song Mei sighed inwardly, thinking to herself how impatient he was. What if she hadn't completed her confinement yet, and she was pregnant again? What the predicament? Chapter 45. How could one get pregnant from a kiss? Song Mei was taken aback and felt helpless upon contemplating this notion. Despite countless reminders and earnest exhortations, how could one still be so impatient? As a mother-in-law, naturally, she would cherish the prospect of grandchildren. However, as a close friend, she could not bear to see Su Qingsheng's health deteriorating, or worse, collapsing entirely. "Qingsheng, has that rascal bullied you yesterday?" "No, your son has been quite good to me." "Really?" Song Mei was somewhat surprised. "I mean, did he ever coerce you? You know, like forcing you to do something you were unwilling to do, making it impossible for you to refuse?" "Oh, well, if you must know, there were a few instances." "What? Really?" Upon hearing this, Song Mei felt a surge of agitation. "This scoundrel truly does not take my words seriously." "It's nothing serious, Meijia. It's just that your son insists on me adhering to a strict schedule for sleep and breakfast." "Huh? And what about other matters?" "Aside from that, recently, both the baby and I have been a bit under the weather, and your son forbids me from eating anything indiscriminately, especially spicy food." Song Mei was momentarily stunned. How did it feel as if she had unexpectedly been fed a mouthful of dog food? She thought to herself, "What's going on with Su Qingsheng? Here I am, genuinely trying to help her out of goodwill, not in my capacity as a prospective mother-in-law, but as a dear friend, and yet she is flaunting her affection. Could it be that they are in cahoots? Is Qingsheng willingly participating in this?" As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a jolt of realization, considering the possibility. With her son being so handsome and charismatic, it was entirely plausible that feelings had blossomed between them over time. After all, Su Qingsheng was a young woman. It would be quite normal for her to be unable to restrain herself. Thus, in a gentle tone, she advised, "Qingsheng, I understand that young people have fervent passions. However, having just undergone a cesarean section, you must exercise some restraint. One cannot casually toy with their health for fleeting pleasure. While such pleasure may be enticing, the potential consequences can be quite severe. For instance, one might suffer from inflammation or pelvic issues, which could significantly impede your recovery. Moreover, it may lead to complications such as miscarriage, making it challenging should you desire to have a second or third child in the future. Song Mei poured her heart out, hoping her dear friend would grasp her sincere intentions. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Qingqing appeared completely bewildered. Mei Jia, what are you talking about? What inflammation? Miscarriage? I don't understand any of it. Don't understand? Song Mei felt a wave of irritation. Please, we have been close friends for many years, sharing everything without reservation. How is it that now, when I speak earnestly, you feign ignorance? Are you closer to my son or to me, your dear friend? Just as she was about to continue, Su Qingchang suddenly seemed to grasp the situation. Oh, I comprehend. Sister Mei, do you think there is something more between me and your son? However, how could that be? I have always been cautious, and I hardly know your son. We merely shared a brief kiss. So, to clarify, you and my son have not engaged in anything? Song Mei could hardly believe it. Absolutely not. Su Qingqing's tone was resolute. As of now, we are merely in the stage of nurturing our feelings. Last night, it was simply a kiss, nothing more. Our lack of experience resulted in my lips being slightly swollen this morning. It is truly not as you imagine. Besides, how could one become pregnant from just a kiss? Ah, well. Song Mei sighed, rubbing her forehead. Cough, cough. You should have mentioned that earlier. I assumed. All right, this time it is my fault. I overthought and misinterpreted your relationship. During the video call with Song Mei, Su Qingcheng initially sat in the living room. But as Song Mei's remarks grew increasingly absurd, she felt embarrassed for Jiang Chen to overhear, so she retreated to the balcony. What did my mom say to you? It sounded quite mysterious. Upon returning from the balcony after the call, Jiang Chen inquired. It was nothing, just some sisterly gossip. Su Qingcheng refrained from disclosing that Sister Mei had misunderstood her relationship with the big pig hoof, assuming they had gone further, perhaps even conceived before the postpartum period. Sisterly whispers? Very well. Jiang Chen chose not to pursue the matter further, as inquiries would yield no answers unless the other party willingly spoke. Do you not wish to know what we whispered about? That depends on you. If you are unwilling to share, my questions would be futile. Su Qingcheng pondered for a moment and revealed a hint. Your mom just called and mentioned the prospect of me having a second and third child. What? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Is my mom already so eager? We have only just welcomed 3 grandchildren, and she is already thinking about a second and third child? Who knows? Perhaps she holds the mindset of the older generation, believing that having more children brings more blessings. Su Qingcheng remarked. The key question is, if I truly have a second and third child, what are your thoughts? What else could I do? I would support you. However, I do have a hope. Since we had 3 in our first birth, I hope to have 4 in the second and 5 in the third. 4 in the second and 5 in the third. Wouldn't that make me a sow? No worries. If you truly became a sow, I would not mind. Go away. Su Qingcheng playfully glared at Jiang Chen. If I am a sow, then what does that make you? After the rain, the air was fresh, and the weather was pleasantly cool. Su Qingcheng, confined at home during her postpartum period for many days, felt stifled and yearned to step outside, taking the child along to breathe in the fresh air and connect with nature. Observing Su Qingcheng's recovery, Jiang Chen agreed to her wish. The two decided to stroll around a sculpture park near BU residence. The sculpture park is a newly established popular destination in Sihai City. Beyond its myriad of sculptures, the environment is elegantly serene, adorned with lush greenery, earning it the title of a natural oxygen bar. As a result, many flock there to capture moments and enjoy the scenery. Jiang Chen and his family had never visited before, and it was the perfect opportunity to take their children for a stroll. After ensuring the little ones were adequately protected, the family of 5 set off and soon arrived at the park. The pleasant weather attracted a considerable number of visitors. Upon seeing Jiang Chen pushing triplets, many were intrigued and expressed their amazement. Wow, triplets! This is the first time I've seen them. Oh my, those babies are adorable. My wife gave birth to twins, and I thought our fortune was exceptional. This young man has a set of dragon and phoenix triplets. Impressive. Now that's what I call hitting the jackpot. However, raising 3 at once must impose quite a financial burden. Isn't that a narrow view? These triplets comprise 2 girls and 1 boy. In other words, it's 1 construction bank and 2 commercial banks. Surely, they can manage without your concerns. Indeed, if I had such 3 children, I would probably wake up laughing from my dreams at night, listening to the praises from passers-by. Jiang Chen felt an immense sense of pride. What father does not relish hearing compliments about his children? As he turned to glance at Su Qingqing beside him, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Truly, she was an exquisite goddess. Although still in her postpartum recovery and cautious of the wind, she was wrapped snugly in long sleeves and donned a hat and mask. Yet, even so, her figure remained slender, with curves that spoke of her undeniable beauty. The saying holds true: beauty lies in one's essence. Jiang Chen, let's try that. After meandering through the various sculptures, an exuberant Su Qingsheng, not yet satisfied, naturally linked her arm with his and suddenly pointed to a spot in the distance. Are you sure you want to play? Jiang Chen glanced in that direction, surprised. Chapter 46. An Unexpected Encounter. Hello, counselor. Su Qingsheng pointed towards an area in the park designated for various amusement rides, where a group of children was joyfully engaging in bumper cars. I want to have a go at that, she declared playfully. Really? Jiang Chen responded with a hint of skepticism. You do realize those are meant for children, right? Are you sure you want to ride the bumper cars as an adult? After glancing at Su Qingsheng, he added, given your current state, can you even participate? Who said I wanted to ride? I meant for you to ride. Su Qingsheng winked mischievously. What? Me? What will you do then? I'll watch you. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was quite peculiar to have such a bizarre request, choosing not to ride while merely observing someone else. What kind of twisted mindset was this? Ding! The host is faced with a choice. Option 1. Comply with your wife's wishes, bring a smile to her face, and receive a mysterious gift. Option 2. Reject your wife's unreasonable request, earn the title of Iron Man, and lose an inch. Jiang Chen. Is this even a choice? Losing an inch is something no man can tolerate. Option 1 it is. Jiang Chen mentally decided, then approached the ticket booth for the bumper cars, spending 20 yuan on a ticket. To be honest, it had been years since he last rode bumper cars. The sudden urge to relive that experience was indeed exhilarating. After all, it was a nostalgic trip down memory lane. The bumper car ride lasted 3 minutes, and Jiang Chen, rekindling his childhood memories, thoroughly enjoyed himself. Su Qingsheng, watching from outside, was equally delighted, unable to contain her laughter as she snapped a few photos to send to Song Mei. Sister Mei, come see what your son is up to. Doesn't he look like the foolish son of a landlord? Ha ha ha. Indeed, but a foolish son deserves a foolish daughter-in-law. They are a perfect match. Ding. The host complied with his wife's wishes, eliciting a smile from her. Congratulations. You have received a mysterious gift, torn stockings. You deserve it. Torn stockings? Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of the system, which continuously rewarded him with frivolous and impractical items. Why not reward me with a few thousand yuan instead of a pair of torn stockings? What are you grinning about? Su Qingsheng, having finished her conversation with Song Mei, turned around and noticed Jiang Chen's peculiar smile. Oh, it's nothing. I just bought you a gift online. Jiang Chen deflected casually. You bought me a gift? How thoughtful of you. But can you at least give me a hint about what it is? Well, you'll find out soon enough. It's something you can wear. Something to wear? How exciting. Su Qingqing's face lit up with anticipation. Jiang Chen cast a glance at a pair of long, slender legs, and an image suddenly flickered through his mind. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate, the anticipation surged within him, rendering him unable to suppress it. Alas, the system has led me astray. Once, I was a person of utmost propriety, yet now, after wandering around the amusement park, Su Qingqing, despite her inability to participate due to her physical condition, remained thoroughly engrossed in the sights. Eventually, they arrived at a booth. Su Qingqing was eager to try her hand at the ring toss game, where a myriad of stuffed toys lay scattered on the ground. Whatever toy one managed to encircle could be claimed as a prize. Do you want to play? Jiang Chen inquired. Su Qingsheng nodded enthusiastically. All right then, I shall procure some rings for you, Jiang Chen replied. Tossing rings merely required standing and swinging one's arm, making it an ideal activity for the young lady. Surrounding the ring toss were many participants, each aiming carefully at their desired toys, striking poses to toss the rings, and reveling in the game. However, successful tosses were few and far between, much to the amusement of the proprietor, who was grinning widely while collecting his fees. How does this game work? Jiang Chen asked the vendor. It's $10 for 10 rings. Whichever toy you encircle is yours. Very well. I shall take $20 worth of rings. Certainly. Here are your 20 rings. Please take care of them. Jiang Chen accepted the rings and handed them to Su Qingcheng, who immediately began to play with great enthusiasm. It was hard to believe that this playful, childlike spirit was, in fact, a distinguished professor at Shanxi University. Yet, despite her joy, Su Qingcheng tossed 20 rings without encircling a single toy. Jiang Chen, I wish to try again. She turned, gazing at him with pleading eyes. Jiang Chen sighed. Vendor, please give me another 20 rings. Certainly. Here are your 20 rings, and I shall gift you 5 more to ensure you have a delightful experience. The vendor cheerfully handed Jiang Chen 25 rings, which he then passed to Su Qingcheng. With renewed fervor, she continued her attempts. Alas, after exhausting the 25 rings, she still claimed nothing. Let's go, Su Qingcheng said. Disappointment etched on her face as she glanced at a toy she had set her heart on. She had tossed 45 rings without success. It seemed her skills were lacking. You seem quite fond of that toy, Jiang Chen observed. It's decent enough. I just find its appearance somewhat appealing, Su Qingcheng admitted, casting another glance at the toy. Never mind, if I can't win it, let us leave. I shall give it a try, Jiang Chen declared, and he approached the vendor once more to purchase another $20 worth of rings. The vendor, upon seeing this, broke into a broad smile. He relished such tenacious customers. Here are your 20 rings, and I shall add 10 more for your enjoyment. The vendor continued to beam as he handed over the carefully counted rings, as if he had just received a windfall of $20. Jiang Chen knew well for his own attempts that even 100 rings might not yield a single prize. Su Qingcheng, realizing that Jiang Chen had already made the payment, found it futile to intervene and could only watch from the sidelines. However, she harbored doubts about Jiang Chen's ability to win the plush toy she fancied, or even any toy at all. Yet, mere minutes later, the proprietor of the ring toss game was on the verge of tears. To his utter disbelief, the young man had managed to land all 30 rings, claiming every single toy without a single miss, despite the apparent clumsiness of his technique, where angles and strength seemed lacking. He somehow managed to achieve an astonishing success with every throw. It was nothing short of miraculous. Su Qingcheng was overjoyed, although she couldn't take all the toys home. She selected a few favorites and left with a bountiful haul. She could hardly believe that Jiang Chen possessed such remarkable skill in winning plush toys. As for Jiang Chen, he too was taken aback. The luck card produced by the dog system proved to be extraordinarily potent, granting him a 100 success rate in the ring toss. Simply put, it was astonishing. The two of them strolled through the sculpture park for a while longer before preparing to return. Su Qingcheng made a quick visit to the restroom, and at that moment, Jiang Chen spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. The girl clearly recognized him as well. There was no escaping the encounter. So he steeled himself and approached her to greet her. Hello, counselor. Chapter 47. The mentor who disdains men not far away. A girl approached, who happened to be his counselor from university years ago. Her name was Yin Li, and she was not particularly old, appearing to be in her late 20s. Much like Su Qingcheng. However, she was known by a rather unforgettable nickname, the Iron-Willed Spinster, often abbreviated to the female tyrant. She was certainly no gentle soul, especially when it came to dealing with others. In those days, Lu Wei and his friends, eager to escape the life of perpetual singlehood and to pursue romantic interests, eagerly applied to various social events. Their enthusiasm led them to neglect classes for several days. Consequently, they caught the attention of the female tyrant. For the next few years, they endured significant torment at her hands. Whenever there were menial tasks or undesirable duties, they were always the ones assigned. Yet, any advantages that came their way were to be shunned, as they were constantly reminded that they were examples of what not to be. if they ever expressed discontent. Yanli would retort, questioning their motives and chastising them for their shallow pursuits, declaring that their aspirations were too trivial and lacking depth. It was precisely her role as a human soul engineer to correct their misguided ways. Then, during a particularly frigid winter, Lu Wei and his friends found themselves caught in a transgression and were once again conscripted by her, just when they were engrossed in a gaming session during their holiday. She summoned them to assist with cleaning duties. The biting cold, devoid of any heating, left their hands nearly frozen. In desperation, they made a humble request for Yin Li to show some compassion and provide gloves or hand warmers, for without them, they would struggle to complete their tasks on time. However, Yin Li merely patted Lu Wei's shoulder with a smile, exclaiming, "No worries. I believe in you all. You can certainly finish on time without gloves. Keep it up." Hearing this, Lu Wei and his companions felt on the verge of tears. Keep it up? Are you kidding me? They thought. This was the female tyrant, akin to a female Yama. From that day forth, Lu Wei, filled with resentment, ceased to refer to her as the female tyrant, opting instead to privately call her the old spinster. In contrast to the misfortune of Lu Wei and his group, Jiang Chen had managed to escape her ire, as he had not engaged in any antics that would attract her attention. On the contrary, being the campus heartthrob, he seemed to enjoy a considerable amount of favor. Nonetheless, upon encountering Yin Li in the park, Jiang Chen still felt a sense of discomfort. After all, she was both his counselor and the infamous female tyrant from his past. As Yin Li approached, she immediately recognized Jiang Chen and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're here at the sculpture park too? What a coincidence." Upon casually greeting him, she quickly noticed the baby stroller beside him. With an exclamation of delight, she exclaimed, "Wow, 3 little babies. My goodness, triplets. They are all so adorably precious." Bending down, she began to playfully interact with the 3 infants, while turning to Jiang Chen and saying, "Jiang Chen, are these your relatives' children? They are simply adorable. May I pinch their little cheeks?" "Perhaps not," Jiang Chen replied cautiously. "Their facial nerves are still developing, so pinching is not advisable, but gentle touches would be perfectly fine." With a playful spirit, Yin Li gently tapped the cherubic faces of the 3 little ones nestled in the stroller. Their porcelain-like skin was so tender and fair, evoking an irresistible charm. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she interacted with the infants, embodying the innocence of a young girl, so different from the once mischievous woman known for her antics. After a delightful period of play, she rose reluctantly, exclaiming, "Wonderful, Jiang Chen. To which relative do these adorable babies belong? Just one glance at them feels like a heartwarming melt. Whose children?" "Well," Jiang Chen paused, rubbing his forehead, before continuing, "Teacher Yin, what if I told you these are my children? Would you believe me?" "What? Yours?" Yin Li was taken aback, scrutinizing him with skepticism. "I remember you were never one to boast. Have you started spinning tales after graduation?" "Teacher Yin, I'm not exaggerating. They truly are my children. Why can't you believe it?" Jiang Chen defended himself earnestly. "I believe you, not at all. How old are you? You've just graduated, hardly out of your teens. And you claim to have 3 children?" Yin Li continued her examination of him. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Jiang Chen, you wouldn't be relying on your looks, thinking your past popularity as a campus heartthrob could shield you from scrutiny, would you? If it were another girl, I might understand. But with me, you needn't worry, for I have no interest in men." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat, pondering the absurdity of his instructor's words. It was no wonder she had earned the nickname the Iron-Willed Teacher, for her demeanor was far from gentle. Who would dare to pursue someone like her? It was clear why she had devoted herself to her work with no suitors in sight. "Well, if you don't believe me, there's little I can do." Jiang Chen sighed, realizing that genuine conversation with this formidable woman was unlikely. He contemplated a graceful exit when, just then, Su Qingsheng emerged from the restroom and approached Jiang Chen, her face obscured by a hat and mask, fully covered to protect herself, as she was still in her confinement period. To an outsider, her appearance offered no clues, merely hinting at an alluring beauty. Yet, to those who knew her well, even the most thorough disguise could not conceal her striking figure, which was simply too captivating. Her graceful movements were reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the wind, exuding a charm that was both enchanting and ethereal. Despite her slender frame, there was an undeniable sense that even a gentle breeze could sweep her away. Thus, confronted with such a conspicuous feature, Jiang Chen caught sight of it immediately, and Yin Li, as a colleague of Su Qingcheng, was no exception. Qingcheng, Yin Li promptly approached her. It has been ages since we last met. What a delightful surprise to encounter you here today. She enthusiastically grasped Su Qingcheng's hand. To elaborate, there are two prominent goddesses at Shanxi University, one being the genuine goddess that is Su Qingcheng, and the other, the steadfast and resolute Yin Li, an unmarried woman of considerable fortitude. Their shared renown within the institution, coupled with their similar academic standings, has fostered a relatively amicable relationship, albeit one that pales in comparison to the deep bond Su Qingcheng shares with her longtime confidant, Song Mei. Nonetheless, did this diminish Yin Li's exuberance upon seeing Su Qingcheng? Not in the slightest. What had she just said? As a teacher, I have no fondness for men. Indeed, how fortuitous. Su Qingcheng replied with a smile, though she secretly wished to avoid encountering her colleague at that moment, given her delicate situation of being unmarried and unexpectedly pregnant with triplets. Such news circulating in the workplace would be rather unfortunate. Isn't it a coincidence? I told you so. Ha ha ha. Qingcheng, cool me. Allow me to introduce you to my esteemed student and the former heartthrob of Shanxi University, Jiang Chen. Yin Li chattered away like a lively sparrow, pulling Su Qingcheng before Jiang Chen with uncontainable enthusiasm. You would not believe it, Qingcheng. I was merely wandering through this sculpture park when I fortuitously stumbled upon my brilliant student. Have you seen those triplets in the stroller? They are clearly the children of Jiang Chen's relatives, yet this Jiang Chen insists on claiming them as his own. He even fervently assures me. Can you imagine? At such a tender age, freshly graduated and already a father of triplets? Is that not absurd? And who, pray tell, will be foolish enough to have children at such a young age? Ha ha, it truly cracks me up. If you must pretend, at least choose a more credible story. Qingcheng, I tell you, if those triplets are indeed this lad's, I shall eat my phone on the spot. Chapter 48. Early Marriage. Soul-searching Yin Li spoke incessantly, while Su Qingcheng listened patiently. Her expression, however, reflected a hint of disbelief. It was one thing to ridicule your diligent students, but why drag me into this? Am I to be portrayed as the foolish bear in this scenario? And as for having children, please, I am already an adult, a university graduate, and certainly no longer a child. Jiang Chen was equally speechless. He could only silently recite a litany of names in his mind. The fierce mentor, the iron-willed old maid, the merciless master. Alas, no wonder such a young individual was deemed undesirable by men. Teacher Yin, you need not involve others if you don't believe it, Jiang Chen remarked, rubbing his forehead, for after all, she was the mother of his child. Oh, Jiang Chen, are you still reveling in your pretense? Now that the mother of your child has made an appearance, let me see her. What does she look like? Yin Li responded, still skeptical of Jiang Chen's words. How could such a handsome young man be married so early and have children? It was incomprehensible. Furthermore, she genuinely believed Jiang Chen was quite young, merely another child among her students, still lacking in maturity. Teacher Yin, Jiang Chen could no longer hold back and decided to lay his cards on the table. Is it possible that the person sitting next to you is indeed the mother of my child? Yin Li was taken aback, exclaiming, what? The person beside me is your child's mother? But there's only Su Qingcheng here. You can't possibly mean to say that Su Qingcheng is your child's mother, your wife, right? Surely you jest. Su Qingcheng is a renowned goddess professor at Shanxi University. The idea of her being your wife and bearing your children is absurd. However, just as Yin Li prepared to launch into another tirade against Jiang Chen, she caught sight of the expressions on Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen's faces, and her words were abruptly swallowed. Pointing at Su Qingcheng, she was left in utter disbelief. Qingcheng, you. Yes, Jiang Chen is correct. Those triplets are indeed his children, and I am their mother, Su Qingcheng affirmed with a nod, gracefully owning the truth. What? No way. The triplet babies are Jiang Chen's? Su Qingcheng is the mother of his children? Yin Li felt as if she had been struck by lightning, left dazed and confused, akin to a perfectly roasted skewer, golden and sizzling with bewilderment. Is this true, Qingcheng? Yin Li's eyes widened. her mind momentarily crashing as she struggled to comprehend the veracity of such an extraordinary revelation. How could it be that a former student of hers was now involved with the goddess professor of Shanxi University and had even fathered 3 irresistibly adorable children with her? This was beyond belief. Just moments ago, she had laughed heartily. How painfully ironic it was now. Indeed, it is true, Su Qingcheng reiterated with assurance. There is little to discuss. It is what it is, and it is not what it is not. However, upon reflection, it still seems, well, absurd, truly absurd. Qingcheng, let me share a few words with you. Yanli gestured to Jiang Chen and pulled Su Qingcheng aside, intending to engage in the kind of whispered conversation that girls share, which is not easily articulated in front of Jiang Chen. When did you two become an item? Yanli, astonished, was brimming with curiosity. Ahem, it was purely an accident. Yanli, a formidable figure among students, yet regarded favorably by teachers, had previously assisted Su Qingcheng on several occasions. Thus, when Yanli inquired, Su Qingcheng recounted the general circumstances. Goodness, how outrageous! It's as if we're in a drama. Yanli exclaimed, finding it hard to fathom that such an event would occur in her life. No, such an event would never transpire for her. So you have a child and are now living together? Indeed, what else can be done? We must care for the child. All right, you just mentioned that you met the parents? Yes, I met his parents, but my own have yet to meet him. No witties. They will meet eventually, Yanli said, casting an envious glance at Su Qingcheng. Jiang Chen is quite a catch, handsome and charming. The two of you make a splendid pair. Yet who would have thought that a foolish brute would father a child with him? Su Qingcheng recalled the past incident. Ahem, I apologize. Yanli quickly offered her apology. I truly did not mean it. I had no idea at the time. Qingcheng, you must admit, Jiang Chen seems quite decent, but who could have imagined he would engage in such ridiculous behavior? However, to speak candidly, he is generally a good fellow, handsome and capable, especially as he was the star of the school basketball team, robust in physique. This time, it seems you were fortunate to be the first to seize the moment. Otherwise, one of my friends might have taken action. A friend of yours? Yes, indeed. A friend of mine. Having conversed so extensively with Su Qingcheng, Yanli's insatiable curiosity was finally sated, yet a lingering question nagged at her, preventing her from finding peace. Perhaps even robbing her of sleep. Qingcheng, I have another question. Speak on. Well, you bore 3 little ones for Jiang Chen. So how many times did you two? That night. Su Qingcheng instantly flushed crimson and shot Yanli an irritated glare. What do you think? We were both intoxicated. How many times could it have been? So, you mean, just once? Once for 3 children? Yanli was taken aback, exclaiming, goodness. Not only was it a single encounter, but it was also a triple delight. Remarkable, indeed. Chapter 49, A Spinster is Still a Virgin. Jiang Chen, you are quite impressive, having managed to bring 3 little ones into the world with Qingcheng. How remarkable. After sharing a few whispers with Su Qingcheng, Yanli turned to Jiang Chen and remarked, this was indeed the truth. In her lifetime, she had never encountered triplets before, let alone in the lives of those she knew personally, one being a colleague and the other a student. To put it in a cheeky manner, it was akin to a little cow stepping on alive wires. Utterly spectacular. Well, I suppose it's all right, Jiang Chen replied, recognizing that it was prudent to refrain from boasting in front of the spinster. Besides, who could tell whether her compliments were sincere or merely flattery? Oh, how modest of you. Yanli chuckled, playfully praising him. What are you doing for work now? Not much. Just taking care of Qingcheng and the children while also doing some part-time work from home to earn a little extra. Impressive. You certainly possess a sense of responsibility. Yanli commended again, as she had initially come to the sculpture park for a leisurely stroll. After chatting for a while, it was time for her to take her leave, so she bid farewell to Su Qingcheng. Goodbye, Qingcheng. I'll come to visit you and the little ones when I get the chance. Of course, you are always welcome. Jiang Chen waved goodbye as Yanli prepared to depart. However, Jiang Chen suddenly called out, Teacher Yin, have you forgotten something? What is it? Yanli asked, puzzled. Didn't you say that if the triplets were my children, you would eat your phone? Ah, Yanli immediately placed a hand on her forehead, regretting her earlier boastful words. It was unfortunate that Jiang Chen was so insistent, but could a teacher not make a mistake? Sigh. How regrettable after having guided him for 4 years. Jiang Chen, it's not that I'm unwilling, but you see, this poses quite a challenge. Yanli weighed the hefty model of her phone in her hand, her expression troubled. What difficulty? Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, thinking to himself that she used to be quite formidable when it came to intimidating others. Go for it, Teacher Yan. Well, this phone is simply too large for me to consume. All right. It was all in jest, Jiang Chen. Don't hold it against your teacher. At that moment, Su Qingsheng stepped in to ease the tension, coming to Yan Li's rescue. Indeed, Jiang Chen, I was merely joking. You can't really expect me to eat my phone. And besides, why should I, a teacher, squabble with my student? Ha ha! Yan Li laughed, trying to maintain her authority. Afterward, Yan Li bid farewell to both Su Qingsheng and Jiang Chen. Just as she was about to leave, Su Qingsheng suddenly reminded her, Yan Li, please don't share the news of my triplets with anyone. I still have work to attend to. Understood. Rest assured, Qingsheng. Do you not trust me? I am renowned for my discretion. Watching Yan Li bounce away, full of energy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat, how shall I put it, astonished. This was largely due to the fact that she bore an uncanny resemblance to an eccentric character. If one were to say she was carefree like a young girl, she would just as readily adopt an air of seniority, relishing the opportunity to flaunt her experience. To label her as an old maid or a stern matron would be misleading, for she is merely 28. This Yan Li is quite, rather unique indeed. Su Qingsheng endeavored to find a more tactful term to describe her. Indeed, she is extraordinarily unique. Back in the days when she served as our counselor, we privately bestowed upon her a plethora of nicknames. Jiang Chen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. A plethora of nicknames? Doing digging me. For instance, the iron-fisted sorceress, the stern matron, and the steel-hearted old maid. You bestowed her with so many monikers. Su Qingsheng's expression turned one of surprise as she added with a playful wink towards Jiang Chen, I must divulge this to her one day. Oh, no need. She is already aware of the nicknames we have given her. What? She knows? What was her reaction? I'm not entirely certain, but I have heard that she seems rather unashamed and perhaps even takes pride in it. Why is that? Because she believes that an old maid is still a maid. Jiang Chen's reasoning left Su Qingsheng momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. An old maid is still a maid, while that is rather cold. Having spent a considerable amount of time outside, it soon became mealtime. Despite her desire to linger longer in the sculpture park, Su Qingsheng felt compelled to return home. Even if she herself were not hungry, the little ones certainly needed nourishment. It would be quite a challenge for her to feed the 3 small rascals outside, especially with a rather enthusiastic oaf, often eager to lend a hand during mealtimes due to his inherent clumsiness. What were you and Yan Li whispering about? Jiang Chen inquired on their way back. Guess. I surmise it must have been about me. Now, take another guess. What did she say about you? She said I was handsome and remarkably talented, resulting in your bearing triplets. That is not the case. Su Qingsheng scoffed, though inwardly she was slightly taken aback. Indeed, the oaf had hit the nail on the head. However, when it came to the discussion of capabilities, she held a differing viewpoint. Scientific research indicates that, regarding the conception of multiples, it is the female partner who plays the decisive role, implying that it is not the oaf's prowess, but rather her own that is truly commendable. Of course, the oaf is indeed impressive in every aspect. Otherwise, she would have truly been at a loss. Upon returning home, Su Qingsheng, aware of the little one's hunger, immediately set about feeding them without pausing to rest. Naturally, Jiang Chen was there to assist, as per usual. As the evening drifted on, they found themselves unoccupied until suddenly, Jiang Chen's phone buzzed. It was Lu Wei calling. Hello, Wei Zi. How did the market go today? Jiang Chen inquired over the phone. Quite splendidly. Chingu, you have no idea how popular this barbecue skewer stand is. I made over 1,000 yuan just this afternoon, and now I'm exhausted like a dog, Lu Wei exclaimed joyfully on the phone. He then briefed Jiang Chen on the situation. Essentially, the skewers were delicious, business was booming, and he, along with Zheng Chong and Wu Hao, were so busy they were drenched in sweat. Of course, they earned a good sum of money. However, the city management occasionally showed up, prompting them to flee. Once the coast was clear, they would return, engaging in a clever game of wits reminiscent of guerrilla warfare. Brother Chun, I've earned 1,280 yuan from noon until now. I've noted your share. After all, without your ancestral recipe, I wouldn't be able to sell this much at the barbecue stand. We brothers must keep our accounts clear. Oh no, I can't talk now. The city management is coming again. We have to run. Lu Wei hurriedly hung up the call before finishing his sentence. A barbecue stand earning over 1,000 yuan in an afternoon? It truly is profitable. Su Qingcheng, who had been listening to Jiang Chen and Lu Wei's conversation, remarked that, by the time calculated, it surpassed her salary significantly. That's right, just look at who taught the barbecue skills, Jiang Chen replied. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's self-praise, Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes in disdain, then added with a hint of concern, but your classmate being chased away by the city management isn't a good situation. But as soon as she said this, both she and Jiang Chen simultaneously recalled a certain fact. Song Mei was actually part of the city management. Due to Jiang Chen's prolonged absence from home and his mother's numerous job shifts, he nearly forgot that his mother was within the city management system. Su Qingcheng, on the other hand, had initially overlooked it because Song Mei seldom mentioned her job. In reality, Song Mei was not only in the city management, but held a position of some authority. Meanwhile, near the food street, Lu Wei, Zheng Chong, and Wu Hao had just managed to evade a sudden raid by the city management. They were now catching their breath in a corner. Both Zheng Chong and Wu Hao had regular jobs, but ever since they learned that Lu Wei had set up a barbecue stand, they came almost daily, ostensibly to lend a hand to their struggling brother, but truthfully, they were craving those delicious skewers. Strangely enough, these barbecue skewers were simply too delicious. Once you had one, you were hooked, and the experience was far more enjoyable than idly crafting handiwork at home. Plus, it was incredibly profitable. In just a few short hours, they had earned over 1,000 yuan. However, they were feeling a bit out of their element. Besides playing a game of cat and mouse with the city management, the three of them were constantly skewering, grilling, flipping, seasoning, and packing. So busy with the thriving business that they barely had time to sip water. They had all been pampered before, so this was quite the adjustment for them. With the hot weather, they were now drenched in sweat, their hands on the verge of cramping from the exertion. The corpulent Lu Wei, particularly so at this moment, was utterly exhausted, panting heavily as if he had just run a marathon. Alas, damn it, while this endeavor does yield financial rewards, to be candid, I have never felt such fatigue in my previous craftsmanship days, working tirelessly 3 times a day. Chapter 50. Capturing People? Not quite in a certain brigade of the Urban Management Bureau in Shanxi City, a strikingly elegant female captain was addressing a multitude of urban management officers, delivering a motivational speech for a special campaign focused on enhancing the city's appearance. The aesthetic of a city serves as its visage, while the vibrancy of life embodies its economic spirit. Yet disorder and filth stand opposed to this vibrancy, representing a significant adversary to the advancement of urban civilization. Recently, the situation around Liberation Avenue in Shanxi City has become dire, with rampant unauthorized stalls and vendors proliferating to the extent that a food street has emerged, characterized by a deplorable environment, chaos and untidiness, severely disrupting traffic and inciting public discontent among nearby residents. Our campaign will concentrate primarily on the area surrounding Liberation Avenue, with the food street being of utmost priority. Additionally, we are fortunate to have reporters from Shanxi Television participating in this initiative to document our efforts. Lastly, I must remind everyone that although this is a special rectification campaign, we must adhere to the law, conduct ourselves with civility, and enforce the regulations impartially. The television station will be broadcasting live, and should anyone resort to brute force in public or act against the citizens, I assure you, I will not let it slide. The motivational speech was met with a resounding applause. The commanding officer delivering the address was none other than Song Mei, the mother of Jiang Chen. While outsiders may regard Jiang Daping as someone under the thumb of his wife, in the formidable presence of his mother, he often resembles a mouse before a cat, obedient and compliant. Little do they know that in her youth, Song Mei was as radiant as a flower, gentle as water, with a temperament as docile as a kitten. Otherwise, How could Jiang Daping have lured her into a secluded grove after just one blind date? The fierceness and competence Song Mei exhibits today have been honed through years of dedicated service. Now let's set forth. With a wave of her hand, the brigade mobilized, heading straight for Liberation Avenue, with the food street as the focal point of their operation. As evening approached, the food street was bustling with crowds, teeming with life. Various food stalls were scattered everywhere, reaching the peak of their daily business. Lu Wei and his companions had also set up their barbecue stall in a prime location. Anticipating a substantial profit, judging by the current situation, an additional 1,000 should be easily achievable. The three of them spread out their stall, determined to work hard despite their fatigue. However, at that moment, Lu Wei suddenly panicked, frantically searching for a place to hide. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, noticing his distress, were equally alarmed. What is happening? Is the urban management here again? No, it's the old maid, Lu Wei replied. The old maid. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao hurriedly turned to look, and indeed, they spotted her. Goodness, it really is her. What on earth is she doing here? And why is she heading our way? Quick, let us hide, brothers. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio scrambled to find cover. There was no denying it. The old maid was their nemesis. Although some time had passed since their graduation, the shadow of her authority still loomed large over them. Yet, unfortunately for them, despite Lu Wei's attempt to conceal himself, his joyful demeanor could not escape the keen eyes of Yan Li, who quickly spotted them. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, Wu Hao, what are you three up to? The moment you see your instructor, you scurry away? Am I truly that intimidating? Yan Li remarked with a mischievous laugh. At the Bishuijia residence, after dinner, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng sat on the sofa, relaxing. Jiang Chen was engrossed in his phone, while Su Qingcheng was equally absorbed in hers. Suddenly, Su Qingcheng looked up in surprise and exclaimed, I just spoke with Sister Mei, and she mentioned that tonight she will lead a special campaign to enhance the city's appearance. The focus will be on Jiefeng Avenue, particularly the food street. This spells trouble for your classmates. This enforcement action is quite rigorous. Do you think they'll get caught? Jiang Chen expressed his concern. It's unlikely they would be arrested. They haven't committed any crimes. At worst, they might just face a fine. He scratched his head and added, perhaps I should inform Wei Zi. Chapter 51. This world is insane. Mice as bridesmaids for cats. In the bustling food street, as Lu Wei and his companions caught sight of Yan Li approaching, they hurriedly attempted to evade her presence. However, Yan Li had already spotted them, a mischievous smile spreading across her face, inducing a wave of unease among Lu Wei and his friends. Am I truly that terrifying? You all wish to flee at the sight of me? Yet, I have always treated you with kindness and courtesy. Haven Ti? Realizing escape was futile, Lu Wei and his friends exchanged glances of disbelief. Kind and courteous? Who could possibly be as kind as you, to the extent of instilling fear? Furthermore, your courtesy is more about reasoning than kindness. Good day, Teacher Yan. Good day, Teacher Yan. With no way out, Lu Wei and his friends steeled themselves and greeted Yan Li. Among them, Zheng Chang, the most socially adept, quickly donned a bright smile after the initial awkwardness. Welcome, Teacher Yan. What brings you to this corner of the food street? Are you here to indulge in some local delicacies? His cordial demeanor and eager tone were in stark contrast to the disdain he had expressed moments earlier, where he had referred to her as an old maid, harboring grievances akin to Lu Wei's deepest frustrations. I'm merely wandering aimlessly, taking a stroll to clear my mind, Yan Li replied with a carefree attitude. I didn't expect this food street to be so lively. Indeed, Zheng Chang chimed in. This place has become a hotspot for trendy street food. He then turned to Lu Wei and Wu Hao, urging, what are you standing there for? Hurry and grill some skewers for Teacher Yan. She has been waiting for a while. All right away. Zheng Chang's commanding enthusiasm left Lu Wei and Wu Hao momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly began grilling. Soon enough, a few golden, aromatic skewers emerged from the grill. Here you go, Teacher Yan. Give it a try and let us know how it tastes. Zheng Chang enthusiastically offered the skewers to Yan Li. Yan Li, a true food enthusiast, typically unable to resist culinary delights, hesitated upon facing skewers prepared by her former students. After all, these three were notorious troublemakers, having faced her disciplinary measures on several occasions. What if they sought revenge by poisoning the skewers? Or, heaven forbid, contaminating them in more unspeakable ways? Alas, the quirky mind of the old maid, Yin Li, was filled with such peculiar thoughts. While she suspected foul play, she never doubted the deliciousness of the skewers, for they appeared irresistibly appetizing. The golden hue and enticing aroma were enough to make anyone salivate. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Li resolved to accept the skewers. Very well, in light of your enthusiasm, I shall reluctantly accept your offering. With that, she took a bite. Instantly, she was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow." She had anticipated the skewers would be good, but she had not expected them to be this extraordinary. Having just taken a bite, the exquisite flavor brought tears to my eyes, elevating my very being, surpassing any previous delights. Thus far, I have never experienced such bliss. Remarkably, the skewers prepared by the three of you are utterly delectable, Yin Li exclaimed, indulging herself with great enthusiasm. With just a few bites of the first skewer, she eagerly moved on to the next, fearing that any delay would be a disservice to this culinary masterpiece. Delicious. Yin Laosher, do indulge further, Jiang Chen urged, noticing that Yin Li was almost finished. Oh, certainly. Lu Wei and Wu Hao were momentarily entranced by Yin Li's enjoyment. It dawned on them how an old maid savors skewers. Regaining their composure, they promptly began grilling more for her, the sizzling sound echoing in the air. Yin Laosher, the skewers are ready. Oh dear, how can I accept this? Not at all. Please enjoy. This is merely a small token from us. Yin Laosher's enjoyment is our honor, Jiang Chen insisted with servile eagerness. Very well then. Yin Li graciously accepted and began to feast. Jiang Chen, are you all skipping class to run this stall? No, we are indeed working. I and Wu Hao are on the job, while Lu Wei is managing the stall. We are merely assisting him. I see. Lu Wei, are you earning well from this? It's not bad. We made over 1,000 yuan in one afternoon. Yin Li, savoring her skewer, was taken aback. Over 1,000 yuan in just one afternoon. And you say that it's not bad? I toil for an entire week and might not even earn that much. Hearing Lu Wei's remark nearly diminished her enjoyment of the skewer. All right, I have had my fill and should be heading back. Despite her petite stature, Yin Li had an impressive appetite, consuming 20 skewers in a remarkably short time. Satisfied, she patted her belly and took out her phone to scan for payment. No, Yin Laosher, this is on us. Jiang Chen, Lu Wei, and Wu Hao quickly interjected, remembering their former counselor with a hint of affection. It's nothing, I merely intend to contribute a small amount, perhaps 10 or 8 yuan, Yin Li replied. Jiang Chen and the others were taken aback. A small contribution? 10 or 8 yuan. How very gracious of you. I shall take my leave now, farewell. Yin Li scanned the payment and waved goodbye to the three, departing leisurely. Farewell, Yin Laosher. Take care. The trio saw her off, as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. Once she was out of sight, Jiang Chen, who had been so obsequious moments before, changed his demeanor and lamented, "Ah, that old maid. She remains just as she always was." Wu Hao chimed in agreement. Only Lu Wei stared at the payment information from Ji Fu Bao in a daze, as the old maid had not, as she claimed, merely spent 10 or 8 yuan on a heap of grilled skewers. In reality, she had paid 100. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao quickly noticed the anomaly. What on earth? Is the sun rising from the west? They exclaimed. The old maid is acting strangely. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao lamented. Is it possible that our teacher, Yin, has always been this way, and we simply failed to see it? Lu Wei suggested. But his remark was swiftly met with rebuttals from the other two. Are you out of your mind? Who is it that devised all sorts of tricks against us in the first place? And you, Wei Zi, how can you defend her after all the torment she put you through? Wake up. You must remember, the two women who have caused you the most suffering in life are Feng Rongrong and that old maid. You must hold your ground. How can you waver for a mere 100 yuan? However, Lu Wei seemed somewhat indifferent to Jiang Chen and Wu Hao's words. Scratching his head, he mused, actually, Teacher, Yin has a decent figure and is not lacking in looks. Having a girlfriend like her might be quite delightful, wouldn't it? What? The old maid has a decent figure and is not lacking in looks? A girlfriend like the old maid? The moment Lu Wei uttered those words, it left Jiang Chen and Wu Hao utterly astounded, nearly unable to believe their ears. Chapter 52. If I lose, I shall allow you a kiss. What did you say? Wei Zi, do you truly wish to have an old maid as your girlfriend? Jiang Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Clarify your words. Wei Zi, what on earth do you mean? Wu Hao wondered if Lu Wei had misspoken or failed to convey his thoughts clearly. Yet, to their surprise, Lu Wei appeared quite serious. What else could it mean? I meant pursuing, flirting, wishing to engage in a romantic relationship with teacher Yin. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao were utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, we are witnessing history. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Wei Zi actually wants to court an old maid. He aspires to be her boyfriend, and he even insists on calling her teacher Yin. Wei Zi, you wish to pursue an old maid? Have you lost your mind? You of all people, who suffered the most at her hands? Have you developed PTSD or something? Yin Li tormented you mercilessly in the past, and now you want to chase after her? Are you tired of living? Moreover, as the saying goes, only the bold can take a leave of absence. Jiang Chen may manage it, but what about you? Let us be honest, with your intellect, that old maid would consume you whole without you even realizing it. Jiang Chen has a sister-in-law who can leave for 3 months, while you, with that old maid, would be exhausted within a single night. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao earnestly counseled Lu Wei, speaking from the heart. Upon hearing their words, Lu Wei felt a wave of emotion, realizing that his earlier spontaneous thought was indeed rather absurd and outrageous. He scratched his head, attempting to backtrack. I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously. Given how that old maid tormented me before, how could I possibly pursue her? I'm glad you understand. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao sighed in relief, feeling that the familiar Lu Wei had returned and that their efforts to counsel him were not in vain. However, Lu Wei's subsequent remarks plunged them back into disbelief. But on a side note, teacher Yin is quite charming, her voice is pleasant, and she has an appealing appearance. Alas, she is at most a B cup. If she were a C or larger, I would undoubtedly pursue her. Jiang Chen and Wu Hao. Goodness, you, with your thick eyebrows and bright eyes, even notice that the old maid is at most a B? This is it. He has completely lost it, no doubt about it. Nonetheless, the trio did not dwell on the matter of Lu Wei's apparent obsession for too long. As a number of eager diners had gathered before the barbecue stall, growing impatient for the delectable food. After all, one cannot afford to miss out on good food. Thus, they proceeded to enjoy their meal together. Here are your 10 skewers. Please enjoy. Boss, we'll take 20 more. All right. Boss, I'll have 30 skewers. Sure. Just a moment. The business was thriving beyond measure. Lu Wei, exhausted yet exuberant, was all smiles as he collected payments. Working alongside, Chenggu indeed promised a bright future. If he put in a little more effort, perhaps he could shower Feng Rongrong with riches, or even win over teacher Yin with generosity. Such days were not far off. Suddenly, there was a stir in the crowd. The city management officials had arrived. Rumor had it that this time, they meant business. It was a special enforcement action aimed at beautifying the streets, with a particular focus on the food street. It would be wise to retreat. Panic ensued among the surrounding vendors. Although they were accustomed to outsmarting the city officials and playing cat and mouse, the news of a serious enforcement action sent many fleeing. Lu Wei and his companions were equally alarmed. While they did not fully grasp the specifics of this beautification initiative, the sheer chaos of fleeing vendors indicated the gravity of the situation. It was far more perilous than before. Thus, they contemplated a hasty exit. Suddenly, Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Look over there. Isn't that Shanxi's mother leading the charge? He pointed in that direction. Wu Hao and Jiang Chen, upon seeing, were equally astonished. Indeed, it is. They recalled that Chenggu had mentioned his mother was the captain of the city management team, and with her at the helm, perhaps they would receive some leniency. The trio surveyed their surroundings, noting that many vendors remained open for business. Their minds began to stir with possibilities. After all, the barbecue stall was currently a lucrative venture, and parting with it was rather unappealing. At that moment, a call from Jiang Chen interrupted their thoughts. Lu Wei promptly answered. Wei Zi, it's my mother leading the team for the special enforcement action at the food street. You three should close up and make a quick escape. Don't worry. Chenggu, I see plenty of stalls still operating around us. Besides, with your mother in charge, surely she will grant us some leniency. We were once dorm mates and good friends in college. How could she not give us a break? But Wei Zi, relax, Chenggu. The worst that could happen is a fine. I've got to go. I have customers waiting. Talk later. At Bai Shui's home, after ending the call, Jiang Chen shook his head in exasperation. This Wei Zi, even after I warned him, remained stubborn. It seems he is quite addicted to street vending. What's wrong? Is your classmate not listening? Su Qingsheng inquired. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Su Qingsheng chuckled, clearly entertained. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Your classmate's defiance might lead to some trouble. Observing her delight, Jiang Chen felt a mischievous impulse. How about we make a wager? Let us bet on whether they encounter misfortune. What are the stakes? Su Qingsheng asked. I wager they will not face trouble. If I win, you owe me a kiss. Jiang Chen remarked that given Wei Zi and the other's obstinacy, they are likely to face repercussions. However, considering his mother's affection for him and the fact that they are his classmates, perhaps she might show them leniency. After all, it is merely a wager, and he stands to lose nothing. Su Qingsheng blushed, hesitating before asking, What if you lose? Jiang Chen glanced at her and replied, Then I shall allow you a kiss. How is that any different? She retorted, Is indeed the same. Then what if I lose? I shall let you sleep with me tonight. Get lost. Chapter 53. Utterly oblivious observing Su Qingsheng's feigned expression of indignation, Jiang Chen felt a wave of amusement wash over him. It appeared that this young lady was becoming increasingly entertaining. Nevertheless, regarding the wager with Su Qingsheng, although he had initially approached it with a teasing demeanor, upon reflection, he realized that he wasn't entirely devoid of a chance to win. This was largely due to his familiarity with his mother. As is widely acknowledged, the duties of urban management are notoriously challenging. One often finds themselves in a predicament, regardless of whether they act or refrain from acting. Since his mother had been reassigned to the urban management department of Shanxi City, she had transformed her previously blunt and forceful methods. She now genuinely appealed to emotions and reason, assisting watermelon vendors in selling their produce and helping vegetable sellers procure their goods during the sweltering summer days. As a result, she garnered immense popularity among the local populace. It was precisely this rapport that facilitated her promotion to a significant leadership position. As for the famous food street, it was a farce to suggest it was merely a case of occupying the roadway. What once was a mere nuisance had now blossomed into a renowned destination for social media enthusiasts. It would be nonsensical for his mother to interfere there. That would be an exercise in futility. Given her well-known, gentle approach to her work, it was unlikely she would do anything other than support the vendors selling skewers and candied hawthorn. Moreover, he was her only beloved son. His mother, with her sharp tongue yet tender heart, often feigned disdain, but in truth, she cared for him deeply. Recent events had unequivocally attested to this fact. Thus, there was no reason for her to assist others in selling skewers or candied hawthorn, only to be deliberately unkind to him when it came to his classmates. Of course, it must be noted that he had already issued a warning to Lu Wei and his companions. If they were to face repercussions, such as fines or vehicle impoundment, they could hardly blame anyone else. Well, are you willing to bet or not? Jiang Chen inquired, a smile gracing his lips. I refuse to wager, Su Qingsheng replied decisively, for the advantages would all accrue to you, regardless of the outcome. Jiang Chen sighed. Your reasoning is flawed. If I win, you allow me a brief respite, and if I lose, I grant you the same. It is evidently a fair arrangement. How can you claim that the benefit lies solely with me? In response to Jiang Chen's blatant dissembling, Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes dramatically. Who would ever want to sleep with you? At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone buzzed, revealing a call from Lu Wei. Hey, Chengu, I've really overstepped this time. Originally, we thought we could linger, given the multitude of vendors still present. We figured the timid would starve while the bold would thrive. Who knew the authorities were serious this time? We were caught red-handed, and it was the Annie herself leading the charge. I thought perhaps she wouldn't recognize me. So I mentioned your name. As soon as I did, it was a disaster. What was meant to be a simple warning turned into a fine of 500, and our barbecue stall was seized for illegal occupation of the roadway. Jiang Chen listened intently. Overall, it feels rather anticipated. However, my mother, who is usually quite fond of me, how could she treat me thus when I am her only cherished son? Why, upon merely mentioning my name, does she intensify her reprimand? After offering a few words of comfort to Lu Wei, I ended the call. Suddenly, my phone buzzed again. I glanced at the screen and saw it was my mother calling. I promptly answered. Mother, is it true that you caught my classmate setting up a stall on Food Street? Indeed, I did apprehend him for illegal street vending, refusing to heed the rectification recommendations. She replied, "Oh," I said, "but mother, it seems you were not so strict before. Why the sudden change? And aren't we currently celebrating the vibrancy of urban life? Yet you still what? The leniency before was due to the scarcity of complaints. Now, however, the surrounding populace is voicing their grievances, and the congestion has become unbearable. How could we remain idle? Furthermore, filth and disorder are simply that, filth and disorder. Can the essence of urban life be equated with squalor? As for your friends, they certainly displayed a boldness beyond their means. Initially, upon seeing those three young men, I was inclined to overlook their transgressions, merely letting them go. Yet, upon realizing their unwillingness to leave and their attempts to curry favor by calling me Annie, claiming to be your classmates, what could I do? With so many onlookers, including leaders, my team members, and reporters capturing the moment, how could I let your friends go unpunished? Especially when I had clear evidence of their wrongdoing recorded on camera. I listened in silence, realizing the truth. It dawned on me that Wei Zi and his companions had indeed brought this upon themselves. Their lack of awareness was truly astounding. Chapter 54. Mastery of yoga skills. However, my dear rascal, do not fret. Your classmates are all safe. They were merely taken in for a formal guarantee and released, including the barbecue stall, which was also returned. Song May continued. Thank you, Mom. Why thank me? It is my duty as your mother. However, do remind your classmates that street vending is not a sustainable endeavor. The area around the food street is a primary target for regulation, so they should refrain from setting up stalls there in the future. It would be prudent for them to find a proper shop and operate legitimately. Understood, Mom. By the way, I will transfer 500 yuan to you shortly. You can return it to your classmate. Is that the fine of 500 yuan? No, that was the penalty, which has been recorded and submitted. This is my own money. No need, Mom. 500 yuan is trivial. I can handle it myself. It is not the same. You giving it to him would be insignificant. As your elder, it would not be appropriate for me to penalize your classmate without showing you any consideration. This money shall serve as compensation for them. All right, then. With that, the matter seemed to reach a satisfactory conclusion. It cannot be deemed anything less than complete. However, the prospect of street vending was no longer viable. As my mother stated, it is not a long-term solution. Formality is essential. Thus, the next step, an urgent priority, is to secure a shop. Coincidentally, Lu Wei had accumulated enough experience from his recent endeavors in street vending. I had also developed a clearer understanding of the barbecue industry. There was indeed great potential. Ding! Due to the host's failure in a wager, congratulations on receiving the reward. Mastery of yoga skills. Nanny, one can earn rewards for this? This is quite peculiar. While others achieve rewards through success, my own circumstances seem to defy convention. I received a reward without even failing a bet. Host, you seem to be in high spirits lately. Ding. Thank you for the compliment, host. The system will strive for further excellence. Excellent, Jiang Chen exclaimed, accepting the mastery of yoga skills. In mere seconds, he had acquired the comprehensive experience and skills equivalent to that of a yoga master. Previously, when yoga was mentioned, his immediate thought was of a women's exercise. Yet, upon obtaining the mastery, he felt as though he had opened a new realm, realizing that yoga is not solely for women. Men can practice as well, and remarkably, they can practice together. What are you chuckling about? At that moment, Su Qingsheng approached Jiang Chen and inquired. Nothing. I was contemplating how reasonable my mother actually is. Jiang Chen replied, returning to his senses. Indeed, Su Qingsheng concurred. Sister Mei has always been quite understanding. Suddenly, she blinked and added, surprisingly, I emerged victorious in this bet. Ha ha ha. Her delight was unmistakable. Jiang Chen, witnessing her exuberance, was taken aback. It seemed this young lady had become so engrossed in her elation that she appeared to have forgotten something. You seem rather pleased? I wagered and accepted the challenge. Should I not feel elated? Indeed, one ought to feel joy. However, according to the terms of our wager, if you emerge victorious, I would grant you the privilege of a brief repose. Yes? Su Qingsheng instantly grasped the implication, her delicate face flushing with crimson. Even in victory, I have no desire to rest with you. Enough of this. I shall take my leave to practice yoga." With that, she hastily departed. Chapter 55. What If? The Beast Within Awakens. Su Qianqing had previously practiced yoga, having met Song Mei during a yoga class years ago. At this moment, as she was in confinement, feeling a bit too nourished, she wished to engage in some gentle activity to reduce the excess around her waist. Due to her cesarean section, although her wound had nearly healed, she could only attempt some simple poses, resolutely avoiding anything more complex. Jiang Chen, with nothing to do, sat nearby and observed for a while. "What are you looking at?" Su Qianqing asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she shot Jiang Chen a playful glare. She had changed into her yoga attire, which beautifully accentuated her graceful curves and enviable figure, making it undeniably apparent beneath the thin fabric. Jiang Chen was captivated, understanding now why the term yoga beauty existed. The allure of the yoga outfit, when compared to wearing nothing or other clothing, was indeed remarkable. Moreover, were it not for the knowledge that Su Qianqing could not engage in vigorous exercise due to her recovery, he might have been tempted to join her in a session. After all, he had attained a master level in yoga and could easily guide her through some basic practices. "What am I looking at?" "Why, the scenery, of course," he replied with a teasing smile. "For a better view, you could look out the window. The scenery there is splendid." "No need. Your view here is just as delightful." "All right then. I shall ensure you have an ample view later." Su Qianqing whispered the last part, immediately averting her gaze from Jiang Chen, her face flushing with a wave of shyness. Jiang Chen, having enhanced his physical prowess, possessed keen hearing and caught her words, yet remained perplexed. What did she mean by ample view later? Surely there couldn't be a grand performance to behold? It was just the two of them at home, and she was still in her recovery phase, adhering to the doctor's advice of a 42-day confinement. How could anything significant transpire? After pondering for a while without clarity, he eventually shrugged it off, thinking it was probably nothing to fret over. About half an hour later, after Su Qianqing had worked up a sweat from her yoga practice, Jiang Chen found himself in the bathroom, assisting her with a bath. It was not the first time he had aided her in this regard, though previously it had merely involved wiping down. Now, facing the elegant Su Qianqing, he found himself at a loss for words. Nature's beauty, picturesque landscapes, breathtaking vistas, all seemed to pale in comparison to her presence. In truth, Su Qianqing in this state was far more enchanting than when clad in her yoga attire. "How does the view look?" she inquired. "Beautiful. Absolutely stunning." Jiang Chen responded without hesitation, eager to affirm her beauty. "Is it more captivating than when I was doing yoga?" "Of course. And how about my figure?" "Excellent. Even in comparison to teacher Xiao Zhe, you outshine her effortlessly." Teacher Xiao Zhe, how infuriating. That night, neither of them slept well. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and was besieged by dazzling visions, plagued by an array of peculiar dreams. Su Qianqing experienced the same, drifting into a series of bizarre reveries. During those restless hours, she longed to chat with Jiang Chen as they had before to pass the time. However, after much contemplation, she ultimately relinquished the idea. Having just invited him to relish the scenery, she pondered the absurdity of summoning him at such an ungodly hour for a conversation. What if he misconstrued her intentions? What if his primal instincts surged forth? No, it was best to abandon the notion. Unable to sleep, she resolved to count sheep alone. Beat. The host and his wife shared an unforgettable night, deepening their bond. The host should strive diligently to secure a brighter future for his wife and child. Beat. The system has issued a new task: secure a storefront in preparation for the forthcoming barbecue venture. Early the next morning, still enveloped in a haze of sleep, Jiang Chen was roused by the system's notification regarding the new task: securing a storefront. This was already within Jiang Chen's plans. Following the previous day's incident where his mother led an ambush on the food street, it was evident that continuing with Lu Wei's guerrilla-style barbecue stall was no longer viable. A proper storefront was essential. As his mother would put it, it was time to formalize the operation. Whether to rent or purchase would depend on a more nuanced assessment of the situation. "I'll step out this morning to address the storefront issue, aiming to return by noon, though time is tight," Jiang Chen stated after finishing breakfast and ensuring the child was fed. "Go ahead, no worries," Su Qianqing readily replied. "If you're pressed for time, don't rush back. I can handle lunch myself. You can cook?" Jiang Chen inquired. Of course. Don't underestimate my abilities. While I may not rival your culinary skills, I can certainly manage. How about this? If you return in the afternoon, I'll prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. Sounds great, Jiang Chen chuckled, thinking to himself how quickly this girl was embodying the virtues of a devoted wife. Quite impressive. Jiang Chen drove out of the BU residence community, heading straight for the food street in the university town. In contrast to the food street that often faced sudden inspections, this university town's food street was the epitome of prosperity and popularity, a genuine culinary hub in Shanxi City. He initially intended to go directly, but just then, Lu Wei called. Upon learning that Jiang Chen was scouting for a shop, he insisted on joining. Jiang Chen then picked him up from his residence. Wow, a BMW X7. Upon arrival, Lu Wei was utterly envious of Jiang Chen's vehicle. Though he had seen it before, the sight still amazed him. He circled the car, then settled into the passenger seat, his admiration unabated. What a magnificent ride. Incredible. When will I ever get to drive something like this? Follow my lead, and within 3 years, I assure you will be behind the wheel of a car like this, Jiang Chen proclaimed. Brother Chen, are you serious? Would I deceive you? If you put in the effort, perhaps it could happen in just a year. Even if you're just teasing me, it's fine. I can hardly believe it. I dream of driving a car like this. As the two conversed, Jiang Chen pressed the accelerator, and with a thunderous roar, the vehicle surged forward like a wild beast. Chapter 56. Bargaining to the bone, by the way. Wei Zi, did my mother give you a hard time the other day? On their way to the food street in the university town, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled and inquired of Lu Wei. Not at all. She was quite accommodating. Although Annie did detain us, confiscate our barbecue stall, and impose a fine of 500 yuan. Her demeanor was actually quite pleasant. She took us aside to write a letter of guarantee and offered some guidance. In the end, she released us and returned our stall. So, it was merely a fine of 500 yuan. Nothing more, Jiang Chen remarked. However, it's all right. I will transfer that 500 yuan to you shortly. You're giving me that 500 yuan? Lu Wei responded with surprise. You must be joking. Besides, I'm not in dire need of 500 yuan. It's not from me. It's actually my mother's money. She believes that although the fine of 500 yuan is reasonable, since you're my classmate and running a stall is no easy task, she instructed me to transfer the money to you. Oh, there's no need. I haven't even shared the profits from my barbecue sales with you yet. Why are you being so stubborn? The profit is a separate matter. This 500 yuan is my mother's money, and she specifically asked me to pass it to you. I can't just keep the money for myself. Well, all right then. Thank you, Auntie. Only then did Lu Wei agree to accept the money. By the way, Wei Zi, in the future when handling matters, you should be a bit more perceptive. Of course, absolutely. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Lu Wei arrived at the food street in the university town. Since it was morning, the crowd was rather sparse. After parking nearby, the two began to survey the shops lining the food street. Prior to their visit, Jiang Chen had done some research and was aware that the food street offered a plethora of delicacies, but there was only one barbecue shop, which coincidentally was up for transfer due to poor business. Therefore, after taking a general stroll around the food street, they headed directly to that barbecue shop. The shop's door was ajar. In fact, its location was quite favorable. Upon entering the food street, one could easily spot its eye-catching sign. From an external standpoint, it appeared quite advantageous. However, upon entering, Jiang Chen and Lu Wei were immediately met with a sense of disappointment. The interior was modestly decorated, furnished with a few tables, but it looked rather dirty and disorganized. Clearly, it had not been well maintained, and the owner likely had a lackadaisical attitude towards its upkeep. Ultimately, this could only be attributed to one reason. The barbecue shop was struggling, and the owner had lost the motivation to manage it. Greetings. Our barbecue shop only opens in the afternoon. Inside, the shop owner and his wife were having breakfast, pickled vegetables, plain congee, and a few buns. Upon noticing the newcomers, the owner approached with his bowl in hand. We're not here to eat barbecue, Jiang Chen replied, gesturing towards the transfer notice posted on the door. I see that your barbecue shop is up for transfer. If the terms are suitable, we are interested in taking it over. You wish to take over my barbecue shop? The shop owner was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly set down his chopsticks and warmly exclaimed, Absolutely. Welcome. We are indeed considering transferring ownership of our establishment. To be candid, this shop is the culmination of our efforts. Currently, the barbecue restaurant is steadily profitable, earning a substantial sum each year with ease. We are in a rush to sell due to pressing matters. Yes, if it weren't for urgent issues back in our hometown, we wouldn't be so eager to relinquish it. At this moment, the shop owner's wife also set down her utensils, chiming in to support him. How much is the transfer fee? Jiang Chen inquired directly. The transfer fee is a flat 300,000. The shop owner replied succinctly. 300,000 for the transfer fee? Jiang Chen remained nonchalant, but Lu Wei, who had previously worked part-time at a barbecue restaurant, was immediately taken aback. What is your daily revenue that you dare to demand 300,000? Let me explain. We certainly have our reasons. Our daily revenue is 10,000, and after deducting utilities and labor costs, we net 3,000. For such a thriving barbecue business, this transfer fee is quite reasonable. Indeed, if you don't believe us, feel free to inquire. We're actually asking for less than it's worth. Lu Wei, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh. A daily revenue of 10,000, deducting utilities and labor, nets you 3,000? Are you joking? If that's the case, allow me to do the math. With a daily revenue of 10,000 and assuming an optimistic 100 yuan per table, that equates to 100 tables. Yet, you currently have fewer than 10 tables set up. In other words, your barbecue restaurant would need to turn over tables more than 10 times a day to achieve that revenue. Do you honestly think that's feasible? Lu Wei's words left the shop owner and his wife momentarily speechless. They initially thought the two young visitors would be easy to deceive, but to their surprise, they were quite knowledgeable. Why can't we turn tables over that many times? Our business is booming. Customers line up daily to dine, and we have set a record of 20 table turnovers. Averaging 10 turnovers daily is quite reasonable, don't you think? The shop owner's wife, regaining her composure, began to argue vehemently, disregarding basic facts. Lu Wei shook his head and chuckled. Jiang Chen added with a smile, indeed, it seems quite reasonable. Just by observing the dust on your tables, one could conclude that even averaging 10, 20, or even 30 table turnovers daily seems highly unlikely. As he spoke, he traced his finger across a table in the corner, leaving a clear imprint in the thick layer of dust that now coated his finger. The shop owner and his wife exchanged glances, feeling increasingly awkward. With such a heavy layer of dust on the tables, how could one possibly claim that the barbecue restaurant averages 10 table turnovers daily? Well, perhaps the transfer fee of 300,000 is indeed a bit steep. How about you make us an offer? The shop owner wiped his forehead, expressing his helplessness. In my opinion, at most 150,000, and not a penny more. Lu Wei stated. 150,000? No way. When we acquired this shop, the transfer fee was still 180,000. The shopkeeper lamented, secretly thinking that this young man was excessively ruthless in his bargaining, slashing the price in half. Observing that Jiang Chen appeared to be an easygoing individual, he turned to him and feigned generosity, saying, "My friend, please propose a price for the transfer fee. Honestly, I will accept it, even if it means incurring a loss for the shop." Jiang Chen simply raised a single finger. The shopkeeper, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment, 10,000? He mused to himself. These two youngsters are becoming increasingly merciless in their negotiations. The transfer fee was originally 300,000, and while the previous one had halved it, this one had taken it down to the bare minimum, a mere 10,000. Chapter 57. Willingness. I would rather die than refuse. Yes, it is indeed 100,000. Brother, you have been rather ruthless. You've slashed a significant portion off in one go. Indeed, my dear brother, could you not add a little more? Just a tad more, and we shall hand over the establishment to you. The couple who owned the shop urged, their expressions betraying their unease. Noticing their reaction was not as intense as he anticipated, Jiang Chen gleaned an understanding of their position. After surveying the premises, he inquired of the couple, "Is this barbecue shop also yours?" "Yes, as we are in the catering business ourselves, upon acquiring this shop, we decided to venture into the barbecue trade," the shopkeeper casually remarked. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that my brother desires to purchase this establishment? Yes, I am indeed interested in acquiring your shop, Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Are you willing to sell? What? You wish to buy the establishment? The couple expressed their astonishment, scrutinizing Jiang Chen. Yes, we are willing to sell. They then invited Jiang Chen and his companion to sit down, offering tea and water, and the shopkeeper elaborated on the details of the property. I purchased this shop 5 years ago, having taken out a loan of 2 million. If you do not believe me, I can show you the purchase contract shortly. The first floor serves as a dining area, while the second floor is utilized for storage and living quarters. I initially believed that given its location in the university town, South Food Street, whether as a barbecue shop or through appreciation in value, we could reap substantial profits. However, I did not foresee the devastation brought about by the pandemic. The restaurant industry has suffered tremendously over the past few years. To be candid with you, our barbecue business is not thriving, and the value of the property has not only stagnated, but declined. Seeing your sincerity, I will not demand more. The price for the shop is a firm one, 8 million, and as for the barbecue shop, I shall consider it a bonus, offering it to you at no additional cost. What do you think? A property initially purchased for 2 million, now offered at 8 million. The barbecue shop as a complimentary addition. In other words, the transfer fee is waived. Jiang Chen estimated that the price of 8 million was fair, with no hidden excess, and fortuitously, it was within his means. Thus, he decided to proceed without further deliberation. All right, it's a deal. Once the shop was secured, Jiang Chen took Lu Wei to a renovation company to finalize the transformation and renovation plans for the barbecue shop. The second floor, originally a storage area and living quarters, was entirely converted into a dining area, complete with private rooms and a lounge. After confirming the renovation plan, Jiang Chen handed the barbecue shop keys and the contract to Lu Wei, who was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, what is this? Did you not say you wanted to partner with me? As I am currently occupied, I am entrusting the barbecue shop to you for management." You're entrusting the barbecue shop to me? Yes, so tell me, are you willing? Absolutely. Without a doubt, I am willing. I would rather die than refuse. Lu Wei responded immediately, without a hint of hesitation. Having previously worked at a barbecue stall, he recognized Jiang Chen's aptitude in the catering industry. Following him surely promised a prosperous future. Yet he had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would directly entrust the barbecue shop to him. All right, Wei Zi, since we are classmates and good friends, I shall speak frankly. This barbecue restaurant is entrusted to you, and there are two options. One is to become my store manager, and the other is to be my entrepreneurial partner. Which do you choose? Lu Wei blinked. Brother Chen, which one pays more? The store manager's monthly salary is 10,000, while the entrepreneurial partner's monthly salary is 5,000. In addition to a 5% equity stake, Jiang Chen replied. 10,000 a month, 5,000 a month, plus 5% equity. Of course, I choose the one that pays more. Brother Chen, I choose to be your entrepreneurial partner. Lu Wei scratched his head and chuckled. Being with you and holding a 5% stake in the barbecue restaurant is far better than earning that 10 or 8,000. All right, it's settled then. Yes, settled. For Lu Wei, this college classmate and good friend over the past 4 years, Jiang Chen had faith in him. However, had Lu Wei been greedy and chosen the store manager position with a higher salary, Jiang Chen would have felt a twinge of disappointment. Fortunately, Lu Wei did not betray his trust and ultimately made the choice Jiang Chen had hoped for. After the two completed their tasks, they were about to head back when Lu Wei's phone suddenly rang. Catching a glimpse of who was calling, this fellow mysteriously slipped away to take the call. Upon returning, he wore a cheeky grin and said to Jiang Chen, Brother Chen, can I borrow your BMW X7 for a while, just to show off? What do you intend to do? Jiang Chen inquired. Hey, I just arranged to meet a girl, and she agreed to go out for a stroll with me. What? Are you going on a date? Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock, realizing that Wei Zi, the perennial admirer, had finally awakened and managed to secure a date. Impressive. Wei Zi, which girl is it? Yes, it is a date. But as for which girl, Brother Chen, you needn't pry. Lu Wei chuckled. Jiang Chen's first thought was of that formidable woman, their counselor, Yin Li. However, could it be possible? Had this fellow learned so quickly and put it into practice so soon? Chapter 58. the supreme scar removal elixir since that day when Lu Wei inadvertently let slip the details regarding the female demon. Both Xingqiang and Wu Hao promptly relayed the shocking news to Jiang Chen. It was simply too sensational to keep to themselves. It was akin to a mouse serving as a bridesmaid for a cat. One could only question the madness of it all. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Chen was equally astounded. Was Lu Wei not courting disaster with such a choice? It is worth noting that Lu Wei had once been at the mercy of Yin Li, suffering the most excruciating torment at her hands. In the depths of winter, while fully engrossed in gaming, he had been forcibly dragged away by Yin Li to do cleaning. His hands had turned crimson, his body shivering uncontrollably in the frigid air. He had nearly been brought to tears by the humiliation. Now, after such a considerable passage of time, Lu Wei had seemingly forgotten his past suffering and was daring enough to date the very demon that had tormented him. Absurdity at its finest. With Yin Li's formidable skills, despite Lu Wei's robust physique, he would undoubtedly be outmatched, potentially devoured whole, without leaving a trace. The mere thought of this made Jiang Chen break into a sweat for Lu Wei. Buddy, can you handle this? That teacher Yin is no ordinary woman. Be cautious, or you may find yourself completely consumed before you even realize it. You worry too much, Chengge. I know what I'm doing. Besides, whether one gets devoured or not, it's not always clear who will prevail, Lu Wei retorted nonchalantly. Afterward, he drove Jiang Chen back to his residence at Baishui. As Jiang Chen stepped out of the car, Lu Wei added, Chengge, I'll return the car to you tomorrow morning. Are you two planning to stay out overnight? Jiang Chen was taken aback. His need for the car was minimal, and returning it the following day posed no issue. However, the thought of Lu Wei spending the night with the female demon, their relationship was progressing at an astonishing pace. Indeed, we planned a trip to the seaside to watch the waves together, Lu Wei replied, his excitement palpable. Jiang Chen felt an ominous sensation wash over him. Nevertheless, seeing Lu Wei so exhilarated, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Perhaps this was simply the fate of the lad. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen made his way home, stopping by a local fresh produce market to purchase some fruits before returning. Ding! Host successfully completed the task of managing his store today. Task evaluation, excellent. Congratulations. Host, you have received a reward of 8 million cash and a lottery gift pack. What? A reward of 8 million? I could purchase a store for that amount. And now I've been reimbursed? This is incredible. Thank you for your praise, host. The system will continue to strive for excellence. System lottery, as you command. Ding. Host has successfully drawn a lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of Supreme Scar Removal Elixir. The Supreme Scar Removal Elixir can target any scar. Just apply it, and overnight, the affected area will heal completely and the scar will vanish, leaving the skin as smooth as new. A special reminder, the scar removal potion is of divine grade. Thus it possesses unforeseen effects. Please exercise caution when utilizing it. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, he had drawn a bottle of this extraordinary scar removal potion. Instantly, he recalled the scar left on Su Qingqing's abdomen from her cesarean section. After all, she is the mother of his child. This divine potion is perfectly suited for her. As for the unexpected effects, Jiang Chen dismissed the thought entirely. It was merely a scar removal potion. How could it possibly yield such unpredictable results? Surely, it couldn't transform into a gene therapy. You're back so soon? Jiang Chen's arrival home was met by Su Qingqing's greeting. I was worried you might go hungry during lunch, so I returned early, he replied with a smile. Please, with me cooking at home, how could I possibly go hungry? Su Qingqing retorted. Even if you were starving, I wouldn't let it happen. Then it seems you had a delightful lunch, Jiang Chen remarked. Absolutely. I made braised chicken, stewed pig's trotters, and a bowl of seafood soup. The flavors were exquisite. I wanted to eat more after my first serving. Su Qingqing boasted. Sounds like there's a hidden chef in our household. Jiang Chen chuckled. Do you really think so? Su Qingqing replied, her expression gleaming with pride. But her smile abruptly faltered. This was because Jiang Chen, right before her eyes, retrieved the takeout packaging from the trash can, where the order remained intact. Yang's braised chicken, store 007. 1 serving of braised chicken, 1 serving of stewed pig's trotters, 1 serving of seafood soup, 1 serving of rice. Notes: no spice in the braised chicken. No cilantro in the seafood soup. Jiang Chen read aloud from the order. So, this was your grand lunch preparation? Well. Su Qingqing's face turned crimson, her expression akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Well then, it appears your chef persona has been ruthlessly dismantled. Jiang Chen teased, rummaging through the takeout and noticing that nearly every dish had barely been touched. He then inquired, "Why did you order takeout if you didn't eat it? Isn't that a waste?" "It was too dreadful. I could only manage a few bites." "Did you actually cook it all during lunch?" "I did. It's still simmering in the pot." Jiang Chen's interest was piqued, and he followed her to the kitchen, eager to see what she had prepared. Upon lifting the pot lid, he was greeted by a large mass of dark, unappetizing substance emitting a pungent odor. "What on earth is this?" "Scrambled eggs. I added too much soy sauce, and the heat was too high, resulting in this disaster." Jiang Chen was left speechless. It truly takes a unique talent to turn such a simple dish into an abomination. "So, today you attempted to cook, found it unpalatable, then ordered takeout, only to discover it was equally unsatisfactory, and ultimately discarded it in the trash. Am I correct?" Jiang Chen queried. "Yes. However, I must say, this is all your fault." "My fault?" "Indeed. It's because your cooking is too delectable that it has spoiled my palate. Initially, I was not particular about meals. As long as the food I prepared was cooked, I could consume it without issue. However, having grown accustomed to the exquisite dishes you create, I now find it impossible to enjoy my own culinary efforts. Even the takeout I once relished now makes me feel nauseous after just a single bite." Su Qingchang stated with conviction. "Is it truly my culinary skills that incite such complaints?" Jiang Chen sighed. "I have been looking forward to the sumptuous dinner you mentioned this morning, but it seems. Never mind. I shall take charge of the cooking. What would you like to eat? Please, do share the menu." "Absolutely. I desire braised chicken, stewed pig's trotters, seafood soup, poached shrimp, tender greens, king oyster mushrooms, steamed base, and sweet and sour beef tenderloin." Su Qingchang exclaimed with delight, listing off her cravings in one breath. "Such an assortment. Do you believe you can consume it all?" Jiang Chen inquired, astonished. "Indeed, I assure you, I can finish every last bite," Su Qingchang confidently proclaimed, thumping her chest in assurance. Jiang Chen felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, thinking to himself, this girl must be absolutely famished after a day of hunger. Chapter 59. The three little babies are still hungry. Jiang Chen entered the kitchen. An hour later, he had prepared a sumptuous feast according to Su Qingqing's orders. Indeed, Su Qingchang was famished. She pounced on the food, indulging herself without a care for her image. Jiang Chen, watching her, couldn't help but chuckle. "I foresee that you will only be able to be my wife from now on." "Why is that?" Su Qingchang inquired, still shoving a piece of beef tenderloin into her mouth. "Why? I was away for less than a day, and you've become this ravenous. If you were to be without me, how would you survive? But if you were my wife, I would certainly ensure you were well fed every day." Su Qingchang shot Jiang Chen a glance, the implication of his words sounding somewhat peculiar. What did he mean by well fed? She was not a child, after all. Yet, deep down, she found herself somewhat in agreement with the sentiment. A certain renowned female author once stated that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. To win a woman's heart, one must seize her something. Her something had long been claimed by this big oaf, and they had even produced 3 children together. Presently, he had a firm grip on her stomach as well. It seems that escaping this lifetime was utterly impossible. Oh well, why ponder so much? Let us first fill my stomach. After eating for a while, with her hunger somewhat satiated, Su Qingchang slowed her pace and inquired about Jiang Chen's affairs for the day. "So, was everything resolved?" "Indeed, just await your role as the boss's wife," Jiang Chen replied. "You truly intend to start a business?" she asked, surprised. "Why not? How else would I provide for you and the children?" Su Qingqing almost retorted that she and the children didn't actually need his support, as her own finances sufficed. However, the words caught in her throat, and she changed the subject. "By the way, Mei Jie called this morning. She mentioned your father's birthday is approaching, and suggested we take the children to their home for a gathering in a few days." "Sounds good," Jiang Chen responded. "Should we prepare a gift for your father?" Well, Su Qingqing's question momentarily stumped Jiang Chen. To be honest, he had always received birthday gifts from his parents, and he had never given any gifts in return. "Yes. We definitely need to prepare something, Jiang Chen finally said. After all, I have graduated from university and am now a father myself. It would be rather inappropriate not to get my father a gift for his birthday. What shall we prepare? Su Qingcheng asked again. Jiang Chen was at a loss. Having never given a gift before, he truly had no idea what would be appropriate. Let us just eat for now. We still have a few days ahead to think about it, he suggested. Agreed. Afterward, the two of them continued to eat in silence. Although Jiang Chen had prepared the meal for Su Qingcheng, he was also quite hungry himself by this time. Thus, he joined her at the table. It would be unreasonable to let her eat alone, as she would surely not finish everything. Regardless, Jiang Chen had always aspired to play the supporting role. However, as they dined, Su Qingcheng suddenly began to encourage him to eat more, even taking the initiative to serve him a generous portion of vegetables. Come, eat. You should indulge a bit more. It would be best if you could fill your stomach. Jiang Chen felt a bit bewildered. Why are you urging me to eat so much? Because. Su Qingcheng's cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitated, meticulously choosing her words before finally confessing. The little ones have grown quite a bit. Their appetites have increased significantly lately, and I'm nearly running out of provisions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen instantly understood. Wait, why does it concern me if you're running low? After their meal, which extended into the evening, the two found themselves resting in the living room. Jiang Chen had, of course, acquiesced to Su Qingcheng's request regarding mealtime. He would no longer compete for food or, well, help out. After a brief respite, Su Qingcheng proceeded to practice yoga, which consisted of several simple postures. This time, having indulged considerably, she felt restless and believed she could not sleep soundly without some exercise. Jiang Chen occupied himself with games on his phone until a thought struck him. The miraculous scar-removing ointment. By the way, has your C-section scar healed? He inquired, approaching Su Qingcheng. While she was engaged in her yoga routine, her face turned slightly red. Didn't you see it the other day? It's nearly healed. She referred to the day when Jiang Chen had assisted her with bathing. Ah, the scar is almost healed, yet the mark remains. I have a bottle of effective scar removal ointment. Would you like to give it a try? Jiang Chen said, producing a small vial of green liquid. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng felt intrigued. As her body gradually recovered from postpartum confinement, the unsightly and somewhat grotesque scar from the C-section loomed large in her mind, threatening to linger. This ointment can remove scars? Where did you acquire it? She asked curiously, taking the vial in her hand. This was given to me by an elderly gentleman. Jiang Chen casually fabricated, knowing that the truth must remain undisclosed. An elderly gentleman? Please don't tell me it's from some fortune-telling master. Those are all scams. Su Qingcheng immediately adopted a dismissive stance. Cough, I was merely jesting. All right, I'll be honest. I purchased it at a high price from an online store. It's the latest in scar removal technology and works exceptionally well, Jiang Chen declared earnestly. Now that sounds more credible. Su Qingcheng's demeanor softened upon hearing this. Subsequently, Jiang Chen carefully applied the scar-removing ointment to her scar, repeatedly applying it with concern for its efficacy, before wrapping it gently with a piece of gauze. Is this ointment truly effective? I hope it doesn't exacerbate the scar instead of diminishing it. That would be disastrous. Su Qingcheng expressed her apprehension. Rest assured, the results will undoubtedly be remarkable, Jiang Chen asserted with conviction. A product of this system is guaranteed to be of superior quality, and this scar removal solution is no exception. However, in his pursuit of optimal scar-removing effects, Jiang Chen applied an excessive amount of the solution, nearly depleting an entire bottle onto the scar. Consequently, during the process of bandaging, some of the solution inevitably seeped out. Su Qingcheng's expression then shifted dramatically. Chapter 60. Unexpected Effects. Surely, this scar removal potion won't cause any issues, will it? Su Qingcheng inquired. And no, it's perfectly fine, Jiang Chen instinctively replied, though his response felt somewhat hollow. The miraculous scar removal potion was indeed effective in diminishing scars and stretch marks. Yet there was a crucial caveat mentioned during the system's introduction. The potion possessed a divine quality that could yield unforeseen effects. As the potion seeped downwards, the expression on a young lady's face suggested that some unexpected outcome was imminent, though Jiang Chen himself remained uncertain about what that might entail. Are you absolutely sure there are no problems? Su Qingxiang pressed. Well, of course there's no problem. This is a high-tech product I purchased at great expense. If there were any issues, I wouldn't dare to use it on you. Jiang Chen insisted, forcing confidence into his voice. It's all right, truly. By tomorrow, the results should become evident, and then you will see just how effective this potion is. But, it won't go wrong, will it? Su Qingqing's expression grew tense, her concern palpable. Wrong? Absolutely not. That's definitely not going to happen, Jiang Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. However, he scratched his head, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Recently, he had sung the praises of the dog system, and he fervently hoped that this divine scar removal potion would not conjure any mischief. That evening passed in silence. Jiang Chen and Su Qingxiang took care of their 3 little ones as usual, tending to their baths, meals, and bedtime routines, before quietly retiring for the night. Aside from Su Qingxiang making a few trips to the restroom, everything seemed normal. However, there was one slight peculiarity. Jiang Chen had not indulged in his customary late-night snack. Yet, this was hardly significant. The 3 little ones were growing rapidly, their appetites increasing, and even someone as exceptional as Su Qingxiang found it increasingly challenging to meet their demands. In such circumstances, it would be unreasonable for him to steal food for himself. The following morning, Su Qingxiang suddenly exclaimed with delight. Upon waking, she sensed a peculiar feeling in her abdomen, and upon removing the bandage, she discovered the potion's effects were indeed miraculous. What? My heavens! The lengthy scar from my incision has truly vanished, and the stretch marks are gone as well. This potion is absolutely extraordinary. Su Qinggang marveled in disbelief. When Jiang Chen approached her, he confirmed her revelation. The scars and stretch marks had disappeared entirely, and her skin was as smooth as new. The divine scar removal potion was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not forget about the unexpected effects and cautiously inquired, do you feel any discomfort? Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's face flushed crimson, and she shot Jiang Chen an exasperated glare. No. Her abrupt response left Jiang Chen thoroughly perplexed. The conversation took a perplexing turn, leaving one to ponder its true meaning. When the inquiry was posed once more, Su Qingxiang responded enigmatically with a playful guess, accompanied by a captivating gaze, rich in allure and layered with significance. She then proceeded to rise and attend to her morning routine. Jiang Chen stood there, momentarily frozen, uncertain if he had grasped the essence of the exchange. Eventually, he shook his head and set about preparing breakfast. As for the guessing game, it was utterly futile. The intricacies of a girl's thoughts are beyond the realm of speculation. One cannot decipher them, even if one attempts to do so. Chapter 61. For the first time in this lifetime, I held a girl's hand after finishing breakfast. Jiang Chen took 3 little ones out to bask in the sunlight on the balcony. At that moment, Lu Wei called, informing him that he had returned from a date by the seaside and would soon return the car. Jiang Chen acknowledged this and, while casually scrolling through his phone, discovered a flurry of activity in their group chat. It turned out that Lu Wei was boasting in the group about his date with a certain old virgin at the beach. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, naturally skeptical, challenged him for proof, insisting he share some photos. To their surprise, Lu Wei indeed posted several images and videos. The initial excitement of their first date soon turned into shock as they observed the aftermath. What the heck? Wei Zi, you actually went on a date with Teacher Yin? And you're flaunting it? Impressive, they thought, acknowledging Lu Wei's newfound confidence, seemingly influenced by Jiang Chen. However, as they continued to watch, their astonishment morphed into disbelief. At first, everything appeared normal, but soon it became evident that the date had taken a turn for the worse. Indeed, it had become a painful experience. Goodness, Wei Zi, is this boasting or a cry for help? You look absolutely battered, they exclaimed, horrified at his bruised and battered state. Did you go on a date or become a human punching bag for the old virgin? What were you two doing? Be careful, or she might just end your life. Following this, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao tagged Jiang Chen, urging him to talk some sense into Lu Wei before he got himself killed by Yin Li, Jiang Chen. Upon seeing Lu Wei's condition, couldn't he help but facepalm. Previously, Lu Wei had shamelessly pursued Feng Rongrong, washing her boyfriend's underwear without hesitation. And now he was courting Yin Li. It appeared he had leaped from one fire pit into another. Just as Jiang Chen was about to type a few words in the chat, Lu Wei arrived at the door. Jiang Chen opened it for him. "Morning, Brother Chen." "Hello, sister-in-law." Lu Wei greeted politely after entering, placing a selection of seasonal fruits he had bought on the table. "Ah, hello," Su Qingsheng replied from the sofa, where she had been watching television. "You didn't need to bring fruits." "Oh, it's nothing valuable, just something for you and Brother Chen to enjoy. Besides, I borrowed Brother Chen's car," Lu Wei replied enthusiastically, having driven back overnight without a hint of fatigue. Jiang Chen observed Lu Wei's battered appearance and, mindful of Su Qingqing's presence, pulled him into the kitchen. "What on earth happened to you?" "It was just a date with Yin Li to see the sea. How did it end up like this?" Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled by Lu Wei's condition. "The once baggy pants I wore have now been shortened to a mere pair of shorts. Yet, despite my disheveled appearance, my spirits are undeniably high. We are here by the sea. I merely came to the beach with Teacher Yin for a casual rendezvous. How can one describe it as being tormented by her? Besides, is there anyone else like me, willingly subjecting themselves to Teacher Yan's whims?" Lu Wei asserted confidently. Jiang Chen interjected. "You're still defending that Yin Li despite your current state? Constantly calling her Teacher Yin. Let's not forget that in the past, there were those who held a deep disdain for that Yin Li, a tyrant, a relentless spinster. But if she hasn't tormented you, what accounts for your injuries?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Oh, those are merely minor wounds from our outing," Lu Wei replied cheerfully. "Minor wounds? What exactly were you two doing?" Jiang Chen asked, taken aback, noting the welts on Lu Wei's arms. "Well, we were enjoying the view of the sea together. Teacher Yin, noticing my rather portly physique and knowing my blood type, suddenly decided she wanted to see the ocean at night, so we went. All the welts are from mosquito bites by the seaside," Lu Wei explained. "In her face? How did it end up bruised?" "While gazing at the sea, Teacher Yin suddenly wanted to practice taekwondo, and I ended up as her sparring partner for a while." "And your pants?" Jiang Chen pressed. "Oh, well, while we were digging in the sand, Teacher Yin found my pants too long and, in a moment of kindness, helped me shorten them." Jiang Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat upon hearing this. This Yin Li, truly, is an eccentric character, playing with Wei Zi as if it were a game. If she were to be placed in some fantastical realm, with just a bit more skill, she would undoubtedly be a cold-blooded female tyrant, one who would strike without hesitation, whether you blinked, spoke, or stepped through the door. And someone like Lu Wei, he wouldn't last 3 minutes in her presence. No, not even 3 seconds would be too long. Out of camaraderie, Jiang Chen decided to take the same stance as Zheng Chong and Wu Hao, urging Lu Wei to reconsider and not allow Yin Li to toy with him any longer. "Wei Zi, listen to me, you should really back off. Yin Li is not your type at all. While Feng Rongrong may not be the best person, at worst, she might just have you washing her boyfriend's socks and underwear. But Yin Li is different. She is a true tyrant. If this continues, I, along with Zheng Chong and Wu Hao, genuinely fear for your well-being," Jiang Chen implored earnestly. However, the warmth of Lu Wei's enthusiasm made it impossible for him to heed such advice. "Brother Chen, it's really nothing. Teacher Yin is quite nice. Even complimenting my thick skin. I'm a living being. She can't possibly consume me. Besides, whether Teacher Yin is my type or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I am her type. Wei Zi, why can't you comprehend? Between Zheng Chong, Wu Hao, and myself, we have no intention of harming you." Jiang Chen was becoming somewhat exasperated, pondering how stubborn Wei Zi was, refusing to heed any counsel. "Brother Chen," Lu Wei interjected, "I understand what you're saying and know it's for my own good, but I also have my reasons." "What reasons do you have?" Jiang Chen questioned. Lu Wei scratched his head and continued, "Back in the day, when I pursued Feng Rongrong, or rather, when I was merely her backup, I was utterly devoted to her, sacrificing my own needs to buy her lavish gifts and even washing her boyfriend's clothes at her request. Yet, in the end, all that devotion led me to nothing. Not only did I fail to share a romantic moment with Feng Rongrong, but I didn't even get to touch her hand. But Yin Laoshe is different. When we went on a date by the seaside, I felt genuinely happy. She was considerate of my feelings. Especially since I've been single for over 20 years, it was the first time in my life that I held a girl's hand." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was taken aback. You held Yin Li's hand?" "Indeed. While gazing at the sea at night, somehow, I brushed against Yan Laosher's hand. And then we intertwined our fingers. Actually, it wasn't just holding hands, Lu Wei reflected, his voice trailing off suddenly. This revelation left Jiang Chen utterly astonished, and a curious urgency bubbled within him. Wait, Wei Zi, after you held hands, what happened next? Please, do share. Chapter 62. Su Qingsheng found herself momentarily taken aback upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry. Lu Wei, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and cleared his throat before continuing. Well, it wasn't anything too extravagant. We just sat by the sea, on the beach, a bit too close for comfort. So close, in fact. But the scent of teacher Yan's hair lingered in my nostrils. Jiang Chen, puzzled, responded, Is that all? Indeed. Was there more to it? Lu Wei retorted. It was merely our first date. What else were you expecting from me? Compared to Feng Rongrong, teacher Yin descended from the heavens like a celestial being, here to rescue me. Reflecting on his past infatuation with Feng Rongrong, he felt an urge to admonish his former self. A dog who chases after affection shall never find a home. Brother Chun, given how wonderful teacher Yin has been to me, how could I possibly let her go? And what do you think of my reasons? Lu Wei asked with newfound confidence. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead and glanced at Lu Wei, whose face bore the marks of a recent scuffle. It dawned on him that perhaps this fellow wasn't as miserable as he appeared. Well, that ultimately depends on your own feelings. Only you know if the shoes fit. Others' opinions are merely suggestions. Exactly, Lu Wei exclaimed, his spirits lifting at Jiang Chen's words. Brother Chen, I washed your car, filled it with gas, and parked it in your usual spot. Here are the keys. Bye, Brother Chen. Bye, sister-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wei returned the car keys to Jiang Chen, exchanged a few more words, and then hurriedly departed. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng watched as Lu Wei dashed out the door and down the stairs, momentarily lost in thought. Your classmate seems to be quite happy despite his injuries. How does that make sense? Su Qingsheng inquired, perplexed. He is indeed rather cheerful, Jiang Chen replied. After being single for over 20 years, he finally held a girl's hand for the first time. How could he not be elated? However, it appears that he has truly fallen for Yanli this time. It's like an old house that has caught fire, utterly beyond rescue. Really? Su Qingsheng exclaimed in surprise. What kind of situation is this? Jiang Chen then settled beside Su Qingsheng and recounted the events involving Lu Wei and Yanli. Upon hearing the story, Su Qingsheng couldn't help but express her amazement. To think your classmate has been so battered by Yin Li and yet still retains this fervor. Remarkable. She mused. Indeed, it is remarkable. Jiang Chen concurred. What he refrained from mentioning was that Lu Wei had once washed the underwear of his crush's boyfriend. That was something truly exceptional. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if, in the end, Yin Li and your classmate actually became a couple, Su Qingsheng remarked. Why do you say that? As the curved blade approached the gourd for chopping vegetables, one could say that it represented a balance of forces. While it is understandable for the blade to face the gourd in this manner, the notion of one object subduing another seems misplaced, does it not? When Yan Li faced Lu Wei, it was not a matter of subjugation. A mere raise of her finger would bring Lu Wei to submission. It was not Yan Li overpowering Lu Wei, but rather Lu Wei yielding to Yan Li. What? Lu Wei yielding to Yan Li? Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle at this unconventional line of thought. As he spoke, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Su Qingsheng's slender waist. Truly, the exquisite quality of her form was undeniable. Although she had just given birth and was still in her confinement period, her waist offered a delightful sensation, as if it could be grasped delicately. However, Jiang Chen's sudden action startled Su Qingsheng, causing her body to stiffen momentarily. Secretly attempting to push him away proved futile, and she ultimately resigned herself to the situation. Internally, she felt a tinge of shyness and scolded him for his presumptuousness, wondering how he could dare to take liberties with her in broad daylight, as if his nighttime advances were not enough. Yet, on the surface, she maintained an air of nonchalance. This was not merely an eccentricity, it was a form of reverse thinking. Su Qingsheng continued earnestly. But to return to the matter at hand, my feelings are merely intuitive. Whether your classmate Lu Wei and Yin Li can succeed together depends on their own fortunes. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied with a serious demeanor. By the way, based on your description, your classmate must be a submissive type, correct? A submissive type? Jiang Chen instantly grasped her meaning, though he was somewhat surprised to hear such words from the cool and composed professor. Admiration? What is that? Jiang Chen feigned innocence. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed. What do you mean by that? You clearly understand, yet still ask me. Is it so strange? Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork? Su Qingqing playfully retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen observed her playful demeanor, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a twinge of mischief, a desire to touch, to hold. Ding! The host, for the first time during the day, proactively embraced his wife at home, rewarding him with 30,000 yuan. Ding! The host's actions have triggered an additional reward. From this moment onward, every minute spent holding his wife will earn him 30,000 yuan. Note, valid only today, only at this moment. What? There's money for holding one's wife. Each minute rewarded with 30,000 yuan. What hesitation remains? Jiang Chen boldly enveloped her in his arms. Su Qingqing. Now she found herself at a loss for words, thinking that this persistent man was becoming increasingly audacious. She wanted to struggle, but how could she escape the iron grip of Jiang Chen's arms? However, as escape was futile, she decided to acquiesce. After all, this big oaf had taken such good care of her and their child for so long. Perhaps it was time to consider this a small indulgence for him. Chapter 63. Why use words when you can act? With Su Qingqing's gentle acquiescence, Jiang Chen felt even more at liberty to indulge himself. The sun shone brightly outside, while unknown birds chirped melodiously. Inside, the atmosphere was harmonious and warm. He reclined on the sofa, feet propped up, engrossed in television, cradling the soft and fragrant form of his wife. Beside him lay 3 adorable, cherubic babies, soundly asleep. Yes, embracing his wife in broad daylight brought him immense joy. Su Qingqing, resting her eyes, leaned her head against Jiang Chen's shoulder, enveloped in a sense of safety. They exchanged no words, yet she did not succumb to slumber. After all, in such a delightful scene, she dared not drift off. What if her boorish husband succumbed to his primal instincts? She knew she would be unable to resist. By the way, how is Yin Li regarded among your colleagues? Suddenly recalling how Lu Wei had been thoroughly embarrassed by the old maid, yet seemed infatuated with her, akin to a house ablaze with no hope of salvation, she turned to Jiang Chen, who was blissfully content in her embrace. After all, Wei Zi was still her brother-in-arms. They would soon venture into the barbecue business, requiring his support. If that old maid were to ruin him, or worse, incapacitate him, it would truly be a loss. Moreover, considering that the old maid and the young girl were colleagues, once the young girl returned to work after her confinement, she would inevitably be influenced negatively by the old maid. Well, she is not bad, Su Qingqing thoughtfully replied. Before you mentioned it, I had no idea Yin Li was perceived that way among your students. However, among our colleagues, she is indeed quite amiable. I've never heard of her having conflicts with anyone or engaging in any peculiar antics. She is generally a lively and cheerful person, always eager to lend a helping hand. So, you're saying her eccentricities are only directed at your students? Jiang Chen mused. That seems likely. But think about it. In the school, she is merely a counselor. Who could she possibly bully? Perhaps she simply finds amusement in teasing you young ones, perceiving you as easy targets for her playful jests, Su Qingqing analyzed. Her arm naturally draped around Jiang Chen's neck, her eyes half closed in a dreamy state, gazing at the seemingly languorous, yet irresistibly alluring figure in his arms. Jiang Chen felt a momentary daze. As the ancients aptly stated, spring nights are fleeting. When the sun rises, the emperor neglects the morning court. It referred to ancient rulers who, after acquiring a beauty, indulged in pleasure and forsook their duties. Jiang Chen mused that if he were in such a position, he could easily forego morning court not just for 3 months, but perhaps even for 3 years. After lingering in his reverie for a while, Jiang Chen steadied himself and resumed their previous conversation as they were discussing something of substance. Indeed, he concurred with Su Qingqing's assessment of Yin Li. To be honest, he felt a twinge of surprise that the old maid was quite reliable among her colleagues. Thus, it seems that even if Wei Zi were to fall into her hands, it should not be too dire. However, on the other hand, he still harbors some reluctance for the young girl to associate too closely with the old maid. What if the young girl were to lure her mischief? It could result in tormenting others, leaving them battered and bruised, or even if not physically harmed. The mere notion of bondage or wielding a little whip could create an exceedingly twisted scene. Ahem, too scandalous indeed. Jiang Chen considers himself a respectable individual, yet he cannot abide such antics. He prefers the current dynamic between the two, a simple, unadorned existence. How was your relationship with Yanli back in school? Did you interact much? Not really. We were just colleagues, Su Qingsheng replied candidly. We only engaged occasionally during classes or events, and it's possible we didn't exchange a word for an entire week. Why do you suddenly ask this? Oh, it's merely a suggestion. Try to limit your interactions with Yanli. Huh? Why is that? Su Qingsheng inquired. What else could it be? One becomes influenced by their surroundings. Yanli is quite the eccentric and peculiar person, and I fear you might be led astray. At this, Su Qingsheng was initially taken aback, followed by a knowing smile. Oh, I see. You're worried I'll pick up her bad habits and start tormenting you, right? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with delight, captivating Jiang Chen even further. Torment you? Huh. With your petite stature, I could easily best you tenfold. That's debatable. Sheer strength isn't everything. Sometimes, wisdom is paramount. Are you still unconvinced? If you're not, come and test it. Let us see if you can. Su Qingsheng, feeling playful, engaged in a banter with Jiang Chen, just as she was eagerly extending her arm to challenge him to an arm wrestling match. Her innocent mind could not fathom that he had long since lost his composure. At that moment, seeing her dare to provoke him, he swiftly moved to assert his dominance. Well, verbally dominate, that is. Without hesitation, he leaned in to kiss her. Su Qingsheng was caught off guard, unprepared for Jiang Chen's audacity. Ah, this. How uncivilized of you. Yet, fortuitously, she had already resolved to bestow some affection upon him. So despite her surprise, she lightly punched him twice and surrendered to the moment, becoming enveloped in it. Minutes later, they finally parted, with the recollection of Jiang Chen's earlier misconduct still fresh in her mind. Su Qingsheng felt a lingering annoyance. Jiang Chen, upon noticing her expression, found himself inexplicably amused. This young girl, how could she still appear defiant? How do you feel? Jiang Chen inquired with a grin. Not great, but compared to before, your technique has improved. You didn't bite as wildly as last time. And what about you? Aren't you any different? I am different. In what way? Would you care to try again? Let us see if you dare. Su Qingsheng responded without hesitation. Ah, the young lady still dares to challenge him. What are they waiting for? Naturally, it was time to assert his dominance once more. Thus, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. A few minutes later, the two parted ways. This time, Su Qingsheng's face was flushed with embarrassment. After they separated, she immediately shot Jiang Chen a significant glare, then spat out, "Pa, no skin off you." Jiang Chen, taken aback by the sudden reprimand, found himself at a loss. Well, I didn't do anything, did I? Why the outburst about skin? You dare claim you did nothing after that behavior? Su Qingsheng retorted, her face still tinged with crimson. We agreed on words, yet you resorted to actions. Your hands are anything but obedient. How could you? Jiang Chen was left speechless. This, he felt genuinely wronged. He hadn't even considered it in that manner. His earlier actions, it seemed, were merely instinctive. Yes, indeed, just the instinct of a young man at that moment. Chapter 60 for Senior Jiang Chen. What brings you here? Su Qingsheng playfully chided Jiang Chen for his earlier actions. She stood up, took a few deep breaths to steady herself, cast a sideways glare at Jiang Chen, and then gracefully made her way to the restroom. On Jiang Chen's side, he scratched his head, feeling somewhat innocent and helpless. I didn't intend for this. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! Host, during the day, embraced your wife for a total of 11 minutes and 33 seconds. Calculating at a reward of 30,000 per minute. The total reward for the host amounts to 346. 500 yuan. The system rounds down. Congratulations to the host for receiving 400,000 yuan. Ding! Host, during the day, kissed your wife passionately, triggering an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a divine musical instrument skill. Please select the type of instrument. Option 1, Western instruments. Option 2, Eastern instruments. To think it was merely 11 minutes and 33 seconds. Jiang Chen had assumed it would amount to at least half an hour. However, how delightful. The system now seems considerate. After rounding down 346 for 100, it generously rewarded him with 400,000. Quite commendable. Next came the divine musical instrument skill. There was even a choice involved. Without hesitation, he chose option 2, Eastern instruments. After all, one must support domestic products. Ding. Received. Please continue to select the type of instrument. Option 1, Xiao. Option 2, Guqin. This is quite a dilemma. It must be option 2, Guqin. If I choose the Xiao, wouldn't that be akin to playing alongside my own wife? Imagine if she found out. She would surely burst into laughter. Isn't your father's birthday approaching? What gift are you considering? Su Qingcheng inquired as she returned from the restroom, her demeanor now composed. A birthday gift for Dad? Jiang Chen responded, scratching his head once more. They had discussed this matter previously, intending to ponder it over the next few days, yet he still felt utterly perplexed. It was somewhat embarrassing. After all, this was his first time giving his father a birthday gift. What to give, however, was a conundrum, as he genuinely did not know what kind of present his father would appreciate. Do you have any ideas? After contemplating for a while, without arriving at a solution, he turned to Su Qingcheng again. Me? Su Qingcheng chuckled. This is your gift for your father, so I don't have much to say. However, this morning, when I saw your classmate borrowing your car keys, an idea suddenly struck me. What suggestion do you have? Do share. Well, your parents currently own that old Volkswagen, right? Why not gift your father a new car for his birthday? A new car as a birthday gift for Dad? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened instantly. His parents' old Volkswagen had been in service for a decade. Since the days of elementary school until now, there have been no significant issues, just a myriad of minor troubles. Although my father often boasts about that old Volkswagen, claiming it has greatly contributed to our family, one can tell he would be delighted to trade it for a new car. If given the chance, Zhang Dapeng would undoubtedly kick that old Volkswagen to the curb without hesitation. What a splendid idea. Let us gift my father a new vehicle for his birthday. Jiang Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, the question of which car to choose posed a dilemma. Presently, he owns a BMW X7, and with his financial capacity, purchasing another one would be effortless. Yet, would his father truly appreciate it? Being an engineer, his father has a strong preference for domestic products and harbors disdain for the current predicament of reliance on foreign imports. Moreover, while the car is meant for his father, his mother would inevitably take the wheel as well. Transitioning from the old Volkswagen to a brand new BMW might raise eyebrows among acquaintances. Thus, after careful consideration and further discussion with Su Qingcheng, Jiang Chen resolved to purchase a domestic new energy vehicle instead. At this moment, domestic new energy cars are thriving and developing rapidly, matching, if not surpassing, foreign brands like Tesla in terms of technology, performance, driving experience, and overall quality. Since we've decided on a domestic new energy vehicle, why not consider the new Wanjia M7? After comparing various models, Su Qingcheng suggested once more. Yes, that's the one. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Although the new Wanjia M7 has its share of flaws, it aligns perfectly with the driving needs of his parents, offering both petrol and electric options, thus eliminating any concerns about range anxiety. It will be delightful for the couple to take leisurely drives to the suburbs or countryside. The weather today is splendid. Now that we've settled on this car, let us go and purchase it today. Jiang Chen proposed. Absolutely. Su Qingcheng wholeheartedly endorsed Jiang Chen's suggestion. Having been confined indoors due to postpartum restrictions, she felt as if she might wither away. With such pleasant weather, it was a perfect opportunity to venture outside. However, bringing along their three little ones meant packing an array of essentials. Wet wipes, diapers, formula, bottles, a water flask, and light blankets, among others. Once they had gathered everything, they were ready to depart. Suddenly, Su Qingcheng paused and said, it would be inconvenient to feed the babies outside, and formula can easily cause heatiness. Let us just feed them well at home first. Agreed, Jiang Chen replied promptly. After a short while, with the three little ones well fed, the family of 5 finally set out. Jiang Chen drove straight to the automobile city. Having already selected the brand and model in advance, much hassle was avoided, and he directly pulled up outside the Wanjia dealership. As the family disembarked, They caught the attention of many onlookers. Oh my, a family of 5 with triplets? What a sight to behold. Furthermore, the father is handsome and the mother is beautiful. Ah, they truly are a stunning couple, perfectly matched and aesthetically pleasing. Numerous voices in the crowd expressed their admiration. The automotive city houses various brand 4S dealerships. Many salespeople from BMW, Benz, and Audi spotted Jiang Chen's BMW X7 from a distance, assuming that his purchasing power was formidable. If he were to buy another vehicle, it would undoubtedly be another luxury brand like BBA. However, to everyone's surprise, after Jiang Chen parked the car, the family headed directly to a domestic new energy dealership. The sales at the Wenjie 4S store were thriving, with a large number of customers present. Jiang Chen quickly located the new M7 model. Su Qingcheng, accompanied by 3 children, stood by to observe the vehicle for a while before taking a seat on a nearby bench to rest. Jiang Chen, is that you? What are you doing here? Just as Jiang Chen found the car satisfactory and contemplated purchasing it following a test drive, a female salesperson dressed in uniform exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting him. Her voice prompted 3 other girls in similar attire to recognize Jiang Chen as well, and they hurried over. In an instant, Jiang Chen found himself surrounded by 4 young women. Chapter 65. The Big Pig's Hoof is quite popular. Jiang Chen was initially taken aback. He was engrossed in observing the vehicles when suddenly a group of enthusiastic individuals surrounded him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Turning to his side, he recognized the 4 girls, the leader being Bai Lu, while the others were Zheng Qiu, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan. They were all junior students from Shanxi University, a year his junior. And more precisely, they had once been his admirers. Back in his sophomore year, Jiang Chen had been selected for the university basketball team due to his remarkable skills and striking appearance, which had captivated numerous female fans, including Bai Lu, Zheng Qiu, and Lu Bingyan, who were freshmen sharing a dormitory. They had fervently followed him for 3 years, attending every match he played, often bringing him water or milk tea, which is how he came to know them. However, to be frank, despite their enthusiasm and boldness, especially Bai Lu, who had been recognized as one of the campus beauties, he felt no attraction towards them. They were petite and slender, lacking the physical presence that he found appealing. To put it plainly, he preferred girls with a bit more flesh on their bones. Of course, he didn't favor excessive weight either. If he had to cite an example, he would say he was quite fond of a type like Su Qingcheng, exquisite and slender yet curvaceous, a true gem that was rare to find. Hello, senior. It's so good to see you. Ever since you graduated, I thought I would never see you again. I can't believe you're still in Shanxi City. And what a coincidence to run into you here. Bai Lu exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. It's been so long. You still look as handsome as ever. The 4 girls, upon spotting Jiang Chen, immediately surrounded him, chattering excitedly like a flock of sparrows, creating quite the commotion. Jiang Chen, overwhelmed by the noise, thought back to how he previously found rowdy children unbearable, and now he felt similarly about them. Yet, considering they were his juniors, he felt it was necessary to be gracious. Well, I am here to look at cars, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head in resignation. Noticing their uniforms, he inquired, are you all salespeople at this 4S dealership? Yes, indeed. We are salespeople. Since our classes are few at the moment, we're here for part-time work and internships. They replied eagerly. Since you're here to look at cars, have you found one you like? Would you like us to assist you in making a selection? Bai Lu inquired with genuine enthusiasm. Yes, it's perfectly fine if you're just browsing, they chimed in. After all, we have some spare time on our hands. Allow me to introduce a comparison for my senior to facilitate his future car purchase. Zheng Qiu, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in eagerly, although their attitudes were exceedingly cordial. The 4 girls believed that Jiang Chen's visit was merely for the sake of mingling and familiarizing himself with different car models, and that an actual purchase was quite unlikely. After all, during his university years, Jiang Chen's spending habits were rather modest. However, they were taken aback when Jiang Chen revealed that he was indeed there to buy a car. I am here to look at cars, and I genuinely intend to purchase one, Jiang Chen stated candidly. As for the model, I have my eye on the new Wenjie M7 from your dealership. What? Senior, you really came to buy a car? The top configuration of the new M7 costs over 300,000. The four girls were momentarily astonished, and following their surprise came admiration. To be able to afford a car worth over 300,000 right after graduation suggested that Jiang Chen possessed considerable capabilities. Consequently, their gazes upon him grew increasingly fervent. With striking looks, a fit physique, and the ability to earn, he was undoubtedly a desirable catch. Senior, would you like me to assist you in selecting the configuration? Or perhaps I could help you test drive the car. The four girls offered their services with renewed enthusiasm, but Jiang Chen politely declined each suggestion. Initially, he had wanted to test drive the vehicle, but the incessant chatter became rather overwhelming, prompting him to abandon the idea altogether. Then, Senior, how can we assist you? Please feel free to ask. Yes. You needn't stand on ceremony with us. I would appreciate a moment of silence, Jiang Chen replied. Upon hearing his refusal, Bai Lu and the others were momentarily puzzled, but his request suddenly illuminated their realization that they had indeed been overly enthusiastic. I apologize, Senior. Sorry about the noise. The four girls promptly recognized their misstep and, eager to leave a good impression on Jiang Chen, fell silent. It's quite all right. Your intentions are well-meaning, Jiang Chen casually remarked. How about this? I will take a look around, and if I have any needs, I will seek you out if that suits you. He found it most irksome to have a salesperson incessantly chattering beside him while shopping. Though these young ladies were acquaintances and meant well, Jiang Chen still found their exuberance bothersome. All right, Senior, we'll be nearby. If you need anything, just come find us, the four girls readily agreed, understanding his wishes. However, Bai Lu suddenly felt compelled to ask Jiang Chen a question that had been troubling her for an extended period. This query had kept her awake at night, leaving her with an insatiable curiosity. So, as she turned to leave, she hesitated, stepped closer, and asked Jiang Chen, Senior, may I ask you a question? Her face flushed as she mustered the courage to speak. What seems to be the issue? Please do enlighten me. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, engrossed in further research on the vehicle's performance data, without lifting his head. Meanwhile, Su Qingcheng was in the adjacent, tending to her 3 children. After spending some time on her phone and playfully engaging with the little ones, she took a moment to offer them some water. Having sat in them for approximately half an hour, she thought Jiang Chen must be nearing completion with his work and glanced in his direction, only to be taken aback. To her surprise, a group of 3 or 4 young women had gathered around Jiang Chen, showering him with attention. Although they were dressed in uniforms, clearly identifiable as sales representatives from the 4S dealership, their eagerness to engage was undeniably excessive. Well, it appears that this big fellow is quite the catch. Su Qingcheng mused silently. Chapter 66, in the end. Did I benefit from this coy fox? Senior, I apologize for the impertinence of my inquiry, but I simply cannot contain my curiosity any longer. Senior, may I ask if you and Shanxi have indeed parted ways? Bai Lu mustered her courage and finally posed the question, her heart racing as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen, apprehensive of hearing an answer she dreaded. Back in their freshman year, she developed an affection for Jiang Chen upon witnessing him play basketball. Jiang Chen was certainly aware of her feelings. His demeanor was not cold, but rather quite clear, stay away, you're not my type. Yet, she persisted in her affections. When she learned that Shanxi had become Jiang Chen's girlfriend, her heart nearly shattered. Fortunately, she heard that their romance lasted only 2 or 3 months, which brought her some relief, though she could not confirm the breakup with absolute certainty. This uncertainty plagued her, leaving her restless at night. Thus, when fate led her to encounter Jiang Chen here, she seized the opportunity to bravely inquire. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiao and Lu Bingyan observed with envy, for they too harbored similar intentions. Jiang Chen, witnessing Bai Lu's timid and humble question, initially thought she was about to confess her feelings. To his surprise, it was merely this question. Nevertheless, he felt a wave of exasperation. Why should he play the role of a devoted admirer? What difference does it make if she is a woman? A female admirer is still an admirer. Surely, life could be more enjoyable. Yes, you are correct. We have indeed broken up, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head inwardly. He hesitated, intending to elaborate further, but thought better of it. After all, there was no real significance in discussing his breakup with Shanxi, especially since he now has a wife and children. This revelation would surely extinguish her hopes. However, before he could articulate this, Bai Lu, having only heard the initial part of his statement, erupted in joy. You have broken up. Thank you, senior. Thank you for answering my question. This is exactly the answer I desired, she exclaimed, rushing toward Zheng Xiao and Lu Bingyan, her delight palpable and uncontrollable. Jiang Chen, witnessing her exuberance, could only shake his head in silence, too preoccupied to engage with them further. He returned to his contemplation of the Wanjie new M7 vehicle. Although he had already settled on this model at home, he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a plethora of negative reviews online, suggested by numerous acquaintances. What if, upon purchase, he discovered numerous defects? Originally intended as a birthday gift for his father to bring him joy, his father had expressed dissatisfaction. After all, that was not the aim. Thus, Jiang Chen decided to exercise caution and take more time to ponder and compare the Wanjie new M7. There was no rush. If necessary, he could always choose another vehicle. What incredible news! The senior has indeed parted ways with Shanxi. This information is beyond doubt, as the senior just confirmed it himself. Then, does this mean you, a charming yet unscrupulous individual, have found your opportunity? Leave. How dare you speak to me like that? Aren't you both equally contemptible? He indeed. That Shanxi, a superficial and materialistic person, is utterly unworthy of our senior. Unlike us, even if we followed our senior through hardships, enduring years without indulgence, we would do so willingly, relishing every moment. Precisely. Should we engage in fair competition and win him over based on our merits? Excellent. It's settled then. The four girls, Bai Lu, Zheng Xiao, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan, were animatedly discussing their plans. Each possessed a measure of beauty, often the center of attention at school, pursued by numerous admirers, collectively referred to as the Four Beauties. Particularly, Bai Lu's looks were said to surpass even that of the campus belle, Shanxi. This gave them the confidence and assurance to believe in their ability to compete fairly. As their excitement filled the air, they noticed Jiang Chen was deeply engrossed in his work, making it inappropriate to disrupt him. With Jiang Chen preoccupied in assisting other guests, their interest waned, prompting them to retreat to the resting area for a while. However, in the resting area, they fortuitously encountered a familiar figure, the esteemed Professor Su Qingcheng from Shanxi University. Hello, Professor Su. They greeted her eagerly. Su Qingcheng, renowned as a goddess at Shanxi University, was a figure of admiration, overshadowing even Shanxi. The thrill of encountering her in the dealership was palpable for Bai Lu and her friends. Undeniably a goddess, even with minimal makeup and simple attire, she radiated an extraordinary beauty. Every gesture, every smile captivated them, stirring feelings even among the girls. Hello there. Su Qingcheng acknowledged them with a nod. Initially, she merely observed the group of girls who were fawning over Jiang Chen. To her surprise, they soon approached her in the resting area, recognizing her. Although she did not know them personally, she surmised they must be students from her university. After exchanging pleasantries and marveling at Su Qingcheng's beauty, their attention was swiftly drawn to the stroller beside her. It was impossible to overlook the presence of three adorable babies. Wow, triplets! How cute! They exclaimed in delight, admiring the fair and plump little ones. Their hearts swelled with surprise, for it had been nearly a year since they last saw Professor Su at school. Clearly, her absence indicated she had been married and had children. Professor, your husband must be incredibly handsome. Otherwise, how could you have such adorable babies? One of them remarked. Indeed, it's said that daughters resemble their fathers and sons their mothers. The father of the children must possess striking good looks. Just look at how beautiful the two girls are, with their dark, sparkling eyes. Oh, when they gaze at me, my heart feels as though it might melt. Upon hearing the praises from the four girls, Su Qingcheng inadvertently cast a distant glance at Jiang Chen. Not bad. He is somewhat handsome. I truly envy Teacher Su. To have a charming partner and adorable little ones. A family of 5, living in harmony, truly embodies the essence of a fulfilled life. Rest assured, you'll experience this too. Su Qingcheng replied with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Su. I hope to take your auspicious words to heart and successfully win over the senior. The four girls exchanged pleasantries with Su Qingcheng for a while, but their attention was inevitably drawn back to Jiang Chen in the distance, and the conversation naturally gravitated towards him. The senior is so diligent. A serious boy is indeed handsome, but even when he is not serious, he remains quite charming. Alas, such a remarkable paragon of masculinity. I wonder which vixen will ultimately claim him. Su Qingqing listened in silence, feeling a twinge of disbelief. Could it be that in the end, this vixen, am the one who benefits? Sigh. These infatuated girls and their misguided preferences. How do they find such a clumsy oaf appealing? While he may possess a modicum of charm, he is undeniably flawed. A handsy rogue, a glutton, brazen and lewd. Especially his lack of decorum, shamelessly stealing. Surely, that reflects poorly on his character. What is it about this fellow that makes you all regard him as a male deity? A male deity indeed, apart from a hint of handsomeness. He is nearly devoid of merit. Su Qingcheng mused, letting out a series of sighs. She then took out her phone and sent a voice message. Darling, why not come over? Chapter 67, Su Qingcheng Takesaktion. As Su Qingcheng's voice message reached them, Bai Lu, Zheng Xiao, and the other two young ladies could not help but perk up their eyes in anticipation. Could it be that Su Qingcheng was summoning her beloved? Judging by Su Qingqing's compatibility and the exceptional beauty of her three adorable little ones, one could only surmise that her partner must be a paragon of handsomeness and charm. Furthermore, the affectionate tone in her voice indicated a profound bond between them. The four young ladies exchanged eager glances, each yearning to unveil the identity of the man who had captured the heart of the goddess of Shanxi University. However, even if this esteemed individual, Su Qingqing's beloved, possessed unparalleled charm and extraordinary talent, he would still pale in comparison to senior Jiang Chen. In their hearts, Jiang Chen would eternally reign as the most handsome man in existence. Upon receiving the voice message, Jiang Chen was immediately alerted and listened intently. Darling, could you come over for a moment? The tone was so endearing. What could the little lady be up to? Jiang Chen was preoccupied with his tasks when this unexpected voice message piqued his curiosity. Turning to glance at Su Qingqing's direction, he noticed the four junior sisters seated beside her, and it dawned on him. She must have seen them fawning over him earlier and was now feeling a touch of jealousy, wanting him to come over and play along. Without hesitation, he scratched his head and made his way towards Su Qingqing. Meanwhile, the four junior sisters, Bai Lu, Zheng Xiao, Su Ping, and Lu Bingyan, having just listened to Su Qingqing's message, were eagerly scanning their surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the illustrious figure. Their anticipation and curiosity swelled, and they could hardly contain themselves. However, after searching for some time, they were unable to spot the mysterious gentleman, due to Su Qingqing's striking beauty and the adorable presence of her three little ones. Many passers-by couldn't resist stealing glances in their direction, yet none matched the profile they sought. Ultimately, they were met with a familiar figure. Indeed, it was Jiang Chen. How did the senior arrive here? After waiting so long, it turned out the senior was approaching them. Could it be that Su Qingqing's beloved was none other than him? Surely not. A simple thought would reveal the impossibility of such a notion. The senior had only recently graduated, while Su Qingqing had already attained the status of a professor. The age gap was substantial, and it seemed they had never crossed paths before. How could that be? Indeed, what could the senior possibly be doing here? Perhaps he was merely tired from watching cars and sought a place to rest his feet. Additionally, the senior wished to take the opportunity to engage in conversation with our group of four beauties, hoping to foster a deeper understanding and strengthen our bonds. Bai Lu and the others chattered excitedly, dismissing any possibility that Jiang Chen could be the beloved of teacher Su. As they put it, it was something one could ascertain without a second thought. Consequently, they exchanged a few words before eagerly rushing over with enthusiasm. Senior, you must be weary from watching the car. Come, take a rest over here. Let me fetch you a glass of water. By the way, do you prefer it room temperature or chilled? Senior, let me tell you, there's a renowned figure from our Shanxi University nearby. Indeed, it is our stunning professor and goddess, teacher Su Qingqing. It turns out she has been absent for nearly a year due to her marriage and childbirth. Come and see, senior. This is the legendary goddess, teacher Su, along with her three adorable triplet babies. Just look at them. Each one as delicate and beautiful as porcelain dolls, simply irresistible. Bai Lu and her companions warmly welcomed Jiang Chen, showering him with courtesy, pouring tea, and introducing him to teacher Sue and her triplet children. Jiang Chen, at that moment, was at a loss for words, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He thought to himself, what do you need to introduce? These are my wife and children. How could I possibly not know them? I am well aware of how beautiful my wife is and how adorable my children are. He glanced over at Su Qingcheng, who, at that moment, was also looking his way. The expression in her eyes was a playful mix of teasing and affectionate reproach, combined with a curiosity akin to someone watching a spectacle unfold. Senior, why aren't you speaking to Teacher Sue? You must realize she is the most renowned goddess professor at our university. Many long to meet her, yet it is unattainable for them. Are you perhaps too overwhelmed with excitement to find your voice? Quite understandable. Ha ha ha. And look at these three little ones. Senior, come see. Don't you think they are incredibly cute? You have no idea. I just watched them for a moment, and I felt my heart melting. Bai Lu and her companions remained blissfully unaware of the subtle expressions exchanged between Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng. They continued to enthusiastically introduce Su Qingcheng and her triplet babies to Jiang Chen. Listening to the praises from the four younger girls about his wife and children, Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction and enjoyment. He would never tire of hearing it, no matter how many times it was repeated. Indeed, was his wife not beautiful? Were his children not adorable? After a moment, he adjusted his posture and composed himself, then said with a clear voice, ahem. I wholeheartedly agree with all your previous comments. Truly, I could not agree more. However, I must clarify. Teacher Sue is actually my wife. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu and the others were immediately taken aback, feeling as though they had misheard. What? The senior claimed that Teacher Sue is his wife? This is... Senior, did you misspeak? So, Teacher Sue is your wife? You are a couple? Indeed, Senior, you must be joking. Teacher Sue is a renowned goddess professor at Shanxi University. Not just anyone. Such a jest about impersonating her spouse cannot be taken lightly. Who is joking here? If you don't believe me, you can inquire with your teacher Sue, Jiang Chen remarked. Bai Lu and the others then turned to Su Qingcheng. Teacher Sue, could it be that your partner is Senior Jiang Chen? Are you two a couple? Yes, we are indeed a couple, Su Qingcheng replied candidly, nodding her head. The four girls were left utterly astonished, as if struck by thunder. Their once insatiable curiosity was suddenly quenched. Senior Jiang Chen had actually captured the heart of the goddess professor, Teacher Sue, and her partner was none other than the very Jiang Chen they had relentlessly pursued. This must be a fabrication. How could this be possible? The four girls felt as though they were on the verge of collapse. Yet, the ever-resilient Bai Lu remained somewhat unconvinced. She turned back, incredulously gazing at Jiang Chen. Senior, please tell us the truth. Is Teacher Sue truly your wife? Indeed, Teacher Sue is my wife. Then, what about this child? Well, you see, I already call Teacher Sue my wife. So of course this adorable set of triplet babies is ours. Jiang Chen stated with remarkable candor. At this, Bai Lu felt as though she might lose her mind. Heavens! How could this be? How could this happen? Not just Bai Lu, the other three girls felt the same. In an instant, they felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern. Their previous flattery now seemed like a farce, and the excitement and smiles they once wore were now frozen in place. Yet, akin to the moment they learned of Jiang Chen's relationship with Shanxi, the four beauties were engulfed in disappointment and despair, but their gazes towards Jiang Chen still held a hint of lingering affection and fantasy. Alas, what could be troubling the senior? Why marry so young? And to think they already have 3 children. One could only fear that in the future, he might come to his senses and regret it. Observing this, Su Qingcheng discreetly smiled to herself and decided it was time to make her move. Chapter 68. Are you addicted to acting? My dear, you must be tired from driving. Here, have a sip of water. Su Qingcheng retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and was about to hand it to Jiang Chen. She was fully aware of the subtle intentions of the 4 girls from Bai Lu, and simultaneously felt a deep sense of helplessness akin to Jiang Chen's previous sentiments. Their mindless infatuation was truly beyond comprehension. Initially, she found the fervent idolization of certain fans in society rather absurd. However, she began to understand it a little better now. At the same time, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the oblivious Jiang Chen. No, wait, sympathy for him? How ridiculous. This fellow was far too savvy, often playing the role of a seasoned veteran. Perhaps he even relished having such mindless admirers around him. Thank you, my love, Jiang Chen said as he reached out for the bottle of water Su Qingqing offered. Don't be in such a hurry. I'm thirsty too. Let me take a sip first. Su Qingqing twisted open the cap, took a sip herself, and then, with a beaming smile, finally handed the bottle to him. Jiang Chen. The four girls from Bailu. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take the bottle, Su Qingqing unexpectedly brought it to his lips. It's all right. Let me feed you. Jiang Chen instantly understood and eagerly drank a few gulps. After quenching his thirst, Su Qingqing took out a tissue and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. The four girls from Bailu were on the verge of breaking down. If moments ago felt like being trapped in an ice cavern, now it was akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Every sip of water Su Qingqing fed Jiang Chen, every gentle wipe of his mouth, felt like countless arrows striking mercilessly at their hearts. They were left battered and bleeding. But one must wonder, was Su Qingqing doing this intentionally? Darling, take a seat and rest for a moment. After feeding Jiang Chen, Su Qingqing produced several oranges from her bag. I have a few oranges here. Shall I peel one for you? Sure, I'll peel one for you too. Jiang Chen eagerly picked up an orange and began to peel it. Once both had finished, they seamlessly fed each other, piece by piece. You take a segment. I take a segment. A delightful exchange. Witnessing this scene, the four girls from Bailu were utterly spellbound. Goodness, can you two stop flaunting your affection already? Have a heart. Please refrain from torturing us with your lovey-dovey antics right in front of our eyes. But was that the end? Certainly not. After sitting for a while and feeling somewhat warm, Su Qingqing casually removed her thin outer jacket, revealing a stunning black spaghetti-strap dress that accentuated her figure beautifully. Naturally, her exquisite form boldly presented itself before the four girls. Then, Su Qingqing affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Chen's, particularly close to him, as the two of them shared an intimate moment. In that moment, Bailu and her three companions stared wide-eyed, nearly beside themselves with astonishment. Previously, they had heard rumors regarding teacher Su's stunning physique, but upon witnessing it firsthand, they were taken aback by its sheer magnificence. Faced with such an imposing and formidable presence, the four women cast down their gazes at their own modest figures, either an A or AB, but certainly not comparable, and they were instantly overwhelmed with a sense of inadequacy. A deep embarrassment. Goodness, this is unbearable. They simply could not endure it any longer. Thus, the quartet, known as the Four Beauties, fled the scene without so much as a word. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing exchanged glances, observing the abrupt departure of the Four Beauties. A silent understanding passed between them, accompanied by a hint of amusement. You truly are something else, Jiang Chen remarked, feigning annoyance over Su Qingqing's earlier actions. And you're any better? She retorted promptly. Ding. The host and his wife displaying affection in public have triggered a hidden reward. Congratulations. The host has received one-click optimization and a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. A hidden reward had been unexpectedly acquired. One-click optimization and a sum of 100,000 yuan. While the purpose of the one-click optimization remained unclear for the moment, there was no doubt it was from the system, and it had to be extraordinary. Ding. The system kindly reminds the host that if, while showcasing affection with his wife, he can also share a kiss in public, it would be perfect. What? A kiss would make it perfect? I must admit, that is precisely what I had in mind. Darling, could you turn your head this way? Jiang Chen suddenly said with a smile. What? Su Qingqing felt her cheeks flush at being called darling again, yet she obediently turned her head, gazing at Jiang Chen. Puzzled. What on earth do you want? Don't speak. Before she could comprehend, Jiang Chen had sealed her lips with his own. Flustered and annoyed, she playfully struck him a few times. You big oaf. You're getting too into this act. Act? Who said I was acting? I am quite serious, Jiang Chen replied, lifting Su Qingqing's chin and kissing her fervently once more. Su Qingqing. Ding. The host has publicly kissed his wife and kissed again. Congratulations. The host has received a reward of 100,000 yuan. Chapter 69. This heart is already dead. Another reward of 1 million yuan. Should we go for another round? Jiang Chen felt a lingering desire for more. Yet Su Qingsheng quickly interjected, wiping her mouth. No. Please, not again. People are watching. With a mix of playful reproach and annoyance, she shot Jiang Chen a glare. Upon glancing around, Jiang Chen realized the truth of her words. A sizable crowd had gathered, all eyes directed towards them, and even two curious dogs were peering in their direction, utterly bewildered. To be honest, who could withstand such public displays of affection from such a striking couple? Even the dogs seemed overwhelmed. Well, all right then. Jiang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he conceded. Forget it. After all, his wife would secretly revel in their affectionate moments when they returned home. You should put your jacket back on, Jiang Chen suggested. Noticing his wife in that enticing black camisole, coupled with her alluring figure, which, despite his familiarity with her, made him feel a rush of blood to his face. What is wrong? I'm feeling a bit warm, Su Qingsheng replied. It's nothing, but you should consider how you might be perceived, Jiang Chen nudged gently, seeing that she seemed a bit oblivious. This time, Su Qingsheng instantly understood. All right. She nodded and promptly donned the jacket she had previously removed. Her exquisite beauty should certainly be reserved for the privacy of their home, exclusively for her beloved. While taking a moment to rest in the lounge area, Jiang Chen decided to explore the system's reward for one-click optimization and was amazed to discover its remarkable capabilities. This one-click optimization could be considered skill. And why so? Because it addresses a variety of items. More specifically, it can elevate any vehicle Jiang Chen has purchased to its utmost perfection. In other words, the Wenjin Nu M7 he had chosen, after numerous reminders from his handsome friends, revealed various issues and flaws. Initially, he might have overlooked them, but now, knowing the multitude of problems, gifting it to his father as a birthday present seemed utterly unreasonable. Fortunately, the one-click optimization could seamlessly resolve all these issues, upgrading the new M7 to its highest potential. As for the various shortcomings pointed out by his friends, they would be rendered non-existent. You might say its range-extended hybrid system, capable of utilizing both fuel and electricity, is an unnecessary extravagance, but post-optimization, the hybrid system would instantly ascend to the pinnacle of global standards. Brands like Volkswagen, Tesla, and Toyota would pale in comparison. You might mention it as a new energy vehicle that consumes 7 liters per 100 kilometers, but after optimization, it would consume less than 1 liter per 100 kilometers. You might argue it is too heavy, but post-optimization, the vehicle would incorporate composite materials, reducing its weight by a remarkable tenfold. In summary, the new M7, after a one-button optimization, is astonishingly impressive, rivaling even Jiang Chen's own BMW X7 in various aspects. And in some performance metrics, it even surpasses it. This is splendid. He thought, why not simply purchase the new M7 and optimize it with a single click, eliminating the need to consider other vehicles. Jiang Chen was not at a point where he could afford to be choosy. He just happened to opt for the new M7. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of buying a car. He had no desire to engage in the tedious process of comparing and selecting. A straightforward one-button optimization sufficed. Besides, with a wife as stunning as a blooming flower, captivating and enchanting, wouldn't it be more delightful to return home and embrace her? Ding! System notification. The one-button optimization not only includes a primary optimization for the car, but also offers 2 additional minor optimizations for small electronic devices. 1 primary optimization and 2 supplementary optimizations for small electronic devices? Without a doubt, it should be for the phone. Darling, is your phone lagging? Jiang Chen inquired of Su Qingsheng. Are you still addicted? Su Qingsheng shot him a mock glare, realizing that he had referred to her as his wife again. Everyone else has already left. Why are you still acting? I'm not acting, Jiang Chen reiterated, chuckling. Don't you wish to be my wife? Puffed. I don't want to, Su Qingsheng retorted, her cheeks inadvertently reddening. After a moment's hesitation, she still handed her phone to him, saying, I've been using my phone for over a year, and it's indeed a bit sluggish now. Could you optimize it for me? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, this girl is so adorably contradictory. Without a doubt, he longed to return home and shower her with kisses. He took her phone and placed it alongside his own, proceeding to use the one-button optimization. With two almost imperceptible flashes in less than 3 seconds, both phones were optimized to the pinnacle of excellence, with comprehensive upgrades to both hardware and software. The speed, naturally, was astonishingly swift. Meanwhile, the four girls, having fled in disarray, were now hiding in a corner, nursing their wounds. The earlier experience had been too harrowing, too painful. They wished to dig a hole to bury themselves, or find a tofu to smash their heads against, desiring nothing more than to escape this world for even a single second. Oh, how they regretted it. At this moment, they longed to throw themselves into their mother's embrace and weep bitterly. Their hearts were aching unbearably. As for Jiang Chen, the four girls dared not even cast a glance in his direction, as even a fleeting glance felt like 1,000 points of critical damage. After they had left, their senior Jiang Chen had publicly embraced teacher Su and showered her with kisses. It was utterly shameless, without an ounce of modesty. Yet life must go on, and they still needed to earn a living. Bai Lu, the leader of the four beauties, had come to the dealership for an internship and part-time work, precisely at a time when performance was crucial. Shortly thereafter, she mustered her strength and stepped forward to assist Jiang Chen with a series of car purchasing matters. Senior, how do you plan to buy the car? Will you need a loan? Full payment. Full payment? Have you considered installment payments? We can waive the handling fees here. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Senior, all the procedures that needed to be completed today have been finalized. However, the vehicle on display is not the one in stock. The actual car won't arrive until tomorrow. Furthermore, as it is already afternoon, it will take some time to process the license plates. How about this? Once the plates and paperwork are finished tomorrow, we can deliver the car directly to your home. Would that be acceptable? Yes, that works. May I have your address? Building 1, BU Residence. BU Residence? Bai Lu was taken aback, feeling as if she had been stabbed again, knowing that his good fortune was more painful than death itself. BU Residence was the most luxurious community in Shanxi City, with each apartment starting at over 10 million. How will you be getting back? Would you like us to call a car for you? Bai Lu steadied her emotions and asked again. No need. I have my own vehicle. Jiang Chen replied, walking outside with Su Qingcheng and 3 little ones. A family of 5 approaching a BMW X7 valued at 2 million. Upon witnessing this, Bai Lu felt as though her heart had been pierced twice more. It was one thing for him to buy a car outright, but to reside in a $10 million BU residence and drive a $2 million BMW X7? Well, her heart was already riddled with wounds, and it was no longer worth worrying about such a fierce blow. No. This heart has perished. Chapter 70. Are you a dog? Why do you bite? Farewell, senior. Farewell, teacher Su. Bai Lu and her 3 companions, out of politeness, stepped outside the store to bid farewell to Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing's family. As they watched Jiang Chen's BMW X7 gradually disappear from sight, the so-called 4 beauties displayed vacant expressions, their faces clouded with melancholy, each heart weighed down by a profound sense of loss and despair. The disappointment stemmed from the realization that their senior was thriving, yet had no connection to them. The despair arose from the formidable prowess of teacher Su, which was simply suffocating. Faced with her overwhelming presence, they felt utterly devoid of hope. Collectively, they could scarcely match her singular strength. Noticing the disappointment among Bai Lu and her companions, Su Qingcheng, while waiting at a long traffic light, suddenly turned her gaze and playfully inquired of Jiang Chen, confess honestly. How many X's do you have? This cough, why the sudden question? Jiang Chen felt a bit caught off guard. After all, this was a well-known death question. I'm just curious. Is that not permissible? Su Qingqing replied with a cheerful smile. All right. Jiang Chen scratched his head and responded, You must know about Shanxi, right? Shanxi? ISNT, she the campus beauty from Shanxi University? I've heard of her, Su Qingsheng interjected. Who else is there? There's no one else. She is my only ex impossible. Su Qingsheng was utterly unconvinced. Did you see how fascinated those 4 younger girls were with you? It's evident that you were quite popular in college and you, a rather reserved fellow with a wealth of knowledge, claim to have just 1 ex? You must be joking. Well, a Jiang Chen reflexively scratched his head, feeling a bead of sweat forming. He mused that the girl was somewhat superficial and biased in her judgments. Who said that good looks equate to an abundance of romantic interests? who claimed that being knowledgeable leads to a plethora of bad luck in love. Dear wife, don't laugh at me. I truly only had Shanxi as an ex. And that was back in my senior year. I initially intended to focus on my studies in college, believing that men should prioritize their careers and financial stability. With wealth and success, what woman could one not attract? As for being knowledgeable, well, I can't be entirely blamed for that. In today's world, there's so many learning resources, both domestic and from certain island nations. It's not surprising if I've picked up a thing or two. Learning resources? Surely you don't mean those films? Su Qingcheng was inwardly astonished but maintained a serious facade as she retorted. Jiang Chen was taken aback. So you know about them too, Teacher Su? In that case, you must have watched quite a few, haven't you? Well, yes. Indeed, it is precisely what you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng's previously tense expression suddenly faltered. What a clumsy oaf he is. Is he doing this on purpose? Just moments ago, he affectionately called her wife and beloved, but now, in discussing this matter, he has abruptly reverted to calling her Teacher Su, it seems. He is truly well-versed in this art. Are your words entirely truthful? Su Qingcheng inquired again, an inadvertent glint of menace flashing in her eyes. Every word is true, Jiang Chen asserted, thumping his chest confidently. Are you certain all of it is genuine? Absolutely. More authentic than pearls. Very well then, extend your arm. What for? Oh, just extend your arm. Fine. Jiang Chen relented, extending his arm, which Su Qingcheng took in her hands, marveling, wow. Such long and beautiful arms. TSK. Such a lovely arm deserves to bear a mark of affection. With that, she playfully bit down on his arm. Jiang Chen, fully aware of her mischievous intent, was nevertheless taken aback by the unexpected bite. Ouch! Why are you biting me? And so hard, he exclaimed, feeling a twinge of pain. In truth, Su Qingcheng's intention was merely playful. It hardly hurt at all. However, Jiang Chen, having long endured the rigors of playful banter and various forms of roughhousing, had developed an extraordinary knack for melodramatic reactions to such encounters. Thus, despite the mildness of her bite, Jiang Chen's exaggerated expression and gestures conveyed an overwhelming sense of pain, leading Su Qingcheng to worry that she had been too forceful, prompting her to check for any injuries. Are you all right? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Jiang Chen waved dismissively. But I must admit, I find it curious. Why do you bite? You're not a dog, are you? Su Qingcheng, noticing Jiang Chen's lack of any real injury, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she retorted, You're the one who resembles a dog. How can you say that? Haven't you bitten me before? More than once. In fact, well. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing she spoke the truth. All right, enough of that. It's nearly dinner time. How shall we arrange our evening meal? Jiang Chen's face flushed as he sought to divert the conversation, feeling momentarily overwhelmed by her sudden reference to the topic. Let us just eat at home. The food outside is rather mediocre. Su Qingcheng gazed longingly at the diverse culinary delights displayed along the street, but, recalling the meals prepared by the clumsy oaf, ultimately decided it was best to return home for dinner. Very well, let us return and cook ourselves. Jiang Chen nodded, casting a glance at Su Qingcheng. Little did he know, this glance would lead to further mischief. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qingcheng was suddenly taken aback. Why are you looking at me? She exclaimed, her tone tinged with irritation and embarrassment. Jiang Chen was momentarily bewildered. What have I said to provoke such a reaction? He pondered. Gentlemen, could you kindly offer your opinion? He had merely cast a glance in her direction. Did she suspect him of harboring any inappropriate thoughts? This young lady had just been fierce moments ago, and now she was inexplicably aggressive towards him. Alas, life had become quite perplexing. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Jiang Chen noticed the traffic light turning green. With a roar, he swiftly accelerated the car, making his way back home. Chapter 71. The Enigmatic Delicacy of the Mushroom Morning Brother. A relative of mine from Yin Province has brought me some exquisite mushrooms. I've been terrified by the news, fearing that if I consume them, I might see little people. Hence, I've hesitated to partake. You, with your remarkable culinary skills, why not take these mushrooms off my hands? Jiang Chen was driving home with Su Qingcheng and their 3 little ones, a family of 5. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Lu Wei, who mentioned that a relative from Yun province had sent over some mushrooms. He was too apprehensive to eat them, fearing the hallucinations they could induce, and thought it best to simply pass them on to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was well aware of the recent news regarding these mushrooms. Known as giant Shaoqing, they're a type of bolete mushroom characterized by their indigo hue when bruised. Fresh giant Shaoqing is tender, succulent, and crisp, offering a delightful taste that some might even argue surpasses that of meat. It is indeed a gourmet delight. However, due to the risk of hallucinations and potential poisoning, many choose to avoid them. There are, of course, internet celebrities who, in pursuit of attention or thrill, deliberately consume these mushrooms, attempting to strike a balance between intoxication and hallucination. Unfortunately, many have succumbed to the latter, ending up in hospitals with exorbitant medical bills. Yet for Jiang Chen, a master of culinary arts, the prospect of giant Shaoqing merely represented a rare and delectable treat. "Are you certain you don't want them?" he inquired. "I absolutely do not. I'm terrified of poisoning and hallucinations," Lu Wei replied. "All right then, send them over, but just a small portion will suffice. No need for excess." Seeing Lu Wei's insistence, Jiang Chen acquiesced, eager to sample this delicacy. Moreover, giant Shaoqing is quite costly, generally ranging from 1 to 200 yuan per pound, and even higher for superior quality, with authenticity not always guaranteed. Thus, having Lu Wei bring some would allow him to savor a meal, and should it prove delightful, he could procure more himself later. "All right," Lu Wei readily agreed. "It's not much, just a little bit." A mere 10 minutes later, Lu Wei arrived excitedly. "Morning, brother. I've brought the giant Shaoqing." Upon entering, he bore 2 hefty bags filled with the mushrooms. Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Goodness, this is no mere little bit. It must weigh over 10 pounds. Hey, my relatives' mountains are teeming with them. For them, this truly is just a small quantity." Lu Wei insisted. "But this is far too much. If I don't give you money, it feels wrong. These mushrooms are worth hundreds per pound," Jiang Chen remarked, aware that, while he and Lu Wei shared a close bond, accepting such an expensive gift without compensation was not appropriate. Seeing Jiang Chen's intent to pay, Lu Wei became flustered and quickly intervened. No, morning brother. If you offer money, it feels like you're looking down on me. After a few days of grilling, I made quite a bit of money, and I didn't even share any with you. From now on, I intend to follow you in this barbecue venture to earn substantial profits. This little bit of earnings is hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, my relatives have an abundance of these ingredients, so much so that they can't finish them all, and they specifically use them to feed their cattle. All right, Brother Chen, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. We'll chat later." Having said that, Lu Wei tossed down 2 bags of the ingredients and dashed away. What a character he is. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He originally wanted to gossip a bit, perhaps inquire about Wei Zi's situation with the old maid, whether he had made any progress. After that disastrous seaside date, where he was thoroughly humiliated, it was a miracle that he was still lively and well. However, one had to wonder, was this kid in such a hurry to meet up with the old maid? Goodness, if that were the case, he would truly be something else. As for Lu Wei's claim about his relatives having an excess of these ingredients to the point of feeding them to cattle, that was a bit far-fetched. Even in Yun province, these ingredients are quite valuable and not as commonplace as cabbage. To use them solely for cattle feed? It's hard to imagine the cattle would even accept it. Even if the owner intended to do so, they might just want a delicious stew of those ingredients instead. What are these 2 large bags? Are they mushrooms? Su Qingcheng emerged from the restroom and, upon spotting the bags on the floor, inquired. She had gone straight to the restroom after returning from outside, followed by a quick shower, so she was unaware of Lu Wei's earlier delivery. "Yes, it's a type of fungus from Yun province, and it's incredibly delicious," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, deliberately teasing her. To his surprise, Su Qingcheng guessed it immediately. It wouldn't be the kind of fungus that makes little people dance, would it? Huh? Jiang Chen was taken aback. "How did you know?" "It's not that hard. Isn't it that fungus that keeps appearing in the news lately? You mentioned it comes from Yun province and is very tasty. Coupled with your mischievous smile, I knew it had to be that." Jiang Chen scratched his head and chuckled. "So, how about we have some of this fungus for dinner tonight?" "No way. Why not?" "Because I'm afraid of seeing little people. You know my culinary skills well. I assure you, No little people will appear after you eat my cooking. That is still a no. What if? Su Qingchang shook her head vigorously, a resolute expression on her face. Regardless of how delicious you make it, I absolutely refuse to take a single bite. Are you certain? Of course. If I eat it, I'll turn into a little dog. An hour later, Jiang Chen had prepared an extravagant feast. There were grilled ribs, steam-based boiled shrimp, egg greens, scallion beef, lotus root soup, sweet and sour yam, cola chicken wings, and more, a truly sumptuous spread. Having been out all day, both were undeniably famished. Thus, as the dishes were presented on the table, everyone indulged in a delightful feast. However, amidst the array of delicacies, a particular small dog fixated on 2 plates, voraciously devouring the contents without pause, as if the chopsticks could not be halted. This was due to one plate being stir-fried green vegetables and the other being braised green vegetables. Jiang Chen had initially wished to sample some as well, but in the blink of an eye, both plates of green vegetables were stripped bare by the little one. Hey, could you eat a bit slower? I would if I could, but they're simply too delicious for my hands to resist. They smell divine. Absolutely exquisite. Aren't you worried about seeing little spirits dancing after consuming so much? With such delectable fare, even if I did see little spirits dancing, it would be worth it. Well, could you leave me some? I've barely had a few bites from the 2 plates. Darling, this is where I must address you. Su Qingcheng, her mouth full, spoke indistinctly yet with conviction. I am your wife. After all, it's rare for me to enjoy something so much. Shouldn't you leave some for me? What's happening here? The little one, in her eagerness for the green vegetables, has even taken the initiative to call him her husband? How exaggerated. Chapter 72. The young lady flirts with him while Jiang Chen was momentarily lost in thought. Su Qingcheng seized the opportunity to claim both plates of exquisite dishes, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. The flavor of these delicacies was astonishingly delightful. Initially, she harbored some trepidation about the dish, fearing it might lead to unforeseen consequences. But recalling the culinary prowess of the big pig's hoof dispelled her fears. Once she tasted the prepared dishes, all concerns faded away. The taste was simply unparalleled. To be candid, it was even more exhilarating than consuming meat. Let her be a playful pup. After all, this little canine had bitten before. As for calling the big pig's hoof her husband, that had long been part of her scheme. What could she do? With 3 children already born, her body was no longer pure, having been through everything imaginable. There was no escaping it. Moreover, the dish prepared by the big pig's hoof was so delicious that her heart soared, leading her to spontaneously call him husband. Strangely enough, it felt rather delightful. Ding! The host's wife has affectionately called the host husband for the first time. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 100,000 yuan. What? There's a reward for calling him husband? A bonus of 100,000. Not bad. The dog system is doing splendidly. In no time, both plates of the exquisite dish were devoured by Su Qingcheng, with Jiang Chen hardly participating at all. After finishing, she still felt unsatisfied. With her eyes glinting mischievously, she set her sights on the 2 large bags of the dish. Oh, husband, what shall I do if I want more of this delightful dish? Perhaps you could cook some more? The flavor is simply too wonderful. I could eat it endlessly. Those 2 mere plates were hardly enough. Su King pidaifulilikit hadips. Her tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, was nearly entranced. He thought to himself, is this the goddess from Shanxi University, the aloof professor? It's one thing for her to call him husband, but to playfully lick her lips and flirt with him? Goodness! Even a man would find it hard to resist. In his excitement, he nearly retrieved the tattered stockings rewarded by the dog system, eager to assist the young lady in wearing them. What are you doing? Why have you suddenly gone quiet? Su Qingcheng noticed Jiang Chen's peculiar expression and felt a twinge of confusion. She wondered if she had overstepped, if she had been too deliberate. If she truly stirred the big pig's hoof in her current delicate state, she might not be able to withstand the heat. After all, she was still in her confinement period. Cough, cough. It's nothing, just contemplating a few matters. Jiang Chen quickly masked his thoughts. The dish was indeed delectable, but moderation was key. Overindulgence could not be beneficial for the body, and there was still a plethora of dishes on the table. all specially prepared for her. It would be a waste if she chose not to partake. Jiang Chen advised, but she simply desired more. Please, just cook a little more for me. Would you? Sukin Cheng pleaded. Continuing her charming antics, she was aware that she might be playing with fire. If she lost control, it could lead to disastrous consequences. However, there was little choice. For the sake of a meal, she had to proceed this way. Jiang Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. All right. You've scared me. I shall prepare another dish, one dish. Surely that is insufficient. If you're cooking, why not make a bit more? How much should I make then? Perhaps you could prepare both bags of that tender greens? What? Are you out of your mind? Those 2 bags weigh over 10 kilograms. Even a pig couldn't consume that much. Ding. The host scolded his wife for being a glutton. The couple exchanged playful banter. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 50,000 yuan and a pair of quirky underwear. Jiang Chen. So this is how one earns rewards. However, a pair of quirky underwear? Just the name itself sounds rather improper. But then again, considering that I previously received rewards for such scandalous items as ripped tights, perhaps this quirky underwear is not so outrageous after all. Psy classmate Tongzi, even if you bestow a few thousand yuan, it will be better than these frivolous rewards. I am a serious person. I truly do not need no. You do need it. Jiang Chen, son, your father's birthday is approaching. You, along with Qing Cheng and the 3 little ones, must come together. After finishing dinner, Jiang Chen received a call from his mother regarding his father's birthday. Mom, since I said I would go, I will definitely be there, Jiang Chen replied. All right, I will inform your father. By the way, have you prepared a birthday gift for him? It's fine if you haven't prepared anything. After all, your father has never received a gift from you before. But if you do have something, he would surely be delighted. His mother added, Don't worry, Mom. I have prepared a gift for Dad. He will definitely like it. Good. That puts my mind at ease. After finishing the call with his mother, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled a question. He turned to Su Qingsheng and asked, Wife, have you prepared a gift for my father? Immediately regretting the question, he thought it inappropriate since she had not yet formally joined the family. Yet, Su Qingsheng was unperturbed. Subsequently, she successfully indulged in another plate of tender greens, feeling quite satisfied. After resting for a moment, she began performing some simple yoga poses to aid digestion. I have prepared it. When you were buying a car for your father, I already had it ready. Oh, what kind of gift? Jiang Chen inquired curiously. It's a secret for now. You will find out in due time. Su Qingsheng replied with a mysterious smile. Rest assured, it will definitely not bring you shame. Very well, Jiang Chen thought no further. Since his wife assured him she wouldn't bring him shame, he felt confident it would be so. After glancing at Su Qingsheng practicing yoga, another significant thought suddenly crossed my mind. I am, after all, a yoga master. My dear wife, are you engaging in yoga once again? Indeed. Shall we partake in it together? Together? Yes. Surely you have heard of couples yoga? I have recently researched some techniques online. Why don't we give it a try? How shall we attempt this? It's quite simple. Just follow my lead. Whatever I do, you shall replicate. Cool. Let us begin with a straightforward couples yoga pose. Chapter 73. It's over, my husband. I see little people. On that day, after Su Qingsheng applied the miraculous scar removal serum, not only did her external scars vanish, but the layers of wounds from her cesarean section had also completely healed. Moreover, there was an unexpected effect, one that, for now, only Su Qingsheng could truly appreciate. Wow, you look so adept. Where did you learn yoga? With Jiang Chen's involvement, Su Qingsheng's yoga practice swiftly escalated in difficulty, and under Jiang Chen's guidance, they ventured into couples yoga, which proved to be increasingly challenging. Su Qingsheng was utterly astonished. After all, she had been practicing yoga for many years, having met Song Mei through their shared passion. She possessed a solid foundation and understanding. In the presence of Jiang Chen, her yoga skills felt as rudimentary as a novice's. Clumsy and often misstepping, she found Jiang Chen to be more skilled than her previous yoga instructor, executing each pose with the grace of a true yoga master. Yet, despite her astonishment, she relished the experience immensely. She adored yoga, and with Jiang Chen's hands-on corrections and guidance, her progress was rapid, enabling her to attempt some of the more advanced poses she had previously shied away from, most of which she surprisingly succeeded at on her first try. If I told you I only started learning yoga recently, would you believe me? Jiang Chen chuckled. This was indeed the truth, as he had only recently become a yoga master. I believe you absolutely. Su Qingqing scoffed, unwilling to let the matter rest, finding it absurd that he claimed to have only just begun learning. The notion that Jiang Chen could achieve such proficiency without a decade or more of diligent practice and guidance from a master was laughable. However, it seems you possess a remarkable array of talents. Cooking, massage, childcare, and now yoga. Quite incredible. Su Qingchang counted off on her fingers, summarizing his skills. This is just the beginning. Jiang Chen boasted unabashedly. Your husband is multi-talented. No rush. You will gradually come to appreciate it. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, accompanied by a hint of disdain. Multi-talented? Gradually appreciate it? How audacious. Such self-praise was nothing more than a display of arrogance. What's wrong? You seem skeptical. Jiang Chen laughed, half serious, half joking. He couldn't help but flaunt his thick skin in front of his wife. I believe you, all right? But tell me, don't you think I resemble the legendary treasure boy? Self-praise, much like the old woman selling melons. Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes dramatically, as Jiang Chen beheld Su Qingqing's captivating and profoundly expressive demeanor. A wave of amusement washed over him. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, he might have succumbed to a delightful distraction. Once he regained his focus, he immersed himself in teaching once more. The more he instructed, the more astonished he became. Jiang Chen had developed his yoga skills with remarkable aptitude, almost as if enhanced by a system, swiftly emerging as a yoga master. However, Su Qingcheng was an entirely different case. Her innate talent was undeniable. She grasped concepts effortlessly, often learning independently, and, at times, she seemed to excel beyond formal instruction. Her flexibility and elongated, slender physique were reminiscent of a supple noodle, leaving one in awe. Witnessing her prowess, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly escalated the difficulty of their practice. They ventured through advanced poses such as the chair pose, flying whale, camel pose, bird pose, and the modified boat pose. Given it was Su Qingqing's first experience, Jiang Chen had reservations about the pace of his teaching. Yet, to his astonishment, she executed each pose flawlessly. Jiang Chen, as her partner, was utterly astounded. Truly, her extraordinary talent was unparalleled. After nearly half an hour of practicing couples yoga, Su Qingcheng, despite having recently undergone a cesarean section, found herself invigorated. With her wounds and scars fully healed, she immersed herself in the session, perspiring profusely before finally concluding the practice. Impressive indeed. Following their mutual admiration, Su Qingcheng, drenched in sweat, took a refreshing shower, while Jiang Chen, having barely broken a sweat, hurried towards their three little bundles of joy. The trio of small creatures had actually awakened, lying in their crib, nibbling on their hands, their bright, curious eyes scanning their surroundings. As they grew, their appetites expanded, consuming more and more, leaving Su Qingcheng feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, their active periods during the day had increased significantly. When the three little ones woke, it wasn't merely for sustenance or a diaper change. Rather, they were simply curious about the unfamiliar world around them, instinctively chewing on their hands and gazing about. Initially, there were no pressing concerns. However, as time passed, the trio began to fuss. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng completed their yoga session, and Jiang Chen approached to address their needs. What seems to be the matter, my little ones? Let Daddy see if you're hungry or in need of a change. With practiced ease, Jiang Chen assessed each baby's condition, changing their diapers. Since Su Qingcheng was still in the shower, he prepared formula for each one. As Su Qingcheng was preparing to return to work, the transition from breast milk to formula for their nourishment was inevitable. Shortly thereafter, the three little ones were satisfied and content. Jiang Chen then retrieved some jingling toys for them to play with. The babies, having developed some vision, instinctively reached out for the toys, their curiosity piqued. In a moment, the three little ones were playing joyfully, and Jiang Chen observed them with the contentment of a proud father. Suddenly, Su Qingcheng let out a startled cry from the bathroom. "Oh no!" she exclaimed, rushing out in a state of panic. "Darling, it's over. I saw a little person." Jiang Chen, Chapter 74. A pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years? Jiang Chen was initially engaged in playful antics with the 3 little ones when suddenly, Su Qingsheng burst forth from the bathroom, her face a picture of panic as she frantically sought refuge in his embrace, exclaiming that she had seen little people. Taken aback, he was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? You saw little people in the bathroom. Calm down. Speak slowly, Jiang Chen reassured her, but upon hearing her words, he immediately thought of the wild mushroom known as giant Shaoqing. His mind was a flurry of confusion. His wife had seen little people? Could it be? After consuming nearly 3 plates of giant Shaoqing, the effects were finally manifesting? Was she beginning to hallucinate visions of fairyland? But could that even be possible? His culinary skills were exceptional, bordering on divine mastery. Handling giant Shaoqing was a trivial task for him. Crafting a few dishes from it could never lead to poisoning. Even if she had consumed 10 plates, there would be no adverse effects. Yet, what was the situation at hand? Despite the confusion, there was an unexpected delight. Su Qingsheng, in her state of alarm, had dashed from the bathroom, and given the suddenness of the incident, she was naturally devoid of any fabric. Before him, in her arms, was a vision of pure whiteness. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Indeed, it was little people. I'm certain I saw little people. I suspect my overindulgence in giant Shaoqing combined with a vigorous yoga session triggered the little person syndrome, Suqingchen bablet incoherently. Then tell me, where did you see these little people? Just now in the bathroom. In the bathroom? Jiang Chen inquired, his brow furrowing. And now, do you still see them? No, not now. Su Qingsheng glanced around and shook her head. Not now. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. He could ascertain that whatever Su Qingsheng had witnessed, it was certainly not the result of giant Shaoqing-induced hallucinations. If one were to be poisoned by giant Shaoqing, the visions of little people would persist. It was implausible for little people to be present in the bathroom, yet absent elsewhere. Do not fear. I shall investigate the bathroom. Jiang Chen consoled her. All right, Su Qingsheng nodded, momentarily forgetting to inquire whether he too was afflicted by the little person syndrome. For if he were not, he would also see no little people upon entering the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, the first sight to greet him was an array of colorful garments and tiny clothes hung by Su Qingsheng. He cast a casual glance and was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, they seemed larger. All right. Jiang Chen steadied himself and searched for the elusive little people within the bathroom. Soon, he discovered what Su Qingsheng had described tucked away in a corner. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, calling for Su Qingsheng to come in. Come, have a look at what this truly is. I don't want to look. I'm scared. Scared of what? You could easily crush such little beings with a mere step-ah. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qingsheng stepped inside. Upon encountering the so-called little beings, she felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. For what she found was nothing more than a swarm of tiny insects resembling mosquitoes, far from the imagined little figures. Perhaps it was merely her nerves. The sight of countless creatures scurrying about filled her with dread, leading her to conjure the image of little beings. Su Qingsheng rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat sheepish. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with helplessness and disbelief. He mused to himself, has this girl truly become so foolish after a pregnancy? To mistake tiny flying insects for little beings while merely taking a shower? How utterly ridiculous! Nevertheless, her reaction revealed that deep down, she harbored a genuine fear of the so-called little beings associated with consuming poisonous plants, especially since she had indulged quite a bit, nearly devouring 3 large plates of the toxic delicacy all by herself. Although Jiang Chen had prepared the dish, and it was safe for her to eat in the moment, a subconscious fear lingered within her. Thus, at the slightest rustle, her senses heightened and she panicked, mistaking the faint sounds for ominous threats. The dim lighting in the bathroom only intensified her apprehension, leading her to believe she truly had encountered little beings. This phenomenon is akin to the proverbial shadow of a bough resembling a snake. What should she do next? Su Qingsheng, feeling exceedingly awkward, scratched her head. Well, rather the towel wrapped around her head due to her wet hair. What now? Naturally, we must eliminate them all, Jiang Chen declared. He found it puzzling that even in a luxury residence like Bai Ju, which was brand new, there were still tiny, flying insects. Yet considering they had wings, they might have simply flown in. Regardless of how they entered, extermination was imperative. Without further adu, Jiang Chen retrieved insect repellent and sprayed it liberally, swiftly dispatching a multitude of the pests. Seeing the remarkable effectiveness of the repellent, Su Qingsheng was eager to join in. "Let me give it a try." "Sure, no problem," Jiang Chen replied, glancing at her, his eyes playfully narrowed. "However, if you wish to take matters into your own hands, you must first do one thing." "What is that?" she inquired. "Hurry and put on some clothes. Otherwise, your presence before me, swaying as you are, is quite exhausting to behold." Beep. The host has eliminated pests for his wife, triggering a hidden reward. "Congratulations, the host has received 100,000 yuan. Days swiftly passed, and the day of Jiang Chen's father's birthday arrived. Both Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng had already coordinated with Song Mei, ensuring their presence today. Jiang Chen's gift was prepared and ready. The dealership had delivered the new 80 M7, with all paperwork completed. Jiang Chen had also utilized a one-click optimization feature to elevate the vehicle to its peak performance, ensuring it was sturdy, reliable, and sure to please his father. Su Qingqing, too, placed great importance on this visit to Jiang Chen's parents' home and had risen early to prepare. After applying a light makeup, she tried on outfit after outfit, yearning for something both exquisite and appropriate. With each ensemble, she sought Jiang Chen's opinion, and he consistently affirmed her beauty. While his words rang true, her natural grace and allure made even the most unflattering attire seem enchanting. Su Qingqing remained unsatisfied, suspecting that Jiang Chen was merely being courteous. Despite trying on more than a dozen outfits, she was still at a loss about which one to wear to her future mother-in-law's house. "Look at this. I just tried on so many clothes. Which one do you think is the most beautiful? Which outfit do you prefer on me?" In her frustration, Su Qingqing implored Jiang Chen for assistance once more. He glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you want me to speak the truth or fabricate a compliment?" "Of course the truth. Otherwise, why would I ask you?" "Very well then. To be completely candid, my favorite look on you is without any clothes." "Huh?" Su Qingsheng, initially filled with anticipation, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment upon hearing his response. She playfully glared at Jiang Chen, never expecting such an answer. "I knew you were incorrigible. You can't expect anything profound from you. And haven't you seen enough of me in that state?" Chapter 75. Thankfully, at least I didn't transform into Ultraman. In the western suburbs of Four Seas City, there lies an aged residential complex. In the old house of Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, early one morning, Jiang Dapeng found himself repeatedly glancing out from the balcony, eager to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing's arrival. Song Mei, witnessing this, felt a pang of disdain. "If our son said he would come, he will certainly arrive. Just look at your anxious demeanor. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. They've probably just finished breakfast." Furthermore, she added, "You never seemed this concerned about her son before. When he was home for just 2 days during his university break, you could hardly wait to send him off." "What do you know?" Jiang Dapeng chuckled. "It's not that I don't want that rascal around. I just wish to enjoy our couple-s time together. That boy, honestly, at his age, still running home during holidays, he is quite thoughtless." "Ugh, how shameless." Song Mei blushed, immediately retorting at Jiang Dapeng, "That is our son. You know, is there such a father who feels no compassion for his child? Who says I lack compassion? This very morning, who is the one incessantly peering out to see if his son has arrived?" Jiang Dapeng defended himself. "Fatherly love is steadfast. You wouldn't understand. Is that truly about checking on our son? I suspect it's more about your eagerness to see your grandchildren." Song Mei shot back, her words piercingly accurate. Jiang Dapeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly. "Is it not possible to desire to see both my son and my grandchildren? Their essay saying, grandparenting brings joy, so it's quite natural for me to be fond of my grandchildren. Besides, where do you think they come from? Aren't they born of our son? Thus, my affinity for our grandchildren is, in essence, a reflection of my affection for our son." "All right, you have a point." Song Mei feigned annoyance and then instructed Jiang Dapeng, "Let us tidy up the house. After all, it's an old place that hasn't been lived in for a while. Since Jiang Chen is visiting for the first time, we must ensure our old home appears presentable. Understood, Jiang Dapeng promptly replied, and together with Song Mei, they began to clean the house once more. For Jiang Dapeng's upcoming birthday, the originally planned venue was their new home gifted by Jiang Chen, the apartment by Swan Lake where the couple had lived for some time. They had no complaints about the house or the surrounding community. However, considering it was Qing Qing's first visit, they decided to hold the celebration in their old home. Though slightly worn, it was the place where Jiang Chen had grown up, holding immense sentimental value. After careful consideration, the couple resolved to celebrate the birthday in the old residence, emphasizing sincerity and allowing Qing Qing to gain a better understanding of Jiang Chen. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's childhood room remained intact, which Song Mei believed would intrigue Su Qing Qing. Time truly flies, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, that little rascal has grown up. I, Jiang Dapeng, am now 50 years old and have become a grandfather to 3 grandchildren. Indeed, just a few days ago, I dreamt of that little rascal as he was in his childhood, still wetting the bed in the middle of the night. I was furious when he soaked the freshly changed sheets. Suddenly waking up, I realized that a decade has passed, and both of us have now assumed the roles of grandparents. Speaking of us, how did we begin our romance back then? I recall it was through a blind date, wasn't it? Yes, it was indeed a blind date. It seems our relationship progressed quite rapidly after that. I remember you came home to meet my parents the very next day, right? Yes, but you must admit, it was rather cheeky of you. Cheeky me? What do you think? We had just met on that blind date, and you were already trying to hold my hand, having a few drinks, oblivious to your own age, and persistently dragging me into the grove. Was it really that indecent back then? Jiang Dapeng covered his face, feeling quite embarrassed. Cough, cough. Well, part of the reason must be that I am handsome and charming. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed me to hold your hand or agreed to go into the grove with me. Let us change the subject, shall we? By the way, I wonder if that little rascal will prepare a birthday gift for me this time. This little rascal has always relied on me to provide him with birthday gifts throughout his life, and if the gift doesn't meet his expectations, he throws a tantrum. Now that I'm getting older, he has graduated from university, has a wife and children of his own. I wonder if he will prepare a gift for me. But if he doesn't, it's no big deal. Sigh, after all, I owe him this in life. Look at what you're saying. Do you think our son is that inconsiderate? Hearing Jiang Dapeng's words, Song Mei shot him a glance and replied, to be honest, our son has already begun preparing a birthday gift for you since he heard your birthday was approaching. Jiang Dapeng was overjoyed. What gift is he preparing for me? I don't know. He didn't say, but he mentioned that once you see it, you will definitely love it. That's wonderful. That is splendid. Jiang Dapeng rubbed his hands together, instantly filled with joy. Meanwhile, Song Mei and her husband, especially Jiang Dapeng, were eagerly anticipating the occasion. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Su Qing Qing were tidying up, preparing to set off with the 3 little ones. Jiang Chen had already arranged for a chauffeur for the new M7 he was gifting his father, ready to drive over. Su Qing Qing ultimately chose a light blue dress. Simple yet elegant, appropriate and refreshing, complemented by a small bag. Jiang Chen admired her attire, silently praising how well his wife presented herself. However, he still felt a twinge of doubt. Didn't you say you were preparing a gift for my dad? Where is it? You didn't forget, did you? Of course I prepared it. Su Qing Qing smiled, patting her small bag. The gift is right in my bag. In your bag? Yes. Since his wife assured him that she had prepared it, Jiang Chen had nothing further to say. However, one cannot help but be curious about the gift the young lady has prepared. Before leaving, Jiang Chen selected a portion of the Jian Shouqing sent by Lu Wei, placing it into a bag to take home for his parents. After all, they could not possibly consume over 10 kilograms of Jian Shouqing on their own. It would be a delightful treat for his parents to savor. You're also preparing Jian Shouqing for your parents? Su Qing Qing exclaimed in surprise upon noticing. Aren't you afraid they might encounter a mischievous spirit? What is there to fear? As long as they follow the method I taught them, there will be no issues at all. But didn't I just encounter that mischievous spirit myself? Are you sure the one you encountered was a genuine spirit? Fortunately, At least it wasn't like those stories in the news where people turn into Ultraman to battle monsters after consuming Jian. Otherwise, our household would be in dire straits. Chapter 76. The playful teasing between lovers. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, fully aware that Jiang Chen was alluding to her. She had indeed seen the news about someone who, after consuming a particular herb, hallucinated and fancied themselves a superhero. That incident was genuine intoxication, resulting in vivid illusions. As for her own experience with the little figures, it stemmed from her heightened sensitivity and an underlying fear, leading to a situation where she mistook a swarm of tiny insects for those little beings, frightening herself in the process. Although it turned out to be a false alarm, a lingering sense of trepidation still resided within her. Nonetheless, she had to concede, as the big oaf had remarked, that after consuming so much of that herb, she had indeed suffered no ill effects at all. Children, Qingcheng, you have arrived. Welcome, Qingcheng. Welcome to our family's old residence. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, Song Mei and Jiang Daping hurried downstairs to greet them. After a warm welcome from Jiang Daping, he swiftly opened the car door, lifting each of the three little ones out with great care. "Oh, my little ancestors, how I missed you!" Jiang Daping exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "You all look even more adorable after these few days apart. Look at you, so chubby and cute. Come on, once we reach Grandpa's house, I will treat you all splendidly." Jiang Daping, unable to contain his affection for his grandchildren, beamed with delight as he placed the second and third babies gently into the stroller before turning to the eldest. Upon seeing the eldest child, his joy only intensified. "Ah, this is the eldest, the leader among these three little cuties. I remember very well the last time I changed your diaper. You soaked me thoroughly," he teased. "Now that you're at Grandpa's house, let us see if you dare to do it again, Dad. Is it truly your wish for your grandson to drench you once more? Aren't you embarrassed?" Jiang Chen remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at his father's words. "What do I have to be ashamed of regarding my own grandson? If he is willing to urinate on me again, it only signifies our bond," Jiang Daping retorted confidently. Jiang Chen could only shake his head, pondering if this was what they referred to as the affection of grandparents, a love so indulgent that it bordered on spoiling. If that little rascal dared to do such a thing to him, little rascal, my dear ancestor, could you refrain from such actions? Or perhaps wait until after you've eaten? That would be splendid. Indeed, such a young child could truly be a little tyrant. Not even the King of Heaven would be able to intervene. Qingcheng, you have become even more beautiful during these days apart. Song Mei approached Su Qingcheng, appraising her from head to toe, unable to contain her admiration. At that moment, Su Qingcheng, despite wearing only light makeup and a simple, elegant light blue dress, stood tall and graceful, exuding an enchanting charm. Even after years of acquaintance, Song Mei felt as though she were gazing upon a celestial being descended from the heavens. Utterly breathtaking. Well then, that rascal is indeed fortunate. Moreover, the fact that my dear friend has suddenly transformed into my daughter-in-law creates an extraordinary bond that deepens our connection. Meijia, please refrain from mocking me. I'm still the same as before. Upon hearing Song Mei's compliments, Su Qingcheng felt a tinge of shyness. If there has been any change in her since before, it is that motherhood has rendered her more mature and graceful, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Furthermore, ever since she began using that scar-reducing ointment and engaged in couples yoga, her skin appears to have improved significantly compared to before. Of course, all of this can be attributed to the efforts of that big oaf. Where's the mockery? I speak nothing but the truth. By the way, how has that little rascal been treating you lately? He hasn't bullied you, has he? No, he's been quite kind to me. That's good to hear. I trust he wouldn't dare. However, Qingcheng, consider this. Now that you have a child and live together, it's the perfect time to strengthen your relationship. Sometimes, allowing that little rascal to tease you a bit isn't such a bad idea. Tease him. A bit? Ahem. I mean the playful teasing that couples engage in. The playful teasing that couples engage in? Yes. That is precisely what I mean. You know, Song Mei's hints were somewhat vague. She genuinely feared that her dear son might be intimidated by her previous stern words, leading him to treat Su Qingcheng with excessive formality. thus preventing any intimacy between them. This was a conversation better suited for her son, so she decided to confide in her cherished friend instead. After all, her friend was slightly older, possessing a better understanding of boundaries and nuances, which would prevent them from merely exchanging pleasantries, creating an atmosphere devoid of couple-like intimacy. Su Qingcheng, upon hearing this, felt a mix of surprise and intrigue. Was her dear friend, the mother of that big oaf, subtly alluding to matters pertaining to their marital relationship? With Song Mei's subsequent straightforwardness, Su Qingcheng understood perfectly what the playful teasing between couples entailed. However, did she really need such reminders? Did she require this roundabout hinting? Her big oaf had an innate understanding of such matters and was certainly capable of far more than what was implied. Seeing that her friend grasped the underlying meaning, Song Mei felt her earlier concerns were not in vain. With a cheerful demeanor, she eagerly exclaimed, "Qingcheng, what are we doing chatting out here? Let us hurry back to the house." The Jiang family's old residence is located in a decades-old neighborhood, where neighbors are quite familiar with one another. Upon seeing Jiang Daping return with a stunningly beautiful wife and 3 adorable triplets, the neighbors immediately came out to greet them, expressing their surprise and admiration. Many inquired about Jiang Chen, to which he politely responded. After the Jiang family ascended to their home, the neighbors remained in a state of astonishment and disbelief. Is this truly the bride that Jiang Chen has brought home? Goodness, how exceptionally handsome he is, far more captivating than the actresses in television dramas. Not only his wife. Have you seen their little baby? Chubby and fair-skinned, especially the triplets. Indeed, triplets. It's been decades since anything like this has occurred in our area. My word, is the Jiang family's ancestral grave emitting green smoke or something? Just look at Jiang Chen. In his youth, he was quite the troublemaker, nearly becoming a little delinquent, and was once brought in for a chat with the authorities. Back in those days, who in our neighborhood hadn't witnessed his mischief? When he got into trouble, his father, Jiang Daping, would chase him around the community with a belt. Who could argue otherwise? At that time, many thought he was doomed, and Jiang Daping and his wife even contemplated having another child yet. Who could have predicted that this young man not only turned his life around, but also successfully entered university? He has just graduated and already has a wife and children, with a rare blessing of triplets. Not just a family, but he seems to be thriving in his career as well. Did you notice that car parked over there? It's a BMW X7. What? A BMW X7? My heavens! That vehicle doesn't come cheap. It must be worth nearly $2 million. Chapter 77. The young heifer takes the train. Utterly impressive, the neighborhood was abuzz with astonishment as they witnessed Jiang Chen, the young man from the Jiang family. Fresh out of university, already blessed with a beautiful wife and triplet children. To top it off, he drove a luxurious BMW X7 worth $2 million. The residents could hardly contain their amazement. This lad has truly made something of himself. After all, they had watched Jiang Chen grow up. Well aware of how unreliable and mischievous he had once been, often getting into trouble and associating with unsavory characters, nearly derailing his future. Yet, their astonishment did not end there. You might not be aware that Jiang Daping and his wife, Song Mei, recently relocated to Swan Lake. They only returned for a couple of days to celebrate Jiang Daping's birthday. At this point, a man known as Uncle San, an old acquaintance of Jiang Daping, chimed in, further shocking the crowd with his revelations. What? They moved to Swan Lake? Remarkable. The properties there are highly sought after in our city, known for their light luxury and fashionable design. Nowadays, young couples aspire to own homes in that area. If you don't buy a place, your mother-in-law might not be pleased. Indeed, the couple must have made a significant investment. A single unit cost between $2 to $3 million. But what is the big deal? The property at Swan Lake was a gift from their son, Jiang Chen, so of course, they will be delighted to reside there. What? Jiang Chen gifted it? They exclaimed in disbelief. It's only natural for Jiang Chen, driving a BMW X7, to give his parents a home worth $2 to $3 million. Uncle San continued, and do you know where Jiang Chen and his wife currently reside? I only found out because Jiang Daping let it slip. The crowd leaned in, eager for more. Uncle San, spare us the suspense, and tell us already. Yes, please. Where do Jiang Chen and his wife live? Don't tell me they are at Bishi residence. That's the most luxurious and upscale community in our city. Seeing their anxious expressions, Uncle San savored the moment. After taking a sip of goji berry-infused water from his thermos and clearing his throat, he finally revealed, indeed, Jiang Chen and his wife currently reside at Bishi residence, and they purchased the property outright. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent, many gasping in disbelief. Although 4C City bore the title of city, it was akin to a county in size. For most people, owning property in Swan Lake represented an ideal, almost a pinnacle of achievement, as 2 to 3 million is a substantial sum in a city with an average cost of living. It is common for couples to deplete their finances to buy a home there. As for Bishi residence, it existed on an entirely different plane. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare to dream of it. Property prices rivaled those in first-tier cities, with prices nearing 100,000 per square meter, and any unit would start in the millions, attracting only the affluent and elite. The fact that Jiang Chen is able to purchase a property in Bihue residence, and that he did so outright, indicates that this young man is truly extraordinary. To put it more bluntly, Jiang Chen is not merely a small calf riding the train with remarkable bravado. He is akin to a young cow entering a bull's den, truly impressive. The neighbors were momentarily rendered speechless by Uncle San's remarks. Concurrently, they couldn't help but reflect on their own children, contrasting them with Jiang Chen, who almost became a troublemaker. Their children, once exemplary students praised by teachers, had been the pride of their parents, who harbored grand aspirations for them. Now, having graduated from university, some found themselves in respectable positions, either successfully pursuing further studies at prestigious double first-class universities or securing jobs in major cities with monthly salaries of tens of thousands. Others had entered civil service, obtaining stable positions that brought honor to their families, allowing them to speak with newfound confidence. Yet, when compared to Jiang Chen, who graduated and immediately acquired a BMW X7, purchased a home in Bihue residence outright, and even had a wife and children, 3 of them, no less, it was best not to even mention their accomplishments. In the old Jiang family home, a warm and joyful atmosphere prevailed. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei welcomed their son, his fiancée Yi, and 3 grandchildren, their happiness palpable. With Jiang Dapeng celebrating his birthday, the wrinkles accumulated over the years seemed to disappear, and he appeared rejuvenated, beaming with delight at his grandchildren. As soon as they arrived, he embraced them warmly, and upon entering the house, he picked them up again, unable to contain his affection. Song Mei, seeing this, shot him an annoyed glance, prompting Jiang Dapeng to finally set the little ones down. However, as soon as he did, Song Mei scooped them up, ensuring not a single one was left out. "Mom and Dad, I'll just leave this fruit on the table," Jiang Chen announced. He had brought a large assortment of pricey fruits that his parents loved but seldom indulged in. "Yes, just put it on the table," Song Mei replied. "You little rascal. Look at you. You bring Tingcheng and the grandchildren here, and your father and I are already thrilled. Why buy fruit as well?" While she feigned annoyance, she busied herself washing the fruit and bringing it to the living room. "Exactly. Why did you buy so many expensive fruits? We won't be able to finish them," Jiang Dapeng chimed in, echoing Song Mei, both pretending to complain while their expressions betrayed their joy. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Throughout his life, he had never bought gifts for his parents, not even something as simple as fruit. He had always been the one receiving. However, he resolved that such circumstances would change moving forward. "Oh, what is this?" Jiang Dapeng exclaimed, noticing the bag containing the prized Jian Shouqing. "Uncle, this is Jian Shouqing from Yunnan," Su Tingxing explained. "Jian Shouqing? From Yunnan? Is it the kind of mushroom that causes one to encounter little spirits?" Jiang Dapeng immediately grasped the situation, as the infamous name Jian Shouqing had become deeply ingrained in public consciousness due to frequent news coverage. "Yes, it is indeed that type of mushroom," Su Qingxiang explained with a smile. However, Jiang Chen knew how to prepare it. Following his instructions would undoubtedly lead to a flawless dish. "All right then," Jiang Dapeng nodded. He was aware that Jian Shouqing was a delicacy, yet if not cooked properly, it could result in poisoning. Nonetheless, his son was exceptionally skilled in the kitchen, and if he assured that there would be no issue, then there certainly would be none. Later, the elderly couple found themselves in the living room, entertaining their grandchildren and engaging in conversation with Jiang Chen and Su Qingxing. Subsequently, they made their way to the kitchen to commence preparing lunch. This meal was not only a family gathering, but also a celebration for Jiang Dapeng's birthday. Since it was Su Qingxing's first visit, the banquet was particularly lavish. The menu and ingredients had been prepared by the elderly couple 2 days prior. However, upon entering the kitchen, the once cheerful Jiang Dapeng wore a furrowed brow. "Did you not say, you rascal, that you prepared a birthday gift for me? Where's the gift? All I see the young couple brought are some fruits and a few pounds of giant Shaoqing. Surely, this cannot be my birthday present?" Jiang Dapeng felt somewhat disheartened. While he claimed not to mind, after all, it was his child, and whether or not a birthday gift was given was inconsequential, he still felt a hint of disappointment. If they did not bring a gift or merely offered some fruits and giant Shaoqing, it would naturally not lift his spirits. Why must you, as a father, be so anxious? What is there to compare with your own child? Are the fruits and giant Shaoqing not gifts from our son and Qingchen? Song Mei, his wife, queried with a touch of confusion. Yet, when it came to choosing between their son and her husband, she naturally favored her son. Exactly. What kind of father nitpicks with his own child? Besides, I noticed those fruits were quite expensive. They must be worth at least 200 or 300 yuan. And as for that giant Shaoqing, by market price, even a pound would cost no less than 200 yuan, and for higher quality, it could easily reach 400 or 500 yuan per pound. That package of giant Shaoqing must weigh around 3 pounds. Just calculate. The total for the fruits and giant Shaoqing would surely amount to over 1,000 yuan. A birthday gift worth over 1,000 yuan? And you still want more? Very well. Then, listening to Song Mei's words, Jiang Dapeng rubbed his forehead. Realistically, a gift worth over 1,000 yuan is no small matter. Considering those fruits and giant Shaoqing, he indeed would not have splurged like that on his own. His son's efforts were commendable. Moreover, one could not be certain that other families had children as considerate as theirs. Jiang Dapeng began to console himself, and his heart felt considerably lighter. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Qingcheng entered the kitchen and overheard their conversation. Chapter 78. Rest assured, my son, it is not the 7 wolves. On her inaugural visit to her in-law's home, despite being good friends with her future mother-in-law, she felt somewhat out of place lounging in the living room, watching television. Hence, she ventured into the kitchen, intending to offer her assistance. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng enter, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng promptly rose to their feet. However, upon hearing her desire to help, they unanimously insisted on sending her back out of the kitchen. "Qingcheng, you should just relax. It's merely a meal. We can manage just fine." "Indeed, Qingcheng, you ought to take it easy. There are 3 little ones that need your attention. We truly have it under control." Had it been Jiang Chen who came in, Song Mei and her husband might not have reacted this way, especially since their son's culinary skills had significantly improved, and they would have welcomed more dishes from him. But with Su Qingcheng, it was imperative to send her away. It would be inappropriate for the future daughter-in-law to work on her first visit. Su Qingcheng exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate they insisted she leave. Had they permitted her to showcase her skills, it would have been quite embarrassing, as her cooking prowess was such that even frying an egg could result in a char disaster. However, recalling the conversation she overheard brought a smile to her lips, and she quietly shared it with Jiang Chen. At that moment, he was engaged in a battle of wits with 3 little rascals. Initially, the trio had been quite subdued during the journey, but upon arriving at the Jiang family home, they suddenly became lively, particularly after being cradled by their grandparents. Jiang Chen exerted considerable effort, changing diapers, feeding them, making silly faces, and singing nursery rhymes to finally soothe the 3 little ones. As the lullabies filled the air, their cries subsided, and they drifted off to sleep. When he turned back to hear Su Qingcheng's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that his grandfather was rather eager for his birthday present. Fortunately, he was indeed prepared. He had initially intended to unveil the gift during dinner to surprise his grandfather, but seeing his excitement, Jiang Chen decided to reveal it immediately, sparing him from unnecessary speculation. "Dad, I have prepared a birthday gift for you." Jiang Chen strode into the kitchen and addressed Jiang Dapeng. Understood," Jiang Dapeng replied casually, thinking it was merely fruit and some greens, which he was already aware of. Dad, my gift is likely rather unique. I have prepared this for you. Jiang Chen produced the key to the new Wenjia M7 vehicle. Understood. Jiang Dapeng continued to chop vegetables, not lifting his head, while internally reflecting that, of course, it was different. Who else would present fruit and greens for a birthday? At that moment, Song Mei glanced up, surprised, and nudged Jiang Dapeng with her elbow. It was only then that he looked up and noticed what Jiang Chen was holding, staring in astonishment. A car key? Indeed, Dad. Your birthday gift is a car. The old Volkswagen that has been with us for a decade is due for a replacement, Jiang Chen exclaimed, thrusting the car keys into Jiang Dapeng's hands. No, absolutely not. What is wrong with the old Volkswagen after 10 years? It's still perfectly drivable, Jiang Dapeng protested. Oh, you rascal. If I wanted to change cars, I could buy one myself. Why waste so much money on something that can't be consumed or enjoyed? His heart swelled with mixed emotions. He had resigned himself to the notion that his son would only gift him expensive fruits and other modest tokens for his birthday. But to his astonishment, his son had presented him with a car. Good heavens, was the sun rising in the west? To be honest, that old Volkswagen had served him well for a decade. While it had no major issues, it was plagued by minor inconveniences, such as the broken air conditioning that had made driving a torment. He had long considered upgrading to a new vehicle, but out of financial prudence, he had hesitated. Little did he expect that on his birthday, his son would gift him a new car. Although he was elated, as a father, he maintained a facade of composure, repeatedly declining the offer with firm resolve. However, his son's relentless enthusiasm and insistence on placing the keys in his hands made it difficult to refuse, and eventually, Jiang Dapeng reluctantly accepted the gift. Once he had the keys, his heart was ablaze with joy. Son, have all the formalities for the car been completed? Yes, indeed. The car is parked not far from here. See? That one over there. The purchase agreement and paperwork are all inside. Oh, splendid. By the way, what brand is this vehicle? It's a domestically produced new energy car, the Wenjia New M7. Domestic? That's wonderful. The quality of domestic cars has greatly improved. Unlike in our time, when the quality was appalling and options were limited to foreign brands, things are vastly different now. Domestic cars are certainly on par with their foreign counterparts. Jiang Dapeng spoke with excitement. Had he not been mindful of his status as an elder, striving to remain composed and not act impulsively like the youth, he would have rushed downstairs to take the new car for a spin. Yet, an opportunity soon arose. Upon seeing the new car, Song Mei chided her son for spending extravagantly, yet she was also pleased. However, as she returned to the kitchen, she realized they were out of cilantro, green onions, and ginger, and needed to buy more. Jiang Chen, eager to assist, offered to go with Su Qingsheng to the nearby market, but before they could set out, Jiang Dapeng swiftly interjected, "Never mind, you two stay at home. I will go." Without finishing his sentence, he hurriedly made his way to the door. Understanding his urgency, Song Mei cautioned him. The market is only a couple of 100 meters away. Don't show off by taking the new car. Understood. I want to drive. Jiang Dapeng replied, already rushing out the door. Not drive? How could that be possible? Please, this is the new car my son gifted me. I wouldn't hesitate to drive to the market, even if it is merely a couple of 100 meters away. If I could, I'd take my son's new car for a midnight trip to the restroom. Song Mei stepped onto the balcony and indeed spotted Jiang Dapeng eagerly admiring the new vehicle. She shook her head with a smile, unable to suppress her amusement. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, so this is the authentic Jiang Dapeng. Mom, what gift did you prepare for Dad's birthday? Jiang Chen suddenly inquired. Although she often teased her husband, Song Mei was meticulous in selecting birthday presents for him each year, ranging from hand-knit scarves and gloves in the earlier days to mobile phones and sunglasses in recent years. This year, as her husband turned 50, she wondered what special gift she would prepare. Indeed, Meijia, what surprise do you have for Uncle? Since he's not here at the moment, it wouldn't hurt to give him a delightful surprise. Su Qingsheng chimed in. Her curiosity piqued about what her future mother-in-law would gift her future father-in-law. Oh, I haven't really prepared any grand surprises. After all, we have been married for decades. My gifts are typically quite practical. With both of them asking, Song Mei felt no need to keep her plans hidden. Her son had gifted his father a new car, which brought her immense joy. Reflecting on how her son had grown up and still remembered his parents, even after earning his own income, her heart swelled with happiness. She promptly entered the bedroom to retrieve the gift she had prepared in advance. My gift is primarily practical, and it's reasonably priced at exactly 1,000 yuan. As Song Mei spoke, she opened the gift box. Curious, Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng hurriedly leaned in to see, only to discover that the gift was, astonishingly, a belt. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable urge to flee. Fortunately, Song Mei quickly realized and called out to him, "Don't worry, son. It's not a Seven Wolves belt." Chapter 79. Not expensive? Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Merely a few million. Upon discovering the belt, Song Mei's first instinct was to flee, nearly stifling a laugh. "Oh, what a splendid son I have. This is a gift I bestowed upon your father. You have grown so much, with a wife and children of your own. Whether the belt is from Kipling or not, how could your mother and father ever use it to chastise you again?" Seeing this, Su Qingsheng could not contain her amusement, bursting into laughter. It appears that the clumsy oaf's words were not unfounded. The two friends exchanged glances filled with mirth, while Jiang Chen could only sigh in exasperation. "Ah, has it truly been so arduous for me all these years?" Jiang Daping ventured out to procure some groceries. Merely a couple of 100 meters from the market, intending to buy ingredients like cilantro and scallions. Yet, he lingered outside for nearly an hour. It goes without saying that he was parading around in his new car, taking a few laps, flaunting it to his old pals before finally returning. Fortunately, there was no rush for dinner, and given that it was his birthday, Song Mei merely cast a glance at his cheerful demeanor upon his return and let it slide. "Mom and Dad, let me assist with the cooking at noon." Jiang Chen eagerly offered to lend a hand in the kitchen. In the past, Song Mei and her husband would have promptly shooed him away, but things were different now. The last time they dined at Jiang Chen's home, a simple cucumber salad had left Jiang Daping yearning for more. "Alahite, son, come and prepare a few dishes, and be sure to make plenty of cucumber salad." "Absolutely, no problem. Why settle for just cucumber salad? This time, I shall prepare a few more exquisite dishes. Well then, I shall make 2 plates of cucumber salad and 3 dishes of fresh green vegetables." "Splendid. It is settled." As Jiang Chen ventured into the kitchen to assist, Su Qingsheng, as the future daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, did not wish to appear idle, so she also offered to help. However, it came as no surprise that she was promptly ushered out by Song Mei and her husband. In the end, though, she was not left without a task. Song Mei assigned her the job of washing scallions and cilantro, as well as peeling garlic. Su Qingsheng approached her tasks with utmost seriousness. With the collective efforts of the family, the birthday feast for Jiang Daping was finally prepared, featuring both dishes made by Jiang Chen and Song Mei, approximately 20 delectable creations, encompassing land, sea, and air. For a gathering of merely 4 adults, the feast was nothing short of extravagant. Dishes included scallion salad with century egg, tofu with tender greens, sweet and sour pork, salt-baked clams, stir-fried prawns, boiled pork slices, scallion stir-fried sea cucumber, herb-roasted fish, crispy fried calamari, steamed hairy crab, chicken stewed with mushrooms, roasted pigeon with rib kelp soup, longevity noodles, and 2 plates of cucumber salad accompanied by 3 variations of fresh vegetables, braised fresh greens, kung pao red fresh greens, and fresh greens stir-fried with cured meat. Since it was held at home, Jiang Daping was not particular. He hadn't prepared longevity peaches or cared much for cake, and thus a bowl of longevity noodles sufficed. "Today marks my 50th birthday. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my beloved wife, my son, the enchanting Qingsheng, and the 3 adorable little ones for celebrating my birthday with me. I am truly elated and must also express my sincere appreciation for the birthday gift for my son. To be honest, Father is exceedingly fond of it. Well, I shall refrain from saying more. Let's indulge in our libations. Cheers! Cheers!" As the guest of honor at the birthday banquet, Jiang Daping rose to his feet, his face aglow with joy and vigor, raising his glass to share a few words. The others, in turn, stood and lifted their glasses, clinking them with Jiang Daping's. "Happy birthday, Daping. Happy birthday, Dad. Happy birthday, Uncle." In the glasses of the 4, Jiang Daping and Jiang Chen had liquor, while Song Mei and Su Qingsheng enjoyed Sprite. Let us feast. Everyone dig in. After the toast, Jiang Dapeng eagerly picked up his chopsticks, his gaze sweeping over the abundant array of delectable dishes. His chopsticks swiftly snatched up the 2 cucumber dishes he had requested, but then he dove straight into a plate of stir-fried cured meat. Upon tasting it, he was momentarily taken aback. This truly is a taste of divine indulgence. Once he regained his senses, he felt as though the exquisite flavors might overwhelm him. Ah, this stir-fried meat is indeed delightful. The young lad has some culinary skills. Among the many dishes, several were Song Mei's specialties, such as sweet and sour pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and pork rib soup with kelp, dishes Jiang Chen had savored since childhood. Song Mei made a point to serve these dishes to Su Qingsheng. Upon realizing this, relished them wholeheartedly, leaving her plate impeccably clean. Dapeng, happy birthday. This is my gift to you this year. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, and Song Mei promptly presented her prepared birthday gift, a belt from Jinli. She had grown accustomed to referring to him as Dapeng during their initial meetings. Even when Jiang Dapeng had pulled her into a secluded grove, she had called him Dapeng. After all these years, it had become second nature. As for terms of endearment like husband, they were reserved for certain occasions. She simply could not bring herself to use such terms in front of others, especially in the presence of her son and prospective daughter-in-law. Jiang Dapeng, however, remained unabashed, as Song Mei would put it. Ever since their excursion into the grove, he had consistently addressed her as wife, even in public. Oh, a belt. Thank you, my dear wife. Thank you, Jiang Dapeng exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight upon seeing the belt. A Jinli belt. Quite nice. It wasn't too expensive, was it? No, it was just around 1,000. 1,000 is hardly cheap. That's quite a sum, you know. My entire outfit, including a belt, doesn't even amount to 1,000. Jiang Dapeng grumbled playfully, yet he accepted the belt with a grin. After receiving the belt, he couldn't resist casting a proud glance at his son. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, Dad, you could just accept the belt without looking at me. Su Qingsheng observed the interaction. Unable to contain herself, she stifled a soft laugh. After a moment of mirth, she retrieved a finely crafted black box from her small bag, rose to her feet, and addressed Jiang Dapeng, Happy birthday, uncle. This is a gift from me. As she spoke, she extended the small box towards him. Jiang Dapeng was inwardly delighted. This year, he had indeed received gifts from both mother and son. His wife had bestowed upon him a leather belt worth 1,000 yuan, while his son had gifted him a new car. Quite splendid. Suddenly, witnessing Su Qingsheng stand to present him with a gift caused him a moment of surprise. How did this come about? He hurriedly stood as well, thinking that receiving a gift from his son was already quite satisfactory, and he had never anticipated that Su Qingsheng had also prepared something for him. Dad, just accept it. Jiang Chen, catching sight of the Patek Philippe insignia on the box, immediately recognized that Su Qingsheng had gifted him a jade watch, undoubtedly of considerable value. Though astonished, he found it somewhat expected. It seemed that his little daughter-in-law was indeed extraordinary, truly a wealthy woman. If she were to compare her spending to the price of the new car his son had purchased, would it not imply that this watch was worth, at the very least, several 100,000? Perhaps even, if one were to exaggerate, millions? Although Jiang Chen was not currently in need of money, he was still slightly taken aback. Just accept it. Seeing her son's insistence, Song Mei exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingsheng and added, Given that Su Qingsheng is to be your daughter-in-law and is younger, it is only appropriate for her to present you with a gift. Very well. It seems Qingsheng has gone to great lengths. Jiang Dapeng replied courteously, accepting the gift. As he took the small box, he felt an unexpected weight to it, despite it being merely a watch. Oh no, uncle, you're being too polite. It's just a watch, really not expensive at all. Su Qingsheng responded with a cheerful smile. Jiang Chen, overhearing this, glanced at his wife, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not expensive? Indeed, it was merely a Patek Philippe watch, worth only hundreds of thousands, or perhaps millions. Chapter 80. I'm still not fully recovered. Jiang Dapeng was overjoyed, having received 3 gifts from his wife, son, and future daughter-in-law. He seized his son, and they indulged in a round of drinks, 7 or 8 to be precise. Song Mei, equally elated, produced a large red envelope, standing up with a beaming smile. Jiang Chen, we are good sisters, and I must speak frankly. You're with my son, and you've blessed me and Jiang Dapeng with 3 lovely grandchildren. I am immensely satisfied with this. Our bond can be likened to that of family. However, we must adhere to the customary formalities. Since this is your first visit to our home, I, as your future mother-in-law, must present you with a token of welcome. She extended the envelope towards her. Surprised by Song Mei's gesture, Jiang Chen was taken aback, having never encountered such a situation before. Helplessly, she glanced at Jiang Chen, seeking his guidance through her expression. Take it. This is a tradition here, a sign of acknowledgement from the future mother-in-law to her daughter-in-law. Jiang Chen chuckled. Oh. Jiang Chen's cheeks flushed as she accepted the envelope. Thank you, Mei Jie. Still calling me Mei Jie? Song Mei inquired with a smile. Then, what should I call you? Should I call you Mom? Jiang Chen hesitated, wondering if receiving the welcome gift warranted such a title. Wasn't he that customary? Song Mei gazed at her with eager anticipation. Mom, Jiang Chen and I haven't officially tied the knot yet. It's not the right time for me to change how I address you, Jiang Chen reminded, noticing his mother's eagerness to assume the role of a mother-in-law. Oh, look at me. I'm just too eager to be a mother, Song Mei exclaimed, slapping her forehead as realization dawned upon her. She smiled apologetically at Jiang Chen. But dear, one day you must call me Mom, right? Of course. On the day Jiang Chen and I get married, I shall certainly address you as Mom. Jiang Chen replied sweetly. Yet, beneath her cheerful demeanor, she couldn't help but ponder how Song Mei had urged her to pursue a relationship with her son, emphasizing that even if she ended up with that big pig's hoof, they'd still keep their respective lives separate. Now it seemed she was all too eager to embrace the role of my mother. Is this truly you, my dear friend of many years? Hearing Jiang Chen's response, Song Mei was overwhelmed with joy and a sense of achievement. All right, I shall await the day you marry my son. As the birthday banquet progressed, the cake Jiang Chen had ordered arrived. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei thought that since they were at home, formality was unnecessary. Longevity noodles would suffice. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen had secretly arranged for a grand cake. Upon its arrival, Jiang Dapeng feigned disdain, but the broad smile on his face betrayed his delight. In the midst of laughter and merriment, the birthday celebrant, Jiang Dapeng, blew out the candles and made a wish, then proceeded to cut the cake for everyone. Jiang Chen transformed into the family photographer, seizing the moment to capture numerous photos of his parents, wife, and children. It is inevitable to have family selfies. Capturing moments with the parents and their 3 little ones, as well as snapshots of Song Mei and her close friend Jiang Chen. There are also pictures of Jiang Chen and the 3 little ones. Jiang Dapeng, perhaps a bit tipsy from drinking, suddenly became vain. He insisted on having Jiang Chen take several photos of his new waist belt and wristwatch. Jiang Chen complied without hesitation. Afterward, the family engaged in a game of poker, playing do di ju. Among the old friends, they were nearly unbeatable during their leisurely games, so Jiang Dapeng entered with great confidence. However, unexpected turns awaited him. In the initial 4 rounds, Jiang Chen, as the landlord, won 3 times, while Jiang Chen won once. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, the elderly couple, didn't win a single round. Let us go again. I refuse to believe this. As the next round commenced, Jiang Chen was again the landlord, and the 3 teamed up against him. Jiang Chen had a strong hand. In the end, he revealed his cards, 1 bomb and 4 threes. Yet, Jiang Chen also revealed her hand, which was even better, consisting of 4 twos and 2 kings. You little rascal, let us see how you win this time. Jiang Dapeng felt smug, holding a poor hand, but he thought it didn't matter since Jiang Chen had 4 twos accompanied by 2 kings. There's no way I can lose. However, to Jiang Dapeng's astonishment, Jiang Chen played her cards, 3 twos with 2 kings. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, glancing at his wife, and without hesitation declared, for 3s, bomb. Jiang Chen won again. Jiang Dapeng was left speechless. Song Mei was equally astonished. How can this be played this way? Clearly, 4 twos with 2 kings should have guaranteed a win. yet she played 3 twos with 2 kings instead. What kind of strategy is this? Qingqing, what are you doing? Why play like that? Song Mei, having lost another round, couldn't help but exclaim, questioning Su Qingqing. I didn't do anything. I just saw that Jiang Chen wanted to win, so I let him win. Su Qingqing replied with a sweet smile. Both Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng were caught off guard by a Su Qingqing's response. Great, just a game of cards, and we're being bombarded with dog food. They sighed, having filled their stomachs as well. How absurd. After a while of playing cards and chatting, the 3 little ones awoke, immediately starting to cry. Jiang Chen approached, realizing they were hungry. Don't worry, little ones. I'm here to feed you. He pushed the stroller into his bedroom, with Su Qingqing following closely behind. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng understood the situation and did not disturb them, attending to their own matters. Jiang Chen's bedroom was where he had grown up, and though a bit dated, the items and decor were well kept. Fortunately, Song Mei had tidied up in advance, so it was quite neat and clean. Across from her were 3 famished little divine beasts. Su Qingqing quickly began to nurse them, one at a time, while Jiang Chen placed a pacifier in the mouth of the remaining one, who suckled contentedly without a fuss. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen opened the red envelope gifted by his mother to Su Qingqing and counted its contents. How much is inside? Su Qingqing inquired with concern. Altogether, it amounts to 888 yuan. 888? What an auspicious number. It signifies our fortune. Su Qingqing exclaimed with delight. However, there are other implications as well, he added. What other implications? It implies that my mother hopes we continue to strive, aiming for a set of quadruplets in the next round. I refuse to be a mother pig. Su Qingqing playfully glared at Jiang Chen. As they exchanged banter, the 3 little ones finished their meals and lay comfortably in bed, each adorably content, a sight to behold. Suddenly, Su Qingqing noticed Jiang Chen leaning closer, his hand reaching out toward her. She couldn't help but be startled. What was this big oaf planning? Had his primal instincts surged unexpectedly? Surely not. What are you doing? My womb hasn't fully recovered yet. Su Qingqing exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Chapter 81. Can you not provoke me, yet still avoid me? Su Qingqing found herself in a state of disarray, pondering the fact that this was the territory of the big pig hoof. It was his childhood bedroom. If he desired, how could she possibly resist? In truth, she would be unable to withstand him anywhere. However, the location was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the rather overt actions of the big pig hoof at present. Jiang Chen, observing the situation, exclaimed, What are you doing? I'm merely helping you fasten your buttons, all right? You can't just be flaunting yourself in broad daylight after nursing the baby. How indecorous. As he spoke with righteous fervor, he meticulously assisted Su Qingqing in fastening her blouse. Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Did I forget to button up? Is that what you think? So should I be thanking you then? Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Jiang Chen replied, maintaining his gaze forward as he secured the buttons for Su Qingqing, dismissing her earlier insinuation of any lingering effects. Am I really that kind of person? Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson. How dare he? This big pig hoof. She had merely finished nursing the baby and had not yet had the chance to button up. Yet here he was, playing the role of the Good Samaritan. The entire afternoon passed with Su Qingqing remaining indoors. Due to a sudden work commitment, Jiang Dapeng was called in to work overtime, leaving Song Mei with a quieter household. She had initially planned to take Su Qingqing and the 3 little ones downstairs for a stroll, perhaps to chat with the neighbors. However, upon noticing Su Qingqing's reluctance to venture out and recalling the incessant chatter of the elderly neighbors, Jiang Chen did not press the matter. Instead, he took the 3 little ones downstairs with his mother. In the community, a group of elderly individuals often gathered, particularly when it was a holiday and their children were absent, leaving them with idle time. Thus, they would frequently congregate to chat, play cards, and engage in leisurely pastimes. Naturally, gossiping about each other's families was also a common occurrence. As Jiang Chen and his entourage descended, a group of chatty aunties immediately approached upon spotting them. Wow, Song Mei, your triplet of a dragon and phoenix is quite the achievement. Indeed, it's a rare sight in our neighborhood, something we haven't seen in decades. Triplets are wonderful, but they must be quite the financial burden to raise, do you not understand? One son and two daughters is like having a construction bank and two commercial banks. Song Mei's family must be overjoyed. Absolutely. Speaking candidly, your son possesses remarkable capabilities. Indeed, although the birth of multiples is largely determined by the mother, the father must contribute significantly as well. Song Mei, I find your son quite impressive. Youthful, robust, and full of vigor. Not too bad, I suppose. As the compliments flowed from the elderly ladies, Song Mei feigned humility, casting a mildly disdainful glance at Jiang Chen. Yet, deep down, her heart was filled with joy. In this day and age, who does not relish sweet words? It is yet another occasion of praising one's own son. Furthermore, how can my son not be exceptional? Not only has he blessed me with 3 delightful grandchildren, but he has also managed to ensnare the affections of my longtime confidant, which is nothing short of impressive. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood nearby, nearly stumbling at the effusive praise from the matrons. How could they utter such flattery about this young lad? For heaven's sake, if you must extol someone, could you refrain from doing so in my presence? I am right here beside you. It has been many years, yet their tongues remain as adept as everlasts. What can one expect from these ants? If I cannot confront them, can I not at least evade them? Pushing the stroller, Jiang Chen sought to escape, deciding to take a stroll outside the community. However, a throng of matrons swiftly surrounded him. Jiang Chen, do you truly reside in Bishui? Is it true that your car is worth over 2 million? Surely, it cannot be a rental, can it? And did you indeed purchase the house by Swan Lake for your parents? Jiang Chen, how did you suddenly amass such wealth? You Haventee resorted to bank robbery, have you? Indeed, my child, Fan Xiaojun, has always been a scholar, excelling in his studies. Yet now, even after graduating from a prestigious university and working diligently, he only earns 300,000 a year, enduring the infamous 996 work schedule. The matrons clamored, bombarding Jiang Chen with questions. There was no escaping their curiosity. Having heard of Jiang Chen's accomplishments since morning, many of them had been unable to rest, perplexed by the transformation of a former underachiever who nearly veered off course. Now flourishing in such a remarkable manner, he possesses luxury cars and opulent residences. He has a charming wife and, astonishingly, 3 adorably plump infants. This certainly surpasses the achievements of their own children. Thus, after exchanging pleasantries with Song Mei, this collective of matrons rushed towards the main subject, eager to glean insights and wisdom from him. It was not that they were disbelieving. Rather, many found it hard to accept. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen was merely a recent graduate, a once dismissed underperformer. While one could attribute his attractive spouse to his good looks and his 3 children to his robust physique, the $2 million vehicle and the multi-million-dollar mansion at Baishuiju, along with the $2 or $3 million property at Swan Lake for his parents, seemed implausible. How could this young man, who is not from a wealthy background, possibly amass such fortune? Unless he were engaged in deceit, something must be amiss. Of course, being neighbors, they spoke with some restraint, not entirely unkind. Ding. The host faces a choice. Option 1. A good man does not quarrel with women. Keep a safe distance from the matrons and earn the title of turtle. Option 2. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality. Engage in friendly dialogue and enthusiastic interaction with the matrons, earning the title of true man. Another set of choices. How could one endure being a turtle? Option 2 must be chosen. Jiang Chen initially believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, with the intervention of the dog system, he found himself compelled to stay and engage in conversation with the endearing and respectable neighborhood Annies. As for the so-called friendly exchanges and enthusiastic interactions, it was truly sinister. By all means, dog system, are you serious? Chapter 82. The ants were all on the verge of exploding deer ants. Why would I deceive you? I genuinely reside in Bihue residence and drive a BMW X7. Come now, let your ears be deceived no longer. See for yourselves. Allow me to present to you the photographs of my property deed at Bihue residence, along with the purchase contract for my vehicle. I must emphasize, no photographs, please. To be frank, I must admit that I harbor no desire to drive that BMW X7. With its fuel consumption of over 10 liters per 100 kilometers and exorbitantly high maintenance costs. As for living in Bihue residence, I find little allure in such opulence. What is so admirable about a mansion that incurs property fees amounting to tens of thousands each year? Alas, you simply do not comprehend the sheer wastefulness of it all. Regarding the matter of earning money, dear aunts, let us speak candidly. In today's society, making money is hardly a challenge. Take for instance the likes of Gates or Musk, who amass billions each day, and that in U.S. dollars. Similarly, our own esteemed figures, such as Lao Ma and Xiao Ma, also earn billions daily. As for myself, I may be somewhat less accomplished, idling away my days to earn merely hundreds of thousands, occasionally reaching a million. So, is it truly difficult to earn money? Not in the slightest. And dear Aunt Sue, do not feel too disheartened. Your son Fan Xiaojun is indeed quite remarkable. With an annual salary of 300,000, if he abstains from all expenditures, he would only require over 30 years to afford a residence in Bihue, much like mine. After engaging in conversation with Jiang Chen, the aunt's spirits were notably diminished. You have no idea how wasteful it is. To speak the truth, earning money is the least difficult endeavor. They had initially intended to extract Jiang Chen's secrets of wealth, wondering if his fortune stemmed from dubious means, considering he was once a lackluster student, nearly squandering his potential. Yet, ultimately, they found themselves subjected to his ostentation. Furthermore, he claimed to be somewhat less fortunate, merely earning hundreds of thousands daily, occasionally reaching a million. Pray, earning hundreds of thousands a day is equivalent to what others might achieve in a year. If this is his notion of being less fortunate, what does that render others? Worthless? The aunts, having failed to procure the answers they sought, were left with a bitter taste, akin to having consumed 10 pounds of lemons. Particularly Aunt Sue, upon hearing this, was utterly disheartened. Her son, Fan Xiaojun, was a scholar from a young age, while Jiang Chen's family was often perceived as somewhat shabby. Families in the neighborhood would preferentially arrange playdates for their children with Fan Xiaojun rather than with Jiang Chen. For years, they had held their heads high within the community. Yet now, to speak plainly, Fan Xiaojun is not even worthy of carrying Jiang Chen's shoes. How painfully disheartening. Moreover, this young man claimed that Fan Xiaojun, without food or drink, would surely be able to purchase a residence in Bihue after a mere 30 years, just like me. Is this even a sensible statement? 30 years without sustenance. How many 30-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Speaking of which, 30 years hence, I would be an elderly lady in my 70s or 80s. Alas, alas. So, why linger here in embarrassment? I shall take my leave. After a brief conversation with Jiang Chen, a multitude of aunties hastily departed. Liudama, Sudama, we were just having an enjoyable chat. Why are you leaving? Let's converse a little longer. Song Mei quickly inquired as the aunties made their exit. No more chatting. No more chatting. The aunties waved their hands vigorously. Chat for a bit longer? What nonsense is that? If we continue, we might just have a mental breakdown, collapsing to the ground in fits. They hurriedly fled. You little rascal. Look at what you just said. It drove all the aunties away. Song Mei remarked with a playful scold, glancing at the retreating figures of the aunties and then back at her son, unable to suppress a smile. Ahem. Jiang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, I was merely looking out for them. Such convoluted reasoning you possess. Song Mei chuckled again. In truth, witnessing the local aunties falter before her son, their spirits deflated, filled her with a sense of triumph. After all, back in the day, when she and Jiang Daopeng chased after Jiang Chen with various instruments around the neighborhood, it was quite a humiliating affair. The neighbors, though silent, surely had their share of laughter at their expense, whispering to their children to steer clear of Jiang Chen in the future. Thankfully now, her splendid son truly brought her honor, allowing her to hold her head high before everyone. As she contemplated this, her posture instinctively straightened. Ding! The host engaged in friendly exchanges with the neighboring aunties, fostering enthusiastic interactions, leading them to depart joyfully. Congratulations to the host for earning the title of a true man, along with a reward of 100,000 yuan. What? causing the aunties to leave in high spirits? Very well. Yet, in just a brief moment of mere conversation with them, I have somehow acquired 100,000 yuan. Remarkable. Jiang Chen and his mother, accompanied by 3 little ones, strutted around the community for quite some time until the children, once again hungry, clamored for food. Only then did they return, satisfied. As Jiang Chen wheeled the stroller back to the bedroom, he unexpectedly discovered Su Qingcheng engrossed in a book, so intensely focused that she did not notice his entrance. "Wife, what book are you reading so earnestly?" Jiang Chen inquired with a smile as he approached. Su Qingcheng was startled, quickly concealing the book behind her back, her face flushing with embarrassment as she retorted, "Reading? Who said I was reading?" As I entered, I couldn't help but notice the peculiar sight before me. "Surely, you aren't clandestinely engrossed in some dubious literature, are you?" "Shaw, clandestine, you say? These are, in fact, your questionable tomes." I lay in bed, feeling quite uncomfortable, and, upon peering beneath the mattress, I stumbled upon this. Su Qingcheng expressed her disdain while revealing from behind her back not just one, but several volumes. To be precise, there lay 2 magazines and 3 books. Upon seeing them, Jiang Chen was taken aback, for these were undeniably his own cherished collection from years past. The realization brought forth a wave of embarrassment and a sheen of perspiration, particularly because among these items, 2 magazines were of the risque variety from yesteryear. However, in retrospect, they were merely adorned with covers and illustrations featuring numerous celebrity photographs, which, by today's standards, hardly qualify as scandalous. The true source of embarrassment lay in the 3 volumes of Liu Bei. Although the content was not overtly explicit, it paled in comparison to certain works by a renowned domestic Nobel laureate. Yet, it was indeed the widely circulated Lu Huang Shu from back then. Chapter 83. No, my craving has only just begun. As the saying goes, which young girl does not harbor youthful dreams, and which young man does not possess a fondness for love? Jiang Chen was no exception in his formative years. Naive and innocent, he found himself profoundly curious about the matters between men and women. Driven by this curiosity and youthful exuberance, he experienced his first love at a tender age. Although they were utterly clueless, their relationship merely consisted of hand-holding, devoid of any scandal. Yet, their romance was swiftly curtailed by the stern interventions of teachers and parents, resulting in an inexplicable heartbreak for him. In despair, he lamented for a time, seeking solace in books as his only refuge. It was during this period that he stumbled upon 2 magazines and 3 volumes of Liu Bei. The magazines were rather mundane, with content that was unremarkable, save for the covers and illustrations featuring the photographs of female celebrities, idols in Jiang Chen's eyes, rendering him utterly captivated. The 3 volumes of Liu Bei, on the other hand, were considered clandestine treasures among his classmates. In truth, he possessed more than just these 3. Some had been confiscated by his homeroom teacher in an effort to eradicate them, while others met their demise at the hands of his mother. One fateful night, engrossed in reading these books with a flashlight until dawn, he was discovered by his mother, who, upon seizing the books and glancing through them, erupted in fury and unceremoniously tossed them into the furnace. Thus, these volumes became rare relics, having survived numerous tribulations, and Jiang Chen safeguarded them beneath the bed, ensuring their preservation until the present day. However, at this juncture, Jiang Chen had matured. The once coveted volumes of Liu Bei no longer piqued his interest. He found them absurd and laughable. He struggled to comprehend the allure of such matters between the sexes. What was so intriguing about it? Was it truly necessary to harbor such curiosity? Was it essential to maintain an air of mystery? Moreover, this time, it was Su Qingcheng who had stumbled upon his hidden treasures. Given that their relationship was just beginning to blossom, how would this young lady perceive him? Was he to be seen as someone who had strayed from the path of righteousness at such a young age, harboring a heart full of mischief? But please, he considered himself a rather earnest individual. Thus, when Jiang Chen beheld the items Su Qingcheng had thrown his way, embarrassment and social mortification washed over him, prompting his immediate instinct to obliterate the evidence. Retrieving a lighter, he prepared to set these relics ablaze. Su Qingcheng, witnessing this, chuckled and playfully remarked, "These are treasures hidden beneath your bed. I exerted considerable effort to retrieve them. Are you truly willing to burn them without regret?" "Regret? Hardly," he retorted. "These are merely infamous works, nothing more. Why not let me collect these books instead?" Su Qingcheng suddenly proposed. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated this request. Among the 3 volumes of The Waste City, The Search for Qin, and Norwegian Wood, while they could be considered literary classics, the content was undeniably scandalous. "You wish to collect them?" Jiang Chen asked in disbelief. "Indeed," Su Qingcheng affirmed with a nod. "However, the content is somewhat frivolous. To be honest, I used to regard them as I would the works of Liu Bei." "Frivolous? That depends on your perspective," Su Qingcheng remarked. "These books are masterpieces by renowned authors, possessing significant literary value. If you approach them from an artistic standpoint, you will perceive the essence of literature within. Conversely, if you approach them with a frivolous mindset, you will only discern trivialities. The most famous example is Jinping Mei. As the saying goes, one who has Buddha in their heart sees Buddha. One who harbors filth sees filth. This illustrates the concept perfectly." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the girl's words seemed quite reasonable. If one sees Buddha with a heart full of Buddha, then one must have been seeking filth within the texts all along. No, that cannot be right. How could one possibly be seeking filth? At that time, I was merely engaging in a form of learning, albeit with a critical eye. So, will you give it or not?" Su Qingcheng urged again. "Of course I will." Jiang Chen handed over the 3 volumes of Liu Bei and casually inquired, "What about the magazines?" "Magazines?" Su Qingcheng glanced at the cover featuring a celebrity, her eyes glimmering with appreciation. "You don't want them? Then, feel free to give them to me." "Excellent." Jiang Chen never anticipated that what began as an awkward situation would culminate in such a resolution. Seeing Su Qingcheng accept everything, her hands flipping through the 3 volumes of Liu Bei, he could not help but ask, "By the way, have you read these 3 books before?" "Not really. I've only read Waste City and Norwegian Wood." "You read the abridged version of Waste City, right? For instance, the author omitted a certain number of words?" Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. "I've read both the abridged and unabridged versions." That's impressive," Jiang Chen exclaimed, for even though he was curious, he had only read the abridged version himself. "And what about Norwegian Wood?" "I've read it once and found it decent. Just now, while you were away, I was reading that book. However, I haven't delved into the legend of the Qin, as I only watched its television adaptation online." "Is that so? Then you must take the time to read it thoroughly." "Why?" "Because, according to your assertion, the legend of the Qin is a masterpiece with considerable literary merit, and the content differs greatly from its adapted television series." "Oh, in that case, I must study it closely." Su Qingcheng expressed her newfound interest, picking up the legend of the Qin. "Shouldn't we wait a moment?" "Why? 3 little ones are still waiting for you to feed them," Jiang Chen remarked. When the 3 little ones returned, they cried and clamored for food. Jiang Chen then provided each of them with a pacifier to suck on, which quieted them momentarily. However, as time passed and their bellies remained empty, the trio began to fuss once more. "Oh, very well," Su Qingcheng said apologetically, glancing at the little ones before unfastening her embrace. "But it's all right. You can assist me while I read, and we won't interfere with each other." Jiang Chen sighed and consented. Thus, with Jiang Chen's unwavering assistance, Su Qingcheng fed the children while intermittently immersing herself in the novel version of The Legend of the Qin. Being a work of a renowned author, and having enjoyed the drama adaptation, she found herself particularly eager to delve into the literary version, becoming thoroughly engrossed in its pages. Consequently, Jiang Chen was compelled to awkwardly cradle the 3 little ones one after another, striving to provide them with sustenance. Thankfully, he was well acquainted with the routine and was capable of enduring the task. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Chen inquired, "How is your research coming along? Have you gleaned any insights into the realms of literature and art?" To be candid, among the 3 books by Liu Bei, this particular The Legend of the Qin was the most enjoyable. Its imagination soared freely, and the prose was unrestrained, daring to explore anything. While it may be considered a guilty pleasure, it undeniably stands as a magnificent work that intertwines history, time travel, martial arts, and humor. Thus, Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng with a hint of anticipation. However, upon being questioned, Su Qingcheng's expression transformed, her cheeks flushing bright red. What insights could one possibly derive from such a book? It appears pleasant, but in reality, it is merely a piece of light reading. Light reading? Is that so bad? In that case, perhaps you should stop reading. My arms are starting to ache. What? No. Please endure just a little longer. I've only just read a dozen chapters, and I'm hooked. Ding. The host's collection from their youthful days has been unexpectedly discovered by his wife. Together, they nurture the children, indulge in literary masterpieces, and explore the philosophies of life, resulting in a remarkably harmonious marital relationship. Congratulations to the host for receiving a hidden reward. 100,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Chen. Chapter 84. The melancholy of Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng found herself captivated by the tale of the legend of the Seeking Qin. Time slipped away as she absorbed the narrative in a single sitting, and before long, evening had descended. Thanks to the insistence of Song, Mei, and her husband, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng had resolved to extend their stay for another night. Thus they felt no urgency despite the twilight. Have you finished? Yes. What did you think? Not much feeling, just quite good, I suppose. Quite good is sufficient. Jiang Chen gleaned little valuable information from Su Qingcheng's response. Yet her flushed cheeks and the lingering shyness on her face revealed that she had indeed found the book quite enjoyable. To his surprise, he noted that the legend of the Seeking Qin, primarily written from a male perspective, had managed to capture her interest so thoroughly. Where are the little ones? The 3 babies? Having indulged in the book, Su Qingcheng finally returned to reality, instinctively searching for the 3 infants. She recalled that, just moments ago, she had been nursing one while reading. There in the living room, her mother had been clamoring to see her grandchildren, prompting Su Qingcheng to wheel the stroller outside. Oh! With that realization, she stepped outside, and Jiang Chen rose as well, setting aside the weighty tome he had been perusing. While Su Qingcheng had immersed herself in her reading, he had attended to the children, feeding them and ensuring their comfort. He had also kept himself engaged, revisiting The Waste City, a novel he hadn't read in years, discovering that many of its plot lines had faded from memory. Despite reading an abridged version, which frequently noted omitted sections, he found it was still a masterful work, vibrant and engaging even after all this time. Qingcheng, my son, I've just cut some cantaloupe and watermelon. Come, have some. In the living room, Song Mei approached with a fruit platter, inviting Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen to enjoy the fruits. They each took a slice, relishing the refreshing taste of watermelon and cantaloupe after a long afternoon of reading. At that moment, Jiang Daping happened upon the living room. He had returned early from work, having taken a long nap, and was now just waking. Upon seeing Jiang Daping, Song Mei offered him the fruit platter as well. Daping, have some. Thank you, dear. Jiang Daping was pleasantly surprised. With a broad smile, he took a piece of cantaloupe and a slice of watermelon, sitting on the sofa to savor them. After finishing, inexplicably, he felt a surge of confidence. Dear, this fruit is delightful. Could you bring me some more? As Song Mei set the platter down, still holding a piece of cantaloupe herself, she turned to see him lounging with his legs crossed, embodying an air of nonchalance. Instantly, irritation flared within her. Don't you have hands? Help yourself. Her retort hung in the air, rendering the atmosphere awkward. Thus, the family dynamic unfolded. In the realm of familial dynamics, Jiang Chen could not help but feel a fleeting pang of sympathy for his father, Jiang Daping, for a brief second, while the remaining 99 seconds were consumed by laughter. Oh, dear father, one must ponder the trials you willingly embraced in marrying my mother, a formidable woman. To stave off an uncontrollable fit of laughter, Su Qingcheng, witnessing Song Mei finishing her snack and preparing to retreat to the kitchen, chimed in, Sister Mei, let me assist you with the vegetables. Thus, the two ventured into the kitchen together. Meanwhile, Jiang Daping, blissfully oblivious to the misjudgment of the situation, merely shook his head, unfazed by the unfolding events. After all, one becomes accustomed to such occurrences. With a sheepish smile, Jiang Daping rose to the fruit platter, selecting a slice of cantaloupe, and another of watermelon. Well, if no one is helping, then so be it. What is the fuss? If fruits are in short supply, I shall feast upon them myself. With that, he plopped onto the sofa, crossed his legs leisurely, and indulged in his treats. His spirits lifted. Jiang Dapeng turned to Jiang Chen and proposed, "Son, it has been ages since we last played chess together. How about a few rounds today?" "Sounds good." Thus, the father and son engaged in a game of chess. Through this activity, Jiang Dapeng regained a semblance of dignity, triumphing in 7 or 8 out of 10 matches. As for the methods of his victory, well, they included various instances of rescinded moves and a bit of cheeky maneuvering. When Jiang Chen inquired about it, Jiang Dapeng responded with conviction, "When you were a child, I taught you chess. Did you not rescind moves? Did you not cheat? Now that you've grown up, it is my turn. Is that not permissible?" Jiang Chen replied, "Very well. As your son, your word is law. Ding. By accompanying your father in a game of chess, embodying the virtues of filial piety, congratulations. You have earned 80,000 yuan." Jiang Chen. In the kitchen, Song Mei harbored some grievances against Jiang Dapeng. She thought to herself, "This Jiang Dapeng is truly insufferable. A little kindness, and he becomes insatiable." In truth, her ire was simmering towards him. The earlier incident regarding the fruit was trivial. What truly vexed her was that upon returning from a long afternoon at work, Jiang Dapeng, expressing fatigue, insisted on sharing a nap with her. One could only question such audacity in broad daylight, especially considering their son and prospective daughter-in-law were present. In her frustration, she promptly kicked Jiang Dapeng off the bed. This man should not be indulged. Song Mei wished to impart this wisdom to Su Qingsheng, but then reconsidered. She could not assist her future daughter-in-law in confronting her own son. Sigh. She suddenly realized she had returned to the earlier dilemma she posed to Su Qingsheng. Whom should she be closer to, her son or her dear friend? The contemplation left her head spinning. "Never mind, let us shift the conversation," she declared. "Qingsheng, how are you finding things here?" "It's quite nice, rather interesting," came the reply. "That's wonderful. By the way, Qingsheng, I have an old artifact I needed assistance with today. Once it's taken care of tomorrow, I will send it to you." "Sure, but Sister Mei, could you perhaps reveal what it is?" "Not just yet, but it is related to Jiang Chen. I assure you, once you see it, you will definitely appreciate it." "All right, I shall await your revelation." Song Mei and Su Qingsheng, this pair of close friends and prospective mother-in-law, worked together seamlessly in the kitchen. While Song Mei's culinary skills could not rival Jiang Chen's exceptional talent, she was quite adept at preparing homely dishes. Although Su Qingsheng's cooking was rather mediocre, when it came to selecting ingredients, few could surpass her. "Qingsheng, what were you and Jiang Chen engrossed in this afternoon in the bedroom?" Song Mei casually inquired. We were reading together." "Reading? What were you reading?" "Just some literary classics," Su Qingsheng replied nonchalantly. "Oh, reading literary classics is wonderful. It enriches knowledge and cultivates one's character." Song Mei couldn't help but praise. Observing Song Mei's expression of contentment, Su Qingsheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Well, Sister Mei, you are unaware. In fact, my dear son and I spent nearly the entire afternoon studying and analyzing those poisonous plants you wish to eradicate back in the day." That being said, she had come to terms with the fact that the big pig trotter had secretly hoarded Liu Bei's works. It's only natural to be curious about the opposite sex and certain matters at that age. Moreover, I must admit, those books by Liu Bei are indeed genuine literary masterpieces, rather than the frivolous and boundaryless works one might expect. Nevertheless, Su Qingsheng still felt a pang of melancholy. Her disquiet stemmed from those magazines. For regardless of the circumstances, the female celebrities featured therein would undoubtedly evoke vivid imaginations in the big pig trotter, who may have been influenced by them in his formative years. That evening, Su Qingsheng lay on the bed once occupied by Jiang Chen. Due to the turmoil in her heart, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Thus, she nudged Jiang Chen awake. "Hey, how do I compare with those female celebrities in the magazines?" At that moment, Jiang Chen was in a semi-conscious state, his mind clouded with sleep. Although his physique had strengthened, requiring minimal rest to rejuvenate for the next day, lying in bed without any other forms of entertainment made it easy for him to drift off again. "Huh, Why such a trivial question again? Jiang Chen scratched his head. Oh, come on. Just tell me. Who looks better? Well, I need to see you first to decide. All right, take a look then. Jiang Chen then turned Su Qingxiang to face him, studying her intently at such a close distance that their breaths mingled. After a moment, he confirmed, "You are not as pretty as you think." Really? Smack. Jiang Chen planted a kiss. Of course, it's true. I'm asking you a question. Why are you kissing me? Smack. Jiang Chen kissed her again. That is my answer. Ah. You. At this moment, Su Qingxiang was so frightened that she dared not inquire further. What if she were to ask again and the big pig's trotters were to kiss her? She was terrified. Chapter 85. Why are you sleeping so soundly? Su Qingxiang had thoroughly frightened Jiang Chen with her affections. She no longer dwelled on that matter. After all, it was a story from many years ago, a time of youthful innocence. No matter how much she cared for him now, desiring to possess his entire heart, it remained an impractical notion that could not alter the reality of her inability to partake in his past. Moving forward, she resolved to be more involved in his future. However, she scoffed at herself, who was truly invested in him. That big oaf was filled with schemes. Who would wish to claim his whole heart? With that thought, Su Qingxiang couldn't help but glare at that big oaf in the darkness. The night passed in silence. She had her own thoughts swirling in her mind, tossing and turning. But fatigue eventually overcame her, and she yawned repeatedly until she slipped into a deep slumber, waking only at dawn. Son Qingxiang, it's time for breakfast. By 8 or 9 in the morning, Song Mei could no longer contain herself. She approached the bedroom of Jiang Chen and Su Qingxiang, knocking on the door to rouse them. In that moment, it felt as if time had turned back to when Jiang Chen was in middle school. Every weekend or holiday, it was Song Mei calling him repeatedly to wake up for meals. If she didn't, he could easily sleep until noon or even 1 or 2 in the afternoon. As she called them to rise, Song Mei couldn't help but mutter to herself about how late they were sleeping. Was that rascal up to something with Qingxiang? But it was only natural. Young people were full of vigor, and they had 3 children together. Engaging in a bit of intimacy as a couple was nothing to be ashamed of. Yet, wasn't Qingxiang still in her confinement period? Well, never mind. Why dwell on it? Overthinking would only lead to annoyance. We're awake, Mom. In the bedroom, Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes and began to rise. Due to his constitution, he didn't feel particularly drowsy. But in recent days, aside from a few fixed nighttime awakenings to care for the baby, he had no other activities to occupy his time, so he resorted to sleep. Over time, a new biological clock formed. He became accustomed to feeling sleepy at certain hours. Truthfully, it didn't matter if he didn't sleep. It's already past 9. At that moment, Su Qingxiang also awoke. Upon seeing the time, a wave of panic washed over her. After all, they were at her in-laws' home. How could she have slept so soundly? It was embarrassing to have Sister Mei calling both her and that big oaf to get up. What would Sister Mei, her future mother-in-law, think of her? Lazy? A late riser? Or perhaps they had engaged in some late-night activities that left them utterly exhausted. None of it was good. Determined, she quickly dressed and hurriedly made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon seeing her son and Qingxiang awake, Song Mei set some breakfast on the dining table and exchanged a few words with Jiang Chen, who had just emerged from the bedroom. Son, this is the rice wine egg flour soup I prepared for Qingxiang, specifically designed to aid lactation. When you partake in it later, do ensure she has some. Understood. By the way, this soy milk and cow's milk is yours, along with the dumplings and crispy fried dough sticks I made by hand, which I have warmed in the steamer. Don't forget to enjoy them when the time comes. As for me, I'll pass, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head. I don't eat breakfast in the mornings anymore. Aren't you hungry? Song Mei glanced at him. Well, I overindulged last night, so I'm not hungry now, Jiang Chen replied candidly. Song Mei. Chapter 86. Mother, I've been bitten by a dog. Jiang Chen spoke candidly, but upon hearing that he had skipped breakfast, Song Mei's mood soured. Hey, you little rascal, what new habit is this? Skipping breakfast again. You think because you ate well last night, you can forego it today? Don't you realize that breakfast is the most vital meal of the day? Neglecting it is detrimental to your health. During his middle school years, there was a phase when Jiang Chen also neglected breakfast, opting instead for a few extra moments of slumber. The consequence? Song Mei, armed with a slipper, unexpectedly smacked him on the backside. Since that day, whenever Jiang Chen was at home, he dutifully consumed his breakfast. All right, fine, I'll eat. But can I please skip the milk and soy milk? I'll just have a fried dough stick. Sensing that his mother was about to launch into another round of admonitions, Jiang Chen hastily grabbed a small fried dough stick to devour. However, upon being spotted by Song Mei, she immediately interjected, "Eating without brushing your teeth? How unsanitary." Reluctantly, Jiang Chen set down the dough stick. "Ah, dear mother." Noticing that he hadn't seen his father around, he casually inquired, "Where's Dad?" "Why haven't I seen him?" "Your father? He was called in early this morning to work overtime," she replied. "Oh." Jiang Chen nodded. His father was indeed a busy man now. Although he held the title of engineer at work, the tasks he performed were often dirty and laborious. In his younger days, he was a rather invisible figure at the factory, earning less than his wife. Yet, as time went on, he had gained importance and his salary had seen an increase. Of course, every month, that salary was dutifully contributed to the household. After Jiang Chen and Su Qingxing finished their breakfast, it was time for the three little ones to eat. Thus, Su Qingxing took the three small babies to the bedroom to nurse them. What should have taken no more than 20 minutes stretched into over half an hour. Yet the three little creatures still seemed unsatisfied. What? They've run out of food? Jiang Chen, who was assisting nearby, was taken aback. This was a first for him, yet it didn't seem right. He remembered that last night there had been ample supplies. Moreover, his mother's rice wine egg drop soup appeared to have little effect. "Isn't this your fault?" Su Qingxing's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with reproach. How could this be?" Jiang Chen sighed, attempting to defend himself, but finding no words. "What do you want to do about it?" "What I want to do? I want to bite you," Su Qingxing retorted angrily, and without further ado, she seized Jiang Chen's arm and bit down fiercely. "Ouch!" Jiang Chen exaggeratedly cried out, staring at the faint bite mark on his arm, speechless. "Are you part dog? You actually bit me. And what's wrong with that?" "I did it to make you remember." Su Qingxing huffed, showing her small teeth. In the living room, Song Mei was busy mopping the floor, tidying up the house. Suddenly, a piercing cry from the bedroom echoed, prompting a concerned inquiry from me. "What is it, my son?" I've been bitten by a dog." "What? Bitten by a dog?" Upon hearing this, Song Mei was taken aback. Recently, some kind-hearted individual had lured a few stray dogs into the building. This old structure, with its many nooks and crannies, allowed the stray dogs to roam freely, slipping into homes through ajar doors, not only stealing food, but also occasionally attacking people. Thus, when she heard Jiang Chen's words, she genuinely believed a stray dog had infiltrated their home and bitten her son. Without hesitation, she grabbed a mop and stormed into the bedroom, exclaiming, "Which dog bit you?" Jiang Chen and Su Qingxing exchanged glances, speechless. Seeing Song Mei burst in and overhearing the exchange between her and her son, Su Qingxing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Already feeling frustrated, she decided to playfully bite Jiang Chen's arm again, this time with slightly more force than before. Of course, it was still far gentler than a child's tug on hair. It was merely a symbolic gesture. Su Qingxing would never truly bite down hard on such a clumsy appendage. The thought of causing injury was too daunting, especially with the potential cost of reparations looming over her. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen winced in discomfort, then looked up at Song Mei with a resigned expression, saying, "See, Mom, this is how I got bitten by a dog." "Oh, what a tragedy." Song Mei stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 87. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Song Mei genuinely believed that her son had been bitten by a stray dog that had sneaked into the house. Enraged, she wielded a mop and stormed into the bedroom, intending to confront the dog. To her astonishment, she was met with an unexpected scene. The dog that had bitten her son was none other than Jiang Chen. Right before her eyes, it demonstrated its actions. Song Mei was momentarily dumbfounded. It appeared that the younger generation had a unique way of playing, and it was quite elaborate. As someone who had experienced life, she understood that a woman biting a man often held multiple meanings. It was not necessarily born of anger or hatred. In most cases, it was merely a playful banter, a trivial flirtation. One could hardly take it seriously. Moreover, given the current situation, What could possibly provoke Jiang Chen's embarrassment and anger? The reason was clear. Her son must have taken undue advantage of her, particularly since, at that moment, Jiang Chen was both flustered and unaware, nursing the baby while exposing herself. Well, that was a matter for them to resolve. After hastily muttering a few words, Song Mei exited with her mop in hand, feeling a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. She couldn't help but lament the bright morning sun, or rather, the roundness of the sun. In summary, while she was utterly taken aback, she also felt a pang of shame. Oh, she shouldn't have barged in. What if the young couple had been engaged in something more intimate? Never mind, never mind. She truly needed to remember this lesson for the future. Children grow up and no longer heed their mothers. Let the young ones frolic as they please. After Song Mei hurriedly left in the bedroom, Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen were left staring at each other in disbelief. Jiang Chen had been fooling around, but to his surprise, when his mother heard the commotion, she actually entered. Upon witnessing the girl biting him and offering no assistance, she simply fled. On Jiang Chen's part, her embarrassment and anger reached their peak. This brutish man, treating her child as a mere morsel to be fought over, had the audacity to claim that she had bitten him, especially in front of Mei Jie. This was intolerable, and as for him being likened to a dog, what did that make him? A male dog? Ugh, the dog husband. Thus, after Song Mei departed, Jiang Chen was resolute. She would fiercely retaliate against the brutish Jiang Chen. Judging by her fierce demeanor, the force of her next move would rival that of an infant tugging on hair. However, Jiang Chen was not one to simply accept defeat. With a swift motion, he evaded Jiang Chen's impending bite. Undeterred, she launched another attack. Jiang Chen was caught off guard, unable to anticipate her relentless pursuit. Consequently, he could not escape and found himself seized by one of her legs. Jiang Chen's expression turned triumphant as she thought, "You, who disregard others, have taken so much advantage of me. It seems today is your turn to face the consequences." With that thought, she opened her mouth wide and prepared to bite down fiercely. Jiang Chen resigned himself to his fate. Enough is enough. After all, there is no escaping this fate. And in the future, there will be many more instances of being bitten by this little girl. What is there to fear? I might as well consider it a lesson in experience. Thus, I shall patiently await my demise. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, oh dear, Jiang Chen, filled with delight, was about to take a hearty bite. But before she could do so, she was struck by a sudden pang of pain, gasping for breath. It turns out, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellowbird lies in wait. She too had been bitten. The culprit was none other than the little darling in her arms, Sanbao, who had been suckling for quite some time without any milk. Frustrated, Sanbao decided to bite. "You little rascal, how dare you bite me? I am your mother." Jiang Chen exclaimed in exasperation, releasing Jiang Chen and turning her attention to the disobedient little one. However, after only a few words of reprimand, she suddenly felt something was amiss. That bite was quite painful. Could it be that she was teething? But that shouldn't be possible. She is merely 4 weeks old. How could she be growing teeth? As Jiang Chen pondered, she looked into Sanbao's mouth and was taken aback. What? Our little Sanbao has indeed sprouted teeth? Jiang Chen was equally astonished. Typically, infants begin to grow their first teeth between 4 to 7 months of age, with some even delaying until their first birthday. Yet here was a baby who, by all accounts, was only 4 weeks old. To grow teeth so quickly seemed rather extraordinary. He picked up Sanbao and examined her dental situation closely. After inspecting, he couldn't help but chuckle. No need to worry. Those are merely natal teeth, medically referred to as epidermal pearls. They're formed from a buildup of epithelial cells and will eventually fall out on their own. Hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, she still felt a lingering unease regarding Sanbao's earlier actions. There was no denying the pain. Despite being merely natal teeth, when a baby bites, it truly is no laughing matter. "You little rascal, I am your mother. How could you bite so hard? If you bite me, how will you eat in the future?" Jiang Chen gently poked Sanbao's little nose with her finger, offering a stern warning filled with mock indignation. Chapter 88. Jiang Chen was nearly rendered speechless upon receiving a warning from her mother. "Sanbao, with a puzzled expression, blinked his bright eyes and glanced around. Still sucking his little mouth, clearly yearning for something to eat. "Come here, Sanbao, have some." Taking advantage of a brief moment, Jiang Chen prepared a bottle of milk powder with warm water and gently cradled Sanbao in his arms to feed him. Sanbao found the nipple and began to drink contentedly. Watching him relish the milk in his embrace, Jiang Chen's eyes filled with affection and his heart brimmed with joy. Despite being the youngest of the three, Sanbao truly was his father's little treasure. Just moments ago, he had indeed avenged his father in a remarkable way. "Sister, I came today to see you and your husband." Earlier, upon hearing that it was her brother-in-law's birthday, they had intended to visit yesterday, but due to unforeseen family matters, they were delayed until today. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chen and Su Qingchang planned to take the three little ones outside for a stroll in the sunshine when suddenly guests arrived at their home. It was Jiang Chen's aunt, accompanied by her two daughters, Jiang Chen's cousins, Sun Qian and Sun Wan. Song Mei was taken aback to see them. It was not a festive occasion, yet her sister and two nieces had come to visit. Smiling widely, she rushed to greet them. "Sister, are you here to see me and Jiang Dapeng, or are you more interested in seeing Qingsheng and the three little ones?" Song Mei playfully grasped her sister Song Qing's hand, laughing heartily. "Look at you. You've hit the nail on the head. I genuinely came to see my daughter-in-law and my three lovely grandchildren. Ha ha." Song Qing exclaimed with great amusement. With such a warm reception from the sisters, Su Qingcheng, as the main host, could not shy away. Having just been informed by Jiang Chen about who their visitors were and how to address them, she stepped forward boldly to greet Song Qing. "Hello, Aunt." "Oh, so you are Qingcheng?" Song Qing examined Su Qingcheng from head to toe, followed by a flurry of compliments. "My, you are truly stunning. Before meeting you, Xiao Qian kept telling me how beautiful and charming you are, even more so than a movie star. I didn't quite believe it, but seeing you in person, you are indeed breathtaking, far surpassing those actresses on television." "Oh no, Aunt, you flatter me," Su Qingcheng humbly replied, then turned to welcome her cousins. Cousin Wan, please come in." She had already met Sun Qian, who was an obstetrician at the Sihai City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the very doctor who had assisted in her cesarean delivery, making them well acquainted. "Qingsheng, how have you been recovering these days?" Sun Qian inquired. "I'm doing well. Everything is quite ideal," Su Qingsheng responded. "That's wonderful," Sun Qian replied, and then turned to Sun Wan. In contrast to her elder sister Sun Qian's maturity and composure, the younger sister Sun Wan, though equally pleasing in appearance, possesses the demeanor of a child. Upon approaching Su Qingsheng, she was taken aback, glancing left and right in astonishment. Prior to this encounter, Sun Qian had informed her that her sister Qingsheng was exceptionally beautiful, and upon meeting her in person, she indeed found her extraordinarily stunning. However, what left her most astounded was Su Qingcheng's figure. "Wow, sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful and quite ample, I must say." Sun Wan candidly expressed her admiration. Su Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback by such unabashed praise. "What do you mean by truly beautiful and quite ample? Is it customary to shower such compliments upon first meeting? What nonsense are you spouting, you silly girl? If you can't articulate your thoughts properly, it's best to remain silent." Sun Qian promptly reprimanded Sun Wan. Sun Wan retorted, "Am I not speaking the truth? Qingsheng, please don't take it to heart. Your cousin Sun Wan is simply forthright and childlike in her nature, albeit with no ill intentions." Sun Qian hurriedly clarified to Su Qingcheng, "It's perfectly all right." Su Qingcheng waved her hand dismissively, thinking to herself that this younger cousin of Jiang Chen was indeed rather candid. Chapter 89, The Adorable Bunnies. "Ah, how delightful. Where are the three little babies? Come, let me take a look." After having met Su Qingcheng, Song Qing's curiosity was piqued, and she was eager to see the triplet babies, which was, after all, the primary purpose of her visit. "Annie, here they are." Jiang Chen pushed the stroller forward. Upon seeing it, the trio of mothers, Song Qing, Sun Qian, and Sun Wan, immediately gathered around. "Wow, so these are the triplet babies. My goodness, how delightful. One boy and two girls, simply perfect." Song Qing seized the opportunity to lavish praise on the three little ones, her eyes gleaming with deep envy. Subsequently, She tucked a red envelope into each baby's tiny outfit. "This is Auntie's gift for our first meeting." Upon witnessing this, Song Mei swiftly intervened. "Sister, you've already seen the children," Su Qingsheng added. "Yes. Annie, you've had your chance to admire the babies. What are you doing? Wait. This is merely a small token of affection for the children. There's not much inside," Song Qing chuckled, then grasped Su Qingsheng's hand and slipped a red envelope into as well. "Me too?" Su Qingsheng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, it's a local tradition. Please don't think ill of it," Song Qing replied with a warm smile. Su Qingsheng, unsure of how to handle the envelope, sought Jiang Chen's gaze for guidance. But realizing he might not understand either, she turned to Song Mei for advice. Seeing her elder sister had made her intentions clear, Song Mei encouraged Su Qingsheng. "Just accept it. This is your Annie's goodwill." "All right, thank you, Annie." Su Qingsheng accepted the envelope gratefully. "What is there to thank? It's only right." Song Qing beamed. She scrutinized Su Qingsheng once more, her heart filled with envy. How strikingly beautiful she was, exuding grace and warmth. "Oh, how splendid it would be if she were to become my daughter-in-law. Alas, I only have 2 daughters. However much I might envy her, I must admit that Jiang Chen is the one truly fortunate. He has it all. Xiao Chen, you have such a wonderful wife, and she has blessed you with these 3 adorable babies. You are truly blessed." "Auntie, it's all right. Just all right," Jiang Chen scratched his head, feigning modesty. In truth, he was quite satisfied with his wife, who was beautiful, tall, and gentle. Who wouldn't he appreciate such qualities? Yet, recently, for some inexplicable reason, she had taken to biting him from time to time. It hadn't been long, but he had already been nipped several times. While it wasn't particularly painful, her behavior was quite unbecoming. This biting habit must be addressed. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the bags brought by his aunt, cousin, and younger cousin. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about these." Cousin Sun Qian was the first to react, calling out to Sun Wan as she hurriedly brought the bags she had brought over, opening them one by one. Jiang Chen was aware that his aunt's hometown was nestled in the mountains, a place blessed with both scenic beauty and abundant resources. In recent years, with the construction of roads, the local economy had flourished, particularly in the thriving livestock industry. However, upon opening those bags, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Inside, he found 3 mountain chickens, 2 plump geese, 2 large fish, a dozen crabs, and a sizable rabbit. Indeed, a truly large rabbit. Furthermore, there were 2 large glass jars. One contained wild honey, while the other was filled with mulberries steeped in alcohol. The jars were considerably large, resembling containers more than mere bottles, with a capacity of at least 4 to 5 liters each. Upon witnessing this scene, both Su Qingsheng and Song Mei were nearly rendered speechless. "What on earth is this? Sister, why bring so much stuff? Are you planning to move all the local produce here?" "Oh, it's all from my own farm. Nothing of great value," she replied. "Previously, I brought you all ordinary free-range chickens and ducks, but this time I wanted to treat you to something special. Some newly raised mountain chickens, plump geese, crabs, and more. Just to let you savor the freshness. It's quite heavy to carry, what a hassle." "Indeed, Aunt. If it weren't for the inconvenience of loading the car, my mother intended to bring over one of the sheep we raise at home. Also, I had planned to take a day off. But when my mother saw how much I was bringing, she insisted I come help. How can you say that it was me who brought you over? You were the one who wanted to see your sister-in-law and meet your 3 nephews and nieces. Mom, just think about it. Without my sister and me helping, could you have managed to bring all this by yourself?" Song Mei, recognizing that these were her own sister and 2 nieces, felt that being overly polite would be inappropriate. Thus, she refrained from commenting further and invited Jiang Chen to help with the unpacking. The old house, though aged, was still within the city, where keeping poultry was not ideal due to recent inspections aimed at preventing avian flu. Therefore, the mountain chickens and geese needed to be processed and stored in the refrigerator. The 2 large fish could be turned into fillets to be stored for the time being. As for the dozen crabs, they would not last long, so it was best to consume them by noon to enjoy their freshness. And then there was that hefty rabbit. "Aunt, what kind of rabbit is this? It's so plump," Jiang Chen remarked, noting that this rabbit was considerably larger than the average, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds. "This is a male ram rabbit. also known as a lop-eared rabbit. It is a specially bred meat rabbit, renowned for its size and high economic value, as well as its exquisite meat quality. This one is actually quite ordinary. The larger ones can weigh over 10 pounds. It was only in the past 6 months that we began raising these rabbits. Song Qing introduced. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement and, after conferring with his mother, decided to prepare a pot of rabbit meat for lunch. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by the mountainous region where his aunt resided. He had visited there in his childhood, when access was challenging. It required a day's journey by bus followed by a considerable trek along unpaved roads to arrive. Now, however, the journey could be completed in a mere hour or two. Seeing the local produce his aunt brought, mountain chicken, crabs, honey, mulberries, he recalled the area's picturesque landscape, abundant with mountains and clear waters. It was said that a splendid hot spring had recently been developed there as well. Perhaps he could find time soon to take his wife and children to visit his aunt, to indulge in food and merriment. They could soak in the hot springs together, enjoy a sauna. Such an experience would undoubtedly be delightful. Unbeknownst to Su Qingsheng, Jiang Chen had begun to plan a family outing to the hot springs. Her attention remained fixated on the plump rabbit before her, which, despite its adorably clumsy appearance, was specifically bred for meat. Well, she had never been averse to rabbit meat, though she hadn't held any particular sentiment towards it. Yet, under the deft hands of de Zhu Ti, rabbit meat would surely transform into a culinary masterpiece. In mere moments, her mind conjured an array of delectable dishes crafted from rabbit meat. Spicy rabbit heads, fragrant rabbit legs, cold rabbit, fresh pot rabbit, shredded rabbit, dry pot rabbit, dipping rabbit, spicy rabbit stomach, rock candy rabbit cubes, fish-flavored rabbit shreds, and so forth. Such an adorable creature as the rabbit. Indeed, it promised to be a delightful feast. Chapter 90, by the way. Have you two engaged in any intimate encounters? It is said that Jiang Chen's aunt has come to visit, and amidst his busy work, Jiang Dapeng managed to return home briefly during lunch. After exchanging a few words with Song Qing and the others, he proceeded to the kitchen to assist in preparing the mountain chicken, fatty goose, and rabbit, and subsequently joined Jiang Chen in the culinary endeavor of crafting lunch. A splendid feast was laid out before them, featuring an array of delectable dishes. In addition to the customary selection of signature vegetarian cold dishes, the table was adorned with an impressive variety of hearty fare. Garlic steamed fish, chopped chili fish head, sweet and sour beef tenderloin, dry-fried fatty intestines, stir-fried river shrimp, scallion stir-fried sea cucumber, steamed crab, and mountain chicken stewed with potatoes. Moreover, there were 3 rabbit dishes: braised rabbit meat, spicy rabbit legs, and fish-flavored rabbit shreds. Unsurprisingly, the mountain chicken and rabbit meat were the most sought after. Given its modest portion, the mountain chicken was quickly devoured, leaving the guests thoroughly satisfied with the 3 platters of rabbit meat. Song Mei, Jiang Dapeng, and Su Qingsheng, well aware of Jiang Chen's culinary prowess, indulged heartily. The 3 women of the Song family, experiencing Jiang Chen's cooking for the first time, were equally vocal in their praise. Having grown weary of rabbit meat from consecutive meals at home, they were pleasantly surprised to discover their appetites rekindled, and the 3 large platters of rabbit meat were consumed in no time. Fortunately, with the rabbit meat gone, other delightful dishes remained, each bursting with exquisite flavors. Thus, this meal was one of pure joy for all. Sister, and Xiaowan, I must excuse myself from conversation, as I have work to attend to, Jiang Dapeng announced, after finishing his meal and realizing it was time to return to his duties. Song Qing expressed her understanding. Once Jiang Dapeng hurried away, Song Qing lowered her voice and praised Song Mei. "Oh, my sister, who would have thought after all these years my brother-in-law remains so dedicated to his work? And not only that, he still prioritizes family. Truly the model husband." Hearing this, Song Mei felt her cheeks flush. He is merely busy for no substantial gain. As for being a model husband, what does he exemplify? He keeps insisting on fulfilling his previous promises, wanting another child, preferably a daughter. But he fails to realize, thanks to that troublesome little one, he hasn't even retired yet and is already a grandfather. Presently, he has 3 grandchildren, and still, he is not satisfied and desires to have another child. What nonsense! At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if that little rascal unexpectedly brings forth more grandchildren. After lunch, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng retreated to the bedroom to tend to the three little ones. Following a morning of anticipation, Su Qingcheng's previous predicament of being drained did not resurface. While changing the three little ones' diapers, Jiang Chen discovered that they had exhausted the supply he had brought. To be on the safe side, he needed to go out and purchase more. So, when you buy diapers, also pick up some fruit, Song Mei instructed. Understood, Mom, Jiang Chen replied as he departed. In the living room, the three women of the Song family, casually chatting with Song Mei, simultaneously directed their gazes towards the bedroom. At that moment, Su Qingcheng emerged with her three little ones, prompting them to gather around her and the children, eagerly posing questions. As the elder, Song Qing initiated a conversation about everyday matters, to which Su Qingcheng responded politely and thoughtfully. Next, it was Sun Qian's turn. As Su Qingcheng's cousin and her obstetrician during childbirth, Sun Qian's inquiries were somewhat more technical. Has the incision healed completely? Yes, it has healed well. That's good to hear. A cesarean scar will inevitably leave a mark, and the stretch marks on your abdomen may not look appealing now, but with time, they will gradually fade. Su Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, thanks to a certain scar-reducing ointment, both her incision scar and stretch marks had entirely vanished, leaving her skin smooth and tender. There were even aspects that, of course, such matters were best left unspoken. That's wonderful, Sun Qian remarked with a smile. It seems you are recovering quite well. Then, with a teasing grin, she added, by the way, my cousin treats you well, right? Has he ever given you a hard time? Of course he treats me well. If he were to behave otherwise, Mei Jie would step in for me, Su Qingcheng replied. Her words elicited a knowing laugh from the group, including Song Mei. Through Sun Qian's revelations, Song Qing and Song Wan also learned of the close friendship between Su Qingcheng and Song Mei, leading them to chuckle while secretly marveling at the reality that was indeed more captivating than any television drama. Sun Qian continued to ask Su Qingcheng various questions, but then abruptly shifted the topic. So, since your discharge, have you and my cousin been intimate? This seemingly innocuous question struck like a thunderclap. Song Mei was taken aback, casting a glance at Sun Qian, silently acknowledging the audacity of her niece's inquiry. However, she too found herself intrigued by the matter. After all, such a question, while trivial in nature, touched upon the couple's emotional progress. On a grander scale, what if that rascal had secretly fathered another child with her dear friend? It was prudent to be prepared. With curiosity piqued, both Song Mei and Song Qing were captivated, especially since a woman who had given birth to triplets must possess extraordinary resilience. Sun Wan, too, was curious and interjected, Oh, have you really become intimate so soon? But has your sister-in-law finished her confinement? Sun Wan's inquisitive remark immediately irked Song Qing, who realized that her little daughter had been eavesdropping. She promptly scolded, You little rascal, what do you know about such matters? Go, go, go. Off you go to watch television. Without further ado, she ushered Sun Wan out. Sun Wan, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Who are you calling a little girl? I am merely a year younger than my cousin, and I have graduated from university. That is not the same. Your cousin is married and has 3 children, while you have yet to experience love. Am I not a little girl? Who then qualifies as one? After pushing Sun Wan out, Song Qing casually closed the bedroom door with a loud bang. Sun Wan pouted, clearly displeased and unwilling to accept this label. Fine. If I'm a little girl, so be it. In this day and age, who does not understand the meaning of intimacy? It is merely a relationship between a man and a woman for the purposes of survival and procreation. In the bedroom, Song Qing resumed her previous position, confronted by 3 female relatives and a cousin, one of whom was playfully teasing the grandchildren. Su Qingcheng felt overwhelmed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What kind of question is this from my cousin? Surely, she cannot be serious. Is she attempting to pry into my private life simply because I am an obstetrician? Whether or not I have been intimate with that big oaf, please, as if I would divulge the truth. Even if I had, would I admit it? Chapter 91. Frustration. No, there isn't. Su Qingcheng shook her head. None? Sun Qian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Haven't you had even one intimate encounter? Not a single one, Su Qingcheng replied. Besides, I am still in confinement. My body has not fully recovered, and it is quite inconvenient. Oh, that makes sense. Sun Qian ran her fingers through her hair, a look of realization dawning upon her. Song Qing and Song Mei, who were listening nearby, found their curiosity satiated. After all, it was evident that a woman as gentle, virtuous, and well-educated as Qing Cheng would indeed be quite conservative. Yet, there remained a tinge of disappointment. Song Mei, in particular, hoped her dear friend would be a tad less reserved. Engaging in marital relations would signify a strong bond between Qing Cheng and her son. Who knows? Perhaps they might even welcome a second child, aligning with the national call. Furthermore, it would allow her to firmly reject Jiang Daping's shameless proposition of learning the trumpet. She could barely manage to raise her grandchildren. The thought of him practicing an instrument was absurd. Qing Cheng, you are right. Some matters cannot be rushed, as they may adversely affect your health and lead to lingering repercussions. Sun Qian reverted to her role as an obstetrician. In truth, upon hearing Su Qingqing's response, she felt a pang of regret. If she were her cousin Jiang Chen, facing such an extraordinary beauty, she would undoubtedly succumb to temptation. Of course, not all situations are uniform. One must consider their own physical condition and feelings. For instance, the postpartum recovery period is typically 42 days. Some may recover swiftly, allowing for intimacy without issue, while others may not fare as well. Even after 42 days, or even months, discomfort may still persist. Therefore, one must prioritize responsibility toward their own body. Haste or disregard for one's sensations is utterly inadvisable. Understood. Well then, I've added you on WeChat. If you have any postpartum or gynecological inquiries, feel free to ask me. Thank you, cousin. No need for formalities. We are family. Afterward, the conversation drifted into light-hearted banter. The atmosphere gradually brightened. Song Mei, Song Qing, and Sun Qian were particularly attentive to Su Qingqing's feelings, recounting amusing anecdotes from Jiang Chen's childhood to elicit laughter from her. With a friend like Song Mei around, Su Qingqing felt at ease and soon joined in the merriment, laughter echoing around them. However, regarding her cousin's earlier questions, Su Qingqing felt a sense of discomfort lingering within. Ultimately, it all stemmed from that clumsy oaf. Were it not for him, she would not have become pregnant, nor given birth. She would not have transformed into a wife and mother, and, consequently, she would not be surrounded by inquiries about these delicate yet essential matters that she desperately needed to comprehend. Yet, without that oaf, it seemed improbable that she would have brought 3 adorable little ones into the world. In everyday life, one often finds oneself deprived of many pleasures. But what does that matter? Without the presence of the boorish swine, can I not indulge in my own method of parthenogenesis? Can I not lay my own eggs and entertain myself? Thus, in summary, it is still the fault of that swine. Upon this reflection, Su Qingqing could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Jiang Chen, while selling fruits, inexplicably shivered several times. Who is cursing me? No. Who is threatening me? Why does it suddenly feel so chilling around me? Xiaoan, why are you alone in the living room watching television? Where are my aunt and cousin? After purchasing diapers and fruits, Jiang Chen returned to find Sun Wan alone in the living room, prompting his puzzled inquiry. They're chatting with my sister-in-law in the bedroom. Sun Wan gestured towards the bedroom. Chatting in the bedroom? Jiang Chen questioned. Then why aren't you joining them? I would like to, but my mother said I'm just a little girl and shouldn't be listening in. She then shooed me out. Sun Wan pouted, her expression one of dissatisfaction. By the way, what are they discussing that's so inappropriate? Jiang Chen asked. Cousin, do you think I'm still little? Sun Wan suddenly inquired. Well, I suppose you're not that small anymore. Exactly, cousin. In reality, I'm not little at all. I've grown up quite a bit. What haven't I seen? What don't I understand? It's just my mother who looks down on me, thinking I'm still a mere child. Sun Wan complained while watching television. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Wan and then at the captivating show she was engrossed in, shaking his head in silence. So, the not-so-little girl is still watching Ultraman? Xiao Cheng, you're back. We were just talking about you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's return, Song Qing, Song Mei, and Sun Qian emerged joyfully from the bedroom, each sporting a satisfied expression after indulging their curiosity. What were you saying about me? Jiang Chen scratched his head, suspecting it was unlikely to be anything flattering, especially from his cousin who had always been fond of him. Of course, we were saying how fortunate you are, and how handsome you look. Song Qing and Sun Qian burst into laughter, eyes twinkling. All right, let us hurry inside. It seems the little one needs a change, Song Mei interjected, her tone serious as she recognized her duty as a mother, not merely an observer. Okay. Jiang Chen carried a pack of diapers into the bedroom. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss with Su Qingchen. Her cheeks were flushed, and, as she noticed his arrival, she pouted while fixating her gaze upon him, exuding an aura of a wronged little wife. What is going on with you? Who has teased or bullied you? He inquired. What do you want? Jiang Chen noticed the peculiar gaze of Su Qingcheng fixed upon him and could not help but inquire. What do you wish to do? I simply desire to take a bite out of you, Su Qingcheng candidly expressed, her demeanor fierce. A bite? Well, you must wait a moment while I change the little one's diaper, Jiang Chen replied, bemused by the unexpected response. To his surprise, the young lady truly intended such an act. No worries, I shall wait for you, Su Qingcheng graciously assured him. She had resolutely decided that she must indeed take a bite out of the big pig-ass trotter. One bite was insufficient, and she would follow up with another. Otherwise, she would feel utterly stifled. A minute later, after Jiang Chen had completed the diaper change, Su Qingqing wasted no time. Before he could catch his breath, she seized his arm and bit down firmly. Ouch! Jiang Chen exclaimed, having grown accustomed to her antics and exaggerated his reaction for effect. You truly bit me. What of it? You made me so irritated the moment I laid eyes on you. Su Qingcheng retorted defiantly. I shall bite, and I intend to bite again. It seemed she was becoming increasingly unreasonable, and she promptly took another bite. This was a far cry from her usual serene goddess persona. However, was she still serene? Still a goddess? At this moment, she resembled nothing more than a young tigress, newly acquainted with the art of biting. Chapter 92. This big pig's hoof is truly wicked. Oh dear, how ruthless you are. Outside the bedroom, Song Mei was sharing laughter with her elder sister, Song Qing, when suddenly they were interrupted by the son's repeated cries of torment from within. Instinctively, she inquired, Son, what is the matter? Immediately regretting her question, she thought, why meddle in the affairs of that mischievous couple? It's only going to complicate things. As anticipated, from the bedroom came Jiang Chen's voice. It's nothing, Mom. I just got bitten by a dog again. Song Mei was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Song Qing and Sun Qian exchanged wide-eyed glances, both seasoned enough to grasp the implications of the context. Sun Qian couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. When she had previously asked Su Qingcheng whether she had engaged in intimate relations, she had thought her cousin had matured, able to maintain composure in front of such an exquisite beauty. However, it now appeared that he was rather the shy, reserved type, yet playful with his wife. Realizing this, both Song Qing and Sun Qian shared a knowing laugh. Observing their reaction, Song Mei felt a bit embarrassed. Serve him right. The more he gets bitten, the more obedient he will be. After all, he was her own son, and during broad daylight, such antics in the bedroom, claiming to be bitten by a dog, were quite inappropriate, especially with relatives around. Unable to reprimand her friend, she could only scold her own son. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Chen, hearing his mother's words, felt a pang of sorrow. It seemed that when it came to choosing between her friend and her son, his mother remained unwaveringly loyal to her friend. However, it didn't matter much. Since his mother sided with his friend and offered no justice for him, he would simply resolve it himself. With that thought, a smirk appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he transformed into a warrior with a crooked smile, casting a wolfish gaze at Su Qingqing. As for Su Qingqing, buoyed by her successful teasing and the overwhelming support from Song Mei, her expression grew increasingly triumphant, oblivious to her own naivety and the imminent danger. She continued to provoke him. How about that? Now even Sister Mei supports me. I wonder if you big pig's hoof, will still dare to act arrogantly. Suddenly, Jiang Chen lunged at her, catching her completely off guard. Not only did he dare to retaliate, but he also bit back fiercely, returning her provocation with a vengeance. Moreover, he escalated the situation. Jiang Chen's tit-for-tat made Su Qingcheng relent completely. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily adjusted her clothing and shot him a fierce glare. This big pig's hoof was utterly wicked. Son, come out for a moment. Your aunt has a favor to ask of you. After a while, Salme knocked on the bedroom door and spoke from outside. All right, Jiang Chen responded. He then smiled at Su Qingsheng and said, shall I step out? Pa, if you're going out, just go. Why tell me? Su Qingsheng retorted, her previously flushed cheeks still aglow. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, her face flushed anew. This boorish fellow, utterly shameless, had just teased her and now approached her with a jovial demeanor. Very well, I shall take my leave. Noting his wife's embarrassment, Jiang Chen chuckled, settled the 3 little ones, and prepared to rise. However, just as he was about to stand, Su Qingsheng suddenly exclaimed, wait, I shall go out too. With Jiang Chen's aunt, cousin, and younger cousin outside, it would be inappropriate for her, as a prospective daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, to remain hidden in the bedroom. She understood that those aware of her innocence knew she had done nothing untoward within the confines of the room. However, those unaware might presume she engaged in some scandalous affair with that boorish man. Thus, as Jiang Chen stepped out, Su Qingsheng tidied herself and wheeled the baby stroller outside, where Song Mei and Song Qing eagerly approached her. Aunt, what can I assist you with? Jiang Chen inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Well, Song Qing hesitated, pulling Sun Wan closer. Actually, it's regarding your cousin, Xiao Wan. She graduated from university this year and is currently searching for employment. However, her school has a mediocre reputation, and she possesses no distinctive talents. Consequently, she has faced numerous rejections in her job search, unable to secure a suitable position. Lately, she has been idly staying at home. Although our family is well off, and having her at home means merely an extra pair of chopsticks at dinner, it is not a sustainable solution. Your uncle and I can no longer bear to watch her idle away her time. Recently, we heard that you have become quite successful. At such a young age, you drive a $200,000 luxury car and reside in a $1 million mansion. You are thriving in the city, a promising young entrepreneur. So, Xiao Chun, could you possibly assist your cousin in finding a job? It doesn't need to be anything extravagant, just something at a decent level. I simply cannot stand to see her at home, doing nothing. Song Qing expressed, pulling Sun Wan along. Jiang Chen grasped the underlying message. They merely sought his help in securing a job for his cousin, which shouldn't be overly challenging. However, he couldn't help but ponder. Was he really thriving? A promising young entrepreneur? While this description was not entirely inaccurate, considering it was his aunt speaking, Jiang Chen wished to remain modest. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Sun Wan, upon hearing her mother's words, immediately expressed her discontent. Idly staying at home? Who's doing that? Mother, may I inquire who has been diligently cooking, washing dishes, sweeping, and wiping tables for you every day? Furthermore, I am striving to secure employment, yet suitable opportunities seem elusive. How can you even suggest that the meals you prepare qualify as food? They resemble swill for pigs. My culinary offerings? Huh. I wonder if you and father have partaken of my so-called swill. Enough already. Let us cease this quarrel, especially since we are at Annie's house. Let us hear what Xiao Chun has to say. Observing the impending argument between his mother and sister, Sun Qian hastily interjected a few words, redirecting the conversation back to the matter of job hunting. Jiang Chen watched the altercation unfold, secretly pondering about his rebellious little cousin. Indeed, she still has a penchant for Ultraman. Yet, given that my aunt has openly sought assistance, I feel compelled to lend a hand. Xiao Wan, what is your educational background? A standard second-tier university, majoring in accounting. And what are your expectations regarding employment and salary? Ideally, I seek a position related to my accounting specialization, with a monthly salary of 10,000 or more, without overtime, no adjustments to days off, and no last-minute tasks. In summary, I desire a high salary with minimal responsibilities and abundant benefits. Well, to be frank, Xiao Wan, your expectations are somewhat lofty. However, I can assist you in finding a job related to accounting. It is merely at the outset, so the salary may be lower, the benefits average, and the workload considerable, with frequent overtime. Nevertheless, the potential for future growth is substantial. You are aware that I currently drive a BMW X7, which has a market value of $2 million. I can assure you that if you commit to that job for 3 years, You will also be able to drive a luxury vehicle of the BMW X7 caliber, becoming a veritable affluent young lady. So what do you say? Are you willing to take this opportunity? Chapter 93. The strikingly charismatic pancake man cousin. What did you just say? You can help me find a job in accounting? After 3 years, I could drive a luxurious BMW X7 like you? Become a genuine, little wealthy woman? Surely you jest. Sun Wan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. During her visit to her aunt's house, her primary intention was to see how beautiful her cousin's wife was, rather than to seek employment. Thus, when Jiang Chen inquired about her job expectations and salary, she exaggeratedly stated her desires. After all, who wouldn't prefer a job with ample pay and minimal responsibilities? However, in these times, it is genuinely challenging for college graduates to secure good employment. She had a realistic perception of her situation. Graduating from second-tier university with a non-popular major and lacking any standout skills, she felt that a monthly salary of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan would suffice. She did not harbor grand ambitions. As for living off her family, that was a rebellious act against her mother, who, despite her age, still underestimated her capabilities. I'm not a child anymore. I understand everything. Please, stop calling me a little girl. Jiang Chen, noticing his cousin's interest, chuckled. In 3 years, I can help you afford a luxury car worth $1 million and become a little wealthy woman, of course. But everything comes at a price. If you desire a nice car and wealth, you must exert considerable effort. In other words, this job may not meet your earlier expectations, as the starting salary is not high, and it involves considerable overtime, numerous tasks, and even working during weekends and holidays. That is perfectly fine. Sun Wan hesitated briefly before responding. My earlier demands were just playful exaggerations. In truth, I graduated from an ordinary second-tier university and do not have such lofty expectations. For my first job, a reasonable salary, overtime, and the possibility of working during holidays. That is no problem at all. As long as, like you mentioned, there's ample room for growth. Sun Wan concluded with a somewhat coy smile. This was indeed her heartfelt sentiment. As long as she could become a little wealthy woman within 3 years, what did overtime matter? Working during holidays? That was trivial. Even if it meant getting up in the middle of the night, she would be more than willing to rise for work. Even though she currently had no boyfriend and had never been in a relationship. Once she became that little wealthy woman, she would lounge at home, and her mother could no longer say she was living off the family. Xiaochen, what kind of job are you referring to? How can it offer such vast development potential that in 3 years, it could enable Xiao Wan to buy a luxury car worth $1 million and become a little wealthy woman? At this moment, Song Qing inquired with noticeable concern. She had always understood Jiang Chen. Aside from being a mischievous child in his youth, he had grown to be quite reliable in his endeavors. However, Jiang Chen's assertion that one can purchase a luxury car and become wealthy after merely 3 years of work seems rather far-fetched. Could it possibly be some sort of pyramid scheme? Rest assured, mother, Xiao Chen is my nephew and Xiao Wan's cousin. If he dares to make such claims, he must have his reasons. He wouldn't engage in mere empty talk. Moreover, look at Xiao Chen, who has just graduated yet already owns a car and a house, swiftly attaining success. Thus, when he mentions 3 years, it is indeed plausible. Observing her mother's skepticism towards Jiang Chen, Sun Qian stepped forward. She held a certain admiration for her cousin, who, fresh from university, had a beautiful wife, 3 children, a luxury car worth $2 million, and a mansion worth over $10 million. Accomplishments she could scarcely dream of achieving. Of course, she recognized that Jiang Chen's words were likely embellished. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. As long as one followed his guidance, it was entirely possible to become a modestly wealthy individual within 3 years, even if it took a bit longer. To be frank, she felt a spark of excitement at the prospect. All right, Xiao Qian is right. Since it's Xiao Chen who said it, I have no objections. Yet, Xiao Chen, I have one request. Please keep an eye on Xiao Wan while she is out. I worry about her being vulnerable to ill-intentioned individuals. After hearing Sun Qian's remarks, Song Qing set aside her doubts, cheerfully offering her thoughts. No matter what, she was finally shedding the burden of a relative who lounged at home all day. Don't worry, Aunt. With me around, no one will bully my cousin. Jiang Chen assured Song Qing, then turned to ask Sun Wan, "So, Xiao Wan, everything is settled with Aunt. What do you think about the job I mentioned? Are you willing to take it?" "Absolutely. I'm more than willing." After discussing Sun Wan's employment, the hour had grown late. The three of them from the Song family prepared to depart. Their visit to Song Mei's home had not only allowed them to see Su Qingcheng and the triplet babies, but had also conveniently resolved Sun Wan's job situation. As they returned home, they felt a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. After seeing the Song family off, Song Mei headed upstairs. The young couple trailed behind, pushing a stroller. Su Qingcheng remarked to Jiang Chen, "If I'm not mistaken, the prestigious job you mentioned that enables one to become wealthy in 3 years is actually helping out at your store, right?" "This." Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "You guessed correctly. You hit the nail on the head." "Huh, that was hardly difficult to deduce. Listening to you, I could tell what you were boasting about. So, what position are you planning to assign your cousin? Something suitable, I presume?" "Of course, it will be an accounting role." "I know it's an accounting position, but what exactly?" "Specifically, it's the financial director." "Can you please speak plainly?" "All right, it's the receptionist." "The receptionist?" "Indeed. To be more precise, it is a front desk position accompanied by various miscellaneous tasks." Su Qingcheng was left speechless. This oath truly embodies the essence of a frivolous man. Just imagine, if your cousin were to discover that the job she has been yearning for, one that promises her to become a modest, wealthy woman after merely 3 years, is in fact a front desk role intertwined with an assortment of duties, she would surely be infuriated. Jiang Chen, overhearing this, remained unfazed. "My dear wife, you fail to grasp the significance of the front desk position. Do not underestimate its importance. According to my plans, the soon-to-be-launched barbecue restaurant will grant substantial authority to the front desk. It will control the financial affairs of the establishment and report directly to me, the proprietor. Moreover, I intend to establish a company and embark on a chain operation. If my cousin joins at this juncture, she will be regarded as a founding member. Her status comparable to that of Lu Wei, the store manager. Just envision this, 3 years from now, as I expand to hundreds, even thousands of chain stores. Should my cousin possess the requisite capabilities, I would confidently appoint her as the financial director of the brand. At that point, consider the prospect, my cousin, as the financial director of a colossal chain, acquiring a luxury car worth millions and effortlessly transforming into a modest, wealthy woman." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Qingcheng felt a stirring within her. In truth, with the oaf's capabilities and the irresistibly delectable allure of the barbecue, it may not be entirely implausible to envision a future where he cultivates a chain empire comprising thousands of outlets. Thus, the promise he made to Sun Wan about her potential to become a modest, wealthy woman does not seem to be mere bravado. Furthermore, if Sun Wan were to ascend to the role of financial director and attain wealth, then what would that make me? The boss lady? With this thought, Su Qingcheng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. There he stood, tall and imposing, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a striking charisma, thus stirring a tempest of emotions within her. To become the boss lady of this oaf might not be such a bad prospect after all. Chapter 94. Nourishing Yin and Reinforcing the Kidneys? My dear daughter, no. Su Qingcheng indulged in her thoughts about the proprietress, feeling quite pleased within. However, she scoffed outwardly, exclaiming, "Big pancake man, all you do is paint illusions. How could this be termed as painting illusions? The endeavors of entrepreneurs are better described as inspiring visions." Jiang Chen retorted. In truth, he had previously harbored a disdain for such fanciful notions. Yet he was surprised to find that painting illusions could be so delightful, an endless source of joy. Of course, the illusions he conjured were approached with utmost seriousness. "Hey, Weizi, how is the barbecue restaurant coming along?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then retrieved his phone to call Lu Wei. After Lu Wei chose to become his store manager, Jiang Chen had entrusted him with the renovations and licensing for the barbecue establishment. Days had passed, and he was curious about the progress. "Morning, brother. Everything is going splendidly. Everything is proceeding as planned," Lu Wei exclaimed on the other end of the line. "The licensing for the barbecue restaurant has been completed, and I have been supervising the renovations daily, pushing for perfection. It will be finished within half a day. Half a day until completion?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated it would take at least another fortnight, yet it was nearing completion sooner than expected. Excellent work. Wei Zi, in addition to overseeing the renovations, make some time to visit the labor market and recruit a few nimble dishwashing ladies. Sure, morning brother. But how should we handle their wages? Pay them according to the market rate, supplemented with a performance bonus between 500 and 1,000, along with a full attendance reward. Okay, what about the front desk? No need for a front desk. I found someone for that. Understood, morning brother. I'll head out to recruit dishwashing ladies right away. As soon as the call ended, Lu Wei wasted no time and energetically rushed to the labor market to hire staff. Jiang Chen silently commended him. From the current perspective, entrusting his good friend with a managerial position appeared to be a prudent choice. Mom, we've stayed a day. It's time to return. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen felt the time was ripe and addressed Song Mei. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Song Mei replied without further insistence. Since we are all in Sihai City, you two are always welcome to visit us. However, when you come to see your father and me, head over to Swan Lake. We plan to settle there. Okay, Mom, Jiang Chen affirmed. By the way, son, take this with you. Song Mei produced a dark red book and solemnly handed it to Jiang Chen. Upon receiving it, Jiang Chen was initially surprised. Mom, why are you giving me the household registration book? What do I need this for? Are you foolish, my son? You need it to obtain your marriage certificate. Song Mei chuckled, then turned to Su Qingcheng, who was standing nearby. Qingcheng, don't you agree? Of course. Su Qingcheng was taken aback by his Song Mei's sudden inquiry. She thought, is Sister Mei intentionally asking this? Is she already pushing for us to get our marriage certificate so soon? Oh, with her little schemes, she is merely eager to become my rightful mother-in-law. Ah, truly. My dear best friend. Very well then. Jiang Chen put away the household registration booklet and settled the 3 little ones into the car. Song Mei stepped forward to assist, unceremoniously loading a multitude of provisions into Jiang Chen's BMW X7. Jiang Chen attempted to persuade her, but it was utterly futile. The way her mother was acting, it seemed as though she and her father could survive on nothing but photosynthesis. Fortunately, her father was working overtime. Otherwise, the car would have been even more cramped. Mom, we're leaving. All right, off you go. Take good care of Qingcheng and my 3 grandchildren. And don't forget to look after yourself. Got it. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye. Sister Mei. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Chen's family of 5 returned to their home in the Bishuju community. Upon arriving home, they were immediately busy, unloading items from the car for over half an hour. In addition to what Song Mei and her husband had purchased, they had also received a plump goose and a mountain chicken from Annie. 2 rabbit legs were included as well. Did you see? You used to always doubt whether you were truly my mother's child or if you were picked up from a rubbish heap. Now, isn't the answer clear? Su Qingcheng remarked playfully to Jiang Chen, observing the mountain of items being unloaded from the car. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded, reflecting on the universal parental love. He resolved to treat his parents-in-law with greater kindness in the future. Hey, why did your mother send over that jar of mulberry wine? Su Qingcheng exclaimed, surprised to find a large glass jar of mulberry wine among the pile. Don't underestimate the mulberry wine. It's actually a remarkable delicacy. Not only delicious, but also beneficial for clearing heat, brightening the eyes, enhancing the complexion, and nourishing the kidneys, Jiang Chen explained. Nourishing the kidneys? So this is a special gift for you? Su Qingcheng teased. No, you can have some too. Who says only men need to nourish their kidneys? Cut it out. I'm a woman. I don't need to nourish my kidneys. By the way, Jiang Chen, actually just before we left, your mother secretly gave me a gift. Su Qingcheng suddenly winked, her expression playful. What gift? Jiang Chen inquired, curious. Come, see for yourself. Su Qingcheng chuckled, opened her phone, and showed Jiang Chen a photo. Upon seeing it, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor with his toes. The photo was none other than a childhood picture of himself, caught in the act of wetting the bed. The photograph of the bedwetting incident was taken on Jiang Chen's first day of kindergarten, when he was merely 3 years old. At that time, he was clad in open-crotch pajamas, and, whether due to excitement or some other reason, who had not wet the bed since he was over a year old, unfortunately did so that very morning. Upon discovering this, his mother, brimming with enthusiasm, captured the moment with her compact camera. This image immortalized a moment of profound embarrassment in Jiang Chen's life, a veritable source of shame. Consequently, once he became somewhat more aware, he sought out the developed photograph and, in a fit of desperation, incinerated it to obliterate the evidence. However, fate had other plans. Many years later, his mother unearthed the film negatives, had the photographs developed once more, and transformed them into digital images to share with her close friends. Could it be that this was his mother, secretly exposing her son's childhood embarrassment to her friends? Upon seeing the photograph, Jiang Chen couldn't help but facepalm. In stark contrast, Su Qingcheng gazed at the bedwetting picture with great amusement, remarking on how the 3-year-old Jiang Chen looked, wearing open-crotch pants with a large puddle of urine on the bedsheet. How entertaining and delightful. Jiang Chen, you were so low back then. After studying the image intently for a while, she suddenly sighed with realization. Of course, I was quite small. I was only 3 years old, just starting kindergarten. No, you've misunderstood my meaning. I wasn't referring to your age. Jiang Chen, perplexed, questioned what she meant as he noticed Su Qingcheng stifling laughter. After a moment of realization, he was left utterly astonished. Woman, you had better be referring to my age. Chapter 95, 220 million, a watch. Son, are you asleep? As the clock approached midnight, Su Qingcheng, fatigued, had already retired early. Jiang Chen had tended to the 3 little divine beasts, ensuring they were well fed and peacefully slumbering. After some time spent browsing, he too was ready to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. However, just then, an unexpected call from his father came through. Just as I was about to sleep. What is it, Dad? Jiang Chen inquired. Is Qingchen beside you? Jiang Daping hesitantly asked. No. Jiang Chen glanced at the peacefully sleeping Su Qingchen. It's fine, Dad. What do you need? Well, I called you tonight for no particular reason, except to mention that Qingchen gifted me a watch for my birthday the other day. To be honest, that watch is quite exquisite. I'm not sure of the brand, but it certainly caught my eye. Just now, out of curiosity, I looked up the letters on the packaging, Patek Philippe, and to my surprise, the watch is rather expensive. It turns out to be Patek Philippe. Dad, you only just realized that watch is a Patek Philippe? Jiang Chen chuckled. Of course. I'm busy with work every day. How would I know much about watches? I've only heard that Rolex watches are quite pricey, but I've never seen one in person. For my 50th birthday, I received a birthday gift of a Patek Philippe, which is astonishingly expensive. A mere watch is priced at hundreds of thousands, even reaching into the millions. This thing, I reckon a watch could buy a house anywhere in the world. Jiang Daping expressed, astonished. That night, he was quite pleased with himself. With his son and family gone, it was once again a world for two. He flaunted a bit in front of Song Mei, driving the new Wuling M7 that Jiang Chen had gifted him, wearing the watch that Su Qingcheng had presented. With nothing much to do, he took Song Mei out for a drive, reminiscent of their youthful days, romantic and warm. On the way back, Jiang Daping spotted an unnamed maple forest evening and momentarily hesitated to return home, wanting to experience it with Song Mei. However, after a series of eye rolls from her, he obediently decided to go home. Upon returning, his enthusiasm undiminished. He persuaded Song Mei to join him for some yoga. Later, feeling somewhat bored, he retrieved the watch S-box, searched online for the brand, assuming it might be worth several thousand. To his astonishment, upon searching, he nearly dropped his jaw, for it was indeed a Patek Philippe, with even the simplest model priced in the range of hundreds of thousands. Jiang Daping estimated the value of the watch in his possession. It was surely worth at least several hundred thousand. Realizing this, Jiang Daping was taken aback. While he could accept the price of a car costing hundreds of thousands, since it is a substantial item, the thought of a watch costing that much was truly hard to grasp. Moreover, he suspected he might have underestimated its worth. Thus, at midnight, he found himself in deep contemplation. Jiang Daping could no longer contain his thoughts and decided to call Jiang Chen to discuss the matter. Otherwise, he would be restless throughout the night. Upon hearing his father's concerns, Jiang Chen expressed understanding. There's a saying that the impoverished indulge in cars while the affluent revel in watches. At first glance, a seemingly ordinary timepiece might be valued in the hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions, which is indeed true. Had he not previously researched this? He would never have imagined that a mere watch could be worth such an extravagant sum. For someone like his father, an honest, diligent, and straightforward man, whose wife and children occupied most of his attention, it was entirely understandable that he found it hard to accept. Dad, a Patek Philippe watch is indeed quite expensive. A timepiece worth hundreds of thousands is no exaggeration. But that is still exorbitant. I am just an ordinary person, merely living my life, never intending to receive such a lavish gift. I even gifted you a car, which also cost a fortune. That is different, Jiang Dapeng retorted confidently. You are my son. No matter how extravagant your gift, I would gladly accept it. But for Qingcheng, she hasn't even officially entered our family yet. Then what do you want, Dad? Jiang Chen laughed. Should I discover the watch is indeed costly and simply return it? Returning it would certainly be inappropriate. Jiang Dapeng's tone was filled with difficulty. Since it is deemed inappropriate, what do you propose to do? The gift from Qingcheng is yours to keep, no matter how expensive. It is still a gift meant for you. Besides, as an elder, accepting a gift from a junior is only natural. Well, then I shall accept the gift. Jiang Dapeng sighed. Just before hanging up, he suddenly remembered to ask, by the way, son, what kind of family background does Qingcheng come from? Do you know? Jiang Chen scratched his head. To be honest, his knowledge was extremely limited. He had only gleaned from the class monitor's remarks that the young lady hailed from an exceptional family. However, he was unaware of the specifics. Dad, I don't know much either. Perhaps you should ask my mother. Qingcheng has been her good friend for many years, and she might know more. All right. After finishing the call with his father, Jiang Chen found himself unable to sleep. Thus, he decided to rise and investigate the true worth of the Patek Philippe watch that Su Qingcheng had gifted him. On his father's birthday, he had taken numerous photographs, including one of the watch. Jiang Chen had limited knowledge of watches, but instinctively felt that the timepiece from Su Qingcheng must be quite valuable, likely worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. If a watch worth tens of thousands could elicit such a reaction from his father, he could only imagine how his father would react upon discovering its true worth. He opened the photograph of the watch and, using the internet, diligently compared various models to ascertain a fair value for the specific timepiece. After an extensive half-hour of research, he finally narrowed down which model of Patek Philippe it was. However, when Jiang Chen beheld the sight, he was momentarily rendered speechless. For this particular timepiece was the Grandmaster Chime, a masterpiece crafted by Patek Philippe. Unveiled in 2014, its exquisite design epitomizes opulence, with only 7 pieces ever produced. The case is fashioned from 18K rose gold, while the dial is made of exquisite amber. The strap is meticulously handcrafted from crocodile leather. At a Christie's auction in 2019, one of these remarkable watches fetched an astonishing price of $31 million, equivalent to 210 million yuan. Chapter 96. Marrying a chicken means following a chicken. Marrying a dog means following a dog. Goodness. A watch worth 210 million yuan. Is this for real? Jiang Chen, taken aback, rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have misread the information. He meticulously compared the watch gifted by Su Qingcheng with the one that fetched the astronomical price online. After scrutinizing the photographs for several minutes, he arrived at the undeniable conclusion. The styles and details were not merely similar, but indeed identical. Gasp! Jiang Chen involuntarily inhaled sharply. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly 1 o'clock, yet he felt no trace of sleepiness. Ever since the awakening of his system, his days have been filled with indulgence alongside his wife and child, enjoying sumptuous meals and delightful pastimes. Even in a state of complete relaxation, he continued to rake in tens of thousands daily, with earnings soaring into the hundreds of thousands, even millions on a regular basis. Consequently, he had reached a point where he scarcely regarded money as significant. The mere thought of Su Qingcheng gifting him a Patek Philippe watch worth several million barely registered on his radar. Was a few million truly substantial? It was merely a matter of a day or two's effort. However, witnessing the staggering price of 210 million yuan left Jiang Chen utterly dumbfounded. Goodness gracious, 210 million. How many several millions did that amount to? Could it be that his wife was a small fortune unto herself? No. To casually gift away a watch worth 210 million would undoubtedly indicate. A super-rich woman, of course. One could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Su Qingcheng had presented him with a replica or counterfeit. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen felt that such a likelihood was slim, albeit not entirely impossible. In his astonishment, he turned to gaze at Su Qingcheng, pondering the background of his somewhat troublesome wife who had seemingly befriended a super-rich woman. Was she perhaps the daughter of a billionaire? Did her family possess untold wealth, akin to a super-elite clan or even a legendary hidden family? Such a notion was not without merit. Meanwhile, Su Qingcheng was sound asleep, her body nestled comfortably on its side, her face turned towards Jiang Chen, under the soft glow of light. Her eyes were firmly closed, her skin fair and delicate, her features exquisitely sculpted, her enchanting visage captivating all who beheld her, truly extraordinary. Even in slumber, she exuded an irresistible grace, a myriad of charms, and striking beauty. Yet her sleeping posture left much to be desired. Clutching a panda pillow in her arms, she had ensconced herself snugly beneath a blanket, her legs tightly wrapped within it. This was her usual way of sleeping, a position that afforded her comfort. Though the blanket was secured so tightly that Jiang Chen often felt cold in the middle of the night, struggling to tug it free. "Wake up, dear. I have something to ask you," Jiang Chen called out as he approached Su Qingcheng. At that moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity. If he did not inquire about the exorbitant watch, he would surely be unable to sleep. "Don't disturb me. I'm sleeping," Su Qingcheng mumbled groggily. Turning over to resume her slumber, the blanket still firmly held in place. Jiang Chen leaned closer to Su Qingcheng's ear and gently urged, "Dear, wake up. There's something important." At this moment, Su Qingcheng, clearly irritable, replied, "Oh, stop it. Is the child hungry? Fine, you handle it yourself." With her eyes still closed in a daze, she pushed away the panda-shaped pillow in her arms, adjusted her position, and directly began to unbutton her garment. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, wondering if the girl was perhaps lost in some dream. "Hey, dear, wake up." When other methods proved ineffective, he resorted to pinching Su Qingcheng's nose, a surefire tactic. Sure enough, a few seconds later, she opened her eyes, shook her head to free her nose from his grasp, and looked at him with a mixture of grievance and longing, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Why won't you let me sleep?" "About that, dear, I have a question for you." Jiang Chen proceeded to recount the matter regarding the watch to Su Qingcheng. Sitting up to listen, she stifled yawns due to her drowsiness. "So, what do you wish to ask?" she inquired with a yawn. "Isn't the Patek Philippe watch you gifted my father the renowned Grandmaster chime, of which only 7 were ever produced?" "Indeed it is." "Are you sure it's an authentic Patek Philippe?" "Absolutely." "You acquired that watch for 210 million? "Not quite. The person who bought it for that price later went bankrupt. I actually secured it abroad 2 years ago for 180 million. 180 million? Really?" "Yes, specifically 183 million. I still have the auction contract. If you don't believe me, I can fetch it." No, I believe you." "So, you gifted that 180 million Patek Philippe watch to my father as a birthday present?" "Yes. Aside from that watch, I had no other money or valuable items to offer. So I decided to give it to your father as a gift." Su Qingcheng replied with a nonchalant tone, tinged with a hint of resignation. This?" Jiang Chen was left speechless, astonished by her casual demeanor regarding the 180 million watch as if it were merely a cabbage, bought and then gifted without a second thought. Is the world of the wealthy truly so unpretentious? "What are you staring at me like that for?" Su Qingcheng questioned, noticing his peculiar expression. "Oh, nothing. I just find you exceedingly beautiful, more so than flowers." "Please, that is so insincere." "All right, just speak your mind." Your family seems quite affluent, huh?" "It is acceptable. I indeed had some money before, but the past 2 years have been challenging. Like me, after gifting that watch, I find myself quite destitute now, with merely a few thousand left in my salary account." "And you? Are you truly willing to part with that 180 million watch? What is there to be reluctant about? It is merely a watch. Besides, I gifted it to your father because of you, after all. It is not as if I discarded it or gave it to someone else. I believe it is fine." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. This truly is his wife. He then sat beside Su Qingcheng and embraced her tenderly. This time, Su Qingchang did not resist. Instead, she nestled her little head deeper into Jiang Chen's embrace. What will you do without money? Jiang Chen asked, a hint of concern in his voice. What else can I do? I shall adapt to my circumstances. Su Qingchang sniffled, then lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. By the way, Jiang Chen, you won't abandon me just because I'm out of money, will you? Chapter 97. If you continue like this, I might truly become your wife. Why would I not want you? Am I foolish? A wife as wonderful as you is something I would seek even with a lantern. I could never let you go. I only wish to treat you well. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Su Qingchang's hair, his gaze filled with adoration. Is that so? Su Qingchang blinked her eyes, intrigued. Absolutely. Then, how do you intend to treat me well? I shall cherish you, accommodate you, refrain from provoking your anger, and lessen your burdens. Jiang Chen declared with utmost sincerity. Is there more? Su Qingchang felt a warmth in her heart, and while she playfully pushed away Jiang Chen's hand, it persisted stubbornly. After several attempts to dislodge it, she feigned ignorance and allowed it to remain. Indeed, there is. For instance, if I can support you against the wall, I will not let you walk. If I can allow you to recline, I will not insist that you kneel. Jiang Chen spoke with a serious demeanor. This. Su Qingchang was initially taken aback, struggling to comprehend his meaning. But soon her cheeks flushed crimson. She scolded lightly, "Get lost. You pervert." Internally she thought, this big oaf. His imagination is truly extravagant. After a brief pause, her face still aflame, Su Qingchang couldn't help but tilt her face upwards, softly asking, "What else is there?" Her voice was sweet and languorous, reminiscent of a kitten curled up comfortably in one's arms. Is there anything else? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that if I'm already supporting you, is that not enough? After a moment's thought, he leaned down and affectionately said, "Yes. First, close your eyes." Close my eyes? Su Qingchang was momentarily astonished, yet obediently complied, shutting her eyes with a charming innocence. All right, I've closed my eyes. Now tell me what it is. Suddenly, Jiang Chen leaned in. Through his actions, he revealed what he meant. Su Qingchang was caught off guard. This big oaf certainly knows how to play. If he is going to ambush, let it be an ambush. If he is going to kiss, let him kiss. And yet he asked her to close her eyes. Moreover, his hands. At first, Su Qingchang stiffened, too startled to move. However, after a while, she gradually relaxed, though her heart raced with trepidation, as such moments are fraught with potential misunderstandings. All right, no more kissing. If you continue, I might genuinely become your wife. Su Qingchang urged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen solemnly kissed her once more, declaring, "You are already my wife. But it seems the children are waking up. Look, Dabo, Erbao, and Sambao are watching us. This is not appropriate." Su Qingchang attempted to reason with Jiang Chen, using the three little ones as a shield, hoping that he would heed their presence and restrain himself. Indeed, in the crib, the three little ones had indeed awakened, whether from hunger or discomfort remained unclear. At this moment, the little one's round eyes darted about, ultimately fixating on Jiang Chen and Su Qingchang. Their limited vision rendered them uncertain about what they were observing. Yet their curiosity was palpable. Jiang Chen glanced at the trio of children, dismissing them with indifference. It's of no consequence. They wouldn't comprehend it anyway. With that, he playfully bestowed a kiss. Su Qingchang, the three little ones. Ding! The host is unabashedly displaying affection in front of the children, forcing them to consume dog food at such a tender age. Indeed, a grave sin, unworthy of fatherhood. Ding! The host has triggered a hidden reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a cash prize of 1 million yuan. What? I merely kiss my wife. How is that a grave sin? Unworthy of fatherhood? Damn it. In the old residence of the Jiang family, though it was already midnight, Jiang Dapeng was wide awake. The reason for his restlessness was that Patek Philippe watch. It was exorbitantly priced, a mere watch valued at several $100,000. To think that his annual salary and bonuses amounted to only a fraction of that left him grappling with disbelief after his phone call with his son. Fortunately, he had some assurance now. Regardless of whether this watch was indeed a Patek Philippe or how exorbitantly priced it truly was, The current situation was clear. This watch belonged to him. He could dispose of it as he saw fit. Wife, wake up. I wish to speak with you. What is there to discuss? Tomorrow will suffice. Song Mei had toiled throughout the day and was now exhausted after being paraded around by Jiang Daping. It all came back to that watch. I just called that little rascal, and it's confirmed to be genuine. So what if it's genuine? It's merely a watch. Song Mei rolled over, seeking a more comfortable position, unwilling to rise. What do you mean merely? Jiang Daping expressed his discontent. My dear, you cannot fathom. It is not just any watch. It's a luxury brand known as Patek Philippe, valued at several $100,000. It could even be worth over $1 million. After strolling outside for a while, Song Mei returned and promptly fell asleep. Thus, she was genuinely unaware of Jiang Daping's concerns regarding the watch. What did you say? You claim that watch is worth several $100,000, even over $1 million? Upon hearing Jiang Daping's words, Song Mei jolted upright in bed, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, Jiang Daping chuckled at his wife, realizing that when it came to money, she was sharper than anyone else. He then recounted how he discovered the Patek Philippe brand and the conversation with their son. Song Mei listened in shock, mirroring Jiang Daping's disbelief. She too found it preposterous that a watch could be worth hundreds of thousands, perhaps equivalent to the price of a house. However, dear wife, after speaking with our son, I've come to terms with it. No matter how expensive, it is merely an object, just a watch. I shall wear it when I wish and store it away when I do not. Jiang Daping concluded to Song Mei. As he spoke, he was about to put the watch on again before sleeping. Unexpectedly, Song Mei snatched the watch from his hand. Want to wear it? What are you thinking? Such an expensive item. What if you lose it? What if a knowledgeable thief has his eyes on it? She opened a small iron box, placed the watch inside, and locked it away. Jiang Daping felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He thought to himself, how could I possibly lose it just by wearing it to sleep? Truly, she is a fierce protector. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern about attracting thieves. After all, it was a valuable possession worth hundreds of thousands. All right, it's probably for the best to keep it secured, lest he be tempted to flaunt it and inadvertently misplace it. In an instant, Jiang Daping came to terms with it. Darling, let us sleep, he said with a smile, reaching out to embrace Song Mei's waist, hoping to share the warmth of the bed. All right, let us sleep, Song Mei agreed without protest. Jiang Daping, feeling pleased with himself for resolving the watch dilemma, found his spirits lifted considerably. Before drifting off, he thought of a little entertainment. By the way, my dear, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Well, how about we practice a little something tonight? Bam! Before Jiang Daping could even receive a response, Song Mei delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing beneath the bed. Chapter 98. Then I shall borrow my cousin's good fortune. Jiang Daping, having been unceremoniously kicked off the bed, wore an expression of utter disbelief. This ferocious tigress. How unreasonable can one be? If you have no desire to practice the euphonium, then simply refrain from doing so. Why resort to such violence without a word? Sending me crashing to the floor? Ouch! That hurts! Jiang Daping shouted a few times from beneath the bed, seeing that Song Mei remained unresponsive. He had no choice but to rise, dust himself off, and climb back onto the bed. Frustration coursed through Jiang Daping as he prepared for a solitary night of slumber. When suddenly an important thought struck him. Regarding his wife, there was still something he needed to address. You see, Qingqing bestowed upon me such an extravagant watch as a birthday gift, which suggests her family must be quite affluent. Yet throughout this time, I realize I've never heard you mention anything about Qingqing's family background. When I inquired with that rascal, he claimed to be equally uninformed and suggested I ask you, given you are close friends and might have more insight into Qingqing's familial circumstances. Just then, Jiang Daping, seeking trivial matters to discuss, brought up the euphonium practice. This incited Song Mei's annoyance. Initially, she intended to ignore him for the entire evening. However, upon hearing Jiang Daping broach this topic, she found herself unable to sleep, as it pertained to her own precious son. Thus, she relinquished the covers and sat upright. Song Mei scratched her head, striving to recollect, and spoke. While it is true that Qingqing and I are good friends, having known each other for several years and sharing a bond akin to sisters, I must confess that I am quite unaware of her family situation. she has never disclosed it, nor have I taken the initiative to inquire. However, it seems her family resides in either the Magic City or Yanjing, certainly not in Sihai City. Moreover, in all the years I have known her, I have never encountered any of her family members or close friends. What? You have no idea either, Jiang Dapeng exclaimed in astonishment. It appears that Qingqing's family is rather enigmatic. Could they be part of a prestigious lineage or a wealthy clan? It is hard to say, Song Mei replied. However, even if they are affluent, what does it matter? Our son's abilities are genuinely commendable, and he is quite compatible with Qingqing. Now that they have welcomed 3 children, there should be no issues between them in the future. Let's hope so, Jiang Dapeng sighed. At around 7 in the morning, in the Bihui community, Jiang Chen had just finished preparing breakfast when his aunt called. Hello, Xiao Chen. Have you risen this morning? Well, your cousin Xiaowan plans to visit you today. You mentioned a job opportunity to her the other day, and I noticed she seemed quite fond of it. Coincidentally, she is at home today, feeling frustrated with me, and I think she is just idling about. So, early this morning, she set off to see the company in person and assess the job you discussed. No problem at all. Auntie, Jiang Chen responded over the phone. It would be beneficial for Xiaowan to familiarize herself with the work environment early on, facilitating a swift adaptation to her new role. He glanced at the time. The barbecue restaurant was nearly ready to open. Having his cousin come to work would indeed be quite fortuitous. All right then, Xiao Chen. Upon hearing your words, I felt reassured. Annie chuckled. By the way, Xiao Chen, why don't you go and pick up Xiaowan now? She should have arrived. Where is Xiaowan? She just sent me a message stating that she has reached the entrance of your community. Very well. Auntie, I shall go fetch her right away. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and made his way to the entrance of the community. After picking up Sun Wan, he brought her back home. On that day, Sun Wan had applied makeup and donned a new outfit, clearly indicating her anticipation and seriousness regarding the job Jiang Chen mentioned. Given that Annie's family consists of stunning individuals, it is only natural that Jiang Chen's little cousin possesses remarkable beauty. Dressed as she was, she would undoubtedly be considered a charming young lady on any university campus, capturing the attention of many young men. However, in comparison to Jiang Chen's girlfriend, she still fell short in various aspects. Wow, cousin, this truly is Bua Residence, the most luxurious upscale community in the entire city. The community's environment is designed like a delicate little garden, and the interior decor is equally opulent and sophisticated. Sun Wan was thoroughly impressed by the ambience and interior of Bua Residence. So how do you feel? Would you like to have a home like this? Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to inquire, as a diligent boss should always be ready to paint a bright picture. Of course, I would love to. If that's the case, then you should work hard at the job I mentioned. In 3 years, who knows? You might not only be able to afford a luxury car worth millions, but also a mansion in Bua Residence. Well then, I shall take my cousin's good wishes to heart. As guests were expected at home, Su Qingqing woke up earlier than usual. Hello, sister-in-law. Sun Wan greeted her. Oh, is it little Wan who has arrived? You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come, let us have breakfast together. Your cousin makes quite good meals. Su Qingqing warmly invited Sun Wan to join her for breakfast upon seeing her. Sure, I'll wash my hands first. Sun Wan was not one to be shy. Being at her cousin's home and seeing the delectable array of breakfast laid out on the table made her feel quite hungry. Sun Wan sat down with Su Qingqing to enjoy breakfast. She started with a pan-fried bun. The savory and fragrant flavor of the bun set her taste buds ablaze, nearly causing her to forget her tongue. Truth be told, she had never tasted such a scrumptious pan-fried bun since her birth. Wow, cousin, your breakfast is absolutely delicious. Sun Wan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Chapter 99. Boyfriend? Huh, isn't a little wolf cub delightful? In no time, Sun Wan found herself with a full belly, her appetite surprisingly comparable to that of a regular meal. In the past, a single steamed bun accompanied by a cup of soybean milk sufficed for her breakfast. Sister-in-law, why do you always drink milk? Having satiated her hunger, Sun Wan suddenly observed that aside from a few spring rolls and some shredded potatoes, Su Qingqing spent the majority of her time consuming milk, nearly finishing off 2 large cups in a short span. Thus, curiosity compelled her to inquire. Oh, I have developed a habit of drinking milk in the morning. A good dose of milk at breakfast keeps me invigorated throughout the day, Su Qingsheng replied nonchalantly, offering Sun Wan a cup. No, sister-in-law. I'm full. I simply can't drink anymore. Sun Wan quickly waved her hand. Very well then, Su Qingsheng chuckled, reclaiming the cup. Seeing that Sun Wan's attention had shifted to other matters, she sighed with relief. She had no intention of revealing to Jiang Chen's little cousin that her fondness for milk was a recent habit born out of necessity. Her body demanded more sustenance due to her increasing exhaustion. Lately I feel increasingly overwhelmed. Wan, let us set off, Jiang Chen said, having settled the 3 little ones. He informed Su Qingsheng that he would be back by noon, then gestured to Sun Wan with the car keys. All right, cousin. Sun Wan eagerly followed behind him. This moment had been long awaited, although it had only been 2 days since Jiang Chen first discussed the job with her. It felt as though she had been waiting for 2 years. Wan, I must give you a heads up, Jiang Chen started, the job I promised you. At first, the work content and environment may not be as glamorous as you envision. There will be a multitude of tasks, late nights, and it will be arduous and tiring. Moreover, weekends will be even busier, and any rest will require rearranging your schedule. Given this situation, can you accept it? On the way, Jiang Chen cautioned Sun Wan to temper her expectations, hoping she would not flee the barbecue restaurant upon discovering the reality of the job. Of course, if she did, it would not be a significant loss. They could always hire a front desk attendant. Cousin, you underestimate me. I can handle a heavy workload, late nights, and the hardships that come with it. Despite Jiang Chen's concerns, Sun Wan remained calm. Really? Absolutely. However, cousin, there's one condition. 3 years from now, I must truly become a little wealthy lady, Sun Wan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. If in 3 years she could indeed become a little wealthy lady, what would a few extra hours of work matter? What a bit of hardship signify? As she often said, if she were to become a wealthy lady, she would no longer need a boyfriend. She could easily kick him to the curb. Boyfriend? Isn't a little wolf cub delightful? Rest assured, Wan, I firmly believe you will become a prosperous young lady. Upon hearing Sun Wan's words, Jiang Chen promptly responded, casting an admiring glance at his little cousin. In his youth, before he had achieved his current success, he too had contemplated indulging in shortcuts and living off other success. However, his cousin was different. At such a tender age, she was already aspiring to forge her own path to success. Her ambition was certainly a step above that of her older cousin. After more than half an hour, Jiang Chen drove Sun Wan to the barbecue restaurant located in the gastronomic street of a university town. The establishment had been newly renovated, youthful, down to earth, yet retaining a sense of style. Lu Wei was diligently tidying up both the interior and exterior, fully engrossed in his tasks. Upon spotting Jiang Chen's car, Lu Wei paused his work and rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Chen, you've arrived. How is everything going with the barbecue restaurant? Jiang Chen stepped out of the car and inquired, How is the situation at the restaurant? Absolutely fantastic, Lu Wei replied with great enthusiasm. Everything is progressing smoothly. The renovation was completed a day ahead of schedule, entirely meeting your requirements and standards. I also hired 2 robust individuals from the labor market for washing dishes and other tasks. They are quick and efficient. Come here, Mei Yi Wu Ma. Come meet your boss. Lu Wei called out to the 2 middle-aged women who were busy cleaning. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Mei Yi and Wu Ma approached, their expressions a mix of surprise and admiration upon seeing Jiang Chen. They had not anticipated that the manager would be so young. He appeared to have just graduated from university. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome, far surpassing the likes of their idol, Jin Dong, and other such figures. Chapter 100. Dear wife, would you care for some grilled sausage? Morning. This is Aunt Mei. Her name is Mei Miao. And this is Aunt Wu. Her name is Wu Chou. They both possess years of experience in the culinary field, adept at washing dishes and various other tasks, and they approach their work with utmost diligence. Lu Wei introduced them one by one. Aunt Mei, Aunt Wu, those are lovely titles, Jiang Chen remarked, glancing at the 2 women. Their appearances were unpretentious, devoid of any slyness, leading him to surmise that they were likely local rural women come to the city for work. He nodded in greeting. Hello to you both. As the proprietor of this barbecue establishment, I have no extraordinary demands. Just perform your duties well. Be diligent and responsible. Those who excel will be rewarded, while those who falter will face consequences. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Both Aunt May and Aunt Wu replied in unison. Very well, if there are no further matters. You may get back to your tasks, Jiang Chen said. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. Aunt May and Aunt Wu resumed their cleaning. By the way, morning, didn't you mention you'd hired a receptionist? Where's she? Lu Wei suddenly inquired. Once she arrives, we can tidy up the barbecue shop and commence operations. I have brought her along, Jiang Chen replied, glancing back to introduce his cousin. However, he was met with an empty space. Ah, my little cousin. She hasn't disembarked yet. Xiaowan, please step out of the car. We've arrived. Jiang Chen called out as he approached the rear of the vehicle, tapping on the glass. In the back seat was Sun Wan, who had been lost in a daydream of wealth throughout the journey. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of whether, should she truly become affluent, she would prefer a charming young man or a youthful heartthrob. If worse came to worst, perhaps she could indulge in both. As for Jiang Chen's earlier stop, she genuinely believed her cousin had merely a temporary errand and would continue taking her to the place that could help fulfill her dreams of wealth. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, she was instantly flabbergasted. What? We've arrived already? Please. The job that could make me a wealthy woman surely requires an office space. Perhaps a corporate building, or at the very least, a residential office. But here I am, in a food street at the university. Surely, this ISNT meant to lead me into a career in the culinary industry. Is it? That cannot be. As Sun Wan exited the car and caught sight of the barbecue shop sign, an ominous premonition surged within her. Weizi, allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin Sun Wan. Xiaowan, this is the manager of the barbecue shop, Lu Wei. Jiang Chen made the introductions, noting Sun Wan's expression but opting to overlook it. Hello, hello, Lu Wei exclaimed, extending his hand with enthusiasm upon realizing that the receptionist was Jiang Chen's cousin, and particularly a striking beauty. Sun Wan instinctively reached out to shake his hand, but hesitated and withdrew her hand instead. She turned to Jiang Chen and asked, Cousin, the job you mentioned, at ISNT at the barbecue shop, is it? Indeed, Jiang Chen said, rubbing his forehead. After a brief pause, he continued, I am the owner of this barbecue restaurant, and Lu Wei, who is next to you, is the manager. As for you, your future role will be at the front desk. What? My job is at the front desk? Sun Wan exclaimed in astonishment. To be precise, it's a front desk position combined with various miscellaneous tasks. Lu Wei enthusiastically elaborated. You see, even though I'm the manager, I also handle numerous duties. If we want this barbecue restaurant to thrive, both the manager and the front desk must be ready to engage in various activities. But don't worry, Brother Chun will take good care of us. For every bit of effort we put in, there will be a corresponding reward. Sun Wan, however, had set her expectations too high and felt a significant psychological gap. After hearing Lu Wei's words, she was momentarily speechless. Effort? Reward? Huh. That's just another way of saying I'll be doing odds and ends in a barbecue restaurant. I aspire to be wealthy. Yet, despite her disappointment, Sun Wan was still inclined to give it a try. After all, in this day and age, good jobs are indeed hard to come by. She would rather work in her cousin's barbecue restaurant than face her mother's criticisms at home. In other words, she'd prefer to be promised by her cousin rather than by someone else. Cousin, if I work at the front desk in a barbecue restaurant, how much will you pay me? How much? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had initially thought that Sun Wan would give up upon seeing her disappointment. He intended to say that it wasn't his intention to mislead her, but rather to offer her an opportunity for wealth. Yet unexpectedly, his little cousin inquired about the salary. Well, if you decide to work, the base salary is 5,000. Will there be a contract? Are there benefits? Yes. We will sign a contract and provide 5 insurances and 1 fund. Then, cousin, if I start working at your barbecue restaurant, will there be a lot of overtime? Will I have to get up in the middle of the night to work on weekends and holidays? Not necessarily in the middle of the night, but it will definitely be busy at the barbecue restaurant. That's fine, cousin. I can get up even in the middle of the night. However, I would like to make a request. What request? I can forego overtime pay and rest days, but I would like a performance bonus of 3,000. What? A performance bonus of 3,000? Well, Xiaowan, When working, you should not limit your focus to immediate earnings, but rather look towards future development. For instance, according to the career plan I have for you, you could become the financial director of my chain company in the future. How about this? I'll offer you a 50% discount on that. A 50% discount? Yes, a base salary of $5,000 with 5 insurances and 1 fund, plus an additional performance bonus of $1,500. How does that sound? Deal. With the issue of his cousin's employment successfully settled, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. All right, I won't disappoint Annie's trust. At long last, I successfully persuaded my cousin, not just convinced her, but truly enabled her to seize a remarkable opportunity to become affluent. After spending some time at the barbecue restaurant and reaching an agreement with Lu Wei, the establishment is set to officially open tomorrow. Noticing that it was already noon, Jiang Chen hurried home. His wife was alone, tending to their 3 children, and he dreaded the thought of her resorting to making soy sauce scrambled eggs for lunch. The image was too idyllic to contemplate. Hence, he rushed back, intent on preparing a meal for her. It had been quite a while since he indulged in barbecue, so he decided to prepare a feast for lunch. As soon as Su Qingcheng caught a whiff of the aroma, she was utterly enticed, her mouth watering in anticipation. Just as he finished grilling, the food was quickly devoured. With the household supply of lamb dwindling, he soon completed the grilling, and Su Qingcheng had finished her share. Jiang Chen had no choice but to grill a batch of sausages. Wife, there's only sausage left. Would you like some? Of course, I must have it. Very well. This large sausage is reserved just for you. Wonderful. Ding. The host has successfully persuaded his cousin to join the front desk. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 50,000 yuan in cash. A lottery gift package. What? Persuaded? Unbelievable. I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts more eloquently.